Nighttime at Ganja University. Male dormitory room 404. Yu Sheng lay spread-eagled on the bed, phone in hand, his expression indifferent. Tisk. Another video of a lovey-dovey couple. He frowned and swiped it away. Having been single his whole life for nearly 20 years, he couldn't stomach this cyberdog food. Yu Sheng had a delicate and handsome face with a hint of femininity in his brows and eyes. Though not tall, he had attracted a few proactive girls. Unfortunately, he was always taciturn around girls, often causing awkward silences, and as time went on he remained single into his sophomore year. He glanced at Shun Lichuan's empty seat, the only one in the dorm who had a girlfriend currently strolling with her. I want a sweet romance too. Yu Sheng muttered, staring at the ceiling with a soft lament. Zhao Hongyu from the next bed burst out laughing. Come on, someone was saying a few days ago he wanted to build 8-pack abs to attract a wealthy woman. It's only been a short while, and he's already changed his mind. That was a joke, can't you take it seriously? Yu Sheng's face flushed. With his thin arms and legs besides his face, the only thing that might attract a wealthy woman was his special advantage. I have a distant relative studying abroad, want me to hook you up. Gu Shun from the opposite bed suddenly chimed in. Compared to the sunny and outgoing Zhao Hongyu, Gu Shun had a face that was somewhat dangerous. Isn't that relative of yours a man? Yu Sheng asked casually. He's pretty open-minded now, Gu Shun said seriously. It's okay if the person looks like a woman. Get out, get out, get out. Yu Sheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Stop making fun of me. Gu Shun chuckled, his mischievous mind working, and a sly grin appeared on his face. Seriously, Yu Sheng, if you want to find a girlfriend, I have a great idea. Want to give it a try? Yu Sheng looked up at him. What good idea could a single dog like you have? Gu Shun wasn't offended and laughed. I suggest you try cross-dressing. Look, you're so pretty and your voice is androgynous. In women's clothes you'll definitely make those guys crazy. Zhao Hengji's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Brother G, you have an idea. Yu Sheng frowned, not hiding his displeasure. You're perverted. Wear it yourself. In response to Yu Sheng's scolding, Gu Shun showed a look of enjoyment. That feels great. Can you curse me again? Wow, Brother G, you have this fetish. Zhao Hongyu was shocked again. You hide it well. This is called a hobby, Gu Shun grinned lewdly. Except for Yu Sheng, I wouldn't want anyone else to curse me. Brother G, you're invincible. Yu Sheng finally choked out after a long pause. Normally his verbal sparring was much fiercer, but this time, he was truly rendered speechless. Why, oi? Gu Shun asked him. Because you're cheap. Don't you have any self-awareness? Just then the dormitory door was pushed open, slamming against the wall with a clatter. What's this talk about cheapness? What's happened? Shen Luchuan said as he walked in. His 185 centimeters height allowed him to easily see Yu Sheng, who was leaning back on the bed with a bashful expression on his face. He glanced at Gu Shun, who sat on the adjacent bed with a lewd grin, then at Zhao Hongyu, who was winking and making faces. He smiled. Are you guys teasing Yu Sheng? Hey, how can you call it teasing? It's friendly interaction, Gu Shun argued. Exactly, Master Shen, don't you think Yu Sheng is cute? What's wrong with teasing him? Zhao Hongyu chimed in. Shen Luchuan stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, then said with a serious face, not as cute as my girlfriend. The silence of 3 single dogs was deafening. Why aren't you talking? Shen Luchuan asked knowingly. Master Shen, Zhao Hongyu decided to change the subject. Yu Sheng wants to fall in love. Do you have any advice? Shen Luchuan glanced at Yu Sheng and spread his hands. With a face like that, does he need my advice? Exactly, Gu Shun agreed. If I were a woman, I'd go for someone like Yu Sheng. Really? Zhao Hongyu joined the discussion. I think Master Shen's looks are more popular. Then let Yu Sheng be a girl, that way he'll be popular too. Gu Shun said casually, then suddenly shouted. I'm willing to be single for 100 years in exchange for Yu Sheng turning into a girl. Why don't you say you should change? Yu Sheng asked crossly. Me? Gu Shun pointed at his own oily face, then looked at Zhao Hongyu. Choose one of us, who do you want to change? Don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Yu Sheng silently pulled his blanket tighter, wrapping himself up a bit, regretting that he had started the conversation. The air conditioning in the dorm was set very low and cold air blew with a hum. His thoughts began to wander. Actually, the cross-dressing that Zhao Hongyu and Gu Shun had mentioned, he had already experienced it. Unlike families that favored boys over girls, his parents really loved girls. Since childhood, his parents had raised him like a little princess, dressing him in little skirts, and some relatives even called him little girl. But this was all told to him by his parents. Yu Sheng himself had no memory of it. After he started primary school, his parents stopped dressing him in skirts, but the feminine-sounding name caused him some trouble. This name had been decided before he was born, regardless of gender. It was always Sheng. It was said that his mother Qin Xiulan had asked a fortune-teller to choose the name. Who knows what kind of charlatan it was? Definitely a street swindler. Night fell. Shen Liuchuan, Zhao Hongyu, and Gu Shun were chatting about someone confessing their love publicly on the sports field. Yu Sheng tried to listen, but his eyelids grew heavy and he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in an ancient, elegant room. In one corner of the room stood a bed made of rosewood. Through the hazy gauze curtain, Yu Sheng could see a graceful woman sitting at the edge of the bed. Her black hair was tied up high, revealing a jade-like neck, and a few strands of hair fell across her cheeks, exuding a tender charm. The woman gently raised her pale hand, parted the curtain, and called softly, "Come quickly, master." Her voice was melodious, but to Yu Sheng's ears it sounded completely different. It seemed to carry a magical enchantment, every word tugging at his heartstrings. Yu Sheng unconsciously swallowed, slowly approached the bed, and gently embraced the woman. At that moment he had no mind to think, his eyes were only on this gentle, enchanting beauty. As his consciousness sank, the woman leaned to his ear, parted her crimson lips, and whispered, "Master, are you willing to become me?" "Will? Huh?" Yu Sheng suddenly jolted, pushing the delicate figure away. "No, I don't wanna." The woman was taken aback, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. "Why not? Once you become me, you can wear beautiful dresses, enjoy everyone's praise, and display a gentle and tender nature that people will cherish and adore." Yu Sheng couldn't help shivering at that. That would mean becoming a girl. How would I find a girlfriend then? The woman chuckled softly. "Who says a girl can't find a girlfriend?" Off. Yu Sheng was utterly stunned, his mind going blank. The woman seized the opportunity to embrace Yu Sheng, their figures gradually merging. System binding in progress. The next day, at 7:20 m.m., Yu Sheng rubbed her sleepy eyes and let out an adorable groan. Before her mind was fully awake, a cheeky voice sounded in her mind. "Host, you're awake. The surgery was successful. You're a girl now." Huh? What was that sound? Yu Sheng's delicate body trembled. "It's me, the system itself." As an avid reader of online novels, Yu Sheng was quite accepting of systems. She buried her head in the blanket and asked casually, "System, do you have a beginner's gift pack? Give it to me quickly." "It's already been issued to you, host." "Issued? When did?" Yu Sheng stopped mid-sentence. What did the system say at first? A girl. She suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing something. Trembling, she reached down to touch her lower body. As expected, it was empty and flat. The factory settings hadn't even been tested before being ruthlessly returned for modification. Yu Sheng roared in her mind, "System, give me back my happiness for the rest of my life. My operations cannot be undone. Please accept reality and be content as a girl." The system remained cheeky. "If you don't change me back, I'll send Earth's coordinates to the Trisolar ants. Be my guest. Then I'll jump off a building. Detected host's probability of jumping is 0.03. Bluffing confirmed." Yu Sheng fell silent, having exhausted all her tactics. Waking up to find her companion of many years gone, there was no reasoning with this. But as the saying goes, if you can't fight it, enjoy it. So Yu Sheng pulled open the collar of her pajamas and took a peek downward with some anticipation. Her pupils instantly lost their focus. It was small, an arc that wouldn't be noticeable at all when dressed. Just then Zhao Hingyu finished washing up, saw Yu Sheng still in bed, and tapped her bed rail. "Get up quickly, class is about to start. You went to bed earliest last night, why aren't you up?" Yu Sheng still hid in the blanket. "I'll sleep a little more, you guys go first." Her voice came out muffled from under the blanket, but Yu Sheng immediately became tense. Her voice had changed, from a neutral tone to a soft one, no longer androgynous. "You slept so long and still not enough?" Zhao Hingyu asked casually. Gushin stuck his head out of the bathroom. "VME 50, I'll help you get marked present." Shen Liuchuan, the only one in the dorm with a girlfriend, saw Yu Sheng still burying her head, and asked with concern, "Why are you always hiding under the blanket? Are you feeling unwell?" No one seemed to notice the abnormality in Yu Sheng's voice. "I'm fine." Nevertheless, Yu Sheng lowered her voice. She sat up nonchalantly and said, "You guys go first. Let me nap a bit more. I'll skip breakfast today." Gushin walked out of the bathroom, brushing his teeth, squinted at Yu Sheng, and said with a lisp, "Have you gotten a bit whiter?" "Everyone looks like that after waking up," Zhao Hingyu interjected. "Check again in the middle of the night." "Gushin." Shen Luchuan asked again, "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well." Yu Sheng felt a bit scared, wrapped herself in the blanket, and lay down again. The three exchanged glances and didn't insist further. After Gushin, the slowest, finished his morning routine, they told Yu Sheng not to force herself to go to class if she felt unwell, and then left the dorm together. Bang! The dorm door closed. "It must be Brother G who made Yu Sheng angry last night. He doesn't want to see you." "Nonsense, Yu Sheng isn't that petty. Let's hurry to the cafeteria. If we're late, we won't get seats in the back row." The voices gradually faded away. Yu Sheng kicked off the blanket and sat up, muttering to herself, "None of them noticed my voice changed." "Of course not. That's my beginner gift pack, the cognitive interference filter." The system suddenly spoke. "It makes everyone think your voice was always like this. Since you have this ability, why don't you make everyone think I was always a girl?" Yu Sheng questioned the system. This thing had seduced her in her own dream. It clearly wasn't good. "What fun would that be?" the system said. "Watching you slowly reveal your true identity is the real entertainment." "Fine." Yu Sheng gritted her teeth. This system was truly annoying. "Thank you so much for your beginner gift pack." "You're welcome. Turning into a girl is a built-in perk of this system," it explained eagerly. Yu Sheng extended a bare foot, rolled out of bed, slipped on slippers, and walked into the bathroom. She looked at the only mirror in the dorm. Even with mental preparation, she was startled. The girl in the mirror was still 167 centimeters tall, but her figure had slimmed down slightly. Her pajamas were slightly loose, and her skin had become fairer and smoother like a freshly peeled egg, delicate and flawless. Her eyes were pure and bright with curved willow brows and a small nose. Her exquisite features combined into a beautiful painting that was hard to look away from. Yu Sheng slowly raised her hand and touched the face of the girl in the mirror. The girl in the mirror also reached out their fingertips, meeting. So beautiful. Yu Sheng sighed softly. Then with a click she locked the bathroom door, her fingers sliding down the collar of her pajamas, unbuttoning one by one. As the clothing fell, a chill climbed her bare skin. A slender waist, alluring collarbones, and a slight protrusion were all revealed before her. As her fingers brushed over, a current ran down her spine, and the girl's cheeks in the mirror flushed pink. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then hooked her fingers on the edge of her sleep pants. She decided to give herself a little treat. What was the harm? 2 minutes later, after calming down, she put her clothes back on and went about her regular morning routine. For now she had hold off exploring water magic. After all, she was in a male dormitory. After stepping out of the bathroom, Yu Sheng decided to skip class this morning and interrogate the system thoroughly. But the system's voice chimed in, "Host, do you want a mission?" What mission? A sense of foreboding rose in Yu Sheng's heart. To help the host adapt to your new identity quickly, please attend class on time and live normally for 12 hours. Completion reward 1 random talent raised to an elementary level. Failure. The system will take over your body and work at a maid cafe. Note all income from work belongs to the system. Also, skipping the mission counts as failure. Yu Sheng. What kind of unscrupulous system was this? Completely unprofessional. Before stepping out, Yu Sheng went back to the bathroom to scrutinize her reflection in the mirror. She noticed that her features were still her own, yet each bore subtle changes. Softer brows, longer lashes, more supple lips. As if she had undergone delicate adjustments at a cosmetic surgery clinic. By the way, system, do you have a data panel? Yu Sheng asked curiously. Since subjective concepts like appearance and temperament are hard to quantify, there is no data panel, it replied. Trash, she muttered, then walked out of the dormitory building on her own. The dormitory area was far from the teaching zone, so she had to hurry. On the way, students were all rushing about, and few paid her any heed, which relieved her. Entering the lecture hall through the back door, Yu Sheng immediately spotted Gushun and the other two. They were seated in the last row with a window seat left vacant beside Gushun. Yu Sheng took the seat next to him. Seeing her composed expression, the others assumed she had simply overslept and asked no further questions. Gushun, however, turned to gaze at her profile and said with a sly grin, "Yu Sheng, it's a shame you never wear a dress." "Don't even think about it," Yu Sheng shot back with a glare. "You're wasting your talent," Gushun lamented, feigning distress. "Don't worry about my talent, oh, worry about how you'll spend your life alone," she retorted. "What do you mean?" Gushun asked, puzzled. "No personal attacks, okay? Figure it out yourself," Yu Sheng said with a smirk. Last night, Jigu had jokingly vowed to remain single for a century in exchange for her turning into a girl, and now it seemed to have come true, though she wasn't sure if it was truly because of him. But if it were true, given modern life expectancy, Jigu would be repaying that debt into his next life. "Can't you just tell me?" Gushun pressed. "No," she replied. With class not yet started and the teacher absent, they chatted idly. Shen Luchuan had stepped out to have a phone call with his girlfriend. A female student sitting in the row ahead, overhearing their conversation, turned curiously to glance at Yu Sheng. After a quick look, she silently turned back. That delicate rosy face as fresh as a blooming peach blossom. And they said he was a boy. Then what was she? This class was a joint public course for several classes newly opened this semester. Apart from this course, the female students weren't classmates with Yu Sheng and the others, so they didn't know each other. Gushun didn't dwell on the topic. He found the regular teacher's lectures dull and suggested they play a game together instead. Less than half a month into the semester, the four of them in room 404 had already decided to slack off. At least they'd coast through this class. Soon the bell rang. Shen Luchuan slipped in through the back door, just as a female teacher in a floral dress entered through the front and stepped onto the podium. Under the slightly surprised gazes of the students, the teacher smiled and said, "Class teacher and has something urgent, so they'll be substituting today. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lu." As she spoke, Gushun perked up, his attention sharpening. After a brief introduction, the lesson began. Teacher Lu patted the empty desks at the front. "Handsome guys and pretty girls in the back, please move forward a bit." "Ah, no way. Don't, we're fine back here." After a chorus of groans, the students in the last 3 rows, including the 4 from room 404, relocated to the front. Their plan to play games together was foiled. Teacher Lu looked at Yu Sheng and said with a smile, "Classmate, why are you sitting here?" Yu Sheng was baffled. Was she not supposed to sit here? Where else should she be? As if reading her mind, Teacher Lu pointed to a row of female students behind and said, "There's an empty seat over there." Huh. Yu Sheng grew even more confused. Teacher, he is a boy, Gu Shun interjected, having grasped the situation before Yu Sheng could. Oh. Teacher Lu's eyes flickered with surprise as she took another look at Yu Sheng. She had thought Yu Sheng was being isolated or something. It was just that Ji Gu was so beautiful that Teacher Lu couldn't believe Yu Sheng would willingly sit next to him. Yu Sheng nodded in response to Teacher Lu's questioning gaze. I see, Teacher Lu said, apologetic for judging by appearances. She blurted out, I'm so sorry classmate, you're too pretty. It's fine. After this small incident, Teacher Lu continued the lesson. Despite being just a substitute teacher, she was unexpectedly diligent. Yet her lecture was equally dry, and Yu Sheng couldn't resist pulling out her phone. Teacher Lu noticed, but said nothing, perhaps indifferent or too embarrassed to scold her. Yu Sheng searched various social platforms for what to do if you've turned into a girl. After just 5 minutes, she turned off her phone. Netizens were indeed unreliable, full of jokes like let your bro have some fun, what a lucky break, or swing the hoe, agriculture students still have to work with few taking it seriously. Just then Teacher Lu picked up the class roster and said, now I'll ask a female classmate to answer this question. Yu Sheng sensed trouble. Growing up, she had been mistaken for a girl countless times because of her name. She silently prayed not to be called. But fate didn't favor her, after scanning the roster, Teacher Lu singled out her name. Which classmate is Yu Sheng? Please answer this question and let everyone get to know you. It was exactly what she feared. Some classmates who knew Yu Sheng burst into laughter. Teacher Thighs is Yu Sheng, Gu Shun said, pointing to Yu Sheng on his left, laughing uncontrollably. Zhao Hengyu and Shen Luchuan were no better, losing all composure. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu glanced at the gender column on the roster and noticed it read male. I'm truly sorry, Yu Sheng. Your name made me think you were a girl. He'll ask another female classmate to answer. Yu Sheng strongly suspected the system had predicted this situation and sent her to class. If she had stayed in the dormitory lying around, she'd probably be on her bed scrolling through short videos in a spread eagle position. The system has betrayed me. Time ticked by, and the day's classes soon came to an end. After the evening study session, Shen Luchuan bid farewell to the trio and exited the school gate. His girlfriend attended Hanbird University near Citrus University, and they would stroll along the streets together every night. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, decided to wander to the sports field for a while to clear his mind rather than returning to the dormitory with Zhao Hengyu and Gu Shun. The freshman military training had no evening sessions, so Yu Sheng made his way to the field and strolled leisurely. The sky had darkened completely, and the floodlights on the field had already lit up, casting soft white light like water. The girls' legs appeared even fairer under the illumination, yet Yu Sheng had no heart to admire them, because most of their legs were not as beautiful as her own. Absurd as it sounded, it was indeed the truth. They say that men's legs are actually more appealing, but after Yu Sheng transformed into a girl, her legs seemed even more stunning. Those legs were fair and slender, so much so that even she herself felt the urge to touch them. Yu Sheng walked slowly along the rubber track, savoring the pleasant sensation of the evening breeze brushing against her cheeks. After a while, she sat down on a chair beside the rostrum. A few chairs away from her, several boys sat down one after another, stealing glances at her and whispering among themselves. Yu Sheng frowned. What were these people discussing? The system chimed in at the right moment. They say you're good-looking host, and you seem so innocent that a few sweet words would be enough to win you over. Another one says your waist is slender and your legs are long, wondering how they'd feel to touch. All right, stop. Yu Sheng quickly interrupted, feeling a bit nauseated. Just then a commotion arose from the center of the field. Her attention was drawn to it, and she saw a crowd quickly gathering on the lawn. She stood up and walked over to see what was happening. It turned out a boy was about to make a public confession of love. At that moment, the boy was busy arranging candles into a heart shape on the grass and lighting them one by one. Then, holding a bouquet of red roses, he stood in the center of the heart, the candlelight illuminating his face, full of anticipation. The leading lady had not yet arrived, but the murmurs of the onlooking students had already reached a peak. Wow, so romantic. I wonder if the girl will say yes. Which Kuan University student can tell us who he's confessing to? Why isn't he using electric candles? Captain Lu made a confession just yesterday, and now he's at it again. Brave. He didn't succeed yesterday, so he's trying again today. Seems a bit persistent, almost like pestering. Is he just standing there? No talent show. Yu Sheng was taken aback. She recalled her roommates mentioning someone making a public confession on the field last night. She silently took out her phone and opened the campus forum. Soon she found a post titled "Shocking. Late night romantic confession on the field. The protagonist is actually her." Clicking into the post, she saw an accompanying image. A boy with tousled hair stood in the center of a heart-shaped circle of candles, holding flowers, waiting for the leading lady to arrive. Yu Sheng looked at the picture, then at the scene before her. It was almost identical. According to the post, the boy was Lu Wenhao, captain of the school badminton team, who had participated in many competitions, big and small, and was somewhat well known on campus. As for the girl being confessed to, she hadn't shown up at all. The poster listed several possible candidates from members of the badminton club to Lu Wenhao's classmates, even the counselor and the dormitory aunt. It was a mixed bag, all based on pure speculation and personal opinion. This was a total clickbait. Yusheng put away her phone and continued to watch the excitement. News spread quickly, and the crowd grew denser, gathering on the field like a dark mass. Such a dramatic scene of a public confession drew everyone to stop and watch, or rather to enjoy the gossip. Some curious onlookers couldn't help asking who the object of the confession was, but Lu Wenhao remained tight-lipped, keeping everyone in suspense. Yet even after Yusheng had circled the field several times out of boredom, the leading lady never appeared. The candles Lu Wenhao had bought were of good quality and still burned, but most of the crowd had already dispersed. Whether the girl didn't want to show up or feared a public refusal would make things awkward, the fact was she probably wasn't coming. It seemed Lu Wenhao's confession was doomed to fail again today. Notably, Lu Wenhao had held the roses in his hands the entire time without lowering his arms, truly worthy of a badminton player with such arm strength. Unable to witness the drama, Yusheng decided to get a cup of milk tea and then head back to the dormitory. But just as she had taken a few steps, she heard someone softly call out from the side. "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" Yusheng paused, looking sideways with curiosity. The speaker was a tall boy with a somewhat bashful face, still wearing his camouflage uniform, revealing his identity as a freshman. He wasn't one of those outrageous guys. Yusheng stared at this unfamiliar face, her mind filled with only one thought: who are you? Before she could speak, the boy, seeing her cold expression and silence, nervously thrust a plastic bag into her hand, said, "This is for you," and ran off without looking back. "How shy," Yusheng muttered, looking at the bag she had instinctively taken. It was an ordinary plastic shopping bag from the supermarket filled with various snacks. She looked up and scanned the surroundings, but the boy had already vanished. Lu Wenhao, however, was still rooted to the spot, seemingly determined to stand there until the candles burned out. "What is this?" Yusheng shook the bag. It was heavy, packed with many things. Suddenly, a sticky note fluttered out from among the snacks. She picked it up and saw elegant handwriting. "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. The moment I saw you, I felt a strong connection. I'm giving you this bag of snacks hoping you'll like it. If possible, could we exchange contact information to get to know each other better?" At the bottom right corner, there was a string of numbers, presumably the sender's contact. "Tisk, this handwriting looks like a girl's. I never expected it to come from a boy like that. Impressive." Yusheng praised the beautiful script, but her expression suddenly changed. "No." The slow-witted Yusheng finally realized she had, it seemed, perhaps maybe been hit on. The boy must have been scared off by her expressionless face. Yusheng wasn't entirely unfamiliar with being hit on, but with her routine of 3 stops, dormitory, classroom, cafeteria, she rarely had such encounters. Some of those who approached her actually came to ask for Shun Lichuan's WeChat, mostly girls, but occasionally boys as well. A question suddenly arose in Yusheng's mind: did the other person see her as a girl or a boy? And then, looking at that elegant handwriting, while Yusheng dared not think further, she shook her head vigorously, casting those troubling thoughts aside. Some things were better left unexamined, otherwise they only brought unnecessary worry. As for the bag of snacks in her hand, she naturally planned to keep them for her roommates. Back when Shin Luchuan was single, he often received offerings, even anonymous ones that were hard to return. At such times, the roommates would step in to help dispose of them. Leaving the field, Yusheng stayed true to her original intention and headed straight for the nearby milk tea shop. At the milk tea shop, Yusheng ordered a cup of QQ good to drink mead poo tea and found a seat. Casually tossing her snack bag onto the table, she noticed a girl sitting in the corner. The girl had eyebrows like crescent moons and eyes like autumn water, but just sitting there she was a stunning sight. Yusheng knew who she was: Su-yi. Like her, she was a sophomore. She remembered her so clearly for no particular reason, just because some busybody on the campus forum had touted Su-yi as the school beauty. Among the few exceptionally attractive girls on campus, it was hard not to be impressed. Students near Su-yi, whether standing or sitting, kept glancing at her intentionally or not. After all, who doesn't like a beauty? Just looking at her was refreshing. Shortly after Yusheng got her milk tea, the 12-hour mark finally arrived, and the system's voice echoed in her mind. Detected that the host has completed the task. Random talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn piano performance level beginner. As soon as the system finished speaking, countless figures playing the piano appeared in Yusheng's mind. These figures, male or female, old or young, played all sorts of piano pieces over and over. Yusheng felt as if she herself were playing, quickly grasping some techniques and essence of piano playing. It seemed the system, though frivolous, was still somewhat useful. Thinking this, Yusheng took a sip of her milk tea, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Su-yi. Unexpectedly, Su-yi, who appeared to be casually resting her chin on her hand, suddenly turned her head and looked over, as if she had a sixth sense for hostility. Yusheng's heart skipped a beat, caught off guard as their eyes met. She wanted to look away, but saw Su-yi pick up her own milk tea and walk straight over. To be honest, Yusheng was a bit panicked. She had never encountered such a situation. Su-yi took a few steps and stopped in front of Yusheng's table, but she neither sat down nor questioned her. She simply placed her milk tea on the table. Yusheng had no idea what Su-yi intended, which only made her more flustered. Just as she was about to speak, Su-yi pointed at the snack bag on the table and asked, "This bag of snacks, was it given to you by a tall guy in a camouflage uniform?" Yusheng was taken aback, quickly replied yes, and then asked curiously, "How do you know?" Su-yi picked up the bag, pulled out the sticky note from inside, and placed it in front of Yusheng. "The handwriting on this. By the way, you've read the content, right?" "Yeah, good. The handwriting is from a guy who asked me to write it at the convenience store. It's rare that he wasn't hitting on me, so I even helped polish some of the phrasing." "I see," Yusheng murmured. "No wonder the handwriting looked like a girl's." Su-yi said this without a hint of narcissism. After all, her perfect model-like looks were right there. But the guy's thought process baffled her. He thought his own handwriting was ugly, so he asked a girl to write it for him. "What do you think of the content on the sticky note?" Su-yi asked, genuinely curious. "I'm a guy," Yusheng said with a straight face. On her ID card her gender was male, and as long as she insisted she was male, then she was male. Really? Really? Hearing this, Su-yi suddenly smiled. "I must have misread." Then she sat down directly across from Yusheng and pressed further. "So this bag of snacks." She trailed off, but the implication was clear. Yusheng defended herself. "That guy handed me the bag and then ran off. I couldn't even return it. Isn't there a phone number here?" Su-yi pointed at the sticky note. "If you feel bad about it, you can transfer the money to him or ask him to come pick it up." "That's true," Yusheng said, realizing belatedly. Su-yi suddenly sighed. "So my handwriting was all for nothing." "Yeah, I guess." A moment of silence followed. Su-yi didn't say anything more, but she didn't leave either. She just played with her phone, her lips around the straw occasionally, taking a sip of milk tea. Feeling the covert glances from nearby students, Yusheng was completely uneasy, stuck between staying and leaving. But that didn't stop her from sneaking a couple of glances at Su-yi's impressive figure. Then she pulled out her phone and searched for piano performance videos, both to distract herself and to test her own skill. Although Yusheng had never played the piano, watching the performer's fingers dance across the keys filled her with a sense of familiarity, as if her fingers already had muscle memory. Su-yi heard the piano sound and lifted her eyelids, pondering for a few seconds before tentatively asking, "Can you play?" "What? Piano?" "Oh, a little," Yusheng said casually. She had only intended to subtly show off, but Su-yi's eyes sparkled as she asked, "What level are you roughly?" I haven't taken any exams, so I'm not sure," Yusheng answered vaguely. "Maybe around level 4 or 5. The beginner piano level given by the system referred to amateur standards roughly equivalent to the 4th or near 5th level of the Central Conservatory, still lacking some advanced techniques, insignificant in the eyes of professionals. Su-yi took a sip of her milk tea and suddenly extended an invitation. "The welcome party is the day after tomorrow. Interested in performing a piece with me on stage?" Huh. Yusheng was caught completely off guard. She had never heard that Su-yi could play the piano. After pondering for a long time, she finally managed to say, "Why me?" Yusheng had to admit she was a bit tempted, but Su-yi couldn't have invited her without reason. That's a long story. Su-yi hadn't invited Yusheng on a whim. She was a member of the student council, and by tradition the council had to put on a performance at the welcome party every year. But this year things were a mess, and no one wanted to take on the task. The student council was a group, so the performance had to involve at least 2 people. In desperation, they pushed forward the only 2 members who could play the piano. But fate had other plans. There were 2 female announcers for the program, and one of them had an emergency. Su-yi's partner, who had experience as a host, was pulled in as a last-minute replacement. So she was worried about finding a substitute. She had planned to go to the public piano room tomorrow and randomly find a willing classmate. Now with a piano-playing classmate right in front of her, if it worked out it would save her the trouble. Long story short, the student council's performance needs at least 2 people, and I urgently need a partner to go on stage with me. Su-yi glanced at the sticky note that was still on the table and said seriously, "We seem to be fated. He'll treat you to a meal afterward. Think about it." Yusheng had intended to play hard to get, but after a few words from Su-yi, she didn't even last 3 seconds before replying, "Sure. I've been wanting to play the piano anyway." "Great. Let's practice at the piano room tomorrow. Is 8 in the morning okay?" "No problem." It was Friday, and Yusheng had no plans for the weekend. "By the way, let's exchange contact info," Su-yi said, tapping on her phone. "We can keep each other updated if anything changes." Yusheng nodded, opened WeChat, scanned Su-yi's QR code, and they exchanged names. Looking at the name Su-yi in the chat window, Yusheng felt that Su-yi wasn't as cold as the rumors suggested. It wasn't until the screen went dark that she suddenly realized, wait, this is actually happening. But she had never even been on stage, let alone performed. Damn, she had been too hasty. Well, after adding her as a friend, Yusheng hesitated. With such a tight schedule, will we make it? Counting tonight, there are only 2 days left. The program list is probably already finalized. Don't worry about that. Su-yi didn't know that Yusheng had chickened out, as she thought she was just worried about not having enough practice time to achieve good results. She comforted her. The others only had 2 weeks to prepare and freshmen can only practice in the evening. The requirements for program quality won't be too strict. Just cram a bit, and ITLL be good enough. Oh, Yusheng could only steel herself and go for it. Su-yi took a sip of her milk tea and added, "There's a rehearsal Sunday afternoon, so we actually only have a day and a half to practice." Oh, surprisingly Yusheng felt it was okay, or at least the rehearsal would let her get familiar with the stage. "If you have a piece you want to play you can tell me. We can still change it tomorrow morning." The piece Su-yi had settled on with her original partner would be difficult for Yusheng's level. She would struggle, so Su-yi didn't say it too bluntly. "Oh, don't just keep saying oh." "Oh, okay." Su-yi suspected Yusheng had gone dumb. After finishing her milk tea, she left first, saying she needed to arrange the practice room. Yusheng looked at the sticky note on the table, searched for the number on an app for stealing energy, and transferred back the money for the snacks. She hoped that when the other party saw the transfer account's gender marked as male, they wouldn't be too surprised. Of course, it would be best if it wasn't an expression of delight either. After finishing the transfer and her milk tea, Yusheng went straight back to the dormitory. Zhao Hengyu and Gushun had just finished a game and were on the settlement screen. Seeing her return, Zhao Hengyu immediately started shouting, basically complaining that Ji Gu played badly and calling her to join the game. Gushun also responded indignantly, angrily blasting Zhao Hengyu for having negative records for 3 consecutive rounds. It was clear who was dragging whom down. Yusheng was in no mood for gaming. She casually placed the snack bag on her desk and called out, "Take a break, everyone. Come have some snacks." Hearing that the two noticed Yusheng had brought a bag of snacks and came over, Zhao Hengyu unceremoniously grabbed a bag of chips and asked while eating, "Did something good happen tonight? You seem so happy." Gushun guessed. "Did you find money?" No, looking at you you're even more excited than finding money. "Did some pretty girl confess to you? By the way, Yusheng, you missed out big time by not walking with us. We ran into School Beauty Sue on the way. School Beauty's aura, her figure, her looks. They're simply unbeatable." Mentioning a beautiful girl, Gushun's attention was instantly diverted without Yusheng needing to explain. "We've run into her before, haven't we?" Yusheng expressed confusion. "Why haven't I seen you this excited?" "Gushun, before we were far away, like 1,000 miles apart. This time we brushed shoulders." "What's the difference?" "Big difference. When it's too far I can't see clearly." Yusheng had nothing to say. She remembered that Gushun had mild myopia and usually didn't like wearing glasses, claiming that it gave a natural beauty filter effect, making the girls on the street look more numerous. Zhao Hengyu was much calmer than Gushun, but he also gave his opinion. "Su-yi is even more beautiful in person than in photos. So did you go up and ask for her WeChat?" Yusheng's lips curled up as she was deliberately asking this. "How would I dare?" Gushun sighed. "School Beauty Sue is notoriously aloof. If I got rejected publicly, how embarrassing would that be? Plenty of people have been rejected. You wouldn't be the first." Yusheng shook her head slightly. "You talk big usually, but when it actually happens you chicken out." "That's different," Gushun retorted. "School Beauty Sue is like a star in the sky. You can only admire from afar, not desecrate. If you met her, would you dare to ask for her WeChat?" "I wouldn't dare either." Yusheng couldn't hide her smile. She wouldn't dare ask, but Su-yi would dare to give. Both of these guys were going to the welcome party to watch the fun. She wondered what their expressions would be when they discovered that she and Su-yi were performing together on stage. Yusheng now had a feeling that she was about to remain obscure until one day she shocked the world. "Since you don't dare, either why are you laughing at me? Don't talk while eating or sleeping. Just go eat." With that, Yusheng pressed her legs together and headed toward the bathroom. She didn't know if it was because she had become a girl, but her ability to hold her urine was nowhere near as good as before. Just a cup of milk tea earlier had only given her a slight urge to pee, but now she felt an urgent need. Entering the bathroom and closing the door, Yusheng prepared to draw her gun and shoot. But when she reached down, she found nothing. As a biological female, she obviously couldn't urinate standing up. Yusheng began to miss little Yusheng. Being a girl was such a hassle. Being a boy was better. You could just stand and solve it. After urinating, Yusheng realized an important problem. She hadn't brought toilet paper. As everyone knows, if you don't hide paper, it disappears without a word. Therefore, there was no paper in the bathroom at all. Yusheng reached into her pocket, hoping to find a forgotten tissue. However, instead of a tissue, she found a sticky note. She had casually put it back in her pocket after Su-yi took it out earlier. Looking at the elegant handwriting on it, Yusheng fell silent. Not wasted after all. After coming out of the bathroom, Yusheng climbed onto the bed and lay face down on the soft blanket. Zhao Hengyu was now battling in the canyon with Gushun again. Hearing the sound, he turned to look. He saw Yusheng lying motionless on the bed like a statue. He asked, "Yusheng, get on and play a couple of rounds." "I'm tired. You guys play." Yusheng took out her phone and found a message from Su-yi a few minutes ago. "Su-yi, I've found a practice room. It belongs to a piano major student. Su-yi, she's not on campus this weekend, so we can secretly borrow it. Su-yi, room 312 in the art building." Yusheng, okay. Su-yi quickly replied. Su-yi, is 8 a.m. okay. Should we postpone a bit? Yusheng, no problem. Yusheng thought to herself, just treat it as an early morning class at 8. Su-e, see you tomorrow then. Yusheng, see you tomorrow. Yusheng wanted to ask why Su-e didn't find a piano major classmate, but in the end she didn't voice it. Perhaps piano majors all had strict schedules and couldn't spare time to prepare and participate in the welcome party. At the same time, she was also somewhat surprised by Su-e's efficiency. It had only been about half an hour and Su-e had not only found a practice room, but a private one at that. The school's practice rooms, whether individual or public, had usage and opening hour restrictions, whereas private practice rooms were relatively flexible and autonomous with soundproofing and privacy more conducive to focused practice. Yusheng logged out of WeChat, thought for a moment, then opened it again and clicked on Su-e's Moments to take a little peek. Su-e's most recent post was from the start of the semester. A photo of the school gate taken from a low angle looking up with the sky as the background. The caption was just 3 words: school starts. Apart from some student council promotional posts, Su-e posted on Moments very infrequently, sometimes not even once for several months. The content was mostly about food and fun, no selfies, no poetic captions, and certainly no clips of her playing the piano. There were only posts about a certain shop on the off-campus snack street, a pizza delivery ordered on a weekend, a new stall in the school cafeteria, the succulents grown on the dorm balcony, going out with roommates gatherings. These contents were full of the flavor of daily life. No wonder there had never been any rumors on the campus wall or forums about Su-e playing the piano. Yusheng was engrossed in browsing when Gushin suddenly grabbed the bed railing and poked his head out. What are you sneakily looking at? You're not even playing sound. Suspicious. Yusheng shot Gushin a glance and shielded her phone to her chest. Just go play your game properly. Isn't doing other things mid-game just letting your teammates down? Exactly, don't just AFK under the tower. Zhao Hongyu yelled at the right moment. Alright, I'm coming. Unable to see Yusheng's phone screen, Gushin had to give up. Before jumping off the chair, he couldn't help adding mischievously. Be moderate, take care of your health. On Saturday the sun rose as usual. Yet the once proud little Yusheng had lost contact, no longer able to hold her head high. On regular weekends Yusheng would choose to sleep in until noon, but today she arrived at the art building before 8 o'clock. This was Yusheng's first time setting foot in the art building. The hallway walls were adorned with many framed paintings and photographic works. Gazing at the various artworks and famous quotes on the walls, she felt like a country bumpkin entering a big city. Going up to the 3rd floor, Yusheng spotted from afar a petite girl squatting in front of what seemed to be practice room 312. As she drew closer, she could make out the girl's features. The young lady had shoulder-length hair, long eyelashes, and a slightly chubby face that looked quite adorable. She was currently taking small bites of a steamed bun. Yusheng glanced at the sign on the door, confirming it was indeed room 312. Catching Yusheng's puzzled look, the girl quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and asked, Yusheng, yes, do you know me? Ibao mentioned your name last night. Ibao? You mean Su-e? Yusheng asked again. The girl nodded emphatically. It's her. Then where is she? Yusheng pointed at the slightly ajar door. She went to the restroom. You can go in first, the door is already open. Oh. Without further ado, Yusheng pushed open the door to the piano room. The entire piano room was about 8 square meters, not cramped. In the corner stood a black upright piano with a stack of sheet music on its lid, its body gleaming like a mirror. The walls were covered with sticky notes filled with the room owner's schedule. Yusheng stood and casually played a few notes just to get a feel for it. The system's bestowed elementary performance level was quite solid. She could rely on the extra experience to play fluently. Just last night, she was still a novice who barely understood music theory. This feeling of becoming powerful without any effort was truly delightful. Yusheng suddenly felt that if the price of soaring to greatness was becoming a girl, then it wasn't unacceptable. She didn't have to wait long as Su-e and the young girl soon entered the piano room together. Su-e was wearing a solid-colored blouse today, paired with high-waisted straight-leg pants. The hem of her blouse was tucked into her waistband, accentuating her slender waistline, making her look capable and sharp. As Yusheng marveled inwardly, Su-e gestured with her palm outward toward the girl and introduced her to Yusheng. This is my roommate Chin Yushu. She insisted on coming to join the fun. Ooh, I really couldn't stop her. What do you mean join the fun? Chin Yushu placed her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. I'm here to cheer you on, okay? Just don't cause trouble, Su-e said with exasperation, then turned to Yusheng. Any ideas on what piece to play? No. Yusheng felt deeply embarrassed. She had been so focused on practicing the piano that she had completely forgotten about this. Choosing a piece for the welcome party was an art. First, the piece couldn't be too long or it had to fit the time limit of the party program, otherwise they'd have to play excerpts. Second, the piece itself couldn't be too classical or obscure, otherwise it would only raise the threshold for appreciation and risk a cold reception. Additionally, if they wanted to play it safe, they shouldn't pick a technically flashy piece. Why don't you play Croatian Rhapsody? Chin Yushu suddenly suggested. That piece is so fiery, it'll definitely get the atmosphere going at the scene. I don't know how. Yusheng said, scratching her head. Croatian Rhapsody was far beyond the reach of her mere half-step, 5th grade level. Ignoring Chen Yushu, Su-yi said, how about Mariage d'Amour? It's of moderate difficulty and a well-known piece. That's too common, no novelty at all. Chen Yushu interjected again. Shut up. Su-yi scolded, and Chen Yushu shrank her neck, not daring to speak again. Okay. Yusheng was concise. She didn't care what piece they played, as she mainly wanted to try out her newly acquired skill. Seeing that Yusheng had no objections, Su-yi sat on the piano bench and casually asked, have you practiced the forehand version? Su-yi's original intention was a dual piano performance where each would practice separately and then play in sync at the time. But if Yusheng knew the forehand version, they could practice coordination, which would at least show some effort for the program. Forehand playing meant two people collaborating on the same piano. Yusheng naturally knew it, and she replied, yes, I have. Then we can try the forehand version. If we coordinate well, at least no one can say it lacks novelty. Chen Yushu. Good. Yusheng nodded, and also sat down on the piano bench, though having Su-yi beside her gave her an odd feeling. Watching from the side, Chen Yushu couldn't hold back again, and spoke up, Yusheng, are you shy? No, I'm not, Yusheng insisted stubbornly. Then do you have a problem with Yi Bao? No, I don't. Then why are you sitting so far from her? Chen Yushu looked disdainful. If you move out any further, your butt will be hanging in the air. Embarrassed, Yusheng moved a bit closer. A little more, Su-yi said softly. Yusheng shifted inward again. Still not enough. Yusheng moved even closer, her shoulder almost touching Su-yi's. At such close proximity, she could even detect a faint subtle fragrance from Su-yi. Yusheng's breathing became cautious. Su-yi, however, was very calm, her face betraying no change in emotion. Hey. Chen Yushu, who had been all smiles and urging them closer, was dumbfounded. Why are you two sticking so close? The distance between Yusheng and Su-yi was close enough to whisper secrets. Forehand playing requires being close, Su-yi explained. It's easier to coordinate that way. Yusheng remained silent, staring at the black and white keys, thinking to herself, what piano keys these are. Chen Yushu crossed her arms and pouted, a man and a woman so close together, what a disgrace. Su-yi shot Chen Yushu a glare. Shushu, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yushu quickly caved, waving her hand. You play out if you need help, I'm on standby. Without wasting time, Yusheng sat on the left to handle the accompaniment, while Su-yi on the right took the lead melody. They first practiced their respective parts individually, then began attempting to play together. Using a metronome as an aid, they played at a very slow tempo to familiarize themselves with each other's playing dynamics and rhythm. Since some of the keys they used were close together, their hands occasionally bumped into each other near middle C during the initial unfamiliar coordination. Is this tempo okay? Su-yi asked Yusheng. It's fine. There's a rehearsal tomorrow afternoon, so time is tight. Let's first get the core sections down smoothly to ensure overall fluency. Okay, Yusheng agreed. Then Su-yi had Chen Yushu use her phone to record their piano playing process, making it easier for them to review, identify problems, and make improvements. They practiced with breaks in between, and the morning passed by unnoticed. Their coordination was indeed improving. Su-yi, being more skilled, managed to adapt and accommodate Yusheng's playing rhythm and dynamics to a certain extent. After they played through one more time, Chen Yushu put away her phone, rubbed her sore arms, and wailed, I'm so tired and hungry. Let's go have lunch first. Lunch was taken at the central canteen in the teaching area. The food there was quite good, and many students came to eat, even on weekends, so it wasn't deserted. Su-yi and Chen Yushu sat opposite each other, while Yusheng sat to Su-yi's left. The three ate in silence, none speaking, with only the chatter of fellow students echoing around them. It felt strange. After all, Yusheng had only just met the other two. They were collaborators, paid ones at that, and barely even friends. Yet having practiced piano together in the mornings, separating for lunch would seem too distant, but eating together left them with little to talk about. Chen Yushu appeared to have something on her mind, perhaps wanting to speak to Su-yi, but she swallowed her words when she saw Yusheng present. Thus, after a wave of mutual flattery about each other's piano skills, a quiet atmosphere settled. Yusheng didn't bother with much else, she just buried her head and focused on eating. She couldn't claim to be a gourmand, but she was always eager to eat. Even the heavy blow of becoming a girl hadn't affected her appetite for food yesterday. Breakfast was an exception. Perhaps feeling the silence was too heavy, Su-yi's gaze fell on Yusheng, and she said, Let's go try on our performance costumes later to see if they fit. If there's anything unsuitable, we can still make changes in time. Su-yi had already tried on her performance dress. She said this mainly for Yusheng's sake. Yusheng's shoulders were somewhat slender, and she worried that the suit's shoulder width might not fit her well. Okay, Yusheng replied, her mouth full of food, her voice muffled. In truth, she was also uncertain. For male pianists, it was just suits and tuxedos, but would she look good in them now? The student union storage room had plenty of performance costumes, but after lunch the three didn't go to the administration building where the union was housed. Instead, they returned to the art building. On the first floor of the art building was a dressing room converted from a dance studio with dresses and suits on racks, saving them the trouble of running between the two buildings. The dressing room was empty. As soon as she entered, Chun Yushu rushed excitedly to the racks, her eyes full of anticipation. She had never seen Sui in a dress. Yusheng, how tall are you? Chun Yushu fiddled with the suits on the rack, seemingly selecting a size suitable for Yusheng. 167, Yusheng replied, a bit embarrassed. For a girl, this height was passable, but unfortunately, though she now had a female body, she still harbored a male heart. You're not as tall as Ibao, Chun Yushu said, her gaze sweeping over the row of suits. It was obvious to the naked eye, so why emphasize it? Yusheng looked at Chun Yushu, who was probably not even 160 centimeters, feeling indignant. Little lowly, so rude. Try these two first, Chun Yushu said, taking down a size 165 and a size 170, handing them to Yusheng. Then Chun Yushu looked at Sui with pleading eyes. Ibao, you should also quickly change into your dress and try it on. I've already tried it on, so no need, Sui refused with a smile. Please, just wear it once more. Chun Yushu refused to give up and pounced on Sui. She wrapped her arms around Sui's waist, snuggling into her embrace like a kitten, repeatedly saying things like, please, I beg you, okay. Yusheng was almost dumbfounded on the sidelines, as she felt she could never utter such coquettish words in her lifetime. Are all interactions between girls so intimate? Why does this feel a bit exciting? Alright, if you want to act spoiled, go find Changqing. Sui remained unmoved, gently pushing Chun Yushu away, and looked at Yusheng. Do you want me to get you a shirt? That way the overall effect will be more intuitive. Yusheng collected her thoughts, held the two suits up in front of her, and her expression instantly dimmed. No need, it seems there's no point in trying them on. The size 170 suit had shoulders too broad, making her figure appear petite. The sleeves were a bit long, and the hem covered her hips. As for the size 165, though it was a size smaller, the sleeves and length were still a bit loose, just not as exaggerated. Clearly this wouldn't do for a stage performance. Sui looked at this scene thoughtfully. She had expected Yusheng's suit might not fit, but she hadn't imagined it would be this bad. The mismatch was visible even before actually putting it on. Sui pondered, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if we switch to a women's suit? Would that be better? Women's suit. Yusheng repeated the words and immediately realized that was just women's clothing. She was going to perform on stage, and if any acquaintances saw her, it would be a massive social death scene. She could already guess what those two Zhao Hongyu and Gushin would say. Probably something like, his mouth says no, but his body is honest, and so on. Yusheng quickly declined, but there don't seem to be any women's suits here. Actually, there were women's suits in the dressing room, just not many on the racks. They had all been taken, but there were still some in the wardrobe. But Sui caught the implication in Yusheng's words, and she didn't press. After thinking, she said, then what should we do? How about we all wear casual clothes? It's not a very formal occasion anyway. That works too, casual clothes are more comfortable. Yusheng readily agreed. The two had settled it, but Chun Yushu was unhappy, muttering, how can you do this? What's wrong now? Sui asked her. Performing on stage should be in formal attire, otherwise it's disrespectful to the stage and the audience. It's just a welcome party, not as serious as you make it sound. It is. As the two were bickering, the dressing room door opened, and a girl with big wavy hair walked in. Chingching, why are you in the dressing room too? Sui looked at the newcomer and introduced her to Yusheng. Yusheng learned that the girl was Lu Xiqing, Sui's roommate, and also the vice president of the student union. This was the first time Yusheng matched a name and face of a student union member other than Sui. After all, the student union changed members frequently, and she usually couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Lu Xiqing looked at them and said with a smile, tomorrow is the welcome party, so I came to check if the makeup supplies are complete. What are you guys talking about? Chun Yushu stepped forward, getting closer, and tattled, Sister Chung Yibao, as a representative of the student union, actually wants to wear casual clothes on stage. Casual clothes are fine, Lu Xiqing replied somewhat dismissively. It doesn't matter. With that, her gaze locked onto Yusheng. She knew this was the pretty boy who could play the piano that Sui had mentioned. Such a face. Lu Xiqing pointed at Yusheng, changed the subject, and teased, but the prerequisite is that he puts on a women's dress for me to see. Yusheng. Women's formal attire primarily consists of dresses, and Lu Xiqing's intention was crystal clear. She wanted Yusheng to wear a dress. In other words, cross-dressing. Yusheng felt utterly speechless. Who makes such a request right off the bat? Even if she didn't have to wear it on stage, she absolutely could not accept it. Sui was also curious about how Yusheng would look in a dress, but seeing her troubled expression, she came to her aid. Stop messing around, Changqing. It's so awkward to make a boy wear a dress. She deliberately emphasized the word boy. Exactly, Yusheng quickly agreed. Then you two should perform in formal suits. Formal attire is fine, Lu Xiqing said with a smile. Although she was the vice president of the student council, she couldn't force members to wear specific outfits for the gala. However, insisting on standard formal wear gave her request some legitimacy. Formal suits won't fit Yusheng properly, Sui interjected again. Chun Yushu glanced at the group, seeming to ponder something, then suddenly whispered encouragingly, Yusheng, just give it a try. A dress would suit you perfectly. You'd look amazing in it. Yu Sheng's face darkened with exasperation. Chen Yushu had been adamant about Su-yi wearing a dress earlier, but now that she had the chance, she was backing off. This girl looked innocent and adorable. How could she have such a twisted taste? With that thought, Yu Sheng subtly moved a step closer to Su-yi and firmly refused. No way. I'm not wearing women's clothes. Give it up. But Chen Yushu persisted, continuing to coax. Wearing women's clothes isn't a big deal. Times have changed. Look at all those pretty cross-dressers on short videos. Yu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. Was that how you persuade someone? Lu Ziqing, seeing Yu Sheng fall silent, wondered if she was actually considering it, and decided to push a little. What if Yu Sheng secretly enjoyed this, but was too shy to admit it? Think it over. If you agree, I'll help you with a favor within my power. A favor? What favor could I possibly need? Yu Sheng was about to refuse when something struck her, and she swallowed her words. She might actually need a favor. Given her current identity as a girl, she certainly couldn't stay in the dormitory long term, and would have to move out sooner or later. But she faced a small dilemma. Applying for off-campus housing required parental consent. Yu Sheng didn't know how to explain her reasons for wanting to live off-campus to her parents, nor was she ready to confess the truth about becoming a girl. The school's approval process was strict, and forging a consent letter would likely fail. Sneaking out wasn't a big issue. Aside from strict room checks for freshmen, upperclassmen were rarely inspected, and occasional checks could be handled by her roommates. But since Lu Ziqing offered to help, why not ask her to use her authority as vice president to make sure the room inspectors turned a blind eye? That would be much safer. Anything. Even regarding room inspections. Yu Sheng asked for confirmation. Lu Ziqing sensed an opportunity and replied, "Yes, I keep my word." Yu Sheng was torn, as if two little figures were fiercely battling inside her. One said, "Absolutely no cross-dressing. It's too embarrassing." The other reminded her, "But if you get Lu Ziqing's help, the off-campus housing problem will be solved." As Yu Sheng hesitated, the system suddenly kicked in. "Don't waver, host. Let me make the decision for you, hehe. System mission released. Please choose one of the following tasks to complete. Task 1, wear a dress and show it to Zhaoheng Yu Gushun and Shun Luchuan. Task 2, wear a dress and show it to Su-yi Chen Yushu and Lu Ziqing. Time limit 1 day. Failure results in forced execution of Task 1. Completion reward 2,000 yuan for rental funds. Did I even have a choice? It seemed like options, but it was really a single choice. After grumbling, Yu Sheng looked at the last line on the mission panel and asked, "What does rental funds mean? Are you going to pay my future rent system?" "Yes, but this money can only be used for rent." "System, you finally did something useful," Yu Sheng praised. "Remember to give more rewards like this in the future." 200,000 was no small amount. Even if it could only be used for rent, it would still be incredibly helpful. Plus, spending the system's money to handle her own affairs gave her a sneaky sense of gaining an advantage. Seeing Yu Sheng still deliberating, Lu Ziqing remained patient, but Chen Yushu grew anxious and said in a coaxing tone, "Oh, don't be so stubborn. Just wear it once. It won't kill you." "Easy for you to say," Yu Sheng feigned anger. "If anyone sees me, how can I show my face again?" Lu Ziqing immediately caught the implication and quickly walked to the dressing room door, locking it. She turned back and smiled at Yu Sheng. "Feeling safer now? No one else will see. Why are you so skilled at this?" Yu Sheng couldn't help but hold her forehead. After a long pause, she finally forced out the words, "Then, which one should I wear?" Even with the system's reward, she still felt like a duck being driven to the slaughter. Hearing this, Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu quickly rushed to the clothing rack, excitedly starting to pick, afraid Yu Sheng might back out. They held up one dress to compare, then another to examine. "How about this pink one? It'd be so cute." Chen Yushu picked up a pink gown. Lu Ziqing shook her head. "Too youthful. It might look odd on Yu Sheng. I think this black one is nice, simple, elegant, and full of class." While Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu argued over the choice, Su-yi gently patted Yu Sheng's shoulder and asked curiously, "What's worth such a big sacrifice?" "Something important," Yu Sheng couldn't explain. Su-yi didn't press further. "They're just bored. If you don't want to wear it, just say so. It's not like you have to do this to get help." Boo-hoo. Yu Sheng felt Su-yi was like a little angel. Unfortunately, she had no choice. "Forget it," Yu Sheng shook her head with a bitter smile. In the end, Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu chose a white knee-length dress with an elegant hemline, looking absolutely beautiful. More importantly, the dress had no bulge at the chest, perfect for Yu Sheng's flat figure. "This one. Go change quickly." Chen Yushu handed the dress to Yu Sheng and urged her. Yu Sheng took the white dress and slowly walked toward the changing room, her steps as heavy as if filled with lead. Entering the changing room and locking the door, she took a deep breath. How did things end up like this? Embarrassment often accompanies awkwardness, and Yu Sheng longed to flee, yet could not escape the confines of this small changing room. "Yu Sheng, are you not ready yet?" a voice called from outside. Yu Sheng gazed at the straps in her hands, feeling the bareness of her back, and could not help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. She simply could not manage it. No matter how many times she tried, she failed to thread the straps through the tiny loops on the back of the gown. Who on earth had devised such a genius design, utterly disregarding the trouble it would cause the wearer? After a moment to steady herself, she spoke with resignation. I'm not done yet. I can't figure out this dress. The straps won't go through the loops at the back. Let me help you, Su-yi offered, beating Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing to the suggestion. It's indeed hard to tie the laces alone. All right. Yusheng had no other choice. Unable to tie it herself, she had to rely on someone else. I can help too, Chen Yushu chimed in, belatedly volunteering eagerly. Yet Yusheng did not respond, merely opening the door a crack to let Su-yi slip inside. Between two evils, she chose the lesser. Being seen by two people versus one, the latter was clearly preferable. Chen Yushu, having failed to catch a glimpse of Yusheng in the gown, pouted in discontent. Lu Xiqing, however, remained composed, showing no such eagerness. Inside the changing room, Su-yi gazed at Yusheng, momentarily lost in thought. The form-fitting gown accentuated Yusheng's silhouette. Her slender waist, the faint hint of her collarbone, and the smooth, well-proportioned legs beneath the hem were all strikingly captivating. Though Yusheng's face was flushed with shyness and embarrassment, Su-yi found her exquisitely charming. Su-yi's heart quickened unbidden, as she had never imagined a boy could look so stunning in women's attire. Feeling self-conscious under Su-yi's gaze, Yusheng handed over the straps and said, I'm sorry for the trouble. I just can't manage it. With that, she turned around, presenting her back to Su-yi. With the straps still untied, a large expanse of her fair, smooth skin was fully exposed. It's no trouble at all. It's perfectly normal that you can't wear this kind of dress. Su-yi steadied herself, transferring the straps from her left hand to her right, and began to tie them from top to bottom. Her fingers occasionally brushed against Yusheng's back, light as a feather, sending a tingling sensation through her. Yusheng lowered her gaze, a faint blush creeping to the tips of her ears, wishing she could disappear into the ground. As the straps passed through the final loop, her figure became even more pronounced. Su-yi tied the remaining straps into a bow, tucking it into the gown, and whispered, It's done. Oh, thank you. Turn around. Huh. Do as I say. All right. Bewildered, Yusheng complied, spinning once, her skirt rippling like waves. Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. You're all set. Brace yourself to face them. Click. Su-yi opened the door and stepped out, then gently closed it to give Yusheng a moment to compose herself. Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing both instinctively slowed their breathing, their eyes fixed on the doorway. Both were eager to see Yusheng in the gown. With a face like hers, she would look stunning in anything. After about 10 seconds, a delicate hand grasped the doorframe, followed by half a figure emerging. The white gown was finally revealed. Yusheng peeked out from behind the door, her lips pressed together, a shy smile on her face. Her willow-like brows framed eyes that darted away like a startled fawn, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. The gown's tailored waist accentuated her slender, flawless midsection. Her legs beneath the skirt were as fair as jade, seeming to emit a soft glow under the light. Chen Yushu's mouth fell open as she exclaimed excitedly, Yusheng, you look absolutely perfect in this. Why not change your shoes too? Yusheng was still wearing sneakers, which clashed horribly with the gown. Better skip the shoes. Yusheng probably can't wear them, Su-yi advised. The high heels with wraparound straps that matched the dress would likely make walking a challenge for her. Then take off the sneakers, Lu Xiqing said, raising an eyebrow. Otherwise it ruins the whole aesthetic. Yusheng clutched the hem of her skirt, feeling like a lamb surrounded by wolves, with no choice but to obey. Docilely she removed her shoes, her sock-clad toes digging into the floor as if trying to carve out a hiding place. So humiliating, unbearably so. That looks much better, though it's a bit flat, Lu Xiqing remarked, eyeing Yusheng. Let's add a wig. What? Yusheng blurted out. No one had mentioned all these extras at the start. Why are you still standing there? Do you need me to carry you to the chair? Lu Xiqing's playful side emerged. The help Yusheng had requested pertained to dormitory inspections, likely involving bending the rules. Given the risk Lu Xiqing would take, she intended to make the most of this opportunity. No need. Barefoot, Yusheng hurried over to the chair and sat down silently, vowing to refuse any further demands outright. Such encroaching behavior must be nipped in the bud. How else could she maintain control? Lu Xiqing pulled a glossy jet-black wig from the prop box, combing through its strands with her fingers. This wig is of good quality. It'll look great on you. As she spoke, she secured Yusheng's hair with a hairnet, then gently placed the wig on her head. Perfect. Lu Xiqing pressed a hand to her chest, teasing, my heart is racing. Want to feel it? No, Yusheng replied, leaning away as Lu Xiqing reached for her hand. Watching Yusheng's bashful reaction, Su-yi suddenly understood why some boys enjoyed teasing girls. Lu Xiqing seemed pleased with Yusheng's response, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she withdrew her hand. Yusheng wondered, is it really that dramatic? She had avoided the mirror until now, too embarrassed to face herself, but curiosity stirred. Lifting her gaze to the mirror, she froze. The reflection showed her with hair cascading like a waterfall, brows like distant mountains, clad in a light, lustrous white gown. Even sitting still, she exuded a subtle elegance. If her short hair had given her a boyish air obscuring her true gender, the long hair now radiated unmistakable feminine charm. The combination of gown and wig had such a transformative effect. Yusheng felt that if she were paraded before her roommates, they might not even recognize her. "Look at the camera, Yusheng." Just as she was lost in thought, Shin Yushu pulled out her phone and aimed it at her. No, you can't take that." Yusheng snapped back to reality, hastily reaching out to block the lens. "If this got out, how would it be any different from being exposed in public?" "Oh, relax, I promise I won't share it," Shin Yushu swore earnestly. "Still no? Delete it." Yusheng felt Shin Yushu was acting like a scoundrel, coaxing his girlfriend into filming a private video. She claimed she wouldn't leak it, but by the next day, she might be showing it off to her friends. Shin Yushu sat in the chair next to her. Yusheng tried to snatch the phone, but Shin Yushu leaned back, leaving her grasping at air. "Alright, I was just kidding. I didn't actually take a picture." Shin Yushu covered her mouth with a giggle, turning the phone toward Yusheng. To reassure her, she scrolled through the photo album, showing only pictures of Lute Xiqing. There were indeed no shots of her. Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief, silently appreciating Su-Yi's thoughtfulness. She had never teased her once. While the others were focused on Shin Yushu, Su-Yi pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Yusheng. After being watched like a spectacle for a while, Yusheng finally managed to change back into her own clothes. Of course, it was Su-Yi who helped her undo the ribbons of the dress. Lute Xiqing, true to her promise, asked Yusheng if she wanted a special privilege for returning late at night. To her surprise, Yusheng replied, "No, I'm moving off campus in a couple of days, and the dorm inspection issue is quite troublesome." Lute Xiqing was taken aback. This was even more extreme than coming back late. Su-Yi, puzzled, thought Yusheng wasn't a freshman, so moving out didn't need to be so secretive, and said, "You could apply for off-campus residence." Yusheng said, "Keeping the bed is still useful." "Alright." Lute Xiqing didn't refuse, as both matters were similar to handle. "If you get caught, you can't rat me out." After settling it, Yusheng told Lute Xiqing where her dorm was, and returned to the practice room, with Su-Yi to play the piano. Shin Yushu wanted to follow, but Lute Xiqing stopped her. "You're not performing, so stay and help me." "Su-Yi always helps me, but it's time you were more diligent." "Off." Shin Yushu dragged out the syllable, reluctant. "What? You always slack off when I ask for help. If you hadn't wanted to see Yusheng in that dress, why would I have taken that risk?" "How is it that I wanted to see?" Shin Yushu retorted defiantly. "It was Yucheng Jie who made him wear it. I was just teasing him." Lute Xiqing shot a sidelong glance at Shin Yushu. "If you didn't want to see, why did you push Yusheng so eagerly?" "I was just backing you up, Xing Jie," Shin Yushu said. "Then help me check the cosmetics now. If that dress isn't dirty, hang it back up with a wide-shouldered hanger so it doesn't get damaged. Someone will come to collect it tonight." Oh. Yusheng and Su-Yi practiced the piano all afternoon, taking a break for dinner. Su-Yi was fairly satisfied with their current level of coordination. She wasn't a perfectionist, if for a relatively informal event like the welcome party, playing the piece smoothly was enough. At 7 in the evening, as the lights came on, Su-Yi said, "Let's stop here for the night. We're making good progress. A bit more practice tomorrow morning should be enough." She noticed that Yusheng's fatigue had been showing since the afternoon. She figured that Yusheng usually slept in on weekends, and the intense practice today had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. Naturally, she couldn't bear to make Yusheng push through anymore. "Alright," Yusheng nodded. Excluding meal and rest breaks, they had practiced for a solid 7 hours today. This was already professional-level high-intensity training. Any more would strain their fingers. As they left the practice room, Su-Yi locked the door and asked, "What are you planning to do now?" "Head straight back to the dorm." "Pretty much," Yusheng replied thoughtfully. "He'll grab a bubble tea and go back." Su-Yi's eyes lit up. "I was about to go too. Let me treat you." "Treat me?" Yusheng was a bit surprised. Su-Yi had already offered to buy dinner yesterday, and getting a free bubble tea today would be embarrassing. She demurred. "No need, let's just pay separately." "Why be so formal?" Su-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Think of it as compensation for practicing the forehand piano piece with me. Practicing forehand pieces is usually more tiring than solo." Seeing Yusheng hesitate, she added, "It's just a cup of tea, nothing expensive." "Alright." With that said, Yusheng relented. "They'll treat you another time. No need to return the favor. Just wear a dress for me again sometime." Better not. Just kidding. Same shop near the sports field. The campus wasn't large. A quick walk around took about an hour. Under the moonlight, Yusheng and Su-Yi headed toward the sports field, and soon reached the tea shop. Su-Yi glanced at the crowd gathered at the entrance, then looked at Yusheng, asking, "What would you like to drink?" Yusheng had no particular preference for bubble tea, and found it hard to decide, so she simply replied, "You decide." How about red bean milk tea? Haven't had it in a while." "Sounds fine." Without further ado, Su-Yi took out her phone to scan the code and placed the order. After ordering, Su-Yi noticed Yusheng gazing thoughtfully toward the sports field, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Wasn't someone making a public confession there last night? I was wondering if he'd do it again today." "You mean Lu Wenhao?" Su-Yi said knowingly. "He confessed after evening class yesterday. Today's the weekend, so the timing is uncertain. Do you know who he's pursuing? Yusheng turned to Su-yi and asked casually. Su-yi stood just behind her, their shoulders slightly offset. Truth be told, Su-yi's tall figure, stunning looks, and good proportions made her stand out in the crowd. Why so curious about who he's pursuing? Worried he might be confessing to your girlfriend? Su-yi teased. No, I don't even know who he's confessing to, and I don't have a girlfriend. I see. So what kind of person do you think the girl Lu Wenhao is pursuing is? Yusheng analyzed seriously. Lu Wenhao isn't bad-looking, and is good at badminton, so the girl he's after must be impressive too. More specifically, like pretty academically excellent or talented in some way. Yusheng scratched her head, unable to think of more. I know who he confessed to, Su-yi said, looking like she was trying not to laugh. Who? Yusheng's face showed curiosity. Indeed, girls were always quick with gossip. It's not right to pry into privacy. The girl doesn't want to show herself, so I can't say. Su-yi played coy. But if you cooperate well with me on the performance, I might consider telling you. Alright. Yusheng had no choice. Though a bit disappointed, at least there was something to look forward to. Soon the tea was ready. Iced drinks. Su-yi handed one cup to Yusheng. Having practiced piano all day, neither felt like sitting down, so they decided to take the tea back to their dorms. The dormitory buildings at Ganju University were arranged in a semi-enclosed layout with a main hall connecting two dorm buildings on the left and right, forming a shape with three main structures. Directly opposite each male dorm hall was a female one, separated only by an asphalt road. Yusheng was in Building 8, Su-yi in Building 9, and their dorm halls faced each other. The two walked together to the intersection. Should we postpone tomorrow's practice a bit? Su-yi asked. You look pretty tired today. No need, I can handle it. Alright, Su-yi replied, noting Yusheng's surprising drive. They parted ways there. After bidding farewell to Su-yi, Yusheng quickened her pace and returned to the dormitory building. The dorm supervisor was a middle-aged man stationed at the entrance that night. From his gaze, Yusheng could vaguely guess that he likely thought she was a girl. However, although the school didn't allow girls to enter the male dormitory in practice, it was common for student council members to be short-handed and arrange for girls to conduct room checks in the male dorms. The dorm supervisor wouldn't bother verifying everyone's identity either, so Yusheng made it upstairs without trouble. Arriving at room 404, she heard Zhao Hengyu and Guxin duo-queuing and shouting before she even entered. Opening the door to her surprise, Shen Luchuan was also in the dorm. It was truly a rare sight. Usually at this hour, young Master Shen would be strolling with his girlfriend. Not accompanying your girlfriend tonight? Yusheng asked Shen Luchuan with a smile. Can't be glued together every day. Distance creates beauty, right? Shen Luchuan explained briefly. Noticing the milk tea in Yusheng's hand, he asked instead, bought from that shop near the playground. Yes. Did Lu Wenhao confess today? I didn't go to the playground. Yusheng shook her head. He'll check the forum later to find out. Just as Su-yi had said, Lu Wenhao had confessed after evening classes yesterday. Today was the weekend, so who knew what time he'd pick if he wanted to continue. That was also why Yusheng chose not to join in the excitement. Shen Luchuan was just making casual conversation. He nodded and said no more. At that moment, the duo-playing duo finally noticed Yusheng's return. Guxin questioned, Yusheng, where did you go today? You didn't reply to my messages. Guxin was just saying it. He didn't actually insist on knowing where Yusheng had been. Otherwise, he would have added her in the group chat. Sent me a message. When did that happen? Yusheng hadn't used her phone much today, but she had used it and hadn't seen their messages. Just around noon today, Zhao Hengyu said. Even young Master Shen, who was with his wife, replied. His tone carried a hint of reproach, implying that Shen Luchuan didn't let romance hinder friendship, while Yusheng seemed to neglect them. Let me check. Yusheng returned to her seat, took a sip of her milk tea, and looked through her messages. Opening WeChat, she noticed several unread messages. All of them came from a group chat named Dad and his three good sons. Since she had muted notifications, Yusheng hadn't noticed them. Entering the group, she scrolled to the first unread message. Zhao Hengyu, Yusheng, young Master Shen, where did you two go? Guxin, did you two sneak off to have fun without us? Guxin, confess now. Shen Luchuan replied 20 minutes later. Shen Liuchuan, I'm out of town shopping with my wife. Shen Liuchuan, Yusheng isn't with me. Zhao Hengyu, then where is he? Shen Liuchuan, I woke up around 8 in the morning, and he was already gone. Zhao Hengyu, what could he be doing so early? Shen Liuchuan, I'm not sure. Guxin, let's just ask him when he gets back. Young Master Shen, go ahead with your business. The messages were indeed sent around noon, just when Yusheng was being forced into women's clothing. Ahem. Yusheng coughed dryly to cover her embarrassment. I had important business to attend to early this morning. Why do you care so much? What important business is so mysterious? Zhao Hengyu turned to look at Yusheng, his eyes narrowing. In short, it's none of your business. Yusheng, unaware that Zhao Hengyu was staring at her, replied with a resigned tone. Yusheng. Zhao Hengyu called out, stood up, and walked over to Yusheng, his eyes fixed on her. What's wrong? Yusheng felt bewildered. Without answering, Zhao Hengyu reached for the back of Yusheng's neck. Yusheng quickly slapped his hand away, looking wary. What are you doing? This sudden physical contact made her think she might need to bolt out the door. Meanwhile, Gushin, still fighting in the game, glanced at Zhao Hongyu and yelled, "The base is gone. Get back to defend. And you called me a AFK yesterday." However, Zhao Hongyu remained unmoved. With a serious expression, he looked at Yu Sheng and said earnestly, "Don't move. There's something on your neck." Skeptical but curious, Yu Sheng let him reach behind her neck. Then she saw him pull out a long black strand of hair. Zhao Henji's face held a teasing smirk as he asked knowingly, "What's this?" Yu Sheng's wariness turned to shock. Her pupils seemed to tremble. Her hair wasn't that long. This must have been from the wig, or perhaps it was Su Yi's. After all, they had been playing the piano pressed close together all day. "I don't know." Yu Sheng played dumb. How could this guy have such sharp eyes to spot a single strand of hair? After the crystal exploded, Gushin also got up and came over. "What is it?" Zhao Hongyu pinched the strand of hair between his thumb and index finger and showed it to Gushin. "Look, I found it on the back of Yu Sheng's neck." Gushin stared at the hair for a full 2 seconds, then said with feigned indignation, "Damn, Yu Sheng, what the hell did you do? Spill it now. A strand of hair doesn't prove anything." Yu Sheng's tone was weak. "It proves a lot," Zhao Hongyu immediately countered. "Which girl were you with today, eh?" Yu Sheng was waiting to make a stunning debut at the welcome party. Explaining now would ruin everything. "Gushin, silence means admission." Just as Yu Sheng was torn over whether to tell the truth, Zhao Hongyu pointed at the milk tea on the table and said, "I've never seen you drink red bean milk tea before. Did she buy it for you? Tell us who bought it for you." Gushin chimed in like a loyal follower. Both suspected Yu Sheng was hiding something. "I bought it myself," Yu Sheng lied. "I always pick random flavors." "What's the big deal?" Zhao Henji's fabricated detail had in a way hit the mark. "Red beans have a special meaning, you know." Shen Luchuan remained seated, not joining them, but suddenly recited a poem. "Exquisite dice inlaid with red beans, do you know the longing that seeps into the bones? Everyone's learned that, right? And at least you know, gather them plentifully, for this is the most longing." Red beans symbolize longing and love. Zhao Hongyu and Gushin exchanged knowing smiles. "How do you explain that?" "Explain what?" Yu Sheng said helplessly. "You're reading too much into it. Red beans also symbolize friendship. It was just Su Yi's casual gesture. These guys were really overthinking." "Gushin, then tell us honestly, who did you go see today?" "Su Yi. Tisk, forget it, if you want say." Female dormitory room, 520. Su Yi returned to the dormitory sipping milk tea, while Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing were sitting side by side watching a drama. Upon seeing her return, they immediately abandoned the drama and came over. "Su Yi, what do you think of Yu Sheng's effect when dressed in women's clothing? You were defending Yu Sheng at first, but after he put on the dress you didn't seem to stop staring. Yibao, you were sitting so close to Yu Sheng. If he suddenly turned his head, wouldn't he be able to kiss you?" One of them thought Yu Sheng was a cross-dressing master, truly terrifying, while the other finally asked the question she had been holding back during lunch. Su Yi ignored their teasing, glanced around the dormitory, and asked, "Where did Nan Nan go?" Lu Xiqing shrugged. Yu Xiaonan said she's been slack for half a month, and starting today, she's getting back on track to study at the library. "I see." Su Yi understood. Yu Xiaonan was a quiet girl, good at studying, and a relentless overachiever. What she meant by getting back on track was leaving the dormitory early in the morning to study at the library, and returning just before the dormitory gate closed at night. All in all, most of the time the dormitory was just a place for her to sleep. "Yibao, are you going to practice piano tomorrow?" Chen Yushu asked. "Of course, tomorrow afternoon. I still." Su Yi stopped mid-sentence as if remembering something and asked with a hint of dejection, "Sheng, have you finished your homework?" University homework was usually not much. Some professors didn't even assign any throughout the semester, let alone at the beginning of the semester when the workload was pitifully small. But Su Yi felt a headache coming on when she thought about having to practice piano in the morning, rehearse in the afternoon, and perform in the evening. Although homework didn't necessarily have to be finished by the weekend, she didn't want to pile up this week's assignments to the next. At times like this, only the power of solidarity could be relied upon. "Yibao, I finished my homework. You can copy mine," Chen Yushu said with a grin. Su Yi rolled her eyes at her. "Wait until you've transferred to my major before you say that." In the dormitory, she and Lu Xiqing and Yu Xiaonan were in the same major, while Chen Yushu had been squeezed in from another major to make up a 4-person room. Lu Xiqing returned to her desk, took out 2 or 3 textbooks and exercise books, stacked them together, and handed them to Su Yi. "Yu Xiaonan has already finished hers. You can copy mine, who I copied hers." "Okay." Su Yi didn't reach out to take them, but pointed at the desk, indicating Lu Xiqing to put them on the table. "What are you afraid of?" Lu Xiqing laughed as she put down the textbooks and notebooks. "Your hands are not honest," Su Yi said with feigned disgust. "I've changed," Lu Xiqing said earnestly. "I don't believe you. Really, and if you hold the notebooks yourself, I won't have a chance to succeed anyway." "Smooth talk. How can you say that? You're ignoring the facts." "If I don't care." Su Yi wasn't convinced. She pulled out a chair and sat down, but instead of immediately starting to copy, she played with her phone. "Aren't you going to write now?" Lu Xiqing asked her. Su Yi took a sip of her milk tea and said calmly, "I'm tired. Alright, Lu Ziqing nodded. He had been practicing piano all day, even excluding rest time. It must have been several hours, so it was normal to be tired. However, Chen Yushu misunderstood. She thought He meant mental exhaustion. And the only thing that could exhaust He mentally was that troublesome Lu Wenhao. Chen Yushu felt furious when she thought about how Lu Wenhao had asked someone to find her again yesterday, wanting her to call He to the playground. She had clearly declined on He's behalf. So she said indignantly, Lu Wenhao hasn't given up, yet has he? This guy has absolutely no self-awareness. How can there be such an annoying person? He sighed softly, not knowing why the topic suddenly jumped to this, but still responded. Lu Wenhao thinks highly of himself, he won't give up easily. He had only exchanged a few words with Lu Wenhao while preparing for the school's badminton competition, and then he for some unknown reason suddenly made a public confession. Calling him arrogant wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, since Lu Wenhao didn't name names, he couldn't use the crowd to pressure her, so he simply ignored him the past 2 times. Chen Yushu pouted, had a brainstorm, and suggested, how about you tell him you're a lesbian, Bao? I can reluctantly act along with you, and then Lu Wenhao will back off. No way. Lu Ziqing reached around Chen Yushu's shoulder and pulled her closer. He also slowly looked up and gave Chen Yushu a look as if she were an idiot. Do you think he'll believe that? Why wouldn't he believe? Chen Yushu puffed out her chest in defiance. He shook her head, a bad idea, not reliable. Lu Ziqing stroked Chen Yushu's chin and also started to offer advice. If you ask me, Lu Wenhao is doing this because he thinks you're still single and believes he still has a chance. You can just tell him you have a boyfriend. He said helplessly, suddenly having a boyfriend. Who would believe that? That's easy. Just find someone to act as your boyfriend. Find whom? He pressed. Yeah, find whom? Chen Yushu echoed. Although the school didn't have an officially recognized campus beauty in terms of looks, He was undoubtedly outstanding, and many considered her the campus beauty. But few pursued her, as most were deterred by the icy demeanor she deliberately displayed. Only a few individuals who were confident to the point of arrogance held unrealistic fantasies. He bit her lip, showing a worried expression, and let out a long sigh. Let's talk about this later. The idea of finding someone to act as a boyfriend was absurd, and also a bad idea. Moreover, publicly confessing for several consecutive days on the playground was a disruption to normal teaching order. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Wenhao was, he would have to lie low for a while. SSSSS. A cup of milk tea was quickly finished, and the straw made a sucking sound of air. Yu Sheng stood up and stretched her sore limbs, then walked to the balcony, took down the laundry, and returned to the dormitory. Nothing could relieve fatigue better than a hot shower. On her way to the bathroom, Yu Sheng glanced at the trash can and felt that she had been undone by that single strand of hair today. Lu Ziqing had said the wig was of good quality and shouldn't shed easily, so she had reason to suspect it was Sui's hair. However, she had chosen to tell the truth later, but unexpectedly Ge Shun and the others didn't believe her, so she couldn't be blamed for concealing. Anyway, at the freshman welcome party, everything would be self-evident. Smiling silently, Yu Sheng shuffled into the bathroom in her slippers and stealthily took off her clothes. The bright mirror reflected her charming figure. On Sunday morning, Yu Sheng once again spent her time with Sui in the piano room. This time, however, Chen Yushu was absent throughout, leaving only the 2 of them to play their melodies in quiet serenity. At noon, as the rehearsal before the official performance concluded, Sui called out to Yu Sheng, who was about to leave. In such a hurry for lunch. There's still one more thing to take care of. Yu Sheng paused at the doorway of the piano room. Aside from tonight's welcome party, is there something else? Sui stepped outside, motioned for Yu Sheng to follow, locked the door, and smiled. Come with me. Oh, Yu Sheng had no idea what Sui was up to, so she could only follow along. The 2 exited the arts building and made their way to the administration building. Upon entering the student council office, Yu Sheng spotted Lu Ziqing by the window. As the vice president of the student council, staying in the office during mealtime showed considerable dedication. Noticing the 2 of them, Lu Ziqing casually asked, done practicing? Not going to run through it a few more times? We're just about ready. Over-practicing might backfire. Sui retrieved a form from a desk on the left side of the door and handed it to Yu Sheng. Fill this out. Yu Sheng took it, reading the bold black title at the top word by word, Student Council Recruitment Application Form. Her tone was laced with doubt, as if she had fallen into a trap. You're performing on behalf of the student council, so you need to be a member first, Sui explained. Just fill in the basic info. I won't make you do any work. You might even earn some credits, and you can quit anytime. Is this appropriate? Yu Sheng finally recalled that her performance was indeed under the student council's banner. But no interview, and she was being let in so casually. With Chengqing here, why wouldn't it be? Sui glanced at Lu Ziqing. Just fill it out. Lu Ziqing nodded. She pretty much ran the student council anyway. As for the current president, after National Day, he would step aside and Lu Ziqing would take over the title. This is practically forcing me to use connections. Yu Sheng muttered under her breath. Others would kill for such a chance. Sui handed Yu Sheng a pen. Hurry up. Yu Sheng began to fill in the form, joining the student council in a daze. Here, take this. Su-yi handed Yu Sheng another piece of paper. It was a printed program list for the evening party. Lu Ziqing kept Su-yi around to help with work, so Yu Sheng left first. She hadn't even joined the student council's group chat, which confirmed she wasn't expected to do any tasks. Watching Yu Sheng's retreating figure, Lu Ziqing suddenly spoke. Have you considered Yu Sheng? Considered what? Su-yi asked, puzzled. As a boyfriend, Lu Ziqing said. I think Yu Sheng is quite good-looking and rather likable. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Su-yi looked astonished. Where's your mind wandering? Lu Ziqing chuckled. I meant hiring her to play your boyfriend. Su-yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ziqing continued with her idea. Look, you're performing on stage with Yu Sheng tonight. After that, if you tell Lu Wen how you two are a couple, it'll be much more believable. He'll likely buy it soon. Hiring someone to pretend to be my boyfriend is far too absurd. Su-yi still thought it was unreliable. Besides, making such a request is just weird. If you're unsure, you can take your time thinking it over. Anyway, now that Yu Sheng is in the student council, finding an excuse to reach out to her won't be hard, right? On the other side, Yu Sheng decided to order takeout back at the dorm, so she walked while looking at the program list. The performances varied, dances, songs, skits, you name it. The student council's act was scheduled as the penultimate second to last. To Yu Sheng's surprise, the program listed the performers only as student council members, without specific names. This made her even more curious about how her roommates would react when they realized she was the one on stage. Back in room 404, Yu Sheng deliberately checked the back of her neck to ensure no hair was there, then shook her clothes just to be safe before entering. Shen Luchuan was as usual absent from the dorm. According to him, he was going to the nearby Hanyao University tonight to watch the welcome party with his wife. Unlike Citrus University's campus-wide event, Hanyao University's welcome party was organized by each department. But both universities required the parties to be held within 2 weeks, and tonight was the deadline. Zhao Hengyu and Gushun had already gotten out of bed, both looking like they had just woken up. They were scrolling through takeout options on their phones, agonizing over what to have for lunch. If Yu Sheng joined in, it would be the usual weekend scene in room 404. Gushun glanced at the door, confirmed who it was, and said, Yu Sheng, have you eaten lunch yet? Help us hit the coupon threshold. Not yet, just order whatever, Yu Sheng replied. By the way, why are you guys up so late again? Playing games all night. Last night Bro G said we'd stop after one win, but we ended up going until past 3 a.m. Zhao Hengyu shrugged, taking over the conversation. How come you're back so early today? What did he mean by so early? Yu Sheng silently complained before responding. I told you I have something important to do. You'll find out soon enough. After chatting with them for a bit, Yu Sheng put down the program list and headed straight into the bathroom. The welcome party was tonight. Even though she was performing in casual clothes, she still needed to wash her hair to look presentable. Otherwise, Su-yi would look gorgeous while she had a messy mop of hair. That wouldn't do. While washing her hair, she realized that since becoming a girl, her hair seemed thicker and of better quality. Her hair was jet black, glossy, and not too fine. Healthy looking, really. Was this a perk of the transformation? Better than nothing, she supposed. Just as she was thinking this, the bathroom door was suddenly pounded on, and Gushun's voice came from outside. Yu Sheng, what are you doing in there? Let me in, I'm about to burst. Damn it, Bro G, are you doing this on purpose? I'm washing my hair, and you need the bathroom now. What were you doing before? I was planning to order food first, then use the bathroom. Go to hell. Come on, nature calls. He'll help you rank up this afternoon. In the afternoon, because the freshmen had a military training performance, the rehearsal started early to avoid schedule conflicts. It wasn't a full run-through, but batch rehearsals. This afternoon was for the final round of dance and instrumental acts, and there were plenty of pretty girls. Admittedly, the girls who danced had great legs. Yu Sheng enjoyed the view. She also glanced at Su-yi, whose legs must have been nice too, but Su-yi never wore shorts. Since it was a school-wide event, there were 4 hosts, 2 boys and 2 girls, all exceptionally good-looking. Yu Sheng didn't stare too long. If she wanted to look at faces, she'd rather look at Su-yi. The rehearsal order followed the program list exactly. The poetry recitation, being the last act, had already been practiced during the language arts rehearsal. So Yu Sheng and Su-yi's act was the final one of this rehearsal, and they only got their turn when most of the audience had left. Thankfully, the process went smoothly, a single take just like a dry run. After the rehearsal, the freshmen's military training performance was still ongoing, so Su-yi dragged Yu Sheng to watch for a bit. As they watched the freshmen practicing martial arts and marching in formation, Su-yi suddenly remarked that they had been put through the same grueling training last year. Seeing Yu Sheng's face turn pale as she focused on certain keywords, Su-yi immediately scoffed. Pervert. Time flew by, and it was 6 o'clock, leaving only an hour before the 7 o'clock welcome party. Yu Sheng and her 2 roommates had dinner together in the cafeteria. I heard this year's freshmen are really good-looking, Gushun said with a lecherous grin. For tonight, he had put on his glasses that usually gathered dust. I wonder how many pretty girls will be there. No matter how pretty, they're not yours. Just watch the show and stop daydreaming. Zhao Hongyu cut him down. Yuxing ate in silence when Su-yi suddenly messaged her. Su, you want to put on makeup? Yuxing, no, I'm not used to it. The makeup artist had been there during the afternoon rehearsal, and Yusheng had already declined the offer to rehearse with makeup. Since she had already decided to perform in casual clothes, whether to wear makeup or not didn't seem that important. Su-yi, a light layer of makeup could help you look more vibrant under the stage lights. Yusheng, no. Su-yi, alright then. You're performing tonight. Are you mentally prepared? Yusheng, honestly, I'm still a bit nervous. Su-yi, relax. I'm sure I'll be fine. Su-yi, just pretend the audience is a bunch of cabbages when you're on stage. Yusheng, will try. Su-yi, see you tonight. After dinner, the trio made their way to the grand auditorium. The evening gala did not mandate attendance for all freshmen, leaving seats for upperclassmen. Naturally, their seats were toward the back or on the sides. Since Yusheng was performing second to last and didn't need makeup, she leisurely sat in the audience with Zhao Hongyu and Gushun. To their relief, the gala skipped the tedious opening speeches and dove straight into the program. 2 male and 2 female hosts walked to the center of the stage from either side. While the female host is stunning, Gushun exclaimed excitedly. Hosts are always good-looking. The male hosts are quite handsome too, Zhao Hongyu said, rolling his eyes. Yusheng, what do you think? What can I say? They'll just sit and watch. Ideally with a watermelon to snack on, Yusheng replied. Yusheng had already seen all the hosts during the afternoon rehearsal. There were 2 female hosts, one a freshman, the other a sophomore. Su-yi had told Yusheng that the sophomore was her original partner, so Yusheng had taken a closer look. As Gushun said, both female hosts were attractive, but they still fell short compared to Su-yi. After the opening remarks, the gala officially began. The first act was a dance performance where several girls in miniskirts danced energetically on stage to upbeat music. On either side of the stage hung electronic screens displaying real-time text comments sent by the audience via QR codes. The crowd, including Gushun, erupted into a frenzy of lecherous comments. Wow, what a figure. Geez, those legs are longer than my life. Feeling a bit hot over here. Yusheng silently gave a thumbs up in her mind. This act was good, full of high-quality long legs. Although such short skirt dances could be seen on short videos, watching them live was an entirely different experience. First, the atmosphere was different. Second, the girls' legs were genuinely long, without any exaggeration. As the first act ended, thunderous applause erupted in the auditorium, igniting a lively atmosphere and setting a great tone for the evening. Of course, much of this applause was thanks to supporters like Gushun. The gala proceeded smoothly, with each subsequent act having its own merits. There were singers, skits, and even a magic show. Some performances were of high quality, while others were lackluster, but everyone showed great tolerance. After all, preparation time was limited. It wasn't until the 5th-to-last act began near the end of the gala that Su-yi sent a message urging Yusheng to head backstage. Their turn was coming up. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, Yusheng said, standing up to Zhao Hongyu and Gushun. See, I told you to take care of yourself. You're wearing out your kidneys, Gushun remarked. Alright, actually I'm going on stage to perform, Yusheng admitted, dropping the act. But no one believed the truth. Gushun scoffed, stop bragging. Since the trio sat near the aisle, Zhao Hongyu and Gushun moved aside, and Yusheng left the audience. Entering the backstage, Yusheng was surprised to find it quite crowded. She had thought that with the gala nearly over, few performers would remain. Yet she immediately spotted Su-yi sitting quietly on a chair and hurried over. Su-yi wore light makeup. During the performance, she would sit on the outer side, unlike Yusheng, who would be on the inner side and didn't need much makeup. Still nervous? Su-yi asked. Nervous, Yusheng nodded. She was indeed nervous. The closer to showtime, the faster her heart raced. She had never performed on stage before. In past cultural events, she had always been a spectator. Even speaking in public, the biggest instance was merely addressing the class from the podium. It's okay. When we play, I'll be on the outside, you on the inside. Just pretend I'm the only one listening and relax, Su-yi said. Okay, Yusheng replied somewhat woodenly. Did you enjoy the gala? Su-yi asked again. Honestly, most acts were bland, but Yusheng chose a diplomatic response. It was pretty good. The people or the acts? Su-yi asked with a smile. Both. Honestly. There was a singer with a raw voice, not great, and a skit with poor line delivery, like reading a textbook. But the dances were good, right? There were many dance acts, and during the afternoon rehearsal, Su-yi had noticed Yusheng watching them a lot. Right. Su-yi's sudden topic change caught Yusheng off guard. Uffed, Su-yi laughed, stopping her teasing. Relax a bit. Yusheng sat down on the chair next to Su-yi. Soon the sound of the host's announcements came from the stage, and a group of performers streamed out from backstage. While one act performed on stage, the next performers waited in the passage connecting the stage and backstage. Yusheng knew that once that group went on, it would be their turn. Among that group, one is cross-dressing, Su-yi suddenly said. Cross-dressing? Yeah, a girl dressed as a guy? Couldn't tell, could you? Yusheng nearly jolted at Su-yi's words. In a sense, she herself was a girl dressed as a guy. But in her heart, she still considered herself a boy. Yusheng shook her head. I didn't notice earlier. based on her faint memory of the program list from noon, as she recalled that the act before theirs was a short play resembling a period version of the Dragon King's son-in-law. With slight adjustments, it fit the gala's time requirements. Soon the students performing the short play went on stage, and Yusheng and Su-yi stood at the passage. Su-yi patted Yusheng's shoulder and pointed to one of the performers. Look, that's the girl dressed as a guy. Isn't she handsome? Where? Right there, the one standing in front. Su-yi's arm reached over Yusheng's shoulder and pointed again. Yusheng followed her gaze. The girl had her hair tied up, wore ancient costume, with sharp facial features, and brows slanting upward like swords, exuding an air of heroic vigor. As classic background music played, the girl spoke sharply and quickly. 3 years the 4 great families have ruled with an iron fist, trampling me like an ant. Today I shall strike like thunder, making them know that past contempt will be avenged. As soon as she spoke, gasps erupted from the audience. Not because the lines were stunning, but because this student who looked like a boy was actually a girl. The once quiet auditorium was reignited with excitement. Wow, she's a girl. I totally didn't notice. Amazing, Mulan is right beside us. So cool, she's killing me. The gala was a school-wide event with a packed schedule, so skits and short plays were compressed to 8 minutes. This time limit was neither too long nor too short. It was enough for a complete cycle of being despised, humiliated, showing strength, slapping faces, calling for backup, slapping again, begging for mercy and destruction. The short play ended amid enthusiastic applause. Yusheng's hands trembled slightly. It was almost time to go on stage. After the performing students left the stage, Su-yi's original partner, who also served as the female host, gracefully stepped into the center of the stage, holding a microphone. With deep emotion, she said, "Just now we enjoyed a delightful performance. Now let's welcome 2 students from the student union to bring us the piano piece, A Dream Wedding." As the female host spoke, several staff members moved a grand piano onto the stage. Yusheng tried to calm herself, but her heart raced wildly, as if it might burst from her chest. The sounds around her became blurred and indistinct. "Let's go." Yusheng barely heard Su-yi say something beside her. When she came to her senses, she was already on the stage. Only when Su-yi quietly reminded her did she snap back to reality, and the two bowed together toward the front. On the electronic screen, bullet comments flew wildly. "Isn't that the school beauty, Su-yi? The student union actually sent her this year." Some senior students in the audience recognized Su-yi. "What, is it too late for me to join the student union now? Can I ask who's the short-haired girl beside her?" "That's a guy. I saw him in class the day before yesterday. Be careful. He might have something bigger than yours." Fortunately, Yusheng couldn't see the screen, or she might have lost control of her expression. Taking a deep breath, Yusheng followed Su-yi to their seats. The piano's orientation had been fixed during rehearsal, and she successfully sat on the inner side. Su-yi's confident and composed demeanor, along with her figure providing cover, instantly put Yusheng more at ease. Playing the piano had one advantage over singing or other acts: you didn't have to face the audience. That way you wouldn't panic, unsure where to direct your gaze. They placed their hands gently on the keys and began their performance. Yusheng emptied her mind, immersing herself entirely in the performance, forgetting the audience below. The melodious notes flowed out like water, and the auditorium fell silent with only a few whispers remaining. It was said that A Dream Wedding had multiple versions of its backstory, the most famous being the tale of a young boy and a princess. The story was simple: an ordinary young boy, due to their vast difference in status, could not be with the princess. He hid his love, left his homeland, and drifted abroad for 6 years, unable to forget her. Upon his return, he died protecting the princess at her wedding to a neighboring prince. In his dying moments, the boy seemed to see his own wedding with the princess. Based on this tragic story, A Dream Wedding often carried a layer of sorrow when appreciated. But Yusheng and Su-yi, both inexperienced in matters of the heart, had no deep understanding of love unattained. Thus in their rendition, they expressed more romance and longing than sadness. In the audience, Zhao Hongyu and Gushin sat dumbfounded, as if unable to believe their eyes. "Brother G, that person on stage looks familiar. It seems like Yusheng." "No way, didn't Yusheng go to the restroom?" Gushin tried to deceive his own mind. "Didn't he just say he was going to perform?" Zhao Hongyu pointed at the stage. "Look, the clothes are the same." "No, when did Yusheng learn to play the piano?" "Su-yi can play too. Did you know that before?" Gushin suddenly remembered that last night Yusheng said he was going to see school beauty Su. So he hadn't been brushed off after all. Damn it, I hate this. Yusheng, naturally unaware of the gossip behind her back, continued to play passionately on stage, having long forgotten any thought of showing off. Though not dressed in lavish attire, Yusheng and Su-yi exuded an imposing aura as they sat at the piano. Their cooperation throughout the performance was seamless, without any mistakes, and the result was quite impressive. After the climax, the melody gradually softened and gentled, leaving a lingering resonance. As the piece ended, the hall erupted in applause. It wasn't until they left the stage and returned to the backstage that Yusheng felt a sense of relief. The backstage was now much emptier, The two freshmen hosts, a male and a female, were resting. The final act was to be announced by the sophomore male host, and they only needed to wait for it to end before going on stage together for the closing remarks. But Soo-E's original partner was nowhere to be seen. "You performed very well," Soo-E praised Yusheng. "It doesn't seem like your first time on stage at all." "You performed well too," Yusheng said, her eyes flickering, feeling a bit shy from the compliment. She felt she had exceeded her usual level tonight, managing no mistakes. "By the way, what day are you free next week? I promised to treat you to a meal." "Let's find a time," Soo-E said with a smile. At that moment, Soo-E's original partner, the female host, along with Chun Yushu and Lu Ziqing, walked in. "What? Soo-E, you're treating someone else to a meal?" The female host, whose name Yusheng didn't know, looked quite shocked. Her eyes were slightly upturned, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled, likely carrying a hint of allure, even without expression. "Yes," Soo-E replied rather calmly. "Otherwise, why would he help me for no reason? You've never even treated me to a meal," the female host said, feigning hurt. "Have you stopped loving me? Have you changed your heart?" Alright, I'll treat you next time too," Soo-E laughed. Chun Yushu then chimed in. "With your beauty, Bao, do you really need to resort to material temptations?" "What do you know?" Lu Ziqing shot Chun Yushu a glance. "Do you understand the phrase, a feast for the eyes?" "Oh," Chun Yushu deliberately drew out the last syllable. The female host also seized the opportunity to lament. "I never thought Soo-E would abandon me for the embrace of a stinky man. You guys always so unserious," Soo-E said, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Yusheng didn't say a word, not even having the chance to complain that the female host had called her a stinky man right to her face. She had just figured out the deeper meaning behind a feast for the eyes. What a fast train of thought. "Don't be mad." Chun Yushu took out several lollipops and handed them out, including one to Yusheng. "Here, have some candy." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chun Yushu laughed carefreely. "Always eating candy, careful you don't get cavities." Lu Ziqing wrapped an arm around Chun Yushu's waist and commented, "Have you gained weight lately? There's some flab on your waist." Chun Yushu wrapped both arms around Lu Ziqing's waist, pressing her cheek against the other's body, rubbing and nuzzling. After a moment of pondering, she said seriously, "Sister Chung, your waist is still so slender." A ticklish sensation crept up Yusheng's throat. Was this something she was allowed to see? They were really too oblivious to others. But it was nice to watch. She enjoyed it. Before long, the sophomore male host came to call the three hosts backstage as the evening gala was about to end. Soo-E glanced at her phone and quickly said to Lu Ziqing and Chun Yushu, "It's getting late, and let's head back quickly." In reality, it was just past 9 o'clock, neither too early nor too late. For many night owls, this was the perfect time to go out and have some fun. Soo-E said this mainly to prevent Lu Ziqing from letting out any more shocking remarks. She then turned to Yusheng. "You're free on Tuesday afternoon, right?" "Yes." Yusheng stood up and walked outside, not even having a chance to exchange a few polite words. Monday morning. No early class today, so Yusheng could sleep in and make up for the lost sleep over the weekend. However, a piercing alarm clock shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. Opening her bleary eyes, Yusheng mentally cursed. Who the hell is so inconsiderate, only to realize it was her own phone ringing. Damn, she had set an alarm earlier to get up early for the piano room, and forgot to cancel it. Yusheng helplessly turned off the alarm, rolled over, and tried to catch some more sleep, but the disturbance had completely dispelled her drowsiness. She simply threw off the covers and got up. Rolling over and climbing down the ladder, Yusheng pulled the curtain aside a crack to look outside. The sky was clear, the sunlight not too harsh, with sparse clouds on the horizon tinged with pale gold. A fine day. She turned around, grabbed her water cup from the desk, and took a big gulp. After returning to the dormitory last night, Gushun and Zhao Hongyu kept pressing her about her relationship with Soo-E. But no matter what Yusheng said, those two just played dumb. Later they showed Shun Luchuan a video of her and Soo-E playing the piano, and Shun Luchuan remarked, "With this level of breath coordination, it's hard to believe you only practiced for a day and a half." At that, Zhao Hongyu and Gushun eagerly climbed on the bandwagon, throwing out phrases like mind reading and soul resonance, a whole string of little words, completely ignoring Yusheng's contempt for them. Shaking her head, Yusheng put down her cup and instinctively began to take off her pajamas to change. Suddenly, she paused in her movements and hurried into the bathroom. Yusheng looked at the mirror, then touched her long, fair legs, and couldn't help sighing. Hiding in the bathroom to change clothes every day was not a solution, as she needed to rent an apartment as soon as possible. As soon as the thought came, she acted. Dressed, Yusheng returned to her seat, took out her phone, and started looking for apartments. Since she was spending the system's money, she didn't hesitate to compare properties near the school. Distance was her top priority. After some comparison, Yusheng finally settled on 2 apartments. One was less than a 20-minute walk from school in an excellent location, the other was farther away, but could be reached within 20 minutes by subway. She made an appointment with the landlord of the closer one for Friday afternoon to view the apartment. If she didn't like it, she would consider viewing the farther one. As her stomach let out a growl of protest, Yusheng put away her phone. Since she was up anyway, she might as well have breakfast. The freshmen had the day off and didn't need to attend classes, but the cafeteria was still crowded with people. Yusheng found a stall with a short line, bought a bowl of pumpkin porridge and a tea egg, then sat down at an empty table in the corner. Based on her experience, this bustling situation wouldn't last long. Most freshmen were still following their high school routine, eating breakfast on time every day. But as time passed without strict schedule constraints, breakfast would become an optional affair. Those with morning classes would eat, those without would skip it, and some even with morning classes would only have 2 meals a day. Yusheng ate her breakfast while listening to the chatter of classmates around her. In just a few minutes, she overheard many juicy gossip. For instance, a certain player, freshman, had already changed several girlfriends within half a month of school starting. Another example, a club president and the advisor had an ambiguous relationship. Yet another, a couple quarreled in the library only to discover that both of them had been cheated on. Yusheng listened with great interest until she heard this conversation. Hey, did you know? The handsome guy who played the piano at last night's welcome party is gay. Really? Who told you that? I saw it on the school forum. Don't you think his face? Yusheng listened with a face full of black lines. Last night, besides her and Sue, no one else played the piano. It was obvious who the guy referred to. Who the hell started this rumor? She took out her phone, opened the campus forum, and started searching. But she was too late. The post had already been deleted. However, although she didn't find the post the girl mentioned, she did spot a post titled 3 Strikes. The post was titled, "Why did the badminton team captain stop his public confession?" Yusheng hadn't heard any news about Lu Wenhao continuing his confession these past 2 days. She clicked into the post. The poster's gist was that Lu Wenhao's candlelighting behavior on the playground involved fire safety issues, so the school authorities had stopped him. It seemed a bit far-fetched, likely a clickbait. It reminded her of a post she had seen a few days ago. Shock. Romantic confession on the playground late at night. The protagonist turned out to be her. This also reminded Yusheng that Sue had promised to consider telling her who Lu Wenhao's confession target was after they finished their performance together. He hadn't said anything last night. She didn't know if he forgot or simply didn't intend to. Yusheng was pondering whether to probe the matter during tomorrow afternoon's opportunity when the system's annoying voice suddenly rang out. Host, a new quest is here. Yusheng immediately felt resistance. Tongzi, what mischief are you up to now? To help the host better understand gender behavior differences, please observe and identify 5 common body language gestures of women around you in your daily life. The quest is limited to 3 days. Completion reward 100 ways to act cute. If you fail, do you remember the penalty for the first quest? Host. What use would I have for acting cute? Yusheng silently complained. It's not as practical as dropping some gold coins. That was a special consideration given the host's current inconvenience of living in the dormitory. In the future, financial support won't be easily provided. Oh, Yusheng responded coldly. Body language. Aren't they just little gestures? She turned to look at the girls around her eating breakfast. That's easy. They'll show you in no time. Warm reminder, observations of strangers don't count, the system prompted. Yusheng frowned. Tongzi, your quest clearly says women around you. Women around you refers to women who have some connection with the host and are relatively familiar, the system explained. Yusheng ate her breakfast gloomily. Where in the school could she find familiar women? If speaking of women with connections, they were the female classmates in her class. But over the course of a semester, she might not have exchanged 10 words with them, so they weren't familiar. University was different from high school. Seats and classrooms were not fixed, and most of the time people moved in groups with their dorm mates. Therefore, not to mention between male and female classmates, even among the same gender, interactions with classmates from different dorms might not be that close, often remaining at the level of acquaintances. Tongzi, Yusheng had a flash of inspiration. Can I observe myself? No. In the afternoon, Yusheng sat idly in the classroom with his 3 roommates waiting for the class to end. The lecturer droned through the PowerPoint slides while the students below each occupied themselves with their own affairs. It was a tedious course and few students bothered to invest any effort. Yusheng inwardly fretted over the task of observing the women around him. He had already tried. The female classmates in his class indeed didn't count, for after a year of being classmates, he couldn't even recall some of their names. How was he supposed to accomplish this? Yusheng began to entertain the thought of simply giving up and accepting the punishment. Just then the system suddenly chimed in. Lest the host forget, this system hereby reiterates, if the task fails, the system will take over the host's body to work at a maid cafe. You wretched system, you're deliberately trying to make me fail the task, so you can exploit me for free labor, aren't you? Yusheng remembered the system mentioning that all earnings from the job would belong to it. That's not quite right. If the system controls the host's body to work, then the income is the system's rightful labor reward. Shortly after the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the lecturer announced without hesitation, "We'll continue the unfinished content next class." The afternoon's lessons thus concluded. Shen Luchuan immediately stood up and left the classroom. It went without saying that Yusheng and the other 2 knew he was off to meet his girlfriend again. "Yusheng, want to play a game together when we get back?" Zhao Hongyu suggested. No, Yusheng waved his hand in refusal. I have something to do outside. You have something again. Zhao Hengyu expressed suspicion. Yeah, I'm going shopping. Is that not allowed? At that moment Gushin stood up and patted Zhao Hengyu on the shoulder. Don't you get it? Yusheng and Shun Luchuan are birds of a feather now. Oh, I see, Zhao Hengyu said with a look of sudden enlightenment. You don't see a damn thing. Yusheng frowned. Hey, just enjoy the satisfaction in your heart, Gushin said, hooking his arm around Zhao Hengju's shoulder. We'll head back first. The two walked away with mischievous grins plastered across their faces. Yusheng felt utterly speechless. Those two idiots just had to pull that kind of stunt. Shaking his head, he slowly walked out of the classroom. He did have something to do outside. He needed to buy shoes. His clothes and pants were still wearable, albeit loose, so there was no need to buy new ones, but his shoes were far too loose and uncomfortable. Yusheng headed toward the stairwell and happened to bump into Shun Luchuan emerging from the restroom. He teased Shun Luchuan, touching up your appearance again. 9 times out of 10, when Shun Luchuan went to the restroom, it was to groom himself before meeting his girlfriend. Why are you alone? Where are those two? Shun Luchuan asked him. I'm going off campus to buy something. They went back to the dorm, Yusheng replied honestly. Shun Luchuan nodded. Going through the north gate. Yeah. The area outside the north gate was the most bustling, so Yusheng naturally headed that way. Shun Luchuan also needed to leave through the north gate, so the two walked off campus together. To be honest, with Shun Luchuan's height of 185 centimeters, Yusheng couldn't help but feel a certain sense of pressure walking beside him. He wondered how tall Shun Luchuan's girlfriend was. Just as he was thinking this, Shun Luchuan suddenly said, my wife is waiting for me at the school gate. This abrupt statement left Yusheng momentarily confused, but he quickly understood. Shun Luchuan hadn't been in a relationship for long. His girlfriend was at a neighboring school, and he never posted about her on social media, so the 3 roommates still had no idea what she looked like. So, you'll be the first in our dorm to meet your partner? Yusheng asked him. Yes, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally, Shun Luchuan said with a light chuckle. She might be a bit different from what you imagine. Mentally prepared. Yusheng was baffled by Shun Luchuan's words. Could it be that Shun Luchuan's girlfriend had a difficult personality, and he was afraid Yusheng couldn't handle it? As the two drew closer to the north gate, Yusheng grew increasingly curious. He had no doubt about the attractiveness of Shun Luchuan's girlfriend. Even if she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she certainly wouldn't be bad. After all, just a couple of days ago Shun Luchuan had praised her as adorable. They arrived at the school gate together. Before Yusheng could even scan the area to identify which one was Shun Luchuan's girlfriend, a little being of a girl who seemed barely over 150 centimeters tall bounded over. The little being glanced at Yusheng, then stood beside Shun Luchuan, hooking her arm around his, and saying in a clingy manner, let's hurry up and go. Yusheng looked at the adorably stark height difference between the two and the little being's face. One that would make anyone wonder whose kid is this. And finally understood why Shun Luchuan had spoken as he did earlier. The little being's height was indeed beyond his expectations. She was even shorter than Chen Yushu. For a split second, he even suspected Shun Luchuan of luring a minor. But the truth was that the little being in front of him was a current college student at the neighboring Coldbird University. What was her name? Yusheng vaguely recalled Shun Luchuan mentioning his girlfriend's name. It was something like Chu Ju. What an adorable little girl, yet she bore such a formidable name as Execution. While Yusheng was lost in thought, Shun Luchuan reached out his other hand and ruffled Chu Ju's head. Chu Ju immediately puffed up her cheeks and slapped his hand away, her clear voice angry, don't touch my head. Everyone says petting your head stunts your growth. Oh, give it a rest, Shun Luchuan said, barely suppressing his laughter. What potential for growth do you have left? Mind your own business. Hurry up and go. All right. Shun Luchuan replied with a smile, taking Chu Ju's small hand, and said to Yusheng, we'll be off now. The subject had naturally shifted from I to we. Tisk the sour reek of love. Okay, bye. Yusheng managed a forced smile and waved. Parting ways with the two love bombers, Yusheng made his way to the bus stop by the street and boarded a bus. There was a large shopping mall near the school, and he planned to go there for his purchases. The bus was almost empty at this hour, so Yusheng took a seat by the window. After gazing at the streetscape for a while, he pulled out his phone and opened a group chat named Dad and his 3 fine sons. He wanted to share what he had just witnessed in the group. Since Shun Luchuan didn't mind him knowing what his girlfriend looked like, he probably wouldn't mind Yusheng telling the other 2 roommates. But after careful thought, Yusheng abandoned the idea. If he posted in the group now, it would only invite trouble. Zhao Hengyu and Gushun would definitely steer the conversation toward him and Sui. Yusheng put away his phone and closed his eyes to rest. The bus passed stop after stop, and soon he heard the announcement for his destination mall. This was the first time since his transformation that he had set foot in a public place outside the school. He just hoped he wouldn't be mistaken for a girl. With a nervous heart, Yusheng stepped into the shopping mall. As it was a weekday afternoon, the mall had a sparse scattering of customers, neither desolate nor bustling. Most of the patrons were young faces, likely students from this university or the neighboring one. At this hour, aside from a few professionals in specific fields, only college students could spare the time. Yu Sheng took the escalator to the second floor and casually entered a shoe store. The shop was empty of customers, and a male clerk immediately approached with overwhelming enthusiasm saying, "Welcome. Are you looking for men's or women's shoes, or do you have a specific style in mind? I can help you find something." Yu Sheng estimated the male clerk was over 180 centimeters tall, not much shorter than Xin Luchuan. Dressed in a white shirt, his physique was clearly well-trained with muscle lines faintly visible beneath the thin fabric. She couldn't help but admire the store owner's keen business acumen. While other stores hired pretty girls to attract lecherous customers, this one took the opposite approach, recruiting model handsome men to draw in female shoppers. Of course, Yu Sheng hadn't entered for that reason, and her heart remained unruffled as she cut to the chase. "Do you have canvas shoes in this store?" Canvas shoes were versatile, matching any style of clothing, a lazy choice. "Yes, we do," the clerk said, leading her to the canvas shoe section. "Take a look and see which one you like." Yu Sheng glanced over the display rack, which was packed with a dazzling array of shoes in various styles and colors. Prices ranged from affordable 2-digit figures to branded 3 or even 4-digit ones. Not one to spend recklessly, she compared prices and finally requested a pair of men's high-top canvas shoes to try on, ordering a size smaller than her usual. The male clerk acknowledged her request, but his gaze still held a hint of confusion as he looked at Yu Sheng. Seeing her pick men's shoes, he guessed she might be buying them for someone else, like a boyfriend. Yet upon hearing a size that was almost beyond the typical range for men's shoes, he leaned toward the idea that she was buying them for herself. Yu Sheng noticed the clerk's hesitant expression and understood his thoughts, so she said firmly, "Bro, I'm a guy." The clerk, seeming no older than his 20s, she addressed him as such for now. "Oh, I see. I thought you were. Ahem. It's rare for a guy to need this size." Whether from shock or the casual bro bridging the gap, the clerk's address shifted from "you polite" to "you informal." This made Yu Sheng feel much more at ease. Otherwise, the constant polite "you" while courteous created distance. "Do you have this size, Oi?" Yu Sheng asked. "We do, but it's very uncommon." The clerk paused. "I'd suggest trying a unisex style. Unisex shoes usually have a wider size range that fits both men and women, so they might be more comfortable for you." "Unisex." Yu Sheng repeated the words. She rarely paid attention to shoe styles and had never heard of unisex canvas shoes before. "They're called canvas shoes, but they're actually sneakers," the clerk said, confident in his judgment. "Let me pick a pair for you to try." "All right," Yu Sheng conceded. Unisex was fine, trying them wouldn't hurt. At least they weren't women's shoes, right? She comforted herself with this thought. The clerk swiftly retrieved a pair of shoes in a similar price range and corresponding size from the stockroom, handed them to Yu Sheng, and said, "Try them on to see if they fit. If they're uncomfortable, you can look at other styles." Yu Sheng took the shoes, feeling self-conscious about removing her shoes in front of someone, but she did so anyway. After putting them on, she stood up and took a few steps, finding them much more comfortable. "How do they feel?" the clerk asked eagerly. "They'll take these," Yu Sheng said, wanting to get it over with quickly. "Excellent choice. These shoes suit you perfectly. Our shoes are all of great quality. Rest assured, and feel free to come back if there are any issues." The clerk's spiel flowed smoothly as if triggered by an NPC script. After paying, Yu Sheng left the store with her shopping bag when the system suddenly spoke up. "Host, since you're already at the mall, why not buy some undergarments as well? I'm as flat as a board. Why would I need those?" Yu Sheng touched her chest through her clothes, feeling no curves. "Also, don't talk to me without permission." The system fell silent, obediently listening. Then Yu Sheng added, "System, don't assign me any more tasks either." "That's not allowed," the system said. "All right, you can shut up now." Yu Sheng mimicked the system's tone, then headed toward the escalator. She didn't plan to linger in the mall, it was still early, and she had enough time to nap in the dorm before dinner. However, just as she stepped onto the escalator to leave, she suddenly caught sight of something. From the escalator, looking down at the mall's first floor, she could clearly see a grand piano placed in the atrium. The piano was surrounded by retractable barriers with several security personnel standing guard. When she entered, the mall, store displays had blocked her view, but now from a higher vantage point, she could take it all in. It itched. Her hands itched. Last weekend, Yu Sheng had been practicing Wedding in a Dream with Sue E and hadn't had a chance to play anything else. Seeing the piano now, she was eager to give it a try. She restrained herself, took the escalator back to the first floor past several brand stores, and arrived at the atrium. Honestly, she felt a bit uncertain. The piano hadn't been in the mall last semester. It might have been brought in recently for a commercial event or something, and might not be available for customers to use. Yu Sheng picked the nearest and most approachable staff member to ask, "Ma'am, can this piano be played?" "Yes," the woman said with a grin. The piano was for brand promotion, but it was roped off because it was valuable. As she moved the barrier aside, she added, "Anyone who can play is welcome to." With the affirmative answer, Yu Sheng didn't hold back. She set her shopping bag aside and sat down on the piano bench. She thought for a moment and chose to play a piece related to animation. Thanks to the system's extensive music library, she felt confident even with non-traditional classical music like anime tunes. No one in the mall was paying attention, so she began to play boldly. She played with abandon, completely unaware that someone was approaching her on the escalator. The melody of a piano piece echoed through the shopping mall. Sue-E rode the escalator all the way down to the first floor and quickly walked to the atrium. When she first heard the piano music, she leaned over the glass railing to look down and felt that the figure playing the piano looked familiar. At first she had some doubts, but now she was certain the pianist was Yu Sheng. Taking advantage of the brief pause after Yu Sheng finished one piece, and before she started the next, Sue-E stepped forward and tapped her on the shoulder. The security staff initially wanted to stop Sue-E, but seeing how beautiful she was, they let it slide. Yu Sheng was pondering what to play next when she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Thinking it might be the Annie changing her mind, she turned around only to meet Sue-E's radiant smile. Sue-E. Yu Sheng blurted out, never expecting to run into Sue-E at the mall. Sue-E clenched her right hand into a fist and gave a little shake, feigning anger. Oh, come on. This piece has to be harder than level 4, right? Were you just fooling me before? No, I wasn't. Yu Sheng was frozen for a second by that adorable gesture. I was just giving it a try. Oh. Sue-E didn't dwell on it, and instead asked, what was that piece you just played? It sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. The piece had a Chinese translation called Jin Yi Ai Wu Xian, but after a moment's thought Yu Sheng chose to say the English title, Can You Feel the Love Tonight? The Lion King's soundtrack. Yes. Good taste. What else can you play? Play a few more for me. Alright. Since things had come this far, and she finally had a piano to play, satisfying her craving was the priority. Yu Sheng played several more piano pieces in succession. In the experience that had been inexplicably added to her memory, these pieces had been played countless times. But bringing them to life with her own hands gave her a uniquely different feeling. Beautiful like lofty mountains and flowing water, the melody lingers around the rafters. Sue-E praised her enthusiastically, then looked at the staff members. Don't you think so? Yes. Beautiful. A group of middle-aged men and women chimed in with agreement, even emphasizing their words. Watching them play off each other, Yu Sheng smiled, shyly stood up, and prepared to take her leave. Picking up the shopping bag with the shoebox, she suddenly remembered something, and said to Sue, "You want some milk tea?" My treat. So sudden. Sue-E was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, and agreed, sure, I'm actually a bit thirsty. That evening Yu Sheng had said she'd treat another time, but Sue-E had taken it as mere politeness. She never expected Yu Sheng to actually remember. The mall had no shortage of milk tea shops. There were several on the first floor. Yu Sheng chose the nearest one, and Sue-E followed along. As they walked, she added playfully, "Instead of treating me to milk tea, are you sure you don't want to try on women's clothes again? You really do have a talent for it." No. Faced with the topic of cross-dressing, Yu Sheng refused decisively, determined to nip that idea in the bud. Seeing Yu Sheng's small face stiffen with seriousness, Sue-E didn't press further. The two entered the milk tea shop, and Yu Sheng gestured for Sue-E to choose her own. "I won't hold back then," Sue-E said with a smile. After Sue-E ordered, Yu Sheng took out her phone to scan the QR code and pay. She herself had no desire for milk tea at the moment and didn't plan to buy any. While they waited, a female clerk suddenly looked at Yu Sheng and asked, "Little sister, aren't you getting one for yourself?" Huh. Sue-E couldn't help but laugh. "I don't feel like having any right now." Yu Sheng twitched the corner of her mouth, but didn't object to being called little sister. She was tired of always having to insist on her gender. The female clerk, puzzled by the scene, didn't say anything more. After receiving the milk tea, Sue-E immediately stuck in the straw and took a sip. She really must have been thirsty. Yu Sheng noticed Sue-E lightly biting the straw and thought about the system task. She tested the waters with a tentative question, unsure since she and Sue-E had known each other for such a short time. System, does Sue-E count as a woman around me? The system suddenly malfunctioned. Yes, but not entirely. Speak plainly. For now, she can only be considered a temporary person around you. Huh. She can be regarded as an observation target. So biting the straw counts as body language, right? Yu Sheng mused. Oh right, and shaking her fist too. That's a non-aggressive gesture, different from actually hitting someone. The system didn't respond verbally, but instead pulled up the task panel. On the panel, the text next to body language had already changed from 05 to 25. At this rate, 3 days would be more than enough to complete the task, and Yu Sheng's mood relaxed a bit. Let's go back to school, Sue-E suddenly said. Okay. Yu Sheng replied instinctively, then realized something was off. Huh. Aren't you going back to school? Sue-E asked her. I am. Perfect then. Sue-E said calmly. I need to go back to school too. Yu Sheng was happy to go back together. After all, she had nothing to lose, so she didn't refuse. The two waited at the bus stop near the mall, and soon returned to school. Sue-E finished the last bit of her milk tea in a few gulps, and tossed the plastic cup into a trash can by the roadside. She glanced at the milky white shopping bag in Yu Sheng's hand, and casually asked, What did you buy? Shoes. Yu Sheng replied without changing her expression. Oh. Sue-E nodded and changed the subject. Have you found an apartment yet? Almost. I'm going to look at one in a couple of days. How far is it? Sue-E asked again. If it's too far, commuting will be a hassle. It's near the school. That's good. Rents for apartments near the school varied greatly. Yusheng didn't specify which one, and Su-yi didn't ask. More than that, she was curious why Yusheng, who could clearly apply for off-campus housing and move out openly, chose to do it secretly instead. After all, Yusheng wasn't a freshman. The school had no rules restricting him from living off-campus. The excuse of keeping her dorm bed seemed a bit far-fetched. Su-yi could only guess that Yusheng was worried her parents wouldn't approve of her living off-campus, or that she had already been refused, which was why she was doing it this way. Yusheng had been walking toward the dormitory, and only then did she realize Su-yi was still walking beside her. She asked, "Aren't you going to the student council office?" No, Su-yi shook her head. Now that the freshmen's military training and the welcome party are over, the student council isn't as busy anymore. It's just some transitional trivialities. I only go to help Chung occasionally. I don't stay in the office every day. Oh, so you're going back to the dorm? Yes, Su-yi said. Yusheng nodded, and the two continued walking toward the dormitory. On the square before the school library, temporary sunshades were erected one after another, bustling with crowds and vibrant activity. The military training for freshmen had ended only yesterday afternoon, and today marked the beginning of club recruitment across the campus. The square was vast, and as far as the eye could see, there were clubs of every kind. The painting club, dance club, guitar club, calligraphy club, hanfu club, and many more. As they passed through the square, Yusheng looked around and suddenly spotted a boy in suspenders dribbling a basketball in front of the basketball club booth. Truly, all sorts of clever tricks were being employed for recruitment. Su-yi noticed Yusheng's curious expression and spoke up, "Want to take a look?" Sure, Yusheng agreed readily. During her freshman year, she had never joined in the club recruitment excitement, not even visiting the square. Now, witnessing the battle of 100 clubs, she found it quite novel. The two strolled leisurely, the recruitment slogans of various clubs rising and falling around them. While others pursue academics, we pursue the cafeteria. Weekly hot pot and barbecue gatherings guaranteed to gain at least 10 pounds by graduation. Come join the gourmet club. Naya, do you know the speed at which cherry blossoms fall? It's 5 centimeters per second. But the speed to fill out the registration form must be the speed of light baka. Amid the shouts, Yusheng noticed a club surrounded by a crowd. Through the banner on the sunshade, she learned it was the anime club. She recalled that Gushun had joined the anime club last year, but she had hardly ever seen him participate in any activities. According to Gushun, for him, the biggest event in the anime club was exchanging memes in the group chat. Driven by curiosity, Yusheng approached and saw several cosplayers dressed in costumes from various games and anime characters standing before the sunshade. Yusheng rarely engaged with anime, aside from the most popular works, her knowledge was very limited. Thus, although the cosplayers' outfits were exquisite, she was completely at a loss, unable to tell if they were faithful to the characters. In her opinion, when it came to cosplay, the basketball club was still the best. After a brief glance, Yusheng lost interest and focused on the only 2 male cosplayers in Chinese-style attire present. One was dressed in black martial garb, gripping a long sword with eyes as cold as a frozen pool, embodying a chivalrous warrior. The other wore a blue scholar's robe, his sleeves fluttering, a jade flute tucked at his waist, his face adorned with a warm smile. The two stood side by side, forming a striking contrast. "Who are they?" Su-yi suddenly asked Yusheng. "I don't know." Yusheng shook her head. "You were staring so intently, I thought you knew," Su-yi said. "I was just looking casually." Yusheng examined the 2 cosplayers from top to bottom, from their faces to their shoulders to their waists, and then to a certain indescribable area. Cough. Suddenly, a painful memory surfaced. It is often after losing something that one realizes its importance. Yusheng felt she had a strong capacity for acceptance. If someone else had encountered such a situation, they might have been driven to despair. At that moment, Su-yi, standing beside her, caught the attention of a female recruiter from the anime club. "You two, would you like to join our anime club? Our activities are very rich and varied," said the recruiter, a petite girl with pink hair, whose anime character she was cosplaying was unknown. Faced with the girl's invitation, Su-yi politely declined. "I'm not very familiar with anime, so it might not suit me." "Same here," Yusheng echoed, trying to get her registration fee. "No way. It's fine, even if you don't know much about anime, you can still have tons of fun." The recruiter persisted, her speech carrying a distinct anime vibe. "Don't worry, we won't quiz you on questions like, why do humans hurt each other?" This girl didn't frequent the campus forum, so she didn't know who Su-yi was. But she did know that if she could recruit a beauty of Su-yi's caliber into the club, even just as a mascot, it would be a great gain. "Forget it, we're sophomores now, and might not have much time for club activities," Su-yi declined again. Then she nudged Yusheng to check out other booths. Not far away, under the badminton club's tent, Lu Wenhao watched the 2 figures with some hesitation, but after a moment of thought he decided to stay put and mind the recruitment booth. The number of clubs at Citrus University was considerable. Yusheng and Su-yi wandered from one booth to another, eventually arriving at the photography club's sunshade. A male recruiter launched into a lengthy introduction. Yusheng knew that in the photography club dozens of members probably shared just a few cameras, so she boredly shifted her gaze to other booths. After the photography club boy finished his drawn-out spiel, Su-yi led Yusheng to the T-Art Club's booth. She watched with interest as a club member demonstrated exquisite tea art. The motions of adding tea leaves and pouring water were fluid and natural, truly elegant. After visiting several clubs in a row, Yusheng began to feel weary, her head growing heavy and drowsy. She called out softly, Sui. Sui turned to look at Yusheng, noticing her weak voice, and asked what's wrong. I'm heading back first. I didn't sleep well last night, and I can barely keep my eyes open. Yusheng felt a bit embarrassed. Although Sui had suggested browsing the clubs, it was Yusheng who wanted to come, and now she was the one leaving early. Sui, however, was indifferent. Let's go together then. We've seen enough anyway. As she spoke, she walked out of the square, and Yusheng quickly followed. Once they had left the square, Yusheng's heart suddenly tightened, and she forced herself to stay alert. She spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Hongyu. He was walking toward the square. Why was this guy who usually stays in the dorm out here, joining the commotion? Yusheng complained, internally worried about being seen. She didn't know why, but she always felt a guilty conscience. Perhaps it was because she kept insisting that she and Sui weren't in that kind of relationship, yet here, she was appearing with Sui in various settings. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu was focused on the square and didn't notice them. The two reached the crossroads before their dormitory halls, and Sui reminded her, you're free tomorrow afternoon, right? I still owe you a meal. Yes, Yusheng nodded. I have no classes all afternoon tomorrow. Any cravings? Sui asked. I'm fine with anything. Then I'll decide. Sure. Remembering Lu Wenhao's matter, Yusheng didn't want to wait until tomorrow to ask, so she directly inquired, who exactly did Lu Wenhao confess to? Want to know? Yes. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled, suddenly leaned in, and brought her gaze level with Yusheng's. Yusheng could even see her own reflection in Sui's pupils, instinctively tensing up and leaning back slightly. Sui let out a soft laugh, stared into Yusheng's eyes, and whispered, she's right in your eyes. Returning to the dormitory, only Gokuen was there. He was catching up on an anime, caught a glimpse of the shopping bag, and confirmed that Yusheng had been to the mall. He casually stated the obvious back. Yeah. Yusheng took out the shoebox and placed it on the table. Only then did she notice the faint mark the shopping bag had left on her delicate fingers. It wasn't heavy, yet carrying it for a while had already done this. Yusheng sighed softly, inwardly slipped off her shoes by stepping on the heels, and climbed onto the bed. Gokuen teased back on the bed again. You were only out for a little while, and you're already tired. I'm just lying down for a bit, Yusheng said as she pulled up the covers and took out her phone. Her fingers mindlessly scrolled the screen, her thoughts consumed by the news she had heard minutes ago. Lu Wenhao's confession target was actually Sui. This caught her completely off guard. On Saturday night when she asked about it, Sui, it had looked like she was holding back a laugh. Yusheng had thought Sui was just gleeful about knowing some inside scoop that others didn't. She never expected Sui to be the one involved. Recalling that night when she had praised Lu Wenhao's confession target right in front of Sui, Yusheng felt nothing but embarrassment. It was as if she were nailed to a cross of social death. However, judging from Sui's absence and lack of response, she was not fond of such a high-profile approach, and had no feelings for Lu Wenhao. A public confession, unless one is absolutely certain of acceptance, is merely an attempt to coerce the other party using the crowd. After a bout of random thoughts, drowsiness surged like a tide. Yusheng opened a streaming app, searched for English listening practice, and prepared to lull herself further into sleep. 3 consecutive days of forced startup had indeed taken a toll on her. When Gokuen learned that Yusheng wanted to sleep, he got up, walked to the window, considerately drew the curtains, and then put on his earphones to prevent any sound from disturbing her. The dim light and quiet environment intensified Yusheng's drowsiness, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already dinner time. Yusheng slowly opened her eyes, feeling much more refreshed. She poked her head out from the headboard, and saw that Gokuen was still watching anime, though he had switched to a more risque series. The dormitory was still just the two of them. It was normal for Shun Luchuan not to be back, but Zhao Hongyu had gone to the square to join the commotion. It had been so long, he should have returned by now. Before Yusheng could ask, Gokuen, who had just finished an episode and leaned back in his chair to stretch, noticed her, and said, Ew, who said he'll bring us dinner, so we don't have to go to the cafeteria tonight. You were still asleep, so I asked him to get the same meal you had last time. Yusheng took out her phone and scrolled through it, indeed finding the chat history in the group. Why did he suddenly get us dinner? Gokuen shrugged. He said he didn't want to go out again tonight, so he bought food on the way past the cafeteria and got some for us too. That's unusual. Speak of the devil, and the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the dormitory door. Then the door opened, and Zhao Hongyu walked in carrying 3 packed meals with 2 books tucked under his arm. Zhao Hongyu set down the books, kept 1 meal box for himself, handed 1 to Gokuen, and placed the last one on Yusheng's desk. Gokuen waited until he had finished all these actions before asking, what did you do this afternoon? Why are you back so late? I went to the square, of course. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Gokuen. You were too lazy to go, so I had to go alone. What's so interesting about club recruitment that you could wander around for so long? Gokuen said, then noticed the 2 books Zhao Hongyu had brought back, and suddenly understood. You joined a club? Yes. Which club? Are there many girls? Any pretty ones? Gokuin fired off questions like a machine gun, while Zhao Hingyu answered. Yusheng got off the bed to eat dinner. She listened as she ate, learning that Zhao Hingyu had joined the literary society. The reason was simple. It wasn't that the literary society had many girls as Gokuin assumed, but that Zhao Hingyu wanted to enrich his daily life. Now that Yusheng was frequently out and Shun Gongzi, due to his heavily overlapping class schedule with his wife Chu Ju, was never in the dormitory on afternoons without classes. Zhao Hingyu was feeling a bit restless too. So why did you bring those 2 books back? Gokuin pressed on. Which girl gave them to you? I borrowed them from the library. Zhao Hingyu glanced at the spines of the 2 books, which clearly had shelf number labels. I need to broaden my knowledge. The students in the literary society read a lot. You're this dedicated. Gokuin looked skeptical. Have you taken a liking to a girl in the literary society? No. Not from the literary society. Gokuin immediately jumped in. Zhao Hingyu ignored him. Gokuin, say something. Zhao Hingyu remained silent. No way. Gokuin realized something was off. Then under the relentless cross-examination from him, and Yusheng Ayu finally spilled the beans. Zhao Hingyu claimed he had seen a girl studying quietly in the library, and was instantly captivated. A case of lust at first sight. Yusheng asked him. It's love at first sight. So you stared at that girl all afternoon in the library. I was reading. Yusheng found his stubbornness amusing. Then it was Brother Jis' turn. He felt Yusheng wasn't getting to the point. Alright, if you say you were reading, then you were reading. Since you're interested in her, did you get her contact info? No. Zhao Hingyu shook his head. But I know her name. What? Gokuin was frantic. Spit it out. Yu Xiaonan. She's also a Yu. Gokuin turned to look at Yusheng, who was busy eating, and she turned her head at the same time. No, it's the Yu from Yuji, Zhao Hingyu corrected. How do you know that so clearly? You even know which character it is. Haven't you added her on WeChat yet? Gokuin fired off another series of questions. I looked at the book she left on the table. While she went to dinner, her name was written on it. Pretty sneaky, you. Zhao Hingyu fell silent again. Gokuin felt he had asked enough, and then turned to inquire how Yusheng had met Sui. He was asking on Zhao Hengji's behalf. At the milk tea shop, Yusheng said, pausing her eating. I've explained it many times, there's really nothing going on between Sui and me. I mean, how did you start talking to her? Gokuin asked seriously. There must be a reason she asked you to perform together. She started the conversation with me. Yusheng replied thoughtfully. Why? Maybe it was fate. Then you have her on WeChat, right? Yes. How did you get it? She offered to add me. Gokuin looked helplessly at Zhao Hingyu, his eyes seeming to say, your father is useless. I can't. Tuesday. No afternoon classes. Except for Shun Luchuan, who was always cuddling with his girlfriend. Even Zhao Hingyu had gone to the library to read books. Only Yusheng and Gushan remained in the dormitory. It was still early for dinner, but Sui had already sent a message urging Yusheng to go out. Yusheng went to the washroom to wash her face, tidied her clothes, and walked out of the dorm. Gushan called out, you're going out too. Someone's treating me to a meal, Yusheng said. School beauty Sui. Gushan guessed correctly. Yes. Was it that obvious? Then amidst the plaintive cries of Brother Ji, who was left to guard the empty room, Yusheng left the dorm. Downstairs, Sui was leaning against the wall, her toes tapping the ground, already waiting at the building entrance. She was wearing a loose beige knitted cardigan today, with a white shirt inside, and a pair of black straight-leg pants. The golden sunlight cascaded over her, making her appear gentle and radiant. Let's go, Sui beckoned to Yusheng. Among the few students coming and going, Yusheng immediately felt many gazes upon her. After acknowledging, she followed Sui out of the school, only to find Sui holding her phone, hailing a taxi. Where are we going to eat? Yesterday it was decided that Sui would choose the place to eat, so Yusheng didn't ask further. She had thought that since they were both students, treating someone to a meal at the street food stalls outside campus would suffice. No need to be too formal. But judging by Sui's demeanor, things seemed not so simple. Ancient Street, Sui replied briefly. Actually, Qianjiang City had a dense subway network that could also reach Ancient Street, but it required transfers. Sui found it troublesome and opted for a taxi. Isn't that a bit far? Yusheng hesitated. She knew Sui was referring to the characteristic Ancient Street in the north of the city. But the school was quite a distance from there. Why go all the way to eat there? It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Are you in a hurry to eat? Sui asked her. Not really in a hurry, but if we're not eating, what else can we do? We can stroll around there first, then eat later. Stroll around. That meant shopping. Yusheng rarely went shopping. Just like yesterday when she went to the mall solely to buy shoes and left immediately without spending time browsing in various stores. This all stemmed from her childhood experiences of being forced to voluntarily accompany her mother or older cousin on shopping trips. In short, it was tiring, boring, and felt like an eternity. Seeing Yusheng fall silent, Sui said, not happy about it. No. Yusheng replied instantly. Since Sui was treating her to a meal, she might as well go shopping. Spending more time with Sui would help her complete the system's task sooner. The two arrived outside the school, stood by the roadside, and soon hailed a taxi. The driver seemed to be new to this line of work, not the talkative type, and drove silently all the way to the destination. Although it was a weekday, the ancient street was bustling with crowds and visitors. To protect the ancient bluestone pavement and other architectural structures, vehicles were prohibited on the street. Yu Sheng and Su Yi walked together. Stepping onto the ancient street, the first thing they felt was not antiquity, but a strong commercial atmosphere. Both sides of the street were lined with shops selling cute trinkets, which greatly interested Su Yi. She looked at this touch that with stars seemingly hidden in her eyes exuding a girlish charm. Yu Sheng followed silently. In just a short 10 minutes, the annoying system task was only missing the final physical gesture. Not far away, a young couple was taking photos with a man holding a camera circling them to find the right angle. So many couples, Su Yi sighed. Yeah, Yu Sheng nodded. She guessed that if it were evening with red lanterns lit, there would probably be even more. As Yu Sheng and Su Yi passed by, that photographer wanted to take a picture of them too. But they declined. Su Yi didn't even take selfies. However, she did capture many scenic shots of the ancient street. The two continued strolling, passing by a hanfu shop, where a mannequin wearing hanfu at the entrance caught Yu Sheng's eye. The shop owner noticed her gaze and immediately called out, "Classmate, we have many more styles and colors inside. Would you like to come in and try them on?" Yu Sheng looked at Su Yi. She didn't want to wear them herself, but if Su Yi put them on. As if reading her mind, Su Yi curled the corner of her mouth, slightly raised an eyebrow, and said, "Want to see me in one?" No, Yu Sheng denied hastily. Then let's go, Su Yi said, nonchalantly passing the hanfu shop, despite the owner's attempts to persuade them to stay. Yu Sheng looked at Su Yi's back then at the shop owner, and had no choice but to quickly catch up. As she walked, she silently regretted denying so quickly just now. But then she thought even if she had said yes, Su Yi would probably have refused anyway. As Yu Sheng was thinking this, Su Yi suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the corner ahead. There's a sugar painting cellar ahead. Let's go check it out. Huh. The moment her wrist was caught, Yu Sheng was completely stunned. She only felt a slightly cool little hand holding her wrist. That coolness seemed to carry a trace of electric current instantly spreading through her entire body. Yu Sheng instinctively wanted to break free, yet she didn't want to break this sudden closeness. Su Yi didn't look back until Yu Sheng called her, then she somewhat awkwardly released her hand. Yu Sheng's wrist was exceptionally slender, barely a handful, and felt warm and smooth like jade in the hand, very pleasant. Su Yi smiled and explained, "Sorry, I thought I was shopping with a roommate." It's okay." Yu Sheng looked at the wrist that Su Yi had just held, where a faint warmth seemed to linger. The two arrived at the stall of the old man selling sugar paintings. Su Yi asked, "Boss, what can you make?" "Depends on what you want. Even complicated ones can be done slowly," the old man said, then pointed to a turntable beside him with various animals and cartoon characters. "If you can't decide, just spin it." Su Yi nodded and reached out to spin the pointer on the wheel. Such turntables were usually prepared to attract children, but Su Yi seemed to enjoy it. The pointer whizzed past one pattern after another, finally slowing to a stop. "What's this? A peacock?" Su Yi asked doubtfully. The turntable looked like it had been used for years, its patterns faded and blurred, hard to discern. The old man chuckled, "It's a phoenix. Can you make a phoenix?" "Yes, I can." Su Yi looked at Yu Sheng. "Do you want one too?" "Sure," Yu Sheng replied, not wanting to dampen Su Yi's spirits. "Then make 2 phoenixes, boss." "No problem." The old man worked with practiced skill, the sugar syrup dancing on the board, and in no time, he had made 1 phoenix. After handing it to Su Yi, he immediately started on the second. Su Yi didn't eat hers right away, but focused on watching the old man draw the second phoenix. As they watched, the two noticed something unusual. The second phoenix seemed different in posture and appearance from the first. "Boss, these 2 phoenixes don't look the same." "That's right." The old man finished the second one and handed it to Yu Sheng. He pointed to the one in Su Yi's hand. "Yours is the Feng male phoenix." Then he turned to Yu Sheng. "And yours is the Huang female phoenix." In ancient legends, Feng and Huang are 2 divine birds. Feng is the male, Huang the female, with Feng Huang symbolizing auspiciousness. Yu Sheng knew the elder was merely showing off his skill and adding a touch of good fortune, not implying anything specific. Otherwise, Feng would have been given to her, not Su Yi, since no one would mistake Su Yi for a boy. Without dwelling on it, the two turned the corner and continued on. The ancient street meandered, appearing long, but actually less than a kilometer. Compared to a proper ancient town, there wasn't much to explore. Yet Su Yi looked left and right, stopping and starting, taking several minutes to cover every few dozen meters. It must be said that girls seemed to possess an inexhaustible passion and endurance for shopping. After walking for what felt like ages, Yu Sheng grew tired and decided to lag behind Su Yi, playing a game of tale. She had no idea where they were on the ancient street. Its winding layout obscured the end from view. The only consolation was when Su Yi, eating a sugar painting, brushed a strand of hair aside to keep it from the food. That move allowed Yu Sheng to complete the system task. Pouting, winking, tilting her head, stomping her feet. She now knew every cute trick by heart. Around 5 o'clock, they reached a souvenir shop near the exit of the ancient street. Though called a souvenir shop, Yusheng thought it was no different from a general store, just with unique markings on everyday items. Small things like postcards and fridge magnets all bore patterns of the ancient street's architecture. This is so pretty. Su-yi picked up a silver bracelet and looked at Yusheng. What do you think? Yusheng turned her gaze to the silver bracelet in Su-yi's hand. It was delicate and finely crafted, polished smooth, with a miniature silver phoenix charm that glittered. It's quite nice, Yusheng said sincerely. Then try it on. Me. Yusheng's tone was laced with undisguised surprise. This was clearly a women's bracelet. She had thought Su-yi wanted to wear it herself. Yes, I feel it would suit you. I don't want to. Yusheng waved her hand in refusal. Whether it was an illusion or not, she always felt Su-yi was deliberately teasing her. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable. Su-yi's demeanor was unnaturally casual, as if they were close friends shopping together. Alright, I'll wear it myself. Not insisting, Su-yi slipped the bracelet onto her own wrist. Help me fasten it, please. Su-yi extended her right hand, the bracelet dangling loosely against her fair wrist. Okay. Yusheng reached out, carefully picking up the clasp. Su-yi gazed at Yusheng, her eyes fixed on her face. Once Yusheng fastened the bracelet, Su-yi twisted her wrist, making the tiny phoenix charm sway gently. How does it look? Yusheng studied it seriously. Su-yi's wrist was slender, the extension chain spinning lightly, the charm adding a touch of playfulness and vitality to her. Yusheng wanted to say it suits you, but the words that came out were it's beautiful. Good, let's look at other things. The shop's assortment was vast, mostly delicate and cute, appealing more to women. There was nothing Yusheng liked. Su-yi, on the other hand, bought the silver bracelet and a few small trinkets, leaving the shopkeeper beaming. Exiting the souvenir shop, only the last short stretch of the ancient street remained, the exit visible at a glance. As they walked slowly, Su-yi suddenly asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "No," Yusheng replied, bewildered. "Why do you ask?" Fear was out of the question, yet most she felt a bit constrained around Su-yi. After all, Su-yi radiated charm constantly. Moreover, Yusheng was now a girl. Whoever stood beside her, she worried about being discovered. Su-yi glanced sideways at Yusheng. Most of their conversations were initiated by her. "Then, why do you never speak?" "I don't know what to say." Sigh. Su-yi sighed and said earnestly, "If you don't talk like a wooden block, how will you ever win a girl's heart?" Mentioning this made Yusheng's heart ache. Winning a girl's heart could wait. The biggest problem now was that the wretched system had turned her into a girl. How could she even date? Dating a guy was out of the question, as she couldn't accept anyone entering her body. But dating a girl? Would she have to wait until they were together, then drop her pants and say, "Actually, I'm a girl"? Yusheng thought for a moment, figuring girls understood girls better, so she asked directly, "So what kind of girl do you think guys like?" Su-yi smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in her eyes, and said half-jokingly, "One who's obedient and goes along with everything." "That sounds like a slave." "Isn't that better?" "How so?" "Since you're quiet anyway, just nod." Yusheng couldn't handle it and quickly changed the subject. "Is that why you rejected Liu Wenhao's confession?" "Him?" Su-yi frowned. "I barely know him. And confessing publicly like that is just to show tacky and forced." Having seen too many insincere approaches and confessions, Su-yi actually liked Yusheng's simple, shy nature. Having successfully diverted the topic, Yusheng nodded. True. Soon they reached the main street outside the ancient town. Su-yi took out her phone and checked the time. "It's about time. Let's go eat." Great, great. Yusheng quickly agreed. After walking so long, her legs were weak. She had endured so much for this meal. "How about hot pot?" Su-yi asked. "Sure. Okay." Su-yi nodded and asked, "Was there a hot pot place in the ancient street?" "I didn't notice." Yusheng guessed there was, but she wasn't sure. "Forget it. Since we're out, let's see if there's one nearby." Yusheng continued to follow Su-yi. They walked along the bustling street, occasionally seeing young couples holding hands. Probably students from a nearby school out foraging after class. Watching them, Yusheng couldn't help but think of herself and Su-yi. Shopping, eating. If they added a movie, it would be the standard date itinerary. Su-yi, walking ahead, suddenly paused and said, "Come by my side. Don't follow behind me like a shadow." "Oh." Inside the hot pot restaurant, Su-yi held the ordering tablet, swiping the screen as she asked Yusheng, sitting across from her, "Can you handle spicy food?" "I can. I suppose." Compared to those who can't live without spice, Yusheng could only be considered a dabbler. She had only ever been fond of spicy snacks as a child. After agonizing for a long while, she ended up choosing the middle ground between yes and no. Faced with this ambiguous answer, Su-yi didn't hesitate for a moment and directly ordered a dual-flavor broth base. Then she proceeded to order a mountain of dishes. Meat and vegetables, expensive and cheap. She wanted it all, making Yusheng's heart ache for her wallet. "This must cost a fortune." Yusheng advised, "Ordering too much, we won't finish it." What do you want to drink?" Su-yi felt it was enough and stopped ordering. Scrolling down the drinks menu, she saw alcohol and casually asked, "How about some wine?" "I don't drink." Yusheng shook her head. When Yusheng was young, her cousin had taken her to drink beer. She had found the taste bitter and utterly unpleasant back then, unable to fathom why anyone would enjoy it. Su-yi didn't drink either, so the two ordered beverages and then went together to the condiment station to prepare their dipping sauces. Having rarely visited hot pot restaurants, Yu Sheng was completely at a loss facing the myriad of condiments on offer. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to copy a recipe from the internet, she saw Su-Yi's effortless movements. So she stealthily imitated her step by step. Su-Yi added minced garlic, sesame oil, and sesame seeds. Yu Sheng followed suit, until Su-Yi scooped up a spoonful of chopped chili peppers. That Yu Sheng chose not to copy. Yu Sheng thought she was being very discreet, but Su-Yi suddenly turned her head, glanced at the small bowl in her hand, and teased, "You could have added a little less, you know. Copying my recipe, and still being picky." "I wasn't," Yu Sheng denied weakly, a strange sense of embarrassment washing over her. "Maybe we just have similar tastes." If she had known this would happen, she might as well have just asked Su-Yi to prepare 2 portions of sauce. "Is that so?" Su-Yi's eyes were full of mirth. The two finished preparing their sauces and returned to their seats, where the orange juice and coconut juice they had ordered were already on the table. The waitstaff brought out the dishes one after another, and Su-Yi put away the bracelet she was wearing. Soon the table was laden with all kinds of meat, as well as some tofu products and vegetables. The broth base had also come to a boil, bubbling away. The waiter enthusiastically offered to help them cook the ingredients, but Su-Yi declined. She could cook the ingredients herself, and it was more convenient to decide when to blanch each item and for how long. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, wasn't particular about how long different foods needed to be cooked. She preferred to dump all the ingredients into the pot at once and fish them out whenever she felt like eating. After making a show of cooking a few items properly, she was about to put this idea into practice. "Don't be so impatient. Each ingredient requires a different cooking time." Su-Yi couldn't help but stop her. "If you just throw everything in for a stew, some will get overcooked while others are still raw." As she spoke, she demonstrated using her chopsticks to gently swish the ingredients in the pot. "For tripe, 7 up and 8 down is enough. Oh, boil it too long, and it gets tough, the texture won't be good. And for beef slices, just swish them until they change color. That's the most tender way. Also," mid-sentence Su-Yi paused and asked, "Want to give it a try?" Yu Sheng tried it as Su-Yi instructed, then dipped it into the sauce she had almost perfectly replicated. The taste was indeed excellent. So her previous way of eating had been too crude. "How is it?" Su-Yi asked. "Isn't it better than your haphazard method?" It sounded less like a question and more like a statement. Yu Sheng felt she should compliment her, but racked her brain and couldn't think of any words to praise a woman. She had indeed learned many beautiful phrases, but when the moment came to use them, not a single one came to mind. It felt like writing an English essay for an exam. Having accumulated so-called advanced vocabulary, but when pen hit paper, it was just a collection of elementary school words. So all she could utter were 2 words, impressive. "These are just common tips for eating hot pot," Su-Yi said with a smile. "You don't eat hot pot often." Not very often." "Then you should try it more in the future." After saying this, Su-Yi took a sip of coconut juice and stopped demonstrating, planning to teach as they ate. Although they had ordered a dual flavor broth, Su-Yi didn't hog the spicy side. She chose a mild spiciness, so Yu Sheng also dipped her chopsticks in it. And she ate quite happily. Su-Yi also gained a certain understanding of Yu Sheng's capacity for spicy food. Once they started eating in earnest, their conversation dwindled. The hot pot steamed and bubbled, its heat flushing their cheeks. Even with the air conditioner on, beads of sweat appeared on Su-Yi's forehead. But being thoroughly engrossed in her meal, Su-Yi simply wiped it away with the back of her hand without deliberately using a napkin. This scene reminded Yu Sheng of past barbecues with her roommates. Everyone had been casual about wiping away sweat. Since Yu Sheng didn't drink, they often teased her, telling her to sit at the kids' table. Unlike Su-Yi, who upon learning she didn't drink still spoke in an approving tone. Suddenly a bead of sweat trickled down Su-Yi's forehead. It slid down her cheek, along her neck, and disappeared into her collar. Su-Yi seemed to feel it and reached up to tug at her collar. Plop! Yu Sheng was distracted, and the meatball she had just picked up fell back into her bowl. Seeing Yu Sheng frantically trying to retrieve the meatball, Su-Yi was a bit puzzled, but handed her a napkin. "Wipe it." "What? You got oil on your face." "Oh." Yu Sheng took the tissue. "What were you thinking about just now, eh?" Su-Yi asked, chewing on her chopsticks. "Nothing, just that the hot pot cooking method you taught is really practical and delicious. If it's good, eat more." Su-Yi picked up a piece of shrimp paste from her own bowl and offered it to Yu Sheng. "Here, open up." Yu Sheng's eyes widened, staring at the chopsticks and shrimp paste suspended before her, completely at a loss. "You? Just put it in my bowl." "All right." Su-Yi gave a triumphant smile and placed the shrimp paste into Yu Sheng's bowl. But even so, Yu Sheng hesitated to touch her chopsticks to it. If Su-Yi feeding her was a pretense, a way to tease her, the chopsticks holding the shrimp paste had just come out of Su-Yi's mouth. That was an undeniable fact. There was probably even saliva on it. Yu Sheng wondered if she should stir the shrimp paste into her sauce to dilute it. But that would make it seem like she was disgusted by Su-Yi. Glancing at the unruffled Su-Yi, Yu Sheng steeled herself, picked up the shrimp paste, and put it in her mouth. It tasted a bit sweet. The shrimp paste itself had a faint sweetness. It probably wasn't just her imagination. With no rush, the two of them took their time, eating, savoring the meal for a long while before finally settling the bill and leaving the hot pot restaurant. The early autumn night carried a hint of chill, the temperature noticeably lower than during the day devoid of summer's oppressive heat. Yu Sheng and Sui strolled along the streetlights casting a dim yellowish glow that stretched their shadows across the ground. As they passed beneath each lamp, their shadows elongated, then shortened, then converged together. Instead of hailing a taxi, Sui suggested they take the bus back. She had opted for a taxi earlier in the afternoon to maximize their shopping time, but now that night had fallen, the duration of the return trip mattered little. Slowness was not always a flaw. Taking the bus, a more leisurely mode of travel, allowed one to better appreciate the city's nightscape. Yu Sheng naturally had no objections. The afternoon taxi fare and the evening hot pot bill were both paid by Sui. Yu Sheng did not fuss over splitting the hot pot cost, but Sui insisted on covering the taxi fare, as well refusing to let her contribute half. Yu Sheng worried that if they took a taxi, Sui would insist on paying again, and she couldn't bear to keep spending the other's money. Soon the two arrived at the bus stop and came to a halt. The bus stop had a bench grimy and stained as if someone had spilled coffee on it, leaving a mottled patch of dirt. Wanting to sit, Yu Sheng pulled a tissue from her pants pocket and vigorously wiped the stains off the seat. Having learned from the last time she had no tissues, she now always carried them with her. Sui leaned against the bus sign, watching Yu Sheng at work. Yu Sheng bent slightly at the waist, cleaning the bench, her body angled towards Sui. The collar of her shirt hung open, revealing the delicate curve of her collarbone beneath her neck, more exposed than when she had worn that semi-revealing gown earlier. The collarbone traced an elegant arc like two shallow crescent moons resting on Yu Sheng's porcelain-smooth skin. Each time she waved her hand to wipe the bench, the collarbone rose and fell gently with her movements, exhibiting a dynamic beauty. Oh, what a collarbone! One wondered how many coins it could hold. Sui watched for 2 seconds, but ultimately morality prevailed, and she refrained from peeking further. She remarked, "You even clean a public bench. Quite civic-minded." "Just a bit of convenience, so I can sit myself," Yu Sheng replied, pulling out another tissue to continue wiping the seat. "Isn't it a bother?" Sui asked. "Better than standing all the time," Yu Sheng said. Counterintuitively, standing was actually more tiring than walking. As a fragile college student who saw black spots when standing up after squatting for too long, she naturally chose to sit. Yu Sheng cleared a small clean area, spread her legs, placed her hands on her knees, and slowly sat down. "Move over, make room for me, Sui," he said, walking to the edge of the bench. "He'll sit too." "Sure." Yu Sheng didn't mind Sui benefiting from her efforts. She shifted her little bottom to create some space. "Pull your legs in." Since the cleaned area was limited after Sui sat down, Yu Sheng drew her legs together, her hands half clenched into fists resting on her knees. Her current sitting posture looked very obedient. Sui reached into her pocket and took out 2 mint candies she had taken from the hot pot restaurant, handing one to Yu Sheng. "Here." Oh, Yu Sheng took the mint candy obediently. "Did you eat enough tonight?" Sui asked, tearing open the mint candy wrapper. Full she certainly was. Among Yu Sheng's few hot pot experiences, this was the most satisfying meal. She patted her slightly bloated belly. "I'm full, my stomach's all big." It's gotten bigger." "That's good." Sui nodded and put the candy into her mouth. Yu Sheng also opened the mint candy wrapper, popped it in, and asked, "How long will it take to get back by bus?" "That depends on the route." Sui said calmly, "Around an hour to an hour and a half, depending on the route. Either way, including the walking time, it'll be over an hour." Seeing Sui's composed demeanor, Yu Sheng didn't bother to check on her phone. Buses near the ancient street ran very frequently. Within minutes, one arrived. "The bus is here," Sui called out. "Is this the one?" Yu Sheng asked. "Of course, unless you think I'd kidnap you." The bus stopped steadily, the front door opened, and Sui stepped on first. Yu Sheng followed her onto the bus. There weren't many passengers, so the two found seats near the back. Sui by the window. "Does this bus go directly to the school?" Yu Sheng asked again. "No," Sui said. "We'll need to transfer, same stop transfer." Even the subway required one transfer. Direct buses were even rarer. As the bus started and accelerated, the scenery outside the window shifted continuously, light and shadow interweaving. Sui propped her chin on her hand, enjoying the night view for a moment, then turned her head, tilting it slightly, to look at Yu Sheng's face. Yu Sheng's skin glowed with a natural rosiness, delicate and dewy, as if it might yield water at a touch. It must feel very nice to pinch, wouldn't it? At 9 in the evening, Yu Sheng returned to the school. The two successfully navigated the transfer route, neither missing their stop, nor boarding the wrong bus, nor encountering any minor mishap that would cause them to miss curfew. Thus the cliché scenario of hurriedly searching for a hotel late at night, only to be told there's one room left forcing them to share, never happened to them. Everyone was in the dorm. As soon as Yu Sheng entered, she felt several pairs of eyes fixed intently on her. Finally decided to come back. Shen Luchuan asked with a smile. Usually it was his buddies who said that to him. Yu Sheng. "Yeah." Gokuin interrogated her bluntly. "You said you were going to eat early in the afternoon, but you didn't show up until dark." What kind of delicacies did you have that took so long to prepare? He sniffed the air. Went for hot pot. Yeah, the place was kind of out of the way, spent most of the time on the road. Yusheng said nothing about the shopping trip. But Gokuin suddenly added no. What's wrong? The smell's off. Gokuin wagged his finger. Top notes are beef tallow and Sichuan peppercorn. Base notes are mushroom and umami. You guys ordered a dual flavor pot. Damn, Zhaoheng, you spoke for Yusheng. Bro, you might as well be called dog from now on. You can even sniff that out. But Gokuin ignored him and continued. Different taste, yet you forced to share a pot, accommodating each other. Stop. Yusheng cut him off directly. It was just a meal. If he went on, the others would probably start making something out of the word dual flavor. Yusheng was quite tired after shopping with Su-yi in the afternoon, so she used a classic "I'm going to take a shower now" and slipped into the bathroom. After washing up, Yusheng lay down on the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. Now that the performance was done and the meal was eaten, the only remaining item on the to-do list was moving out. However, she wasn't in a hurry to tell her roommates. She would wait until she had found a suitable place and everything was settled before informing them. On Friday afternoon, Yusheng had arranged with her landlord to view an apartment at 4 o'clock. After her afternoon classes ended, she returned to the dormitory for a brief rest before heading out. As 4 o'clock approached, the sun hung slantingly at the edge of the sky, still radiating a warm glow. The apartment was located in Mingzhu Mansion, just over 10 minutes walk from the school. Yusheng exited the campus, rented a shared bicycle, and pedaled vigorously with her slender white legs toward her destination. Though the name sounded a bit rustic, Mingzhu Mansion was a solidly mid to high-end residential complex situated in the university district close to the commercial street, hence its relatively high rent. Besides students from nearby universities, the complex housed many other men and women. The buildings were entirely different from the modeled facades of old neighborhoods. They were pristine and gleaming, showing no traces of age, their exteriors shimmering under the sunlight. After parking the bike, Yusheng gazed at the complex's buildings from afar and made her way to the entrance. Through the gate, she could glimpse the neatly trimmed greenery inside, at least presentable on the surface. She looked around, but saw no woman who might be the landlord at the entrance. She stepped into the shade of a tree, ready to make a phone call, when coincidentally the landlord called her. The landlord, a brisk and decisive young woman, spoke rapidly, saying she had an impromptu meeting and would arrange for someone else to handle the apartment viewing, but it would be delayed by half an hour. Before Yusheng could say anything, the landlord hung up. Yusheng felt somewhat annoyed. Even though the landlord's tone suggested she was indeed in a hurry, standing someone up with such audacity was irksome. The complex was not open access with a strict entry system. Without resident authorization, Yusheng couldn't get in herself. Adhering to the maxim, since you're already here, she decided to wander nearby to kill time. She walked along the street outside the complex, where trees were lush and verdant and the breeze carried the aroma of food. Following the wind's guidance, she arrived at a nearby snack street. At the entrance stood a carved archway looking quite authentic. Close to residential buildings with no blaring loudspeakers along the street, and it being a weekday afternoon, only a few scattered passers-by were present, making it quite tranquil. Yusheng strolled slowly, pondering what to eat, when suddenly a young man passionately called out with his raw voice to attract customers, "Beautiful lady, try our skewers. Pure lamb, authentic, flavor-free if it's not good." Though Yusheng was dressed rather masculinely, the man saw through appearances with keen insight. Yusheng quickly waved her hand to decline. She was about to view an apartment later, and smelling of barbecue wouldn't be appropriate. But after the man led with "beautiful lady," others joined in the calls, defaulting to addressing her as female. "Young lady, how about a jianbing?" Made fresh, absolutely delicious. "Sweetheart, want some malatang? Our new store is open, 20 off everything." Whether shop owners or street vendors, all were enthusiastic, but Yusheng declined them all. Normally she could take such addresses in stride, having been called that before. But being hailed so loudly, a few passers-by in the distance turned to look at her, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She secretly resolved that whoever called her by a title she found agreeable would earn her patronage. Continuing along the road, she soon heard another call. "Classmate, our sugar-roasted chestnuts are delicious, still warm. Buy a bag to munch on as you walk." Yusheng paused, turning to her right. At the roadside was a sugar-roasted chestnut stall, the Annie vendor looking at her kindly. Yusheng decisively bought a bag to try for no reason other than a sudden craving. She pulled out her phone, scanned the code to pay, and Su-yi's message popped up in class. Yusheng, carrying the chestnuts, replied as she walked, "No, what's up? You know the freshman icebreaker activity, right? It's the one where new students in a class gather to play games." Yeah, Yusheng naturally knew, having experienced it as a freshman. Though called games, the purpose wasn't just fun, but to help newcomers get to know each other and integrate into the group. But personally, Yusheng thought it had little effect. Tomorrow evening, one class still needs a male student to lead the activity. Want to give it a try? Each class activity was usually hosted by one male and one female, but Yusheng didn't want to get involved unless Su-yi accompanied her. As she mulled over a refusal, Su-yi sent another message. The other host is Song Shihan. Who? Don't know her. My original partner, the female host of the welcome party. Su-e was amused. Even if she'd forgotten to introduce her song, Shihan had introduced herself by name during the hosting. Seeing the message, Yusheng understood. Oh, her. That woman who had called her a stinky man to her face. No, I don't even know the process. Yusheng had little memory of her own class icebreaker in freshman year. It had passed and been forgotten. Easy, come to the office now, get familiar with the process, and we can rehearse tonight. This activity counts toward volunteer hours and can boost your comprehensive evaluation score. But I have class tonight and am not on campus now. I'm out looking at an apartment, and the landlord stood me up for half an hour. Who knows how long the viewing will take. As she explained, Yusheng couldn't help complaining. All right then. Su-e understood Yusheng was politely declining, so she didn't mention that they could rehearse tomorrow during the day. What are you doing now, killing time? Yeah, eating sugar-roasted chestnuts. In the student union office, Su-e's eyes lit up. She happened to crave some sugar-roasted chestnuts and had been thinking of buying a bag. If it's convenient, bring me a portion too. Sure. For such a small request, Yusheng gladly agreed. Great, I'll be in the student union office all afternoon. Yusheng exited the chat interface and tucked her phone back into her pocket. Eating chestnuts while strolling, half an hour passed quickly. Yusheng had roughly figured out the locations of nearby supermarkets and other amenities. The area was close to school, so she already had some familiarity. Likely due to its excellent location, despite the high rent, there were no vacancies for single rooms. The apartment she was to view was a finely decorated 2-bedroom unit. Living alone, the monthly rent was naturally steep. But since it was the system's money, she didn't mind. Returning to the complex's main gate, Yusheng's gaze instinctively swept over nearby women searching for the someone else the landlord had mentioned. Having spotted no one after a look, she again stood in the shade to wait. Soon a voice came from nearby. Are you the one Sister Wang said was coming to view the apartment? A man's voice. It sounded somewhat familiar. Yusheng looked puzzled as she followed the sound. The speaker, a man well over 6 feet tall with muscles subtly outlined beneath his thin clothes, was none other than the male model clerk she had encountered a few days ago at a shoe store in the mall. Bro, your range of services is quite broad. If he also had a side gig at a nightclub, he could very well be dubbed Model Bro. Not knowing the landlady's surname, Yusheng waited for Model Bro to approach, pulled up her call log, and asked, is this the number? Model Bro glanced at it and replied, yeah, that's right. With his confirmation, Yusheng followed Model Bro into the residential complex and arrived at Building 2, Unit 1. The first floor was a stilt level. Model Bro swiped his access card to open the corridor door and headed straight for the elevator bank, where 2 elevators stood in the same lobby. The advantage was convenient travel, allowing residents flexibility, while the downside was a larger shared area. But that was clearly not Yusheng's concern. Perhaps because they had met before, Model Bro chatted casually while waiting for the elevator. My sworn sister had an urgent work matter and couldn't make it, so she asked me to come. If she's so busy, why does she handle renting and selling properties herself? Yusheng expressed her confusion. Logically, such tasks could easily be delegated to an agency or subordinates. Yet the landlady chose to do it personally, only calling for help when she couldn't manage. It was rather perplexing. Model Bro looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then whispered conspiratorially, this place is near the university and my sworn sister likes young people. Wait, is this a legitimate sworn sister? Yusheng asked bluntly. Model Brother's words combined with his physique made it hard not to jump to conclusions. Of course it's legitimate, he said helplessly. She's the daughter of my mom's best friend, a childhood sworn relation. The shoe store was her idea for me to practice with. And she only handles things personally when she has free time. You just happened to catch her today? I see. Yusheng understood. Your sworn sister really looks out for you. No wonder the landlady had sent him. He was family, someone she could trust. Yes, she's a good person, just a bit of a worrier. The elevator descended to the first floor, the doors opened, and they stepped inside, ascending to the 15th floor. Model Bro walked to door 1501, unlocked it, pushed it open, and stepped aside. Take a quick look. Yusheng nodded. Model Bro led her inside, and after passing the entryway, he began his introduction. See, the living room, dining area, and kitchen are all open plan without partitions, so it feels especially spacious and gets great light. Over here is an enclosed balcony with a washing machine, handy for drying clothes or storing odds and ends. Model Bro rattled on, as Yusheng listened quietly, observing the layout. To the left of the living room was a guest bathroom, compact and equipped with only the basics. Flanking the bathroom were the secondary bedroom and the master bedroom. The master was larger, featuring a bay window and a private en-suite bathroom, far superior to the guest one. It had a wet-dry separation design, a mirrored cabinet, dual sinks, and to Yusheng's surprise, even a bathtub. So are you satisfied? Back in the living room after the tour, Model Bro asked. If it doesn't suit you, my sworn sister has a few other properties here you could see, but those have separate kitchens. This one was remodeled by the previous tenant without permission. Remodeled without permission. Yusheng mused. Why didn't you ask them to restore it? My sworn sister thought it was fine, Model Bro explained. And the tenant was willing to pay compensation exceeding the restoration costs. Money truly allowed for such whims. Yusheng actually thought the remodel was well done. She had been drawn to the open kitchen living dining layout. The space felt expansive and comfortable. Her inspection revealed the apartment was clean and fully furnished with a water heater, washing machine, air conditioner, TV, and sofa, everything needed. The furniture is Asus right, Yusheng confirmed. When searching online, she had eyed 2 apartments, planning to see the other if this one didn't work out. That one was farther from school, though the subway ride was under 20 minutes, it wasn't as convenient as this location. In her heart, she hoped to settle on this apartment to avoid the hassle of viewing another. Seeing her interest, Model Bro quickly replied, "Yes, every brick and every fixture is as you see it. You can move in with just your bags." Model Brothers' sales pitch was quite professional. Yusheng felt that with his drive running, just a shoe store was a waste of his talent. "I need to move in within a couple of days. Can you handle the contract?" Model Bro had authorization and could manage most aspects except for signing. He pulled a rolled-up contract template from his pocket, spread it on the coffee table, and said, "Take a look. Let me know if anything needs adjusting. I've already discussed it with my sworn sister, who shall sign it once she's done today." Yusheng nodded, slightly carefully reviewing the contract. Finding no pitfalls, she asked, "Is long-term rental okay? Do you need to check with your sworn sister?" Her implication was whether a long lease would interfere with the landlady's hunting. "Of course it's fine." Model Bro waved dismissively, perhaps misinterpreting her meaning, and added, "My sworn sister won't make a move on you." As a tenant, sending the landlord an electronic contract was rather unusual. After Yusheng finished, she followed Model Bro out and left the complex gate. Model Bro returned to his shop, handing Yusheng 3 keys before parting, for the main door and 2 rooms. This wasn't out of great trust. The complex had strict access controls, so the keys posed no risk. The access card would only be issued after the contract was signed and her info registered with the property management. Yusheng pocketed the keys and pulled out her phone to notify Lu Ziqing. While the chance of a dorm check that very night after moving out was slim, she worried she'd forget if she didn't inform him now. Opening WeChat, she suddenly realized she didn't have Lu Ziqing's contact. Initiating contact with a girl's social media was as improbable as a fairy tale for her. Instead, she opened her chat with Su Yi, intending to ask for a message relay, but then reconsidered and switched out. She was bringing Su Yi candied chestnuts that evening anyway. Oh, she could tell her then. In the evening, the golden orb overlooking the earth gradually sank westward, painting the sky with brilliant hues. After finishing dinner at a restaurant near the residential area, Yusheng bought a bag of sugar-fried chestnuts from the snack street before returning to school. She sent a message in the dormitory group asking the roommates to bring her textbooks, then entered the administration building. At the door of the student union office, Yusheng opened a crack and peeked inside, finding no one there. Su Yi wasn't there, probably gone for dinner. Yusheng pushed the door open and planned to put the chestnuts on Su Yi's desk. When she came here earlier to fill out forms, Su Yi had taken a pen from the desk on the right side of the door, so it must be her desk. The small ornament on the table confirmed Yusheng's guess. This ornament was exactly the one Su Yi bought at the souvenir shop on the ancient street. Putting down the bag of sugar-fried chestnuts, Yusheng took out her phone to inform Su Yi via Weishuan. Just then a voice came from the door. "How did the house viewing go? Did the landlord show up on time?" Yusheng looked at the door and saw Su Yi turning on the office light while closing the door behind her. "Well, the landlord sent someone else, and there was no further delay." "Did you only look at one apartment?" Su Yi asked again. "You came back quite early. Have you eaten dinner?" "I ate before coming back," Yusheng said. "I only looked at one, and it met my expectations, so I settled it immediately." "Oh." Su Yi sat down on her chair, picked up the bag with both hands, opened the opening, and looked inside. It was the sugar-fried chestnuts she had been craving. Yusheng bought a Jean 1/2 kilogram of chestnuts, which felt quite heavy in hand. Su Yi said, "How much?" "He'll transfer the money to you. As the saying goes, talking about money hurts feelings." Yusheng waved her hand. No need. She wasn't pretending to be generous, as she wanted to use the chestnut money to offset the taxi fare from that afternoon. Su Yi paid for the taxi, and she paid for the chestnuts, so they would be even. Su Yi didn't insist on settling accounts either. She grabbed a handful of chestnuts and handed them to Yusheng. "Let's eat together. I just had dinner, so I can't eat that many." Yusheng was about to head to the classroom to reserve seats, but seeing Su Yi's small hand suspended in midair, she had no choice but to open her palm to receive them. Su Yi let go, letting a few chestnuts fall into Yusheng's hand, then pulled over a chair, patted the back, and gestured for Yusheng to sit. After that, she peeled chestnuts while asking Yusheng, "Since you found an apartment, when do you plan to move out?" "Tomorrow or the day after." Yusheng hadn't decided herself. The lease started on Sunday, but the contract clearly stated 1-day grace period. The tenant could move in 1 day early for free, without rent, so both tomorrow and the day after were fine. Any later wouldn't work. Moving in late carried risks. So soon. They'll have to move out sooner or later anyway. Yusheng also peeled a chestnut and popped it into her mouth, chewing. "Might as well move early." Su Yi thought for a moment. "Then I suggest you move on Saturday." "Why? Moving on Saturday gives you more time," Su Yi offered her opinion. "Look, if you move on Saturday, you can still rest on Sunday, organize your things, And if you forget something, you'll have time to fix it. If you move on Sunday, you'll have classes the next day, time will be tight, and you'll be tired. That makes sense. Yu Sheng felt Su-Yi's reasoning was sound and thoughtful. Then he'll move tomorrow. Please help me inform Lu Xiqing. Su-Yi nodded, pulled over a wastebasket with a plastic bag liner beside her, and tossed the chestnut shells in her hand into it. Since the wastebasket was on Su-Yi's side, Yu Sheng couldn't reach it from her seat, and the two chairs were close together with no room for the basket between them. Su-Yi took a tissue from the table, spread it flat in front of Yu Sheng, and said, "You can put the shells here first." Okay. Yu Sheng happened to glance at the tissue box and noticed that the silver bracelet Su-Yi bought that day was placed right beside it. The bracelet wasn't stored in a jewelry box, suggesting Su-Yi had worn it in the past couple of days. Yu Sheng had initially thought that Su-Yi bought the silver bracelet mainly as a souvenir rather than for wearing. After all, after they finished the hot pot that evening, Su-Yi didn't put it back on. Besides, not everyone likes to wear jewelry. Su-Yi caught Yu Sheng's fleeting glance, looked at the bracelet on the table, and said, "Wearing a bracelet is just for novelty. After 2 days I got lazy. It's quite troublesome to clasp it. I can't always ask someone to help me." Yu Sheng nodded in understanding, not knowing what to say. Su-Yi silently looked at Yu Sheng's hands, fair with slender fingers and delicate wrists like a lotus stem, and genuinely felt that she would suit this bracelet as well. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng had already made it clear at the ancient street that she didn't want to wear it. The two continued eating the sweet chestnuts, and Su-Yi casually remarked, "I was just craving sugar-fried chestnuts this afternoon, and you happened to buy some. Do you like sweet things?" Yu Sheng bought the sugar-fried chestnuts purely because the aunt selling them called her classmate, a gender-neutral term, and because she didn't dislike sweets. But she certainly wouldn't reveal that, so she said, "Not really, I just haven't had them in a long time, and wanted to try them when I saw them." As she said this, Yu Sheng had just put a chestnut into her mouth. To speak clearly, she deliberately moved the chestnut to one side of her cheek, causing her cheek to puff out. Su-Yi found it increasingly cute, and couldn't resist wanting to pinch it to see how it felt, so she called out, "Yu Sheng. Huh, can I pinch your cheek?" "What?" Yu Sheng was stunned for a second, wondering if she had misheard. What a strange request. "Can I pinch your cheek?" Su-Yi repeated word for word. "This." Yu Sheng was glad that Su-Yi didn't just reach out directly, or she wouldn't have known how to react. Meeting Su-Yi's seemingly expressive eyes, she clearly refused. "No." "Stingy," Su-Yi said. Was this a matter of stinginess? Yu Sheng was emotionally conflicted, looking at Su-Yi in disbelief. "Where did your aloof persona go? Have you been possessed?" She refused again. "I said no, period." "Then we'll talk next time," Su-Yi said with feigned regret. If anyone ever said Su-Yi was aloof again, Yu Sheng would argue with them. Seeing that it was almost time for class, she quickly said, "Class is about to start. I'm leaving now." "Go ahead." Su-Yi waved her hand. Yu Sheng wrapped up the tissue with accumulated chestnut shells, stood up, walked around Su-Yi, and tossed it into the wastebasket, then headed for the door. However, at that moment the door was opened from the outside. As the door swung wider, two figures came into Yu Sheng's view. One of them, with a head of wavy hair and a stack of documents in her arms, was the vice president of the student union, Lu Xiqing. The other was not Chen Yushu. She also held a stack of documents, looking quite refined. Lu Xiqing was momentarily startled upon seeing Yu Sheng, then turned to glance at Su-Yi and asked the same question, "What are you two up to?" At this moment, it was exactly like that other moment. "Nothing much, Yu Sheng, just brought me a bag of sugar-coated chestnuts," Su-Yi said, tidying up the chestnut shells scattered on the table, showing no sign of unease. "Right, Yu Sheng?" Catching Lu Xiqing's inquiring gaze, Yu Sheng replied, "Honestly, yes." Lu Xiqing stepped closer to examine the remnants on the table, raising an eyebrow. "Why did he suddenly bring you food?" "Yu Sheng happened to be off campus, and I asked him to bring some," Su-Yi explained, shaking the bag, the chestnuts rustling against the paper. "There's still plenty left. Want to share?" "Oh, is it that coincidental?" "Why wouldn't it be?" While they were bantering, the refined girl walked to the window and placed her documents on Lu Xiqing's desk. She glanced at Yu Sheng a few times before finally speaking. "I've put the files on your desk. I'm off now, Xiao Ci." "All right." Lu Xiqing made an okay gesture. "Cheng Cheng's sister, Cheng Xiao Ci." Yu Sheng's urge to comment was instantly sparked. Everyone had their own way of addressing her. "Not going to say goodbye to me?" "Nan Nan," Su-Yi said with a smile. "All right, Xiao Yi, bye." With that, the refined girl called Nan Nan left the office. "Well," Yu Sheng addressed the two, "He'll be going too." Go ahead, don't be late," Su-Yi waved. Yu Sheng acknowledged and left the office, closing the door behind her. As the door clicked shut, Lu Xiqing's gaze drifted to the window, her tone slightly envious. Just after eating, Yu Zionen's off to the library again. "Nan Nan is diligent," Su-Yi said, taking a few chestnuts from the bag. "Here, try these sugar-coated chestnuts, they're quite sweet." Lu Xiqing put down the documents, took the chestnuts, and casually brushed Su-Yi's palm. "Oh," Su-Yi cooed softly, "don't tickle me, didn't you say you'd changed?" "It's a habit. Lu Xiqing repeated habit twice, then pointed to the two chairs behind the desk, and changed the subject. "What were you two really doing just now?" "We were eating chestnuts." I couldn't let Yusheng stand, could I? Su, he said with a hint of amusement. You seem rather special toward him. Lu Xiqing raised an eyebrow. Given Yusheng's shyness, she doubted Yusheng would have sat down to eat with Sui on her own. Not at all, it's just basic courtesy. But you've never asked a guy to bring you things before. Lu Xiqing spotted the flaw. That's different. Yusheng owes us a favor, so I'm taking the chance to put him to work, Sui replied without any panic. If you say so. Lu Xiqing glanced at the bag of sugar-coated chestnuts again. Is that why Yusheng came to see you? Yusheng said he is moving out tomorrow. Sui left it at that. I see. Lu Xiqing calmly peeled a chestnut. Covering for him was no trouble at all. After all, the school rarely arranged for the student union to check dormitories for upperclassmen. Even if they caught Yusheng coming back late, she could always erase the record. In the end, the late-night registration form was still handed over to the student affairs office by her. Then she complained, Yusheng seems well-behaved, but he's not really honest. He's even thinking about secretly moving out. That's the opportunity you gave him, Sui chuckled. Who was it that wanted to see him in a dress and said she'd grant any request? That was a whim of mine. Yusheng's plan to move out was premeditated. Lu Xiqing laughed. How can you be sure it was premeditated? Leaning against Sui's desk, Lu Xiqing said. If it wasn't premeditated, did he decide to move out on a whim, suddenly leaving the dorm room for no reason? You're not exactly honest either, Sui said calmly. As the vice president of the student union, you're helping a student sneak out of the dorm. Why are you defending Yusheng? Lu Xiqing narrowed her eyes. I only said you could ask him to play your boyfriend. Don't tell me you like him. Don't talk nonsense. Sui shot Lu Xiqing a glare. Lu Xiqing didn't mind, picked up her documents, and returned to her own desk. In her view, if Sui really wanted to date someone, she could win over anyone, even a girl. When Yusheng arrived at the classroom, his 3 roommates were already there. As soon as he sat down, Gushun questioned, Where did you go this afternoon? I had something to do. No one believes you, Gushun said teasingly. Every time you say you have something to do, you're off to see the school beauty, Su. Yusheng was speechless. As a roommate, they had no trust in him at all. He tried to explain, I really had something to do. I was planning to. Before he could finish, Gushun interrupted, busy. I think you and Sui are busy. Makes sense, said Shin Luchuan. One, added Zhao Hongyu. Yusheng opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Were these 3 ganging up on him? But it turned out not to be the case. Shortly after, Gushun shifted his aim to Zhao Hongyu, asking if he had figured out how to ask for Yu Zionen's WeChat. Zhao Hongyu couldn't answer, so he turned his gaze to Shun Liuchuan, who was chatting with Chu Ju on WeChat. Brother Shun, how did you get your wife's WeChat? Shun Luchuan put down his phone, spreading his hands. My wife added me. The group fell silent again. By the way, Brother Shin, what does your wife really look like? We've never seen her. Gushun suddenly asked curiously. Shin Luchuan chuckled softly, as if recalling something amusing, and glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng has seen her. At the time, my wife almost thought I was betraying her. Yusheng's lips twitched. He seemed to understand why Chu Ju had been holding Shin Luchuan's arm and urging him to leave quickly. Damn it. As soon as Shin Luchuan said that, Gushun and Zhao Hongyu became instantly intrigued, both staring at Yusheng. When did you run into her? And you didn't tell us. You scoundrel, discovering enemy intelligence and hiding it from us. Who told you to tease me? Yusheng then spent some effort describing Chu Ju's appearance, summarizing it in 5 words, a college student in chibi form. Shin Luchuan snickered on the side. When the two asked him, he just nodded, not bothering to defend Chu Ju. Once they had nothing more to say, Yusheng seized the opportunity to bring up the main topic. I'm moving out tomorrow. You're moving out. Class had already started, and Zhao Hongyu lowered his voice. Why? Gushun also asked her. It must be because you're always teasing Yusheng, and he can't take it anymore, Shin Luchuan joked. Listen, my ancestors once helped an injured immortal who left a token of gratitude. A couple of days ago, the token was accidentally activated, and the immortal's descendant came to assist me. Yusheng rambled with a straight face, but no one believed her. However, she had made up her mind, and they didn't press for reasons or try to persuade her. Since Yusheng neither clarified nor hinted the message was clear, for big words, no comment. You're always going to see school beauty, Sue. Won't it be less convenient after you move out? Gushun suddenly asked. I don't go see her every day. Yusheng retorted. Fine. Gushun grinned slyly. Need help moving your luggage tomorrow? No. Are you living alone or with a roommate? Shin Luchuan suddenly posed a soul-searching question. He had previously considered renting a place off campus with Chu Ju so they could live shamelessly and sweetly together. But Chu Ju couldn't bear to leave her roommates, so he dropped the idea. Living alone. Yusheng didn't grasp the deeper meaning. Really? Zhao Hongyu asked her. Absolutely. Yusheng nodded solemnly. Gushun, thinking that tomorrow would mark the end of a major source of amusement, couldn't resist being cheeky. Yusheng, you're moving out tomorrow, right? Obviously. So how about we have some fun before you leave? What fun? Yusheng had a feeling he was about to be mischievous again. Gushun smirked slyly, clearly amused by what he was about to say. He enunciated each word, cross-dressing. No way. Yusheng's forehead veins bulged. She couldn't believe Ji Ge was still fixated on this. She lifted her leg and kicked Gushun's shin. She didn't use much force and Gushun simply brushed the dust off his pants wearing an annoyingly smug grin. Why are you rewarding me? Yusheng fell silent. This guy was hopeless. The evening class had 3 sessions, and since the instructor taught consecutively, without a break, it ended a bit earlier than usual. As soon as Yusheng returned to the dorm, she began packing her luggage. During the evening class, the landlady had already signed the electronic contract. Now with her luggage packed, the next morning would be easier. Yusheng preferred to travel light. She hadn't brought much at the start of the semester, but after adding the items accumulated over the past year, she managed to fill a large suitcase. Even so, there were still some odds and ends left that couldn't fit, which she'd have to carry by hand. As for her toothbrush and towel, she didn't pack them as she'd need them for tonight and tomorrow morning. To avoid cluttering the dorm, Yusheng zipped up the suitcase and pushed it under the desk. Staring at the now spacious desk, she felt something was missing. After pondering for a while, Yusheng finally realized that besides student union inspections, the dorm supervisor and advisor occasionally visited the dorms. When she moved out, they would see the bare bedboard. Unless it was the night before winter or summer break, no matter how well her roommates covered for her, no one would believe anyone still lived there. She'd better buy another set of bedding. As Yusheng thought this, her phone screen lit up. She picked it up to see a message from Sui. Sui, class over. Sui had been too busy teasing Yusheng earlier that evening to remember she had some things to ask. Yusheng, yeah. Sui is the place you rented reliable. Don't get scammed. Yusheng, probably not. Yusheng didn't know much about renting, but she wasn't foolish enough to be easily duped. She had done some research before scheduling the viewing. She checked the water and electricity, the furniture, and whether everything was functional. Sui, you never know, there are plenty of tricks out there. Yusheng, what should I do then? Yusheng, how about you come with me tomorrow and help me check things out? She sent the message almost instinctively, her heart racing, slightly unsure why she was nervous. Sui, sure. Sui, what time are you moving tomorrow? Yusheng, probably around 10. Yusheng, depends on when I wake up. Sui, okay. Sui, do you have a lot of luggage? I can help carry stuff like blankets. Yusheng, not much. Yusheng, you'll buy a blanket once I get there. Sui, why? Yusheng explained her reasoning again. Yusheng, this and that, and so on. Yusheng, you get it now? Sui, got it. Sui, you're really meticulous. Sui, and thrifty. It's not just about being meticulous anymore, it's sad. Yusheng, know the place is in Mingzhu Mansion, not far from school. I plan to walk. Sui, no problem. Yusheng, will call you when I wake up tomorrow. In dorm 520. Sui was about to reply with see you tomorrow when Lu Xiqing suddenly leaned in. Who are you chatting with? Quick as a flash, Sui slammed her phone screen down and said calmly, it's Yusheng asking for my help. With what? Lu Xiqing wanted to press further, but Chen Yushu poked her head out from the bed curtain, helping Sui out. Cheng Jie, Bao, where's my blanket? Chen Yushu had just showered and climbed into bed only to find no blanket. You took it downstairs to sunbathe at noon, Sui said, puzzled. Didn't you bring it back? I forgot. Chen Yushu slapped the bedboard, annoyed. I have to go all the way down again. Such a hassle. Doesn't Sui have an extra blanket? Lu Xiqing reminded Chen Yushu. Asked to borrow hers. No, I don't want Bao's blanket. Chen Yushu scrambled down from the bed. I want yours. It'll warm your bed, Cheng Jie. Oh. Lu Xiqing said playfully, lifting Chen Yushu's chin with her thumb and forefinger. You want to be favored by me tonight, little one? The two were playfully bickering behind her, but Sui sank into thought. When she registered last year, she didn't take the school's bedding, but brought her own. However, her bedding hadn't arrived by the time she got to school, so she bought a temporary one from the supermarket. Last semester she thought of taking it home, but forgot in the rush. Sui unlocked her phone and continued typing to Yusheng. Sui, I have an extra blanket here. Sui, I have an extra blanket. Sui, I don't need it, and you happen to need one, so it's yours. Reading the message on the screen, Yusheng's thoughts raced. Sui's meaning was probably that her blanket could be placed in the dormitory so that he could take his own blanket away tomorrow. Yusheng, okay, thank you. Although the act of giving a blanket carried a hint of romance, since Sui didn't mind, Yusheng accepted it gracefully. Sui, come to my building now and pick it up. Yusheng, all right. Yusheng put away her phone and walked towards the corridor outside the dormitory. Seeing her about to leave, Gushin asked, where are you going? Something came up. At this hour. Going to see the campus beauty Sui again. Yusheng went down the stairs, exited the dormitory lobby, and walked straight toward the opposite dormitory lobby. Sui's dormitory was in Building 9 on the right side of the opposite lobby, only about 100 meters away, taking less than a minute or two. Standing at the entrance of the lobby connecting buildings 9 and 10, Yusheng looked left and right, but didn't see Sui. Taking out her phone, she noticed a new red dot on WeChat. Sui, the bag for the blanket is missing. Sui, wait a moment, I'll look for it. Yusheng, it's fine, no rush. In dormitory 520, Sui placed a pink blanket with a kitten pattern on a chair and began rummaging through cabinets to find the storage bag for the blanket. What are you doing? Lu Xiqing asked curiously. I can squeeze in with Guai Guai, it's fine. I'm giving it to you, Shang. Su-yi thought for a moment, feeling no need to be guilty, so she told the truth. She wasn't doing anything wrong, as long as she had a clear conscience it was fine. What? Chen Yushu was stunned. Bao, you actually gave away such a personal. Stop. Su-yi cut off Chen Yushu mid-sentence. I don't need this blanket anyway. I'll tell you later when I get back. Then bring my blanket up to Bao. Sleeping on a single bedboard would be truly miserable. It didn't take long for Yusheng to wait. Su-yi came downstairs shortly. She spotted Yusheng standing at the edge of a flower bed at a glance. Approaching, she shoved the blanket into Yusheng's arms and said, I couldn't find a storage bag for the blanket, so just carry it back like this. Oh. Yusheng hugged the girlish pink blanket, her nostrils twitching as the scent of laundry detergent entered her nose. Su-yi noticed her subtle movement and said with a smile, the duvet cover was washed at the end of last semester, so it doesn't smell weird. Having been washed meant that Su-yi had likely slept under this blanket, at least the cover had been slept on. Yusheng stared down at the blanket and an image suddenly intruded into her mind that she couldn't shake off. Even the scent of laundry detergent became ambiguous. Seeing her silent, Su-yi took half a step closer and waved her hand in front of her face. What are you daydreaming about? You're not disgusted by a used blanket, are you? No. Yusheng shook her head guiltily. I just think this kitten pattern is pretty cute. Then hug it if you like it. Su-yi waved her hand generously. Then, we'll go back now. Wait. Su-yi called out to Yusheng. I gave you a blanket, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Thank you. Who wants your thanks? Su-yi chuckled. Bring your face closer. Oh. Yusheng warily stepped back, her voice tinged with helplessness. Can I show it in some other way? Just this one pinch. Su-yi's tone was gentle, raising her index finger and suspending it in the air. Not even once. If you don't pinch, I won't be able to sleep. Hearing this slightly coquettish remark, Yusheng struggled inwardly. Su-yi had repeatedly asked to pinch her face. Maybe she should just give in since it was only once. With that thought, Yusheng resignedly leaned her face forward. Be gentle. Looking at the delicate face so close, Su-yi was caught off guard, her expression freezing. She hadn't expected that after just a few more words Yusheng would actually bring her face over. But backing down was not an option. Su-yi looked around. At that moment, few people were entering or leaving the dormitory gate. Then I'll do it. She wore a mischievous smile, slowly reached out her hand toward Yusheng and pinched her cheek. The texture was softer than expected, like squeezing cotton. With a slight pressure from her fingertips, she could feel the subtle elasticity beneath the delicate skin. Compared to Chen Yushu's chubby little face, the feel of Yusheng's cheek was no less impressive. This made Su-yi wonder, was this really a boy's face? She reached out again and pinched Yusheng's other cheek, the sensation equally pleasant. After letting Su-yi pinch her several times, Yusheng couldn't help but say, Can you stop now? Yusheng stood obediently like a schoolchild being punished, allowing Su-yi to pinch her face. This only made Su-yi bolder. Not yet. Su-yi used her thumb and index finger to pinch a small piece of skin on Yusheng's face and pulled it outward. Yusheng's mouth twitched upward and her cheeks quickly flushed red, whether from the pinch or from embarrassment. Ouch, be gentle. Yusheng protested. Su-yi realized she had been a bit rough. Feeling the warmth under her fingertips, she quickly let go. Okay, I'm done. You said you'd be gentle. Yusheng freed one hand and rubbed her flushed cheek. Alright, no, next time. Su-yi looked at the red mark she had left on Yusheng's face and awkwardly changed the subject. Are you moving out to live alone? Yeah, I'm living in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself. Yusheng shrugged helplessly. There were no single rooms available. The rent must be expensive, right? It's quite costly, but living comfortably is the most important thing. That's true. After chatting for a few sentences, Su-yi noticed that the red mark on Yusheng's face had faded a bit, and she finally felt relieved. If Yusheng's delicate face were scarred, she would blame herself. At that moment, a student passed by, constantly sizing up Yusheng, and Su-yi curiosity in her eyes. In her view, one was holding a blanket with flushed cheeks, and the other was intently staring at the other's face. In normal times, Su-yi wouldn't care about being stared at, but now she couldn't help but feel guilty. She urged, Don't just stand there, go back quickly. Okay. Yusheng also felt uncomfortable. Su-yi turned and quickly walked into the dormitory lobby. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yusheng walked back, holding the blanket, her face still tingling with a burning pain. Pinch and run, that's two. Su-yi returned to the dormitory, and Chen Yushu looked left and right, puzzled. Didn't you promise to bring my blanket? Carrying the blanket into the dormitory lobby, Yusheng was suddenly stopped by the dormitory superintendent and pulled aside. Come, put that down first, the superintendent ordered, then questioned, What are you doing with a blanket? Nothing much. Yusheng replied, looking bewildered as she placed the blanket on the front desk, her mind filled with confusion. Was bringing a blanket into the dormitory building prohibited? Still nothing much, the superintendent said with an expression that read, I've seen through you. You've got some nerve trying to spend the night in the men's dorm, huh? Usually when some girls told him they were just dropping something off, and would be right out as long as it wasn't too late. He'd turn a blind eye and let them upstairs. But bringing a blanket was over the line. After the superintendent's remark, Yusheng suddenly understood, but she still had to put up a front. "I'm a guy, sir. With that delicate skin, how are you like a guy?" The superintendent clearly didn't believe her, squinting as he scrutinized Yusheng and noticed the red mark on her face left by Sui's pinch. "Oh my," he exclaimed, his tone softening. "What happened to your face? Did your boyfriend hit you?" "No, no one hit me." "Then how did you get that red mark on your face?" Unable to see her own face, Yusheng had no idea how severe the red mark was and couldn't defend herself. Seeing her like this, the superintendent became even more convinced she had been hit, saying with frustration, "He hits you, and you still go running to him. You've misunderstood, sir. Girl, you need to respect yourself, you know. I don't have a boyfriend, sir. If he doesn't cherish you, then stay far away from him. It's his loss." The superintendent, having a daughter of his own, was fully immersed in his role. The two were on completely different wavelengths. Seeing the situation heading in a strange direction, Yusheng chose not to argue further. The superintendent was getting on in years, and she didn't want to agitate him into a health issue. She decisively pulled out her phone to call for backup. In the dorm, Gushun and Zhao Hengyu were both present. Zhao Hengyu hadn't been to the library much since Tuesday afternoon, as his class schedule didn't align with Yuzaionen's. As for Gushun, upon hearing that Yusheng had been mistaken for a girl, he eagerly volunteered to help. He shuffled downstairs in his slippers and said to the superintendent, "He just looks like a girl. A feminine man, you know." Gushun explained, then pulled out Yusheng's student ID from his pocket, which she had left on the desk. "Look, sir, this is his student ID with a photo on it." The superintendent was skeptical, taking the ID and scrutinizing Yusheng up and down, comparing her to the photo. Fortunately, Yusheng's facial features weren't drastically different from the original, and with her calm demeanor, after a bit of explanation, the superintendent finally believed them. But he insisted on knowing who was responsible for the red mark on Yusheng's face. Yusheng had to fabricate a story claiming her girlfriend had pinched her to curb the superintendent's overwhelming sense of justice. Yusheng thought the superintendent was a bit hypocritical. Why didn't he advise them to break up? Ha ha ha. As soon as they returned to the dorm, Gushun burst into loud laughter. He hadn't gotten to see the fun of Yusheng cross-dressing, but this current amusement seemed just as good. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Yusheng glared at him. Gushun laughed even harder. Yusheng ignored him and busied herself with putting down the blanket. Zhao Hengyu caught sight of it and asked curiously, "Where did this blanket come from?" "Yeah, where from?" Gushun also looked intrigued. He had wanted to ask earlier when he saw Yusheng carrying this girlish blanket upstairs. "He gave it to me," Yusheng said bluntly. "Bullshit," Gushun replied, full of disbelief. "School beauty Su is so aloof. This blanket doesn't fit her style at all. Believe what you want," Yusheng said, touching her cheek as she headed to the bathroom to check the pinch mark. Zhao Hengyu was about to ask, but Gushun beat him to it. "But seriously, how did you get that red mark on your face?" "Sui pinched it." "Did you have a fight?" "No," Yusheng said, a sly smile playing on her lips. "To use your words, she was rewarding me." "Nonsense." Gushun clicked his tongue, sat down at his desk, and resumed watching his anime. Entering the bathroom, Yusheng stood before the mirror, studying her face. The mirror reflected a faint reddish mark. Fortunately, there was no bruising, and it wasn't severe. It would likely fade on its own within a few hours at most. Looking at the mark, Yusheng felt compelled to vent, and as she left the bathroom, she typed a complaint to Sui. "Yusheng, you said you'd be gentle, but you were so rough. Yusheng, you left a red mark and didn't even tell me." The dorm superintendent thought I'd been hit. Sui saw the message, her eyes curving into crescent moons, as if she could hear Yusheng's plaintive tone. "Sui, I clearly remember you nodding in agreement." "Sui, you even said pinch as you like. Wasn't it you who told me to use force?" "Yusheng, I never said pinch as you like. Don't twist my words." Yusheng thought to herself that she wasn't like some masochist with a strange inclination for pain. No matter how pretty Sui was, she couldn't just let herself be manhandled. "Sui, your skin felt so good, I couldn't help myself." Sui hadn't expected Yusheng's face to be so delicate. She had only pinched it briefly without pulling, and it had left a mark. "Yusheng, still, you shouldn't have used that much force." "Sui, I wasn't really using much strength. Does it hurt a lot?" "Yusheng, a little." "Sui, you want me to rub it for you?" Yusheng pursed her lips. After a moment, she replied, "Yusheng, no need, it's almost gone." "Sui, then he'll come to your dorm now, or he'll miss the chance." "Sui, room 404, building 8, right?" "Yusheng, don't." "Yusheng, really no need." "Sui, just kidding, don't panic, it's not like I'm going to do anything to you." "Sui, did the superintendent say anything?" "Yusheng, nothing much." "Yusheng, he let me upstairs quickly." Yusheng lied through her teeth. "Sui, that's good." "Sui, have you packed all your luggage?" "Yusheng, yeah, pretty much." And so they chatted for a while longer. Yusheng also showed Sui the contract to confirm there were no omissions. "Sui, get to bed early tonight." "Sui, he'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow as an apology." Yusheng, okay. Sui habitually typed "see you tomorrow" in the chat box. But then she thought, she had already said that downstairs earlier, so she deleted it and retyped. "Sui, good night." "Yusheng, good night." Night fell. The red marks on her face had already faded. Yusheng slipped into the bathroom and spent half an hour taking a shower. After so many days, she had gradually grown accustomed to her new body. At least she no longer felt her heart race at the sight of it. But her showers were taking longer and longer. Changing into her pajamas, she remembered to turn the water valve back to its original position before leaving the bathroom and busying herself again. She stepped onto a chair, took her own blanket off the bed, and stuffed it into a storage bag. Then she placed a pink blanket adorned with a kitten pattern onto the bed. Sue-yi pinched her own cheek. Surely sleeping with her blanket for one night wasn't too much to ask. Yusheng climbed onto the bed and curled up under the blanket. The thought of Sue-yi's actions that day filled her with bashfulness, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs. A dreamless night passed. The next day at 8:30 in the morning, when Yusheng woke up, Gokuen and Zhao Hingyu were unexpectedly already out of bed. Zhao Hingyu had even put on his shoes. Shin Luchuan had left the dormitory early. Every weekend without fail he woke up at the crack of dawn to spend time with Chuju. Yusheng seriously suspected that Shin Luchuan's saying distance creates beauty was just an excuse when he grew tired of being too clingy and needed a break. "Why are you two up so early?" she asked while texting Sue-yi. "Don't you usually sleep until noon on weekends?" Of course Yusheng was no different herself. Gokuen sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and replied with a grimace, I suddenly remembered I have a makeup exam this afternoon. I can only cram at the last minute." He couldn't understand why he was the only one who failed, even though none of them paid much attention in class. "I'm going to the library," Zhao Hingyu announced at the dormitory door, offering a response to Yusheng's question. Yusheng nodded. "Even on weekends?" Gokuen exclaimed in surprise. "What if your little you isn't there?" Yusheng shuddered, feeling as though that nickname was directed at her. "Can you call me something else?" "Fine, I'll call you Shaonan then." "I'm going to read," Zhao Hingyu said calmly. It wasn't uncommon for someone to go to the library specifically to catch a glimpse of a certain girl, and besides he did genuinely study there. The environment always wields an invisible shaping force. Whether Yusheng and Gokuen believed him or not, Zhao Hingyu walked out on his own. Yusheng climbed down from the bed, changed clothes in the bathroom, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. Then she began organizing the remaining luggage, or rather playing the role of a space management master. She had already sorted out everything except her toiletries. Now she was trying to cram as much as possible into her suitcase so she could carry less in her hands. "Leaving so early?" Gokuen asked her. "Can't bear to part with me," Yusheng retorted. "A little. I haven't seen you in women's clothes yet." Yusheng immediately regretted asking that question and went back to packing. After a while, Gokuen silently shut down his computer and closed his textbook, looking utterly dejected. Seeing this, Yusheng chuckled. "Can't focus on studying. It must be the dorm's fault," Gokuen muttered, whether to himself or to Yusheng. "There's no studying atmosphere here." Then it struck him. He could go to the library where Ayu was. He could also take a look at Yu Shaonan and see what she looked like to understand how she had captivated Ayu, if she happened to be at the library too. The more Gokuen thought about it, the better the idea seemed. He said to Yusheng, "I'm going to the library to study for a while. Are you sure you don't need me to help carry your luggage to the school gate?" "No need, go ahead." Shortly after Gokuen left, Yusheng received a message from Sue-yi. "Sue-yi, breakfast is ready, come down and get it." "Sue-yi, I'm almost at your dorm building." Yusheng went downstairs and waited less than half a minute before Sue-yi arrived, holding a cup of soy milk and 2 steamed buns. So this was what treating her to breakfast meant. She had assumed they'd go to the cafeteria. Sue-yi stepped closer to examine Yusheng's cheek, relieved to see the red marks had vanished. She handed over the breakfast. "Here. If it's not enough, we can buy more later." "It's enough." Yusheng quickly took it. On weekends, she usually skipped breakfast, so this would suffice. "Is all your luggage packed?" Sue-yi asked. Yusheng had said it was almost done last night, so Sue-yi figured it should be ready. "Almost there." Embarrassed to keep Sue-yi waiting, Yusheng suggested, "Why don't you come up and wait? My roommates aren't here." Unfazed, Sue-yi spotted that the dorm supervisor wasn't around and readily agreed. Back in the dorm, Yusheng offered her chair to Sue-yi and commandeered Gokun's chair for herself. "Eat first," Sue-yi said. "It'll get cold." Yusheng took a bite of each of Sue-yi's 2 buns, one filled with red bean paste, the other with pork. It suddenly dawned on her that she had not only taken Sue-yi's blanket for free, but also scored a free breakfast. Sue-yi didn't think much of it. After giving her instructions, she stood up and began looking around. Among the 4 roommates, only Shin Luchuan had a bed curtain. Sue-yi looked up and spotted a 2-dimensional anime pillow at the head of Gokun's bed. Then glancing at Yusheng's bunk, she saw her own blanket messily spread out. She tiptoed, stretched out her arm, and touched the blanket. It still held a trace of warmth. "Did you sleep with my blanket last night?" Sue-yi asked. I already put my own blanket away last night. Since you were leaving this one here, anyway, it saved me the trouble of dealing with it today." Yusheng didn't answer directly, but it was an admission in a roundabout way. "You didn't do anything naughty with my blanket, did you?" Cough. Yusheng took a sip of soy milk and nearly choked. "No. Is my blanket comfortable to sleep with?" "Yes, it is." Sue-yi's blanket was fragrant and soft. though it was a shame it had been washed no longer carrying its original scent. Right? They exchanged a few casual remarks before falling silent, the dormitory growing quiet. A few minutes later the door suddenly swung open, and Gukuen returned stepping inside. Gukuen had left the dorm in slippers, but thinking he should dress a bit more formally for the library, he came back to change his shoes. The moment he set foot inside, he saw Yusheng sitting in his spot munching on a steamed bun. Just as he was about to ask why she was eating breakfast, he caught sight of Su-yi sitting on Yusheng's chair. Gukuen froze on the spot, his eyes widening as he glanced back and forth between the two of them. Had he come back at the wrong time? He had only stepped out for a moment, so how had another person appeared in the dorm? Yusheng and Su-yi also heard the door open, their gazes converging on Gukuen. No one spoke, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Gukuen pondered whether to pretend he hadn't seen anything and leave, or to say something. Sensing his discomfort, Su-yi asked, "Should I step out for a bit?" "Oh no, I'm heading to the library right away. I just came back to grab something." Gukuen waved his hands frantically, grabbed a random textbook from the desk, and shot Yusheng a look of admiration before hastily leaving the dormitory. Yusheng watched the scene unfold, then turned to Su-yi at a loss for words. The misunderstanding was huge. In no time Yusheng finished 2 steamed buns, then picked up the soy milk and gulped it down until it was empty. She grabbed her pajamas hanging on the chair back, crouched to the floor, and stuffed them into the suitcase. Then she fiddled around some more. This arrangement was highly successful, fitting not only items that would have otherwise been hand-carried, but also leaving enough space for toiletries. Seeing this, Su-yi put his phone back into his trouser pocket, turned sideways to sit, and waited to depart. Yusheng remained crouching, looking up at Su-yi, and said, "I'll go to the bathroom to get my toiletries." Su-yi was wearing light blue jeans today, clearly outlining the curves of his legs. Although they were long pants revealing no skin, Yusheng's automatic aim couldn't be turned off. She knew that after becoming a girl, she wasn't as interested in other girls' legs except for the long legs dancing in short videos. Only legs of Su-yi's high quality could capture her gaze. Compared to looking at her own, it was indeed more satisfying to look at others. "Need my help?" Su-yi looked down at Yusheng, his gaze suddenly sharpening, his expression turning serious. No need. Yusheng thought she had been caught sneaking a peek, and quickly stood up. "I can do it myself." Fortunately, she had been looking at his legs, not other parts, or it would have been too awkward. "Wait a moment, Su." He wouldn't let her go, easily pressing his hands on his knees, and standing up directly. "What's wrong?" Yusheng was a bit nervous. "Su-yi shouldn't be settling scores with her over this, right?" Su-yi stepped closer, locking his gaze on Yusheng's neck. "Curious, I noticed your Adam's apple isn't as prominent as other boys. Why is that?" Normally Su-yi wouldn't stare at others' necks, but the angle from above made him realize that even when Yusheng looked up, no bulge of an Adam's apple was visible. "My Adam's apple has never been prominent. It might be congenital," Yusheng said calmly. On one hand, her guess was just a false alarm. On the other, it wasn't rare for boys to have an inconspicuous Adam's apple. When she was still the Adam's apple was not obvious, only visible when looking up. Similarly, some girls had prominent Adam's apples. "But," Su-yi said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ears, stretching her neck to reveal her fair, tender throat, as if waiting for a hungry wolf's bite. "But when you look up, your Adam's apple seems just like mine, completely invisible." Su-yi's pose was alluring, evoking fantasies. But hearing this, Yusheng's heart tightened. She had no mind for wandering thoughts. Since her Adam's apple had never been prominent before, and after becoming a girl, it was still the same. Even she hadn't realized that looking up revealed no trace of it. Unexpectedly today, it was inadvertently pointed out by Su-yi. "People's physiques can't be generalized." Yusheng brought out that classic internet saying to brush it off. When in doubt, just blame individual differences. As for whether such individual differences truly existed, she wasn't sure herself. If Su-yi saw through it, she had no way to explain. She couldn't exactly claim she had been affected by some unknown, irresistible force. Probably no one would believe that. "Is that so?" Su-yi said with a smile, finding it odd, and commanded Yusheng, "Tilt your head back again." Yusheng knew she couldn't avoid it, gritted her teeth, and directly raised her head, revealing her slender neck. Su-yi leaned and closed, his gaze sliding from Yusheng's chin down to her neck, scrutinizing carefully. The skin there was delicate and fair with smooth natural lines. The area of the Adam's apple was flat, without any bulge. "Can't see it at all." Su-yi straightened up and joked, "Let me touch it." "Oh, no." Yusheng took a step back, putting distance between them, then turned and slipped toward the bathroom. "I'm going to get my toiletries." If Su-yi discovered that even feeling with his hand couldn't easily find the Adam's apple, she would be exposed immediately. Seeing this, Su-yi's brows curved, and he took out his phone again to search on Jihu for reasons why a boy's Adam's apple might not be visible. He was still curious. For a moment he had suspected Yusheng was a girl disguised as a boy in college, but on second thought that only happened in TV dramas. Soon he found a relevant answer suggesting 3 possible causes: obesity, genetics, and endocrine disorders. Obesity needed no further explanation and could be ruled out. As for genetics, or being born that way, the poster attached a photo of a male star looking up at the sky, noting that his Adam's apple was completely invisible, but didn't affect his handsomeness at all. Seeing this, Soo-e understood it was a normal situation, but he still chose to read the entire answer. The third point was endocrine disorders. Certain diseases could affect hormone secretion, leading to underdeveloped Adam's apples. The poster gave an example of a Thai cat Hoi. Soo-e was stunned. Then he thought of Yushang's feminine features, her arms and legs smooth and hairless. No. Soo-e shook his head violently, realizing how absurd the thought was. But a slow smile curled at the corners of his lips. In the bathroom, Yushang turned on the tap, splashed her face with water, and calmed her nerves. Looking at her own wet face in the mirror, she couldn't help grumbling, how did Soo-e develop this habit of wanting to touch everything? It's too scary. After complaining, Yushang began to tidy up. She didn't have many toiletries, setting aside shampoo, towel, toothpaste, etc. She started looking for facial cleanser. Yes, looking for it. The sink in room 404 was cluttered with bottles and jars, facial cleanser, volcanic mud lotion cream, and countless others. These miscellaneous messy skincare products were mostly bought by Chu-ju for Shin Luchuan. After Yushang was urged by her roommate to buy facial cleanser, she didn't use it often, and over time it got mixed in with the pile. She wasn't sure exactly where it was. She finally found the facial cleanser, but Soo-e suddenly called out, startling her so much that she almost dropped what she was holding. Yushang, you're not a little ladyboy, are you? What kind of talk is that? Of course not. Yushang hugged her toiletries, and stepping out of the bathroom saw a mischievous smile on Soo-e's lips. She immediately understood that Soo-e was joking again, but that also relieved her a bit. Under normal circumstances, no one would think about her gender transformation. Even if they occasionally sensed something off, they would subconsciously find excuses to rationalize it rather than making baseless guesses. Seeing Yushang come out, Soo-e didn't say anything more. He knew jokes had to be kept within bounds, or if they went too far and failed to pass review, it would be hard to handle. Let's go. Yushang walked to the suitcase, put everything in, and they set off. The dormitory building of Ganja University had an elevator, but the residents of room 404 were accustomed to taking the stairs. The reason for this could be traced back to a peculiar decision made by the school administration. For reasons unknown to the students, the elevator doors on the second, third, and fourth floors were sealed with iron grills, and the corresponding buttons could not be pressed. The elevator was only operational during the first few days of the semester and the final days before holidays. Yushang's dorm was on the fourth floor. To save some effort and climb fewer steps, one had to first haul their luggage up to the fifth floor via the stairs, then take the elevator down to the first. Leaving the dorm and arriving at the stairwell, Yushang exerted all her strength, dragging her suitcase up step by step. Fortunately, Soo-e was helping carry her bedding, otherwise she wasn't sure she could have moved all her belongings in one go. Watching Yushang struggle, Soo-e suggested, "How about you give me the suitcase and take the bedding instead?" "I can manage," Yushang replied, biting her lip as if her pride had been touched. The suitcase was heavy, but for the person she used to be, it wouldn't have been such a strain. Now she truly understood the disparity in strength between men and women. All right, Soo-e didn't insist, and quickened her pace, passing Yushang. Yushang followed. With each step up, her arms ached, her hands trembled slightly, and her knuckles turned white from the effort. Fortunately, she only needed to climb one flight of stairs. It was just a few steps, and she could grit her teeth and endure. Reaching the landing, Yushang paused to catch her breath. Soo-e turned back to look at her. "What's wrong? Can't go on." "Of course I can," Yushang retorted. "Then why did you stop?" "Just catching my breath." "Oh, done yet?" Soo-e asked with a sly smile. Yushang remained silent and continued her arduous ascent. Soo-e chatted as they walked. "Is it really that heavy? You're so weak." Yushang suddenly found Soo-e quite mischievous. She didn't reply, holding her breath, taking heavy steps, until she finally stepped onto the last stair to the fifth floor, heaving the suitcase onto the landing with all her might. Yushang sighed in relief, shaking her sore wrist, and stubbornly claimed, "Not heavy at all, I did it pretty easily." "Oh really?" Soo-e shot her a sidelong glance. "Then why were you panting just now?" "I wasn't panting." Yushang adamantly denied it. Soo-e paused for 2 seconds, then unexpectedly blurted out, "Your panting sounds kind of nice." Yushang couldn't believe her ears, her eyes wide with shock. "You?" "Watch your words, we're in the dorm building. What if someone hears? What's there to fear? I'm just stating an objective fact." Soo-e realized her statement was ambiguous, but maintained her smile. "Besides, who would be on the stairs above the fourth floor?" Thump thump thump. As if on cue, footsteps echoed from the stairs above. "See, this is what happens when you tempt fate." Yushang's heart leaped. Seizing the moment before the descending student reached the corner, she hurried towards the elevator. Soo-e's smile instantly froze, and she silently followed Yushang. They made it to the elevator without incident, successfully avoiding the student who chose the stairs over the lift. Yushang pressed the button. The floor indicator flickered from 6-0 and the elevator descended quickly. Stepping into the elevator, Yushang looked at Soo-e, still shaken. Don't say things that can be misunderstood. You're the one who twisted it. Even knowing Yusheng was soft and shy, Su-yi dared not make such risque jokes for now. When the elevator reached the first floor, Yusheng stepped out and spotted a familiar figure emerging from the stairwell, the dormitory superintendent. He carried a tool bag and was walking towards them. It seemed some room had reported a repair and he had handled it himself without calling a specialist. Both were startled at the sight of him. Could the student coming down from the stairs have been? They wanted to flee, but he was already close. He recognized Yusheng and asked in a loud voice, "Is your face okay now?" "Yes, it's healed." Yusheng nodded. "You're carrying a suitcase going somewhere." "Going home for the weekend." "Oh, is your home nearby?" "Yes, it's in the province." "Where?" "Donshio." "Oh, it's good to live close to home, convenient for going back." After a brief polite chat, Yusheng felt relieved. It seemed the superintendent hadn't overheard any suggestive conversation. Just as they thought they were in the clear, the superintendent suddenly waved at Su-yi, his tone serious. "Young lady, come here a moment." They exchanged a glance. Oh no. Based on his behavior last night, Yusheng could guess he would either earnestly advise Su-yi not to sneak into the boys' dorm, or tell her to tone down her risque jokes. Su-yi, feeling uneasy, followed him to the front desk. The superintendent first took a sip from his thermos before speaking earnestly. "Young lady, I understand that young couples have little spats now and then. But no matter what, resorting to violence is wrong, don't you agree?" "Huh?" Su-yi blinked, utterly confused. She had been ready to explain that things weren't what he thought. Seeing her expression, the superintendent thought she was playing dumb. He pointed at Yusheng, who was hesitating by the entrance. "This classmate told me last night that the red mark on his face was made by his girlfriend. I didn't mistake you, did I?" Su-yi turned to look at Yusheng, her eyes seeming to ask, "Didn't you say the superintendent just let you go upstairs without saying much?" Yusheng could only respond with an awkward but polite smile. "It was you, right?" the superintendent asked again. "Yes. It was me." Su-yi lowered her head, looking flustered. Now it was her turn to stammer. Seeing that she didn't deny it, the superintendent softened his tone. "Look, your boyfriend is so slender and frail. He can't handle much rough treatment. If you lose control, something serious could happen, and it would be too late for regrets, don't you think?" Yes, you're right, sir." Su-yi nodded obediently, her tone sincere. "It was my fault. He'll be more careful in the future." She didn't argue, but simply went along with his words, and the matter was quickly dropped. "Ah, that's the spirit. It's better to get along peacefully." The superintendent hadn't intended to give a long lecture. He simply believed hitting was wrong. Seeing Su-yi's good attitude, he didn't dwell on it, only adding, "Next time you need to help someone with their luggage, just let me know. No need to sneak in." "Okay, sure." Su-yi breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as they left the dormitory lobby, she immediately confronted Yusheng. "What's this all about? I never thought you with your innocent looks would secretly take advantage of me." "I did not." Feeling wronged, Yusheng explained the previous night's events in detail. After hearing the story, Su-yi chuckled. "You can't blame the superintendent. It's your fault for having such a delicate, pitiful face." The school was only a 10-minute walk from Pearl residence. Yet combined with the path leading out of the campus, the distance was not negligible. Yusheng tugged her suitcase along, shifting it to her other hand when her arm grew weary. After alternating hands several times, she finally reached her destination. Fortunately, Su-yi had helped carry the bedding all the way out, otherwise with the quilt piled atop the suitcase, Yusheng reckoned her arms would have been rendered useless. Upon arriving at the community gate, Yusheng presented her ID card and rental contract, completed the registration, and the security guard allowed them both inside. Once inside the compound, her first task was to find the property management office to register her access card. The environment here is quite pleasant. With such well-maintained greenery, the management must be fairly reliable, Su-yi remarked, sincerely gazing at the various verdant plants artfully arranged along both sides of the walkway. "I hear the management fees are rather high," Yusheng said with a gentle nod, speaking without a hint of concern, as the fees were not her burden to bear. The property management office was not far from the main gate, and they reached it after a short stroll. "Have you brought your ID card?" the staff member inquired while powering up the access card registration system on the computer. Yusheng handed over her ID card, which she had been holding all along, rather than returning it to her pocket, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I have it. Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble at all." The staff member took the ID card, scanned it on the device, then turned to Su-yi. "And you?" "I'm not a tenant." Su-yi shook her head. "I'm just helping move the luggage." "Oh." The staff member cast a few more glances at the two beauties. "What's your relationship?" "Classmates." Su-yi was about to answer truthfully when she caught sight of the youthful portrait on Yusheng's ID card. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, and she said with a sly grin, "She's my little sister." "I'm not her sister." Yusheng wanted to protest further, to resist, but in the end she abandoned the struggle. Su-yi was helping carry the bedding and also offered to inspect the apartment, so Yusheng decided not to quibble with her. It was definitely not because Yusheng was timid. "It's fine. You're both very pretty." The staff member didn't pay it much mind, taking it as a playful jest between friends or classmates. He picked up a blank access card, placed it on the reader, and prepared to write the data. Only when verifying the identity information did the staff member notice that the gender column on the screen clearly read male. He looked up at Yusheng, then at Sue-E, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Young people these days sure knew how to have fun. It was a novelty he had never encountered before. Is something wrong? Yusheng asked, puzzled by his peculiar gaze. Nothing, the staff member replied, withdrawing his stare. The validity period of the access card is synchronized with your lease term. Oh, Yusheng nodded. After writing the first card, the staff member followed the same procedure, taking out a second card and beginning the registration process. You can use one of these 2 access cards for daily use, and keep the other as a spare. Next, he also wrote the access permissions into Yusheng's phone and explained the procedure for replacing a lost card. Completing all these formalities took only about 10 minutes, quite efficient. On the way to the apartment building, Yusheng said to Sue-E with a hint of resignation, "Don't make such jokes, alright." She had now figured it out. The staff member's earlier look was likely because he had seen the gender on her ID card, which didn't match Sue-E's claim. Humph. Sue-E wore a smug expression. "You got me scolded by the dormitory supervisor this morning. This is your punishment." Arriving at the foot of the apartment building, Yusheng swiped her access card to open the passage door and strode straight in. She had already tested both the card and her phone at the management office, so there was no need for another check. Taking the elevator to the 15th floor, Yusheng walked to the door of Unit 1501 and reached into her trouser pocket for the key. The door lock was a smart lock supporting fingerprints and passwords. But Yusheng hadn't yet asked the landlady for the password, and the male model hadn't mentioned it yesterday, nor had he allowed her to register her fingerprint, so she had to use the mechanical key. Yusheng fumbled in her right trouser pocket, but couldn't find the key. She tried again, but still no luck. "You didn't forget to bring the key, did you?" Sue-E couldn't help asking. "No, I didn't," Yusheng replied with certainty. She patted both pockets, yet still felt no trace of the key, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "I remember putting the key and ID card in the same pocket." "Are you sure you didn't misremember?" Quick as a flash, Sue-E reached into Yusheng's left trouser pocket before she could stop her. "Maybe it's in this one." Feeling Sue-E's small hand rummaging around in her pocket, Yusheng was stunned. Was this also part of the punishment? Before she could say anything, Sue-E had already fished out the key. "What did I tell you?" Sue-E waved the key in front of her. "You forgot which pocket you put it in." Yusheng thought for a moment before recalling. When she had tucked her phone and ID card back into her pockets at the management office, she had accidentally swapped their positions. The phone, which should have been in the right pocket, ended up in the left, blocking the key, and her hand that should have found it while the ID card was placed in the right pocket instead. Sue-E turned around, inserted the key into the lock, and opened the door. Yusheng took the opportunity to hitch up her trousers. The pants were already loose on her current frame, and Sue-E's actions had caused them to slide down somewhat. "The living room is quite spacious," Sue-E remarked as she stepped inside, noting the decent decor. It's an integrated living dining kitchen layout," Yusheng said as she carried the bedding and suitcase inside. Since the kitchen was open plan, without separate partitions, combined with the balcony connected to the indoor area, the entire space indeed appeared quite roomy. Sue-E nodded, walked over to the balcony, opened the window for ventilation, and also checked the condition of the doors and windows. She hadn't forgotten her promise to help Yusheng inspect the place. After a brief survey of the apartment, she turned to Yusheng and asked, "Are all the units here like this?" "Only this one has the integrated layout," Yusheng explained. "I heard the previous tenant made unauthorized modifications." "Oh," Sue-E said with understanding, waving her hand. "You take a rest first. I'll do the inspection myself." Adhering to the principle of not causing trouble, Yusheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat directly on the sofa. Sue-E, on the other hand, busied herself. Compared to Yusheng's cursory glance earlier, her inspection was far more meticulous. She checked everything down to whether the cabinet hinges were loose and whether the tables and chairs wobbled. She appeared quite professional. Yusheng found it dull, just sitting around. Having just moved in, she had nothing to offer Sue-E, so she told her she was going out to buy some drinks and left the apartment on her own. There were convenience stores and supermarkets near the community, so no commercial facilities were planned within the compound. Walking along the sidewalk outside the community, Yusheng suddenly remembered there was a milk tea shop nearby. She paused mid-step, and when she resumed walking, she had already changed direction. Mineral water could never compare to the allure of milk tea. Sue-E spent nearly half an hour inspecting the house, and found the furniture was quite well equipped. The master bedroom had a 1.8-meter wide double bed, spacious, with an air conditioner, built-in wardrobe, nightstand, desk, and rocking chair. The second bedroom was slightly smaller, with a single bed, also equipped with an air conditioner and built-in wardrobe. Additionally, appliances such as a refrigerator, washing machine, and water heater were all provided. Returning to the living room, Sue-E saw Yusheng lounging lazily on the sofa and chuckled. "Didn't you sleep well last night again?" "I'm just a little tired." Yusheng sat up, lightly lifted the bag on the coffee table, and beckoned. "Come and have some milk tea." Sue-E's eyes instantly lit up. "Didn't you say you were buying water?" I passed by a milk tea shop on the way. Yusheng said, I was just about to call you. Su-yi walked over to the sofa and sat down casually, picked up the unopened cup of milk tea, glanced at the other cup with a straw inserted, and asked, this one is for me, right? Yusheng said, picking up her own cup and taking a sip. You're quite on the ball, not in vain for me helping you check the apartment. Su-yi tore open the straw wrapper, inserted it into the lid, lifted the cup, and took a big gulp, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. After inspecting the house, although she hadn't expended much physical energy, she was parched and dry. At that moment, a sip of icy milk tea was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly refreshing her. Delicious. Su-yi put down the milk tea, glanced at the wet bag, thought for a moment, and then reminded Yusheng, in the future when buying milk tea for a girl, remember to ask beforehand if she wants it iced. Why, oi? Yusheng blurted out, speaking before thinking, and only realized after asking. But today Yusheng glanced at Su-yi's lower abdomen. Su-yi rolled her eyes. I don't need to make things hard for myself. That's true. Yusheng touched her nose. Awkward. Fortunately, Su-yi skipped over the topic. I've checked the house. The water and electricity are normal. The furniture is undamaged. Everything is fine. Good, no problem then. Yusheng sighed in relief, lounged back on the sofa, then suddenly thought of something and asked, how do you know so much about this? I've rented a place myself, so I've naturally learned a bit about it. Su-yi leaned back. But I wouldn't call myself an expert. I just have a little experience. So you've rented before? Yusheng looked enlightened. Yeah, Su-yi said. But during my 3 years of high school, I only rented one place, though I renewed the lease several times and never had any problems. Why did you rent? Was your home far from the school at that time? Yusheng's focus immediately shifted to the distance between home and school. Quite far. Su-yi smiled and explained further. The main reason was that the 8-person dormitory was really cramped, and I wanted a relatively free private space at the time, so I chose to rent. 8-person dorm is indeed cramped. Yusheng agreed, then started making small talk. Did you rent alone or with roommates? I lived alone. Is it close to school? It's a school district property, so it's very close, right? Su-yi couldn't help but put a hand to her forehead, a bit exasperated by Yusheng's mechanical questioning. You sure know how to pick. Living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment life will definitely be comfortable. I hope so. At least it'll be more convenient in daily life. Yusheng had never rented before and wasn't sure if she could adapt. But the thought of having a little nest of her own made her a bit excited. And more convenient for doing bad things, huh? Su-yi teased. How could that be? You never know, you might have some secret you can't tell. As she spoke, Su-yi lifted her left leg to cross it over her right knee, but halfway through the motion, she suddenly paused, and then put it down. Yusheng thought Su-yi was concerned about her image and didn't want to cross her legs in public, but the next moment, she lifted her right leg and placed it over her left knee. Su-yi seemed not to be wearing socks, or perhaps she had on no-house socks. Her pant leg was pulled up by the movement, revealing a stretch of pale ankle. Yusheng glanced inadvertently. Once, twice. Hit the mark. Su-yi leaned forward slightly to look at Yusheng. Nothing to say. Not at all. Yusheng snapped back to reality. The two sat on the sofa for a while longer. After finishing the milk tea, Su-yi had no intention of leaving and unceremoniously prepared to use the living room TV to binge-watch a series. Compared to phone and computer screens, the large screen of the TV had obvious advantages, and the sound system was often better as well. Su-yi fiddled around for a while, got it set up, and then comfortably settled into the sofa to start watching, acting as if she were at home. Yusheng also watched the plot for a while and found it was a suspense drama. You like this kind of show? Yusheng was a bit surprised. In her stereotype, girls tended to prefer historical romance or romantic dramas. I watch it occasionally just to relax. Su-yi stared at the screen without blinking. Suspense drama, relaxing. How could those two words be put together? Yusheng wanted to ask more, but seeing Su-yi engrossed, she decided not to disturb. She stood up, picked up the suitcase placed in the corner, and planned to unpack. Remember to take off your shoes when you go into the room. Su-yi suddenly reminded. Don't dirty the floor. When she entered, she had noticed the house was very clean, probably temporarily cleaned by the landlord. But since there were no slippers, the two had entered the living room with shoes on. However, when she went into the room to inspect, she had taken off her shoes to keep the room clean. Oh, Yusheng replied. She hadn't intended to wear shoes inside. Anyway, if the room got dirty, she would have to clean it herself. As for the living room, she would consider mopping it again when she had time. Thinking this, Yusheng suddenly stopped in her tracks and belatedly shifted her gaze to the white shoes on Su-yi's feet. What are you looking at me for? Sensing her gaze, Su-yi drew her legs back. Do you need me to help you unpack? Su-yi said this half-jokingly. If Yusheng really needed help, she could help. As long as Yusheng didn't mind her seeing all the personal belongings. No, it's fine. Yusheng continued walking toward the hallway. This, what a loss. Totally regrettable. Why did she go buy milk tea just now? Don't misunderstand, she was just regretful for not being able to appreciate something beautiful. Reaching the hallway, Yusheng unhesitatingly chose the master bedroom between the master and second bedrooms. Entering the room, looking at the 1.8-meter-wide large bed in the master bedroom with only a mattress, and then thinking of the narrow, cramped bedboard at school, where even turning over required slow maneuvering, Yusheng suddenly felt a wave of emotion. What a hard life she had lived before. By midday, Yusheng finally finished packing her luggage and tossed the suitcase into the second bedroom. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the second bedroom would henceforth serve as a storage room. All those trivial items that were neither appetizing nor worth discarding could be stored there. After all, Yusheng lived alone, and the second bedroom would have remained empty anyway. This way, she was making the most of it, allowing it to serve its purpose. When Yusheng returned to the living room, Sue-yi was still engrossed in her drama, her body sinking into the sofa, exuding an utterly defenseless and languid posture. Noticing Yusheng's emergence, Sue-yi casually inquired, "All packed up? You haven't brought the quilt in yet." Sue-yi pointed to the storage bag in the corner. "I left the bedsheet and your quilt in the dormitory." Yusheng shrugged helplessly. "Without a bedsheet, I can't make the bed. They'll go buy one at the supermarket later." The apartment was a fully furnished, moving-ready unit complete with a mattress. Oh, Sue-yi suddenly recalled this detail. Then make a list of everything else you need to buy, so you don't forget anything and have to run back and forth. Sue-yi had suffered from such oversights before, so she kindly reminded Yusheng. I don't think there's anything else I need to buy." Yusheng hesitated for a moment before adding, "Maybe just another trash can." "That's it." Sue-yi gave Yusheng a peculiar look. "Didn't you do any research at all after deciding to live off campus?" Yusheng had proposed moving out the previous weekend, giving her at least a week to prepare. Yet now she appeared utterly clueless, not even knowing what essentials were needed for renting a place. What research? Yusheng didn't immediately understand why Sue-yi was asking this. As for research, she had indeed looked into some rental precautions. You know, a list of essential items for moving into a rental, something like that. "Oh no, I haven't seen one." Seeing Yusheng's naive expression, Sue-yi sighed and earnestly explained, "Living off campus isn't simply about moving your dormitory stuff to the new place. There are many things you need to prepare." Yusheng, with perfect timing, wore a look of pure, foolish innocence. "Is that so?" "Of course." Sue-yi glanced back at the open kitchen in the spacious living room and began counting on her fingers. For instance, kitchen supplies, pots, pans, bowls, plates, cutting board, kitchen knife. "You have to buy all of these. And salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar. Just the condiments alone amount to over a dozen items." "What if I don't cook?" Yusheng asked. "I didn't even plan to buy a pot." She figured she could manage by ordering takeout or eating at the school cafeteria, so there was no need to use the kitchen. That way she wouldn't have to worry about the smell of cooking oil filling the entire living room, solving the problem at its source. "Is it that you don't want to cook, or you don't know how?" Sue-yi raised an eyebrow. "Don't want to," Yusheng replied curtly. "Cooking for myself takes too much time." Yusheng did know how to cook, and she was quite talented at it. It had just been a while since she last stepped into the kitchen. If she were to cook now, while she wouldn't produce disastrous results, it would still take some time to regain her touch. Upon hearing this, Sue-yi shifted her small frame, straightened up, and said earnestly, "Even if you don't cook often, I still suggest you at least buy one pot." "Why? If you occasionally want to boil some dumplings, tanyuan, or heat up milk, having a pot is convenient. Think about it. You can't rely on takeout for all 3 meals every day. It's neither healthy nor economical. Besides, on rainy days when you don't feel like going out, having a pot means you can always whip up something warm, which is far better than waiting for takeout. Even an electric pot can be useful for boiling or rinsing things." Sue-yi's little mouth kept chattering away, and Yusheng couldn't get a word in. "So buying a pot is very important, you know." "Oh." Yusheng nodded thoughtfully with a solemn expression. "Is there anything else I need to buy?" "Definitely, there's a lot more." Sue-yi couldn't be bothered to list all the essentials one by one. She glanced at the time. It was almost lunch, and simply said, "Forget it, after lunch I'll go shopping with you." "All right." Yusheng inexplicably felt that Sue-yi's fussing was like an old mother chasing after her child to feed her, so she couldn't help asking, "Are you afraid I won't remember?" "There are too many things. I'm afraid you can't carry them all." Well, that was a self-inflicted embarrassment indeed. After deciding to go to the supermarket together after lunch, Sue-yi turned her attention back to the unfinished TV series and unpaused it. Compared to watching on a phone or computer, watching dramas on a television was to some extent a leveling up experience. Seeing Yusheng still standing nearby, Sue-yi raised her hand and patted the empty spot beside her, beckoning. "What are you standing there like a fool for? Come sit down." Yusheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over to the sofa and sat down. However, she didn't watch the plot on the television. Firstly, suspense dramas were often mind-bending and not easy to follow, especially since she didn't know the preceding storyline or the relationships between characters. Secondly, this type of drama also contained elements of thriller and horror. Yusheng wasn't afraid of plot points like murder cases, but she worried she might start imagining things afterward. It was probably the same principle as people who after watching a horror movie feel that someone is under the bed, in the closet, or everywhere. Aren't you watching? Sue-E asked casually when she saw Yusheng pull out her phone. I don't like watching. Scared? Not scared. Bang. Just as Yusheng finished speaking, a sudden sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from the TV, making her flinch. What a shame. Sue-E suppressed a smile and didn't insist. The episode ended quickly, the credits rolled, and it was time for lunch. Sue-E picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Noticing the sudden silence, Yusheng looked up. The television screen had gone dark, and its black surface reflected the images of her and Sue-E. Yusheng then picked up the plastic bag containing the remnants of the milk tea, and they headed out. As they entered the elevator, Sue-E suddenly asked her, "What do you want to eat?" Yusheng shook her head. "I don't know. You bought sugar-roasted chestnuts near here yesterday, so you don't even know where the restaurants are." "I just don't know which one to choose." Yusheng was actually well aware of where the restaurants were. Yesterday she had wandered around the neighborhood for half an hour and had already familiarized herself with the layout of the surrounding shops. Indecisive, Sue-E pouted, "Just follow me. I know there's a good restaurant nearby." The residential complex was not far from the school, so Yusheng was not surprised that Sue-E had familiar restaurants here. After disposing of the trash, they exited the complex, and she followed behind Sue-E. In fact, along the street outside there were numerous eateries, such as barbecue joints and sushi shops. Yusheng thought it would be fine to settle for a nearby lunch, but she dared not say it. It was now noon, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the roadside trees, scattering into golden specks in the gaps, cascading over Sue-E. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, even the fine down on her face was clearly visible. Traffic flowed endlessly on the motorway, and the sidewalk was far more crowded than when the two had left school that morning. Saturday streets were always this lively, bustling, not only with students, but also with the wretched members of the single-day-off club. Occasionally passers-by cast appraising glances their way, and Yusheng instinctively hid half a step behind Sue-E. She disliked being scrutinized, and even more so she detested that feeling of being judged. And for some reason, hiding behind Sue-E seemed to grant her a sense of security. Perhaps it was Sue-E's striking appearance that diverted some of the attention away from Yusheng. Sue-E led Yusheng through a maze of twists and turns, crossing several intersections before ducking into an alley. The restaurant Sue-E had mentioned was located midway down the alley, its storefront modest. Due to its secluded location, the place was deserted at the moment, with no customers inside. As they reached the entrance, Sue-E politely asked a middle-aged woman inside, "Aunt Wang, are you open for business now?" Sue-E was a regular at this establishment and knew the ropes. The restaurant focused its operations online, catering primarily to the student population of nearby universities, offering carefully curated set meals for quick ordering. However, the offline menu was far more extensive, allowing individual dishes to be ordered, which were not only generous in portion, but also quite affordable. Sue-E favored this flexibility and would occasionally bring her roommates along. The woman called Aunt Wang, the owner, looked up at the door upon hearing Sue-E's inquiry. Recognizing the visitor, she greeted warmly, "Oh, it's Xiao-E. We're open, come on in." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Yusheng, who stood beside Sue-E. The young lady had such a sweet, endearing look about her. Once the two were seated, the owner, confirming that Yusheng was with Sue-E, couldn't help but ask curiously, "And who might this be?" Sue-E usually came to eat with a few female classmates, but the delicate-featured young lady she brought today was a first-time sight. "She's sort of my classmate," Sue-E said, refraining from teasing. "We go to the same school." "Oh, so what would you like to eat today?" The owner's gaze shifted between Sue-E and Yusheng. Yusheng assumed that Sue-E would surely know what was good, so even with a menu on the table, she didn't rush to speak. Instead, she turned her eyes to Sue-E. Noticing Yusheng's gaze, Sue-E recalled that their tastes had been quite similar during previous meals, so she proceeded to order on her own. 1 serving of sweet and sour spare ribs, 1 serving of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and 1 serving of garlic stir-fried water spinach. "That'll be all." "All right," the owner acknowledged before turning to Yusheng. "Is there anything else you'd like to add, dear?" "No," Yusheng waved her hand. 2 people would have enough with 3 dishes. The owner hummed in response, then slipped through the partition curtain to the kitchen. Sue-E pulled out a napkin, wiping the table as she asked with amusement, "Did you hear what Aunt Wang just called you?" "I heard." "What did she call you?" "Just dear," Yusheng repeated, feeling a bit embarrassed. "She mistook you for a girl. Why didn't you correct her?" Sue-E pressed on. "And last time at the bubble tea shop, when the clerk called you little sister, you didn't argue, either, did you?" "I'm used to it," Yusheng replied. Over these past few days she had come to terms with it. After all, everyone was just a passerby. There was no need to fuss over whether others saw her as a boy or a girl. If it were before, when she was still male, she might have argued her case. She remembered that during freshman registration a senior student had mistaken her for a girl and offered to carry her suitcase. For that, Brother G and the others had teased her for quite a while. Used to it. Sue-E suppressed a laugh, pushing the napkin box toward Yusheng and tapping the table with her finger. Why the tone of utter despair? Do people often mistake you? Yusheng shrugged helplessly, also pulling out a napkin to wipe the table. Not often. Just occasionally. But every time explaining takes forever, so unless it's necessary, I just don't bother. You're pretty easygoing about it, Sui chuckled. Still, if Aunt Wong knew the truth, she'd be shocked, speechless. Then let her keep believing it. It's no big deal. Yusheng had already accepted being called dear, telling her now that she was a boy would be less of a surprise and more of a shock. While the kitchen was busy cooking, a few tables of customers gradually arrived, both men and women presumably seeking to avoid the crowds and find some peace. During peak hours for delivery orders, the restaurant's online orders poured in endlessly. Yet the dishes Sue had ordered were prepared quickly. After all, as a regular, her order was prioritized. The owner brought over the garlic stir-fried water spinach and the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. The sweet and sour spare ribs will take a bit longer. You two start eating first. Okay. Yusheng first tried the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. The peppers used were a mix of sweet peppers and Hangzhou peppers with a spice level that was entirely acceptable. She then tasted the garlic stir-fried water spinach. The garlic aroma was rich, the water spinach crisp and tender, slightly salty, refreshing, and not greasy. Yusheng ate heartily. The dishes offered by this restaurant were all homestyle fare, and the taste was indeed, as Sue had said, very good. By the time the sweet and sour spare ribs were brought to the table, the rice in her bowl was nearly gone. Seeing this, the owner smiled, wiped her hands on her apron, came over, and added another half bowl of rice for her. Sue didn't get more rice and ate faster, finishing her meal first. She didn't touch her phone, but instead rested her chin on her hand, watching Yusheng eat. Seeing that Sue had finished, Yusheng unconsciously sped up her eating pace, her cheeks puffing in and out, her pink lips pursed and glistening with oil. Take your time, no rush. Watching Yusheng focus intently on devouring her meal, Sue couldn't help but smile. Just then the phone on the table in front of Yusheng lit up. Yusheng picked it up to check. It was a message from Gushun. Gushun, teacher, are you currently accepting enrollments for the piano crash course? Yusheng typed a reply while eating. Yusheng, what's gotten into you? After witnessing that scene this morning, Gushun didn't go directly to the library, but instead headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. The sight of the campus bell, Sue delivering breakfast to the dormitory, had somewhat unsettled him. But it was fine. Since no one would buy him breakfast, he could buy it himself. Entering the cafeteria with a tangled heart, Gushun encountered Zhao Hongyu, who was still leisurely eating his breakfast. After pouring out his grievances with exaggerated embellishments, the two of them went to the library together. Gushun wasn't the type to study earnestly. He simply hoped the library's atmosphere would inspire him to put in some effort. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaonan was also at the library on the weekend. Gushun finally got a look at the girl Zhao Hongyu had his eye on. Yu Xiaonan had fair skin, and at first glance, she seemed ordinary, but the more you looked, the more captivating she became. A face that grew more beautiful with time. Gushun couldn't help but mutter inwardly that Ayu was indeed attracted by her looks. Zhao Hongyu could usually sit quietly in the library and read, but with Gushun beside him, he found it hard to concentrate. When noon arrived, the two chatted on their phones, and the conversation drifted from one topic to another until it landed on Yusheng. Gushun, how did Yusheng manage to hook up with the campus belle Sue? Yusheng was just as reclusive as the two of them, rarely leaving his room. Gushun couldn't understand how they'd suddenly connected. The gentle tone Sue had used that morning stirred feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment in him. Zhao Hongyu, because Yusheng can play the piano, and he happened to get the chance. Zhao Hongyu, opportunity favors the prepared mind. You've heard that right. Zhao Hongyu, can you play the piano? Gushun, I can't, but I can learn. Zhao Hongyu, whether you learn or not doesn't matter. In your case, I'd suggest researching how to get a new face. Gushun, what am I not handsome? Zhao Hongyu, not handsome. In fact, you're so ugly it's aggressive. Gushun, but my mom says I'm pretty handsome. Zhao Hongyu, she's lying to you. Gushun. Zhao Hongyu, stop staring at Yu Xiaonan, or she'll think you're a creep. Faced with Zhao Hengjia's mockery, Gushun remained remarkably good-humored. He still planned to learn a musical instrument as a defense for unexpected situations. What if he actually needed it one day? Of course, he didn't intend to spend too much time on it. The best would be something quick to learn, just enough to show off. Gushun, I'm serious. Serious. Yusheng couldn't believe it at all. Gushun was the typical case of, Coach, I want to learn this, I want to learn that. A 3-minute enthusiasm patient. He wanted to learn everything, but never stuck with anything. Yusheng can't teach you. Yusheng, my knowledge is shallow, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Yusheng's own piano skills were limited, and he was still in a learning phase, far from being qualified to teach. Gushun, teach me, and he'll send you some spicy pics. Yusheng, you can send the pics. But teaching? No thanks. Yusheng, teaching is out of the question. Besides, you already master one instrument. Gushun, what instrument? I don't know about it. Yusheng, the drum. Gushun, I've never learned any drum, I can't play it at all. Yusheng, no, you can play the retreat drum. Gushun. Yusheng, that's it. I'm eating. Talk later. Having dismissed Gushun's notion, Yusheng put down her phone and devoured her meal. Who were you chatting with just now? Su-yi saw Yusheng typing enthusiastically earlier and asked out of curiosity. My roommate. Yusheng replied, her mouth full of food, her words muffled. The one you saw this morning. Oh. Mentioning her roommate reminded Su-yi of something. Yusheng often complained that the school's supermarket didn't carry enough brands, and some items could only be bought online, preventing immediate use. Since Su-yi was going to the supermarket later, she could bring back some things. She picked up her phone and sent a message in the group chat. Su-yi, I'm going to the supermarket later. Is there anything you need me to bring? To keep the balance, she had to ask everyone, not just Yusheng, or it would seem biased. In the library, Yusheng stood up planning to go to lunch, but sat back down when she saw the message. Yusheng, aren't you going to spend more time with Yusheng? Su-yi hadn't tried to hide anything. Her roommates all knew she was helping Yusheng move her luggage. Yusheng understood she meant the supermarket outside the campus. Su-yi, what are you thinking? I'm just helping out. Yusheng, la, I'm not listening. You two are already alone in the same room, and there's still no real progress. Su-yi. Yusheng, what's wrong? Su-yi, can you be normal? Yusheng looked gentle and frail, but she always came out with shocking remarks. Yusheng, oh, what a waste of excitement. Su-yi, what waste of excitement? What are you so excited about? Yusheng, I'm excited for you. Think about it, if you could catch a cute young guy like Yusheng, press him onto the sofa, and dress him up in shirts, hoodies, and JK skirts one by one. A real-life dress-up game. How thrilling would that be? Su-yi glanced at Yusheng, who was still devouring her meal, and imagined the scene Yusheng had described. It felt quite thrilling. Su-yi, do you still want me to bring you stuff? If you do, stop talking nonsense. Yusheng, yes. Messages flooded the group chat, even dragging Lu Ziqing and Chun Yushu, who had been lurking to the surface. After Su-yi figured out what they wanted, she was about to exit WeChat, but Yusheng, still eager to chat, opened a floodgate of complaints in the group. Yusheng, oh, by the way, I have to get this off my chest. This morning a creepy guy kept sneaking glances at me, at least a dozen times. It completely disrupted my study focus. I'm so ordinary, what do you think he sees in me? You, who's she chatting with? Catching sight of Yusheng and typing on her phone from afar, Gushun nudged Zhao Henji's shoulder. The library was still quiet, but fewer people were around, so he whispered directly, do you think she might have a boyfriend? Want me to ask for you? I've got thick skin and I'm not afraid of getting yelled at. Yusheng, he's looking at me again. Yusheng complained in the group. The creepy guy she referred to as Gushun. To be fair, it wasn't entirely her fault for misunderstanding. After confirming that she was the reason Zhao Hengyu had come to the library on the weekend, Gushun had taken a few more curious glances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the conclusion that she was easy on the eyes. As messages scrolled furiously on the screen, Yusheng complained that the guy was wearing slippers to the library. Suddenly reminded of something, Su-yi turned to Yusheng and asked, your roommate was wearing slippers when he went out this morning, right? Yeah. Yusheng paused, not understanding why Su-yi brought it up. Gushun indeed hadn't changed his shoes. Oh dear, Su-yi smiled. He might have been misunderstood. There's no misunderstanding, he's a creep. Yusheng's tone was unequivocal. After exchanging messages with Su-yi, she asked Gokuen another question and confirmed that he was at the library with Zhao Hengyu. That was enough to seal the verdict. The creep was Gokuen. However, Yusheng had no intention of defending him. After all, Brother Ji would only visit the library this once, and he probably wouldn't go again, so it wasn't a big deal. According to Su-yi, Yusheng also learned that the quiet girl she saw yesterday afternoon was Yusheng, and she was Su-yi's roommate. It was quite a coincidence. The girl Zhao Hengyu had taken a liking to in the library turned out to be Su-yi's roommate. But Yusheng had no interest in playing matchmaker. She only casually mentioned that Gokuen was sitting with one of her other roommates. That way, when Su-yi brought it up to Yusheng, at least she would know there was such a person. After all, since she had seen Gokuen, she must have noticed Zhao Hengyu too. As for what happened next, that wasn't Yusheng's concern. After this little interlude, they finished their meal, and Yusheng and Su-yi headed to the same mall as before. The mall had a large chain supermarket with a good variety of items. Since it was a day off, the supermarket was bustling with people, many of them young, mostly students. Su-yi seemed to have a mental list moving briskly, and her shopping cart quickly filled up, leaving Yusheng amazed. Experience renting a place really made a difference. There were things Su-yi asked about that Yusheng hadn't even thought of. Soon the items Lu Ziqing and the others wanted were also bought. The lollipops were obviously for Chun Yushu, but the conditioner and the special laundry detergent for underwear, no one knew who they were for. Yusheng couldn't help but marvel at how refined girls' lives were. There were things she had never heard of. Then Su-yi led Yusheng to the fruit section to pick up some fruit for Yusheng and the others. But as they walked, Yusheng fell half a step behind Su-yi. It wasn't because she was tired, but because many people were staring at her. More precisely, they were staring at both her and Su-yi. Off-campus people who didn't know Yusheng wouldn't mistake her for a boy. Two graceful girls walking side by side surrounded by peers naturally drew many looks. What surprised Yusheng, though, was that among the onlookers besides boys there were also many girls. In fact, girls sometimes loved looking at beautiful girls more than boys did compared to the subtle glances at the opposite sex. They were bolder with their own. Some turned their heads repeatedly, while others simply stared unabashedly. This persistent, unguarded gaze made Yusheng very uncomfortable. She felt like an animal on display in a zoo, her every move scrutinized. Su-yi, on the other hand, remained calm. An outstanding appearance always attracted attention. Since childhood, too many people had cast furtive glances her way, and she had long grown accustomed to such attention. They stopped in front of a pile of red apples in the fruit section. Su-yi picked up one, turned to Yusheng, and asked, "Do you know how to pick them?" "Not really." Yusheng shook her head. "I usually just grab one at random." "When picking apples you can weigh them in your hand," Su-yi said, demonstrating. "For apples of the same size, the heavier ones usually have more juice." "Bro, why have you been so glum these past few days?" In another corner of the supermarket, Qian Gui's asked Lu Wenhao with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Lu Wenhao's brows furrowed almost into a knot, and he shot Qian Gui's a sidelong glare. "It's all because of that lousy advice you gave me. Now my reputation on campus is ruined. Do you know what people say when they see me now? They point and whisper." Lu Wenhao's public confession was instigated by this guy. After those two confessions, although no one knew who he was confessing to, he was branded as a persistent pest. Some even speculated that he had confessed to 2 different girls, accusing him of being fickle and unfaithful. They say things never go wrong 3 times. Lu Wenhao dared not attempt a third. Back then, since Lu Wenhao had no experience pursuing girls, Qian Gui's had volunteered to analyze the situation. According to his analysis, everyone who had tried to get Su-yi's contact info had been rejected. He concluded that Su-yi had extremely high standards, and to catch her eye, one had to do something out of the ordinary. So the brilliant Qian Gui suggested Lu Wenhao take an unconventional approach, confess publicly, and make a big scene. And after Lu Wenhao's first failure, he urged him to try a second time to show his determination. Lu Wenhao thought the campus response was decent at the time. Many people were guessing who his confession was for. Trusting Qian Gui's nonsense, he got carried away and tried again, only to end up in this mess. "Don't be mad, bro. How?" Qian Gui apologized with a fawning smile. "Today's treat is on me. I'll pay for everything." After Lu Wenhao's expression softened slightly, Qian Gui continued, "To be honest, after these 2 failures, I looked up some strategies online a couple of days ago. The internet says that untouchable beauties have seen too many similar confession scenes. To move them, you have to break the mold. Bro, how isn't that exactly what I analyzed back then? I think it's a viable path. We just chose the wrong direction last time." "Shut up." Lu Wenhao wished he could sew that mouth shut. He pushed his cart toward the checkout counter. The damage to his reputation was secondary. Most importantly, his image in Su-yi's eyes must have plummeted. He needed to find a way to fix things. "Bro, how?" Qian Gui suddenly whispered. "What now? Isn't that the campus beauty, Su?" Qian Gui pointed at the figure picking fruit nearby. "Why is she with that effeminate guy?" Lu Wenhao froze, following Qian Gui's gaze, and indeed saw the 2 of them. Although neither he nor Qian Gui had attended the welcome party, they had seen video clips others recorded, and knew that a pretty boy had performed a piano duet with Su-yi that night. That effeminate guy seems to have a special relationship with Su, the campus beauty. They're shopping together. Qian Gui nudged Lu Wenhao with his elbow. "Could they be?" "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know." Lu Wenhao frowned. "That guy is all sissy. Who would want a woman as a boyfriend?" Actually, Qian Gui himself wasn't convinced, since he had never seen the 2 together before. He probed, "So bro, how? What do you mean?" Obviously, he must be Su-yi's new male bestie. After purchasing the fruits, Yusheng and Su-yi proceeded to the checkout counter. The cashier adeptly scanned each item and calculated the total. Seizing the moment, Yusheng pulled out her phone to pay. However, Su-yi gestured for her to put the phone away, took out her own, and suggested, "Let me cover the cost for now. Later you can tally the receipt, deduct the amount for Chongqing and the others' items, and transfer me the rest." "All right." Yusheng agreed without hesitation after a moment's thought. Without Su-yi's help, she would have surely missed many items. A bit of arithmetic was nothing. Yet Su-yi's act of paying took on a different meaning in some people's eyes. At the adjacent register, Lu Wenhao noticed it was Su-yi handling the payment, and muttered under his breath, "Shameless, letting a woman pay." "Brother, how can you be sure those items aren't for school beauty, Su?" Qian Gui asked in confusion. "Can't you see they're buying trash cans and pots?" Lu Wenhao gritted his teeth. "Su-yi lives on campus. These must be for that guy. Makes sense." Qian Gui pondered with his clever little mind, but dared not mention that Su-yi might be visiting that little southern belle later. Seeing Su-yi actually display the payment code, Lu Wenhao turned away, afraid to watch any longer lest he anger himself. How despicable, spending Su-yi's money. His mind churned with indignation. He couldn't fathom how that guy could so comfortably use Su-yi's money while she seemed utterly indifferent. Forced to suppress his emotions, he reminded himself of the important task ahead. After settling the bill, Su-yi and Yusheng each carried 2 shopping bags toward the supermarket exit. Just then a voice called out from behind, What a coincidence, Su-yi. Shopping at the supermarket too. Both paused and turned to see Lu Wenhao and Qian Gui's also laden with bags. Yu Sheng felt puzzled. Were Lu Wenhao and Su-yi that familiar exchanging greetings? Meanwhile, Su-yi's gaze turned icy. She rarely remembered her suitors, but Lu Wenhao's absurdity was unforgettable. He had publicly confessed after exchanging only a few words about organizing a badminton match. Truly a peculiar character. Something on your mind, Oi? Su-yi's voice was cold, as if emanating from deep ice devoid of warmth. Though unsure of his exact intentions, she could guess they were far from innocent. In such situations she had to feign aloofness. It was a test of her acting skills. I came to apologize, Lu Wenhao said, his throat-tightening voice dry. I was too impulsive before and caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Su-yi remained silent, merely uttering a faint in acknowledgement. His apology caught her off guard, but she knew better than to show any leniency. Otherwise these types would bloom with the slightest kindness, thinking they still had a chance. Yet Su-yi's coldness didn't discourage Lu Wenhao in the least. He pulled a bottle of oolong tea beaded with condensation from his bag, clearly fresh from the supermarket's cooler. Extending it, he said casually, bought too many, it'd be a waste not to drink them. Here, have one. Yu Sheng nearly laughed aloud. Who buys too many drinks? A blatant cover-up. No need. Su-yi glanced at Qian Gui's beside him. Keep it for him. I don't like this, Qian Gui's quickly interjected. Classmate Su, just take it. It'd be a shame to waste it. I don't need it. You can give it to someone else. Su-yi frowned slightly, growing impatient with their back. Lu Wenhao kept the bottle aloft, its cold surface beading with water that dripped down his fingers. Watching this, Yu Sheng recalled the scene at the track that night and mused that this guy was truly stubborn. As the awkwardness grew and Lu Wenhao contemplated retreat, Yu Sheng suddenly spoke. Could you give me that drink? I'm thirsty. To you? Lu Wenhao stiffened. This drink was meant for Su-yi alone. Didn't you buy too many? Yu Sheng persisted, feigning ignorance. Give it to her instead, since you hate waste. Su-yi quickly played along, tilting her chin toward Yu Sheng. Oh, fine, take it. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Wenhao reluctantly handed the drink to Yu Sheng. She hooked the shopping bags over her wrist and reached out to grasp the bottle, grinning cheekily. Thanks. Lu Wenhao's lips twitched as his fingers tightened, involuntarily reluctant to let go. Come on, just give it to me. Your hands will freeze holding it so long. Seeing his grip, Yu Sheng tugged at the bottle. Lu Wenhao opened his mouth as if to speak, but finally loosened his hold, letting her take it. This wasn't meant for you. As Yu Sheng cheerfully stashed the drink, Su-yi urged her out of the supermarket. Lu Wenhao's shifting expressions betrayed his distress, and Su-yi felt she was about to lose her composure. So, Qian Gui scratched his head watching them leave. Did school beauty Su accept it or not? Maybe she was too shy to take it in front of others, Lu Wenhao muttered, trying to convince himself with a lie he didn't believe. By the way, that little southern belle's not bad looking. Almost on par with school beauty. Qian Gui's changed the subject. What do you think, brother Howie? Lu Wenhao shot him a stern look. Stay away from me. As Yu Sheng and Su-yi returned, a bus arrived at the stop and they boarded. After sitting down, Su-yi turned to Yu Sheng with a smile in her eyes. Pretty sharp back there, quick on the uptake. I saw you didn't want to take it, Yu Sheng replied, setting down the bags. And I didn't lose out either. She pulled out the oolong tea, shaking the bottle. Want some? Su-yi waved dismissively. You drink it. Yu Sheng unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, carrying a faint tea fragrance and a subtle sweet aftertaste. Things gotten for free really do taste different. She smacked her lips, took another sip, and held it in her mouth to savor. Seeing this, Su-yi asked, what's wrong? Did he drug it? Cough. Probably not. Returning from the supermarket to her rented apartment, Yu Sheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. The supermarket was quite sizable, and even though Su-yi moved with brisk efficiency, navigating through the various sections had still required a considerable amount of walking. Although they had purchased 4 bags of goods, the bags themselves were not large, the capacity of ordinary shopping bags was limited, and a single pot had taken up more than half of one bag. There were still some items they would have to buy later. Yu Sheng had no desire to make another trip and planned to shop online instead. After all, the essentials were already bought, and the rest could wait. In contrast to Yu Sheng's exhaustion, Su-yi appeared quite energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. She set down her shopping bag and promptly settled back onto the sofa. Yu Sheng opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. You're not watching TV now, are you? Su-yi casually picked up the remote control, turned on the television, and prepared to binge-watch a couple more episodes of a drama. Strictly speaking, she had already inspected the apartment and helped Yu Sheng purchase the daily necessities. It was time for her to return to school. Yet with the television right there in front of her, she felt a pang of reluctance to leave. I'm not watching, Yu Sheng said with a wave of her hand. Go ahead. Yu Sheng rarely used the television herself. When she did turn it on, it was merely for background noise, letting the TV audio serve as ambient sound. Give me the cushion, Su-yi added. Yu Sheng retrieved a cushion from the shopping bag, tore off its plastic wrap, and handed it over. Su-yi took it, placed it on her knees, and soon became immersed in her drama. Meanwhile, Yusheng picked up both her own and Su-yi's plastic shopping bags, carried them to the kitchen island, and began bustling about. Following Su-yi's advice, Yusheng had bought a pot, but she had not purchased any seasonings yet. She figured she could buy them later when she actually felt like cooking. Compared to Su-yi's relaxed posture lounging on the sofa, Yusheng's busy figure resembled that of a dutiful little wife. After several minutes of tidying up, Yusheng placed 2 pairs of guest slippers on the shoe rack by the entrance. Keeping guest slippers on hand had also been Su-yi's suggestion. Back in high school, Su-yi had once invited a few close classmates over to her rented place. What she hadn't anticipated was that it was the season of humid, rainy weather. The wooden floor of the apartment had become damp, exuding a layer of moisture. She searched the shoe rack, but couldn't find any extra slippers, so everyone had to take off their shoes and socks and walk barefoot on the floor. The floor was cold and damp, slightly slippery, and the sensation underfoot was sticky and extremely uncomfortable. After that day, Su-yi always kept several pairs of clean guest slippers neatly arranged on her shoe rack. Yusheng finished placing the slippers and returned from the entrance. Everything was now in order. Su-yi was currently engrossed in the television screen, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the sofa armrest. Occasionally, she would straighten her back in response to the plot's twists. It was hard to associate this image with the icy, frosty demeanor she had displayed earlier when facing Lu Wenhao, a presence that made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Who said Su-yi was aloof? All rumors. Yusheng picked up the receipt, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. She took out her phone, opened the calculator app, and began to tally the cost of the items Su-yi's roommate had bought. There weren't many things, just a few, and she finished the calculation in no time. How's the calculation? Su-yi asked. All done, Yusheng replied, handing the receipt to Su-yi. Some items on it were marked with a pen stroke. Are these the ones? Su-yi took a look and confirmed yes. Then I'll transfer the money to you. Yusheng tapped on her phone screen, subtracting the cost of those items from the total. All right. Su-yi looked at Yusheng's delicate and endearing face, feeling an increasing urge to tease her. She suggested, since you're not interested in suspense dramas, how about we watch a movie? Sure. Yusheng agreed, thinking that just sitting around was boring and watching a movie would be a pleasant pastime. What genre do you want to watch? There's a new horror movie that's been getting high ratings, Su-yi said with a sly smile. I heard it's especially thrilling. Want to give it a try? Su-yi still remembered the scene when the 4 of them in her dormitory had gathered to watch a horror movie. Yu Zionen's face had turned pale, and she had let out a piercing scream that momentarily drowned out the film's audio. Chun Yushu, trembling, had flung herself into Lu Sicheng's arms. Of course, Su-yi suspected that Chun Yushu's reaction might have been intentional. And Yusheng, who was even hesitant to watch suspense dramas, would she shiver in fear while watching a horror movie, covering her eyes and peeking through her fingers. Catching the meaningful smile on Su-yi's face, Yusheng's internal alarm bells began to ring. She hesitated. Maybe we should watch something else. If she agreed, she would completely lose face in front of Su-yi, though truth be told, she didn't have much dignity left to begin with. Why? Su-yi asked, feigning ignorance. I'm afraid you'll be scared, Yusheng retorted, still putting up a brave front. Su-yi chuckled and played along. Having someone to watch with makes it less frightening. Is that so? Yusheng forced a smile. According to the theory of the suspension bridge effect, the tense atmosphere of a horror movie can make one's heart race, and one might even mistake this physiological response for a flutter of the heart. But the problem was, she had no idea if Su-yi was scared, but she herself was genuinely terrified. If you're scared, just say so, Su-yi said bluntly. We can pick something less frightening. Yusheng believed that when it was time to back down, one should back down. Pretending to be tough would only make one look more foolish. So she replied, okay. As soon as she spoke, the television screen suddenly went black. Su-yi looked down at her phone and saw that it had automatically shut down. This wasn't surprising, as she had been using her phone to cast the show, which drained the battery quickly, especially since she had left in the morning without a full charge. He'll get you a charger, Yusheng offered. Su-yi glanced at Yusheng's phone on the coffee table. There's nothing scandalous on your phone, is there? No, Yusheng replied, puzzled. Then let me borrow it to look up a movie. Fine. Yusheng went to fetch the charger. Su-yi picked up Yusheng's phone and realized it had a lock screen password. She was about to ask, but then had a thought and tried Yusheng's birthday, a detail Yusheng herself had filled in on the student council recruitment form. The phone unlocked successfully. Yusheng entered the bedroom, rummaged through the desk, and opened a drawer before noticing that the charger had been casually placed on the rocking chair. When she returned to the living room, she saw Su-yi placing the now black phone back on the coffee table. Decided on a movie? Yusheng was flustered. Su-yi's movements had been too swift. No, Su-yi said. I didn't even know your lock screen password. Right. Yusheng slapped her forehead, realizing she had been worried for nothing. Su-yi plugged her phone into the charger, and as soon as it powered on, she received a WeChat call. The familiar voice of Chun Yushu came through. Ibao, why aren't you back yet? I'm almost out of lollipops. Su-yi pursed her lips. If you can't wait, you can buy some at the school store. It's not like they're hard to find. And what about the stuff for Chung Jie and the others? Yibao, how far are you from school now? You're not still at Yusheng's place, are you? Chen Yushu fired off a series of questions. He'll be back soon. Su-yi hung up directly. Then she turned to Yusheng and said, I'm heading back now. We can watch another time. Don't you want to charge it a bit more? Yusheng asked, relieved. It's enough, Su-yi replied. Yusheng walked to the kitchen island, picked up a shopping bag, and handed it to Su-yi, slipping the receipt inside as well. She had already placed the items belonging to Su-yi's dormitory of 4 into this shopping bag earlier. After bidding farewell to Yusheng, Su-yi took the elevator downstairs, her expression gradually turning grave. Her mind was filled with Yusheng's browser search history, what to do when you become a girl. At first glance, she hadn't thought much of it, assuming Yusheng was just browsing out of curiosity. But later, when she opened other social platforms to compile horror movie recommendations from multiple sources, she discovered that all of them contained this same search record. Could Yusheng have undergone gender reassignment surgery? The thought crossed Su-yi's mind unbidden, but she quickly dismissed it. Undergoing surgery would surely be voluntary, yet the tone was one of seeking help. Su-yi recalled carefully. Yusheng's upper body wasn't particularly endowed either. Still, Shushu was also quite flat. Thinking about Yusheng's completely invisible Adam's apple, which she dared not let Su-yi touch, and the recent sudden decision to move out. Su-yi pulled out her nearly dead phone, intending to search online. She actually found a video. A 22-year-old college student undergoing gender correction surgery due to female pseudohermaphroditism. After a rough perusal with her remaining battery, Su-yi remained skeptical. The condition was too rare. But then a thought struck her. What if it were true? Would that mean she had been flirting with a girl all along? At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yu Xiaonan sat on her dormitory chair, blowing her wet hair dry with a small mirror. Lu Ziqing wasn't in the office, but was still busy with student union work on her computer. Chen Yushu was lying on her bed, scrolling through her phone, occasionally glancing at the door, thinking, when will Li Bao be back? Where did Yusheng rent a place? Is it that far from school? Just as she was considering sending another voice message on WeChat, the dorm door gently opened. Su-yi walked in carrying a plastic shopping bag from the supermarket and called out, ladies cash on delivery. You're finally back, Li Bao. Chen Yushu rolled over, stepped barefoot onto the ladder, and began to climb down. Su-yi closed the door and noticed Yu Xiaonan was also in the dorm. She asked curiously, not going to the library this afternoon. Usually Su-yi rarely asked such detailed questions, but today was different because of what had happened at noon. She had already explained to Yu Xiaonan that the so-called creepy guy was only there for the morning, so it likely wasn't about avoiding Yusheng's roommate. Sure enough, Yu Xiaonan flicked the hairdryer switch from hot to cold air and said nonchalantly, I attended the club's orientation event this afternoon and came back afterward. Figured I'd take half a day off. Oh, Su-yi nodded. Yu Xiaonan had joined a club in her freshman year, but rarely participated in activities. This semester she felt her college life was lacking in that area, so she decided to boost her engagement and break the monotony of studying. Li Bao, you didn't forget my lollipop, did you? Chen Yushu climbed down the bed and rushed over to Su-yi in a few quick steps, reaching for the bag. Hey, hold on. Su-yi placed the bag on her desk, pulled out the receipt, and slapped it on the surface. Hey, race the bill. Don't forget to transfer later. Chen Yushu ignored the receipt for the moment and reached for the lollipop. Yu Xiaonan turned off the hairdryer and came over as well. If Su-yi had returned a bit earlier, she could have used the conditioner. But as she leaned in, the length of the receipt caught her eye. It was clearly too long, and her brow furrowed. The three of them hadn't bought much, so the receipt shouldn't have been this long. The extra items had to be Su-yi's own purchases. But where were Su-yi's things? She didn't see them. Why is this receipt so long? Yu Xiaonan picked up the receipt and read off several product names. Where are these items? She couldn't find a single one. Pots, sheets, trash bags. Su-yi froze. She had forgotten about this. These sound like things Yusheng would buy. Lu Ziqing spoke up before Su-yi could. So you said you were getting stuff for us, but really you went grocery shopping with Yusheng. At these words, Chen Yushu and Yu Xiaonan's gazes fell squarely on Su-yi. Su-yi had brought Yusheng a blanket last night and helped move her luggage this morning. It inevitably sparked speculation. Cough. Under their stares, Su-yi felt uneasy. After a light cough, she quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I just worried Yusheng couldn't carry everything alone, so I went to help. Besides, Yusheng performed in the orientation show for the student union. It's only natural for us to help each other. Now, whenever Yusheng was mentioned, Su-yi felt conflicted and could only restrain herself. But Li Bao, you already treated Yusheng to a meal. Chen Yushu blinked. Shouldn't that even things out? Exactly, Lu Ziqing chimed in. A hot pot dinner costs a fair bit. Isn't that enough to repay the favor? Helping to the end, Su-yi said, pulling out several bags of fruit from the shopping bag. Here, I brought these especially for you. The group didn't dwell on the topic. They split the fruit, took their own items, and the conversation temporarily. Chen Yushu quickly rinsed an apple and took a crisp sweet bite. Then she said, were they really specially for us, or did Yusheng need fruit, and you just grabbed some on the side? Really, Sue-e sighed. Stop guessing. How is that guessing? Yu Zionen's lips curled up. We're just concerned about your lifelong happiness. Sue-e had vehemently denied spending extra time with Yusheng at noon, yet she had gone shopping with her shortly after. This rekindled Yu Zionen's hope. She was still thinking about the real-life dress-up for Sue-e. Oh, come on, Sue-e said with a playful pout. If you have time to worry about me, think about your own love lives. What's there to think about? Yu Xiaonan shrugged. When I find someone I like, we'll be together naturally. What's there to think about? Lu Ziqing wrapped an arm around Chen Yushu's waist. My sweetheart, and I can get by just fine, right? The last words were directed at Chen Yushu. Chen Yushu nodded repeatedly. He'll do whatever you say, Sister Cheng. Call me hubby. Lu Ziqing pressed further. Chen Yushu's face flushed red. Her lips parted, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words. You. Sue-e curled her lips in mock disgust at the affectionate pair. Call me hubby, Yu Xiaonan mimicked in a teasing tone. With this playful banter, the original topic gradually drifted away. After Sue-e left the room, fell silent. Yu Sheng, oblivious to everything, stood in the center of the living room, gazing around, an indescribable thrill surging within her. This was her first true taste of living alone, even if it was just moving off campus a mere 10-minute walk from the university. Yet for her, it was an entirely novel experience. No roommate interruptions, no dormitory curfews, the entire space belonged to her alone, allowing her to arrange her life as she pleased. Once the excitement faded, exhaustion crept back in, an inevitable consequence of the day's upheaval. Nevertheless, Yu Xing chose to mop the living room floor first, then languidly sprawled on the sofa scrolling through videos of dancing girls to soothe her spirits and relieve fatigue. Just then her phone buzzed. Gokuen, Yu Sheng, where's the place you rented? Gokuen, can I come over to hang out? Gokuen had just finished his makeup exam, figuring Zhao Hongyu was still at the library. Returning to the dorm would mean being alone, so he thought to kill time with Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, didn't you have a makeup exam this afternoon? Gokuen, already done. I handed in my paper half an hour early. Yu Sheng, given up on recovery. Yu Sheng got the retake fee ready. Gokuen, humph. Gokuen, rock solid, no need for it. Yu Sheng, that confident. Gokuen, it was all free points. Gokuen suspected the instructor was hinting, please just pass and stop coming for retakes. Then he asked again, Gokuen, can I come hang out? Yu Sheng, are you an elementary schooler coming to play with me? Yu Sheng flatly refused. The floor was still wet, even if she wanted to let Gokuen, and the slippery surface made it inconvenient. Gokuen, don't be so heartless. It's so boring alone in the dorm. Gokuen, besides, you just moved out. Let me take a look at your rental place. Gokuen, I promise not to bother you. Just sit for a bit and bring you some snacks. Yu Sheng, today really isn't convenient. Gokuen, is campus beauty Sue there? Yu Sheng, no. Yu Sheng, didn't you want to learn piano? He'll teach you another day. Don't come over now. Gokuen, fine. Gokuen figured the deal was a win-win, so he shifted to the noon incident. Both he and Zhao Hongyu now knew that Yu Xiaonan was Sue-e's roommate. Being mistaken for a creep had genuinely stung him a bit. Gokuen, about what happened at noon, did you explain it to her? Gokuen, what did she say? Yu Sheng explained yes. Yu Sheng, but what she thinks I have no idea. Yu Sheng, anyway, stop staring at others from now on, or you'll end up plastered on the campus wall. The traffic on the campus wall was far greater than the half-dead campus forum. That was enough for a torrent of spittle to drown even Brother G. After chatting idly with Gokuen for a bit, Yu Sheng watched more dancing girl videos, and finding it still lacked punch, opened a livestream. An afternoon quickly slipped away. Come evening, Yu Sheng lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, browsing various eateries on a food delivery app. Before long, her expression soured. Since Pearl Mansion was so close to campus, the merchants displayed on the app were almost all the familiar ones. Milk tea shops, fast food joints, even the Jianbing stall at the north gate of the school were all listed. She had hoped moving out would offer more delivery choices, only to find it was still the same old story. She should have noticed this when she wandered around the area last time. With a sigh, Yu Sheng slipped on her shoes at the entrance and decided to eat out. Leaving the apartment, she waited for the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly slipped through the gap. The sensor detected the obstacle and the doors immediately reopened. Yu Sheng admitted that for a moment she panicked. After all, just a few hours ago, Sue-e had been playing a suspense drama in her home. Even though she hadn't watched it, the fitting soundtrack had stirred her imagination. Thankfully, when the metal doors fully opened, a young couple appeared in Yu Sheng's view. The girl, arm in arm with the boy, stepped in, murmuring to herself, glad we made it, or would have to wait ages again. Running into a neighbor on her very first day of moving in caught Yu Sheng by surprise. In her experience, not crossing paths with neighbors for months was the norm. Yet she had no intention of greeting them. They were likely just strangers passing by. She busied herself with her phone. As the elevator descended, the boy's gaze lingered on Yu Sheng for a few seconds, seeming somewhat dazed. The girl immediately sensed her boyfriend's distraction, frowned, and said with irritation, "What are you looking at? You've been sneaking glances since we got in. Are you going to stare at her face?" "Nothing," the boy snapped back to reality, awkwardly averting his eyes. "I just thought. Her top is quite nice." "Nice top." The girl's voice shot up an octave. Is it the top you find nice, or the person? Don't overthink it. The boy quickly waved his hands. I was just casually looking. Casually looking, you always say casually looking. The girl sneered sarcastically. Last time at the cafe, and the time before at the mall. Do you think I'm blind? The young couple began bickering endlessly. Yusheng stood in the corner of the elevator, utterly numb, unable to focus on her phone at all. She pretended to be invisible, staring up at the floor numbers, wishing the elevator would hurry to the first floor. Though she was on the front lines of this drama, the quarrel seemed to have been sparked by her. Yusheng felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. She had done nothing, just stood in the elevator, and yet had somehow become the trigger for this argument. Finally, the elevator reached the first floor. With a ding, the doors slid open, and Yusheng hurried out. Behind her, the young couple's tension escalated. The girl began dredging up the past, veering from her boyfriend's staring problem to his previous bad track record. Once she had put some distance between them, Yusheng vaguely caught words like seduction and vixen from the girl. She wasn't sure if those insults were aimed at her or another girl. But Yusheng couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Even if they were directed at her, they'd likely do no damage. Striding quickly out of the building, she looked up at the sky, let out a long breath, and thought to herself with a touch of narcissism, beauty is the original sin, I shouldn't have gone out. The next day, the sun had climbed high into the sky, its rays streaming through the gaps in the curtains and spilling across the room. Yusheng slept until she naturally awoke, then padded barefoot across the floor, searching for her slippers before heading into the bathroom. After freshening up, she reclined in a rocking chair, running her fingers through her hair as she pondered whether to take advantage of the weekend to get a haircut. By male standards, her hair was far from short. In fact, it could be considered rather long. The tips had long since covered her earlobes, allowing her to gather a stubborn little ponytail at the nape of her neck. Yet by female standards, this length could at best be described as a short crop. Letting out a soft sigh, Yusheng unconsciously twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a hint of indecision gnawing at her. Just then a voice echoed in her mind. The system has detected a haircut impulse in the host. This system strongly objects. I never said I'd definitely cut it short. Yusheng rolled her eyes. A soft, delicate face like mine just doesn't suit a sharp, boyish cut. And by the way, system, you've been silent for days. I thought you'd kick the bucket. This system is alive and well. Wasn't it the host who requested that I not initiate conversation unless necessary? Did I say that? Yusheng paused, a flicker of recollection dawning. She had indeed said that back when the system had urged her to buy lingerie. So system, what's the occasion this time? To ensure the host doesn't chop off her locks, this system hereby issues a mission. The host must keep her hair at its current length or longer for the next 100 days. This mission can be accepted or declined. Accepting it will immediately reward you with an item that can explain your gender change. Declining incurs no penalty, and the item will be distributed through other missions at an opportune time. If you had this item all along, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Without a moment's hesitation, Yusheng chose to accept. This way, if she were ever discovered, she'd at least have a plausible explanation. Excellent. The host has accepted the mission. Now issuing the reward. As the system's voice faded, a file folder materialized in Yusheng's hand. Opening it, she found two documents inside. One was a diagnostic report, the other a gender verification certificate. Clinical diagnosis: female pseudohermaphroditism. Yusheng gently traced her fingers over the diagnostic report, her gaze immediately landing on the conclusion. Diagnosis: disorder of sex development, masculinization of external genitalia. Turning to the gender verification certificate, it covered the diagnosis, gender correction surgery details, and final gender determination. Will this actually work? After a brief explanation from the system, Yusheng had a general understanding, but she still asked, System, are you sure these documents won't be seen through? Yusheng had checked the hospital's name. It was a real top-tier hospital, and the surgery date was set for the day she returned to school. Although none of her roommates had been back that day, it couldn't withstand scrutiny. Surgery required hospitalization. How could she be hospitalized and active on campus at the same time? That would be far too bizarre. Host, are you still unaware of this system's capabilities? The hospital records, the doctor's signature, the surgery date. All are authentic and no detail will raise suspicion. The power of the system, huh? I get it. Yusheng nodded knowingly. Yet she also felt a twinge of confusion. Why was the system prepaying the reward this time? Wasn't it afraid she'd renege? Please strictly adhere to the mission requirements, host. Otherwise the penalties will still apply. Yusheng placed the two documents back into the file folder and hid it in a drawer. Then she pulled out her phone and began pondering one of life's greatest dilemmas. What to eat for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria. After Monday morning's classes ended, Gokuen said to the group. With the two documents from the system, Yusheng felt emboldened. Even if she were exposed, she had nothing to fear. So instead of returning to her rented place, she headed straight to the central cafeteria with Gokuen and the other two. This cafeteria had a solid reputation, but by the time they arrived it was already packed with a long line snaking through the hall. After a while the four finally got their meals and balancing their trays squeezed through the crowd to find an empty table. Hey Yusheng, Gokuin set a puzzled look on his face as he bit down on his chopsticks and leaned in. Why does your braised pork look like it has more meat than mine? Really? Yu Sheng compared their trays. She noticed that her braised pork indeed had several more pieces than Gokun's. And whether by coincidence or not, Gokun's had 2 fatty chunks while hers was all lean meat. No need to guess. It's definitely more than yours, Zhao Hengyu said, taking a bite of rice without even looking up. Wanna know why? Why? Gokuin played along, lightly thumping the table to feign indignation. Zhao Hengyi's face twisted into a teasing grin. Because the auntie's hand already shakes, and when she sees your face it shakes even more. Hey, that's a bit harsh. Gokuin raised an eyebrow, unbothered. Then you buy it for me next time, so the auntie's hand stays steady. Better let Yu Sheng do it, Shen Luchuan said flatly. When the auntie sees him, her hand is as steady as Mount Tai. Actually, Shen Luchuan could have done it too, but his sharp angular features were more appealing to older women. With older men, he didn't have the same luck. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was universally charming. Whether it was an auntie or an uncle, they all warmed up to him. This was an intangible perk of her delicate androgynous looks. Forget it. Gokuin sighed, letting go of the braised pork issue. He turned to Yu Sheng, suddenly reminded of something. By the way, Yu Sheng, you moved out a couple of days ago. Must be living the high life, huh? Not sure about high life, Yu Sheng shrugged. But I haven't had you nagging me about wearing women's clothes for the past 2 days, so my ears have been a lot quieter. It's pretty nice. You sure you won't consider cross-dressing? No. Doesn't it get inconvenient running back and forth every day? Zhao Hengyu looked up, curious. There was a class in the first period this afternoon, so Yu Sheng could hang around campus until it started. But on days with a more scattered schedule, she might have to make the trip back and forth. Not at all. Yu Sheng shook her head. The place isn't far from school. It takes about the same time as going back to the dorm. And I don't have to go back and forth all the time. I can rest in the library or an empty classroom. So close. That means you can head back and lie down whenever you want. Gokun's face lit up with excitement as he imagined the life of renting a place. No more squeezing into a dorm, a fridge stocked with favorite snacks, no one bothering him on weekends. Well, maybe not that. He couldn't stand the loneliness. Jigu, you're spitting all over my plate. Zhao Hengyu silently slid his tray away. But Yu Sheng, living alone. Don't you get bored? It's only been a few days. I wouldn't feel bored that quickly. Yu Sheng spread her hands. Maybe Yu Sheng's hiding a sweetheart in that little nest of hers. Shen Luchuan interjected with a teasing tone. Hide my ass, Yu Sheng scoffed. Is that how you use that idiom? The premise of hiding a sweetheart required having a steady partner. To cheat, you'd need a significant other first. After they finished lunch, Gushen suddenly pulled out his phone and solemnly announced, I've already booked the piano room for noon. Yu Sheng, don't forget you promised to teach me on Saturday. Off. Yu Sheng's expression froze. She had merely mentioned it offhandedly, thinking Gushen might forget in a few days. She never expected Brother G to be so efficient that he had even reserved the piano room. Hey, what's with that look? Gushen noticed Yu Sheng's hesitation and immediately protested. I have the chat record. I'm just a bit surprised. It's not that I won't teach you, Yu Sheng said helplessly. Why didn't you discuss a time with me beforehand? Is today not good? Gushen eyed her suspiciously. Got something else to do. It's fine. I didn't plan to go back at noon anyway, but... Yu Sheng paused, then shifted her tone. Don't get your hopes too high. My skills are limited. No problem, Gushen waved dismissively. I wouldn't even attempt anything too difficult. If I can't learn, it's on me, my issue. Brother G, are you really going for it? Zhao Hengyu was taken aback by his declaration. You don't even know the numbered musical notation. So what if I don't? Gushen lifted his chin slightly and quoted in a refined manner, playing for myself, ceasing at will, not caring if anyone listens. That sounds nice, but isn't your goal in learning piano precisely to have others listen? Zhao Hengyu looked at him with utter disbelief. See how that matches up? An irrelevant answer. Shen Luchuan remarked flatly. That's not important. Gushen made a weak excuse, then urged Yu Sheng, let's head to the piano room. A promise was a promise. Zhao Hengyu and Shen Luchuan also wanted to join the fun, so the group of 4 made their way toward the arts building. On the way, Zhao Hengyu casually asked Shen Luchuan if he could play the piano and received an affirmative answer. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised. The fact that Shen Luchuan had mentioned breath coordination that evening proved he had at least some knowledge. Private piano rooms were scarce and had a cumbersome reservation process, so Gushen had booked a public one. The public room housed 3 pianos, offering more space than private or single rooms. When the 4 arrived, 2 male students were already there, seemingly together, one playing while the other listened. The piano room technically didn't allow students to bring in non-users, but the rule wasn't strictly enforced. Minor violations only warranted verbal warnings as long as it wasn't smoking or kissing inside. As they entered, they immediately encountered others who had also brought people along. Since other students were already in the room, everyone playing would inevitably interfere with each other, a drawback of public piano rooms. Gushen, however, didn't mind. Beaming with excitement, he announced in a loud voice, Yu Sheng, I want to learn that piece. Maiden in the Bath. At his words, not only did the 404 group fall silent for a moment, but the two male students also couldn't help stealing a glance in their direction. What piece was that? What piece is that? Yu Sheng frowned, the name sounding rather odd. I've never heard of it. Brother Ji, Zhao Hengyu seemed to catch on. You're not just after the name, are you? It's got nothing to do with the name. I just want to cultivate my mind. Gu Shun tried to salvage his dignity, then muttered, did I get the name wrong? You might mean Maiden's Prayer. Shen Luchuan glanced at Gu Shun. Oh yeah, that must be it. Only you, Zhao Hengyu gave Gu Shun a thumbs up. Heaven knew where Brother Ji had misheard it to come up with such a distorted title. I can't teach that. Yu Sheng shook her head. Brother Jis short fingers probably couldn't even manage the prelude. That piece is challenging. Pick something simpler. Gu Shun seemed to have a plan ready. Without hesitation he quickly countered, then how about Wedding in a Dream? He'll just stick to this one. Are you sure? Yu Sheng demonstrated by playing a passage on the keys. Wedding in a Dream sounded impressive, but wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Still, it wasn't something a complete beginner like Gu Shun could tackle right away. Watching Yu Sheng's fingers dance across the keys, Gu Shun quickly lost his nerve and shook his head repeatedly. In the end, he decided to start with a nursery rhyme, opting for a simple rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yu Sheng figured that since Gu Shun wanted quick results, she'd go for speed, skipping the lesson on posture. Brother Ji would adjust his position on his own when he got tired. Yu Sheng began teaching hand positioning. She couldn't help frowning. Gu Shun's hands seemed to have a mind of their own, completely uncooperative. When she told him to let his fingers fall naturally, he clawed like a chicken pecking at food. When she instructed him to keep his wrists steady, he arched them like a camel's hump. This prompted Yu Sheng to smack the back of his hand several times with her delicate fair hand. It was quite satisfying for Brother Ji. Finally, at her wits' end, Yu Sheng abandoned the hand position lesson entirely and only explained the essential music theory needed for Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Whether Brother Ji grasped it or not was up to him. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star was incredibly simple. After running through the two melodies a few times with Yu Sheng's guidance, Gu Shun followed a tutorial video on his phone, counting the keys as he attempted to play with a single finger. Yu Sheng remained dutifully by his side, ready to help whenever he needed. After a series of halting notes, Gu Shun suddenly remembered his earlier promise and turned to look at Yu Sheng. She thought he had a question, but he whispered slyly, you still want those lewd pictures I mentioned before? Yu Sheng's eyelid twitched. Not wanting to experience a sudden surge of adrenaline, she firmly declined. I was joking. No need. Gu Shun hadn't expected her to accept anyway, and continued stiffly searching for the right keys. While Brother Ji practiced, Shen Luchuan didn't remain idle. There was still one unused piano in the room, so he walked over and sat on the stool. Zhao Hengyu followed, and asked curiously, Shen Luchuan, how well do you play? What's your level? I just play for fun. Probably at a beginner's level, Shen Luchuan smiled. We'll want to request a song. No, go ahead. He'll just listen. Then Shen Luchuan played a piece that caught Zhao Hengyu slightly off guard. Happy birthday. Why that one all of a sudden? Zhao Hengyu asked. Yu Sheng and Gu Shun also looked over with curiosity. Shen Luchuan glanced around at them and chuckled, because in 2 months it's my wife's birthday. Alright. No need to go on. That was a short ride. The group interrupted Shen Luchuan in unison. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Gu Shun attempted Twinkle Twinkle Little Star several more times, his confidence gradually eroding. He struggled to memorize which key corresponded to which note, stumbling even through the quarter notes. For beginners, note stickers could have helped, but the school's piano room didn't have any. Just as Gu Shun was about to give up, ready to retreat from the challenge, Shen Luchuan suddenly began playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star flawlessly. Gu Shun straightened up and placed his fingers back on the keys. I won't admit defeat. He had a class in the first big session of the afternoon, so after lunch, she simply didn't return to her dormitory. Taking advantage of the lunch break, she went to the student union office nearby to pass the time. She didn't do any work, just leaned back in the office chair, holding her phone in both hands as the canned laughter from an old variety show streamed through her earphones. It was hard to imagine that some variety shows still relied on such fake laughter to carry the show. Sue-E turned down the volume. There wasn't much to watch really, as she just didn't want to think and intended to zone out for a while. She did think about luring Yu Sheng to the office during the break to get to the bottom of things, but she couldn't find a good excuse. Just then Song Shihan walked into the office, threw her arms around Sue-E's, and asked, going now? Going where? Sue-E blinked in confusion, caught off guard by the abrupt question. I have class this afternoon. To the piano room, of course. Song Shihan tilted her head and looked at Sue-E, a hint of doubt in her voice. You promised me you haven't forgotten, have you? After the welcome party, Song Shihan had expressed great interest in playing a four-hand piece, eagerly insisting on trying it with Sue-E. Sue-E had agreed, and she hadn't forgotten. However, she hadn't expected Song Shihan to pick a non-holiday for it, and especially not when she was in the mood to be lazy and least inclined to move. Gently pulling her hand free from Song Zion's embrace, Sue-E brushed her off. I haven't forgotten, but I'm busy right now. Give me a moment. Oh, come on, what's so interesting about this cheap variety show? Song Shihan couldn't help but complain. It's poorly made, all washed-up stars. Then I'll find something else to watch. Su-yi glanced faintly at Song Shihan and made a move as if to change the channel. Don't. Su-yi was already halfway through the episode, so Song Shihan naturally didn't want her to start another show. By the time she finished, the break would be over. As she spoke, Song Shihan wrapped her arms around Su-yi again, looking as humble as a little sycophant. Just come with me to the piano room. It won't take long, just 10 minutes. Why didn't you bring this up yesterday on the weekend? Su-yi looked at Song Shihan a little speechless. You only think of it today. At least I remembered. Song Shihan suddenly grew assertive as if the words had struck a nerve. Someone promised to treat me to a meal last time, but it's been over a week now and not a peep. It seems those words were all just. Alright, stop nagging. So we go? Song Shihan asked. Let me rest a bit more. Su-yi sighed silently. Let me finish this episode, then I'll go with you. Song Shihan immediately let go. You promise now. The public piano room. Gushun's initial surge of enthusiasm, sparked by Shun Liuchuan, came and went quickly. Within less than an hour, he had listlessly closed the instructional video on his phone. He had talked about wanting to learn piano, but it was ultimately just a whim, not something he was determined to master. In the past few dozen minutes, Gushun had tirelessly practiced Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but his progress was minimal. Without counting the keys, he could only rely on his nascent muscle memory to hit 1 or 2 notes by feel. Luckily, the piece didn't require the use of the pedal, or he would have struggled even more. If learning a simple nursery rhyme was this difficult, Gushun couldn't imagine how long it would take him to learn Wedding Dream. Yusheng had anticipated Gushun's short-lived interest. Since it was still early before class, she offered a token word of encouragement. As expected, Gushun held his ground, not even waiting for Yusheng to finish her second sentence of persuasion. Leaving before the reserved piano room time is up. Shen Luchuan shook his head slightly. Forgotten your bold words so quickly. That's fickle. Exactly. Zhao Hingyu couldn't resist taunting either. Thought Brother G would last at least 3 days, but you didn't even make it 3 hours. What do you know? This is a strategic retreat. Gushun's expression turned serious, and then he spouted nonsense about not sleeping well last night and bad feng shui in the piano room. Fearing that Gushun might stubbornly insist on continuing out of spite from the mockery, Yushin quickly said, Are you sure you're done? Don't come back another day saying you've booked the piano room again. I'm done. Piano and I just don't get along. Gushun felt he had no musical talent, so it was wise to quit in time. As everyone was about to leave the piano room inspired by Shen Luchuan's earlier remark, Zhao Hingyu made a request on the spot. There's still time. Yusheng, play A Maiden's Prayer. I want to hear why Brother G was so set on learning it. Yusheng could barely play the piece, but she indulged them playing the piano for a bit longer. It was at that moment that 2 graceful figures walked into the piano room. Su-yi was about to say just this once, when Song Shihan tugged her arm and pointed to the figure playing the piano diagonally ahead, whispering, Isn't that Yusheng? Following the direction of Song Xian's finger, Su-yi indeed saw Yusheng. And around her, but keeping a meter's distance to avoid disturbing her, were Gushun and the other 2. Su-yi had met Gushun before, and she could roughly guess that the other 2 were also Yusheng's roommates. Shen Luchuan noticed Su-yi and the other girl, and quietly signaled to Gushun and Zhao Hingyu, Let's go. Why? They asked in unison. It's hot, let's go back for air conditioning. Shen Luchuan kept winking. Once Yusheng started playing the piano, she entered a state of flow. Her awareness of her surroundings greatly diminished. She was completely unaware that 2 people had entered the piano room, and 3 had left. When she finished her piece, she heard an exclamation by her ear, Beautiful. Yusheng turned her head and found that the person standing beside her had somehow become Su-yi. Her body gave a violent start. What are you doing? Su-yi noticed her dramatic reaction and squinted with a smile. Am I that scary? No. Where are my roommates? Yusheng was a bit dazed, too flustered to wonder why Su-yi was in the piano room. She looked to her other side and jumped again. Standing there was a radiant pair of peach blossom eyes. Wasn't that the female host of the welcome party and Su-yi's original piano partner? What was her name? Song something Han. Sure Han. Yuhan. Never mind, she couldn't remember. Yusheng gave up thinking, and Su-yi explained, They seemed to be heading back to the dorm for a 3-player game, so they left first. That's what they said as they went out. Yusheng had a thought she wasn't sure she should voice. Su-yi asked again, What brings you to the piano room? My roommate said she wanted to learn piano, the one you met before. But it was all talk and no action, as she gave up pretty quickly. Yusheng paused and asked in return, And you? See. Su-yi gestured with her chin towards Song Shihan. She dragged me here. Didn't expect to run into you. Quite a coincidence. There weren't many public piano rooms, and the odds of booking the same one were low. Yusheng nodded. Indeed. Su-yi had intended to chat with Yusheng a bit longer, but Song Shihan, being impatient, urged her to start quickly. Back in the student union office, Song Shihan had already told Su-yi they'd only have 10 minutes. Time was precious. Though Su-yi had been coaxed into coming, she kept her word and walked with Song Shihan toward another piano. Yusheng followed as well. She had no other intention. She simply wanted to see the skill level of Su-yi's original partner. Without much ado, Su-yi and Song Shihan sat down on the piano bench, adjusted their postures slightly, and began to play. It wasn't until the music flowed out that Yusheng belatedly realized they were playing a four-hand piece, Wedding in a Dream. Was it a way to make up for not being able to perform with Su? As Yusheng pondered this, she saw Song Shihan floundering shortly after starting, her fingers hovering in the air, hesitating over which keys to press. Su-yi pursed her lips and said helplessly, "Do you even know how to play? Didn't you say you learned it over the weekend?" "I only watched a video tutorial for a while. Oh, I never practiced it," Song Shihan replied, her voice growing softer with guilt. "What's the use of just watching a video?" Su-yi was speechless. "Then get the sheet music down first." Given the current situation, they couldn't play at all. Even Su-yi and Yusheng, both familiar with the forehand version, had to review their respective parts several times before attempting to play together. For someone like Song Shihan, who had only cloud learned, it would take at least an hour to truly master it. However, Su-yi, kind-hearted as she was, added, "Practice as you like, it doesn't count against the time." Song Shihan had no choice but to practice while Su-yi stood up and resumed a light-hearted chat with Yusheng. "Why were you playing by yourself earlier?" "Because your roommate gave up, and you didn't want to waste the remaining time." Yusheng glanced at Song Shihan, who was struggling with practice, and mused, "They wanted me to show off. The piece I played earlier, A Maiden's Prayer, was what my roommate initially wanted to learn, but I talked him out of it. He wanted to learn it quickly." "What did he learn afterward?" "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. A nursery rhyme. He was a complete beginner, knew nothing, so he gave up quickly." "No wonder." Su-yi understood and, feeling idle, asked, "Do you want to learn? I can teach you. You don't seem very proficient." Su-yi had passed the amateur piano grade 10 in elementary school. Nothing to brag about, but more than enough to teach Yusheng. "Learn what?" "A Maiden's Prayer." "No need, right? I don't even have grade 5. It might be too challenging." "It's fine. Your foundation is solid enough." Su-yi was telling the truth. Yusheng could feel it herself. The system had gifted her a solid piano foundation, with every technique internalized seamlessly, unlike those who learned on their own or from others whose skills were superficial and shaky. In the end, Yusheng was persuaded by Su-yi, since leaving now would only mean waiting in the classroom for class. It was definitely not for any ulterior motive. Song Shihan, listening quietly as they happily made their decision, felt utterly betrayed. She had pestered Su-yi for so long, only to be used as a stepping stone for someone else. How outrageous. The central air conditioner, after a brief rest, let out a soft hum again. The September heat lingered, so the piano room had to keep the cooling on. It wasn't for the comfort of people, it was to protect the delicate piano from damage. "Play it again," Su-yi said. "They'll demonstrate the tricky parts for you later." When Yusheng sat down on the piano bench, Su-yi didn't take a seat, but stood half a step behind her. Compared to before, when she had been cautious not to disturb Yusheng, she was now closer for better observation. Yusheng played through the piece again. Su-yi then demonstrated a few difficult sections and sat at the end of the bench, letting Yusheng try on her own. Yusheng noticed that Su-yi's demonstration seemed a bit stiff. Perhaps she hadn't played this piece in a long time and was rusty. It didn't matter anyway. Yusheng was now feeling overwhelmed. She had mastered the basic techniques, but the slightly more advanced extensions were only partially included in this half-step grade 5 realm. The remaining techniques she had never actively practiced, and without the system's help she had to rely entirely on herself. The techniques in Wedding in a Dream were mostly within Yusheng's reach. And since it was a four-hand piece, Su-yi also shared some of the difficulty. A Maiden's Prayer posed different challenges, testing arpeggio skills. Yusheng struggled with fast single-hand arpeggios, unable to grasp the technique. She turned to look at Su-yi and found Su-yi staring at her face. She played again, turned to look, and Su-yi was still gazing at her face. Once more, Su-yi kept looking. Yusheng was puzzled. Shouldn't she be watching her hands to teach piano? Why was Su-yi fixated on her face? "Why are you always staring at me?" Yusheng asked. "Because you're beautiful to look at," Su-yi replied with a smile. Yusheng understood. Su-yi was teasing her again. After several more attempts, "Don't overcompensate with your wrist." Su-yi observed for a moment, then sat down directly and gently grasped Yusheng's wrist, helping her adjust its position while she played. Her fingers touched Yusheng's palm, feeling soft and warm, and she couldn't help but rub it lightly. "Try again. Just a slight wrist movement is enough." "Okay." Yusheng did as instructed. Though still a bit nervous, she remained mostly calm. Her face didn't flush and her speech didn't stammer. Having been teased so many times, she had grown accustomed to it, numb to it. Song Shihan, finishing her practice after following the video, turned around to see Su-yi and Yusheng so close and rolled her eyes nearly to the ceiling. In broad daylight under the bright sky, was this appropriate? Were they that desperate? Remembering how Su-yi had been reluctant to even let her hold her arm earlier, Song Shihan felt even more aggrieved. Weak, helpless, pitiful, wronged. Unfortunately, no one noticed her. Half an hour later, after some practice, Yusheng had made modest progress, showcasing the benefits of a solid foundation. "How is it?" Su-yi asked. "I told you you'd be fine." Yusheng nodded. So, Sui dragged out the word paused and extended her jade-like palm toward Yusheng. What's that for? Yusheng's expression turned awkward. The system's cute knowledge surfaced at that moment, giving her an urge to place her chin on Sui's palm. For the tuition fee, Sui said matter-of-factly. I never said I'd teach for free. Yusheng was shocked. You didn't mention charging beforehand. Nothing in this world is free. Sui shot Yusheng a sideways glance. You weren't planning to freeload, were you? You're a crooked teacher. Listening to their exchange, Song Shihan, who had been ignored all along, finally couldn't hold back. She turned off the teaching video and claimed she had practiced enough, urging Sui to come over quickly. Sui merely smiled, rose, and walked over to Song Shihan, saying, You'd better use your phone to read the sheet music or you'll end up not knowing which key to press again. Song Shihan pondered for a moment and decided to accept this barely well-intentioned reminder. But when she saw Yusheng also approaching, she put on a nonchalant attitude. That's too troublesome, having to flip pages. Yusheng was speechless, thinking, why are you competing with me? Sui then said, flipping pages is better than freezing up. No, it won't. Don't be stubborn. I'm not. In such a short time you've learned to play. Yes. Pretending, just pretending. Sui couldn't be bothered to persuade her further. At that moment, by the other piano, the two male students happened to be taking a break, so they began to play. Given that Song Zion's practice time was indeed too short, Sui slowed down even more compared to their first duet, giving Song Shihan ample time to think. To be fair, this approach worked. The two played methodically and with considerable skill this time. Song Shihan suddenly felt confident again and exclaimed, Can you play faster? You don't need to cater to me, it's affecting my rhythm. Sui silently increased the intensity for Song Shihan. She abruptly accelerated from about 50% of the original song's speed to 80 or 90%. Is this speed okay? Sui asked with a smile. Forehand piano required coordination, not a solo act. Sui didn't believe Song Shihan could adapt immediately. Song Shihan furrowed her brows, drenched in cold sweat, unable to spare a thought to speak. Once the speed increased, she lost control, pressing keys, instinctively hitting whichever came first, making numerous mistakes. Either her timing was off, creating a disjointed sound, or she simply played the wrong notes, resulting in flaws. But Sui ignored this and continued playing until they returned to the original tempo. Only then did Song Shihan relent, quickly begging for mercy. Stop, I was wrong. Afterward, Song Shihan behaved, pulling out her phone to play from the sheet music, but it was still intermittent, with rushing and dragging, a myriad of issues cropping up. The most absurd instance was when she played a key meant for Sui, earning a scolding. Yusheng couldn't help but laugh. Song Shihan immediately turned back, glancing at her pitifully. Are you laughing at me? Oh well. Yusheng felt that in the next second this girl, named Song something Han, would burst into tears and say something like, You've stolen the life that belongs to me. Fortunately, Sui slapped Song Shihan on the shoulder. What's wrong? Isn't your playing funny? Can't others laugh? Song Shihan was at a loss for words. As Yusheng watched this spectacle, her phone vibrated. Gushin Yusheng man, Gushin still in the practice room. The message came from the dorm group chat. Yusheng hadn't set a group nickname, so Yusheng man was her WeChat handle. She had used it for years. Her name was a homophone for remaining life, literally, meaning the years left, which she personally felt carried a dreary twilight-like deadness. But adding man imbued it with a gentle, lingering sense of time's passage. Yusheng, you dare to contact me. Yusheng, first explain why you sneaked off without a word. Gushin, emergency. I forgot to check out of the practice room. Do me a favor. Yusheng, do you know how awkward I was? Gushin, not checking out will affect future booking priority and lower the queue order. The two were talking past each other. Yusheng thought to herself that Brother G would hardly ever visit the practice room again anyway, so it didn't matter. She waited a few seconds, but no one responded to her accusation, so she replied coldly. Yusheng, what's that to me? Gushin, it's effortless for you. Yusheng, no moral blackmail. Gushin, please. Yusheng, my phone's out of juice. Yusheng, see you. Gushin. Gushin, sigh. Gushin, we made a strategic retreat, otherwise would be third wheels in the practice room. Zhao Hengyu, 1 Xin Liuchuan, 1 Yusheng, Sui and I are perfectly innocent. Gushin, that's not the point. Zhao Hengyu agreed. Xin Liuchuan agreed. Yusheng directly turned off her phone. Song Shihan had another mishap. Her phone truly had no juice left. Sui felt her pocket and frowned. I didn't bring my phone, I left it in the office. Yusheng simply used her own phone to find the sheet music and lent it to them. Of course, she handed it to Sui, not familiar with Song something Han. The two continued playing. 10 minutes passed quickly. Song Shihan hadn't managed a single complete duet with Sui, so she pestered Sui to play again. Sui wasn't completely unkind, but she glanced at Yusheng, then at Song Shihan, and recalling the seamless cooperation with Yusheng, found the person beside her increasingly irritating. Practicing like this is pointless, Sui said, then looked at Yusheng. Come demonstrate with me and show her how it's done. Song Shihan was completely stunned. What do you mean? Yusheng also said that might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate? It's just a demonstration. Su-yi pushed Song Shihan to make her move. Like this you'll hurt my feelings. Song Shihan said with a hint of sarcasm. Who cares? Su-yi wasn't buying it. Song Shihan was mentally tough, just hamming it up. And indeed that was the case. Song Shihan was surprised, but she didn't genuinely feel attacked by Su-yi. She stood up and moved aside, making room for Yusheng. Yusheng and Su-yi hadn't played together in over a week, but fortunately their rapport remained. Since it was a demonstration played slowly, they performed it smoothly without looking at the sheet music. Su-yi asked Song Shihan, did you learn? Song Shihan shook her head. No. Seems your comprehension is lacking. Oh. Afterwards Su-yi played a few more rounds with Song Shihan until they finally managed a passable rendition. Song Shihan was satisfied and their booking time was nearly up, so the group headed out of the practice room. The two male students, seeing Yusheng and the others leaving, quickly got up to go as well. They had intended to leave earlier when Gushun and the others slipped away, but upon seeing Su-yi enter they ended up staying until now. They simply couldn't bear to leave as she was too beautiful. Once outside, Yusheng didn't see Su-yi and Song Shihan check out, so she casually asked, by the way, how do you check out of the practice room? Having never made a booking, she naturally didn't know the specifics. You can check out online, but you need to be within 50 meters of the practice room. Su-yi, assuming Yusheng was the one who booked for the group, smiled and said, want me to help? No, it's fine. Yusheng waved her hand. Once she confirmed that Brother Ji really couldn't check out, she felt relieved. After leaving the arts building, Song Shihan jogged away. She needed to go charge her phone and then return to check out. Su-yi asked Yusheng if she had time to continue learning Maiden's Prayer and master it. Yusheng declined. Though Su-yi was beautiful, Yusheng was lazy. Learning the piano on her own was too exhausting. She'd rather wait for the system to directly instill cultivation. Yusheng had classes in the afternoon, while Su-yi needed to return to the student union office to retrieve her phone. They parted ways at a certain intersection. When Su-yi returned to the office, it was empty. This office was a comprehensive one designated for the president and vice president, and the school had been generous enough to provide an extra desk. Liu Ziqing had essentially abused his authority by allocating that spare desk to Su-yi. After all, Chen Yushu preferred to lie in bed in the dormitory when he had no classes, never wanting to come to the student union office. As for Yu Xiaonan, she spent all her time in the library and had never joined the student union. Meanwhile, Song Shihan and members of other departments shared a communal office next door. Su-yi picked up her phone and saw a message from Liu Ziqing saying she had gone to the classroom first. Grabbing her textbooks, Su-yi walked out of the office just as Song Shihan hurried out of the adjacent office. Spotting Su-yi, Song Shihan quickly caught up and whispered with a teasing tone. Su-yi, I never thought you would do something so despicable. What are you talking about? Su-yi asked, puzzled. Don't pretend. I saw everything. Song Shihan flashed a mischievous grin. She had been dying to say this ever since the piano room, and now she could finally let it out. But I have to say, Yusheng is so skinny. There's no such thing as pecs or abs, okay? I don't understand. Su-yi's expression remained impassive. You clearly saw it. Saw what? Huh? Song Shihan blinked, starting to doubt herself, when Su-yi seemed genuinely confused. Did I see it wrong? You were supposed to practice piano. Why were you glancing over at Yusheng and me? Su-yi gave a faint, ambiguous smile. What kind of story did you conjure up this time? Nothing. Song Shihan waved her hand and quickly slipped away, still needing to sign out at the piano room. Su-yi pondered for a couple of seconds, opened Weishuan, and added the words, little girl, after Yusheng's name in the notes. Yusheng's hands were soft, her face was soft, her shoulders were gentle and not as broad as a boy's, and her Adam's apple was invisible. Even when she looked up, it couldn't be seen. Coupled with what Su-yi had just witnessed in the piano room, all these signs silently corroborated a single fact. A girl who had lived as a male for over a decade. Su-yi unconsciously curled her lips. On the other side, completely oblivious, Yusheng entered the classroom through the back door. This was her habit, as she disliked being stared at when entering a room, preferring to keep a low profile. Gushun and the other two had already taken their seats in the last row. Yusheng sat down and immediately confronted them, but naturally received no serious answers. All three defended themselves under the banner of playing matchmaker. When class ended, the students dispersed in a flurry, and Yusheng walked toward the north gate with Shen Luchuan. Yusheng was heading back to her rented apartment. Shen Liuchuan, on the other hand, was making a routine visit to Chuju. Only this time Yusheng didn't see Chuju at the gate. The young master Shen said he was the one waiting next door today. Yusheng thought to herself that she should probably stop leaving campus with Shen Luchuan. Heartache. Returning to the residential area, she took the elevator upstairs. Before entering her door, she glanced at the security door of the neighbor across the hall. After Saturday, she hadn't run into that young couple again in the past 2 days, though to be fair, she hadn't gone out much. It was better this way, meeting them would have been awkward. Opening the door, Yusheng changed into slippers, washed an apple, took a bite, and then collapsed onto the sofa. She casually picked up the throw pillow that Su-yi had rested her head on Saturday, and sniffed it, but there was no trace of Su-yi's scent. The next day, morning classes filled the schedule. After lunch bidding farewell to Gushun and the other two, Yusheng resolved to return to his rented room and loaf around. Shin Luchuan did not accompany him off campus. He would seek out Chuju later as the heat outside was too oppressive at the moment. Suddenly his phone buzzed, a message from Su-yi. Su-yi, are you at school? Yusheng, the little girl, still here for now. Su-yi, Yusheng, the little girl, planning to leave. Su-yi, don't go just yet. Drop by the student union office later. Yusheng, the little girl, what for? Su-yi, it's a long story. Let's talk in person. Yusheng had no choice but to turn back. He wondered what mystery Su-yi was spinning. In truth, he felt Su-yi could have kept it brief or at least sent a voice message. Though Yusheng usually preferred others to send long blocks of text over voice messages, mainly because he couldn't be bothered to listen and couldn't fast forward. If it were Su-yi, well, he'd reluctantly endure it. Fortunately, he hadn't ventured far. Within minutes, he passed the central cafeteria once more and headed toward the administrative building. As he walked, Yusheng suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind, followed by a tap on his shoulder, almost a squeeze. What a coincidence, running into you on the way. It was Su-yi's voice ringing clearly in his ear. Yusheng turned back, instinctively stepping away to create distance, and asked, "Why are you here?" "I just came out of the cafeteria," Su-yi replied, a teasing smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he watched Yusheng retreat. "I get the feeling you're always nervous around me." Yusheng mulled over a response, but came up with nothing, so he said stiffly, "Not nervous at all." "All right, have you eaten?" "Yes." "Oh." Su-yi nodded. "I was planning to stop by the fruit shop before heading to the office." "You're probably almost out of yours too, right?" "Still have some left." "Then let's buy some together," Su-yi suggested. "Remember to eat fruit every day. It's good for you. It supplies vitamins, aids digestion, and serves as a snack when you're hungry or craving something. Much better than eating junk. Also, don't stick to just one or two types of fruit. Switch it up. Each kind has different nutrients. Have an orange today, a banana tomorrow. That way you get balanced nutrition." "Okay." Yusheng felt a brief daze. Was Su-yi's string of reminders a sign of concern? He caught himself thinking he might be a bit narcissistic. "By the way," Su-yi said, suddenly recalling something as they walked toward the fruit shop, "you'll need to join a student union event in the next couple of days. Just giving you a heads up. Calling me to the office. Was that what this was about?" "Yeah." Yusheng's face instantly fell. "Didn't we agree I wouldn't have to do anything?" "Special circumstances," Su-yi replied, turning to look at him. "We're really short on hosts for the icebreaker event. Otherwise I wouldn't have roped you in." "This event still isn't sorted out?" Yusheng asked in surprise. National Day was just around the corner next week. At this, Su-yi's expression turned helpless. They had originally planned to finish it within the first week of school, but this year's freshmen were exceptionally individualistic. Some classes had a majority refusing to attend on weekends, forcing them to reschedule. The organization department and the art department responsible for the freshman icebreaker were already stretched thin. Plus, everyone had evening classes on some days, making it impossible to hold activities every night. Back and forth, many classes still hadn't had their event. Su-yi explained as they walked, then suddenly changed the subject. "If you really don't want to join, that's fine. Just wear that dress for me one more time, and it'll let you off." "Don't even think about it," Yusheng said. "You can't escape," Su-yi said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You'll have to wear it again sooner or later anyway." "What do you mean?" Yusheng was taken aback. When Lu Ziqing had demanded he wear the dress, Su-yi had clearly taken his side. "What I mean is..." Su-yi paused. "Cross-dressing is either never or countless times. It won't happen. Resistance itself is a form of anticipation. It's not." The scorching sun hung high, baking the earth. In the crystal-clear sky, a few thin clouds stood motionless, as if forgotten by the wind. Students in twos and threes hurried towards the library, clutching books. A young couple sat on a bench under the shade of a tree, sharing a pair of earphones. On the steps, the campus cat had found a cool spot and curled up for a nap. Yusheng and Su-yi stepped on the shadows of the trees, walking along the stone path to the nearest fruit shop. The shop didn't look big, but the fruits inside were quite abundant, spread out in full display. They planned to buy enough for a few days, so they prioritized whole fruits over pre-cut ones. Naturally, the task of picking fruits fell to Su-yi. Although Yusheng had learned some tricks for selecting fruits last Saturday, she was still just a novice, far from being proficient. Yusheng followed beside Su-yi, looking at the price tags, silently comparing them to the supermarket in the mall. The prices were a bit cheaper than off-campus. It was simply because there were many students allowing for volume sales. If they dared to sell at high prices, the campus wall would be flooded with 300 posts of complaints. But some schools insisted on doing the opposite. With monopolized shops, the numbers on the price tags became increasingly audacious. As her thoughts wandered, Su-yi picked through the peaches on the shelf, squeezing them to test their firmness, and asked, "Do you want to buy peaches?" Yusheng snapped back to reality. "What about grapes? They look good, don't they, Su-yi pointed to the grapes on another shelf. "Do you want some watermelon?" Su-yi pointed to the boxed watermelon in the cooler. "Okay." Su-yi was right about one thing. Yusheng really had no strong opinions. Hearing Sue-yi say she wanted to eat this and that she simply nodded. This feeling was very relaxing. There was no need to worry about issues like what if I bought it too expensive. The plastic bags in their hands gradually increased. Sue-yi added, buy more, you can put them in the fridge when you get back. Oh, Yusheng nodded again. After leaving the fruit shop, Yusheng was about to leave when Sue-yi called out to her. Where are you going? Aren't we done talking? Yusheng asked confused. I'm going back to my rented place. Do you know the exact day for the event? Do you know who your assigned partner is? Are you clear about the entire flow of the activity? Sue-yi fired off a series of questions, and Yusheng obediently followed her towards the student union office. By now there were hardly any people on the campus path. Sue-yi had spent quite a while picking fruits. Usually when picking for herself she might not take this long, but when picking for others she unconsciously became more meticulous. It wasn't just because of Yusheng. A breeze rustled the leaves, and Yusheng couldn't help but ask Sue-yi who her partner would be. She wasn't good at chatting with girls, and partnering with a strange girl would likely lead to an awkward silence. Song Something Han wasn't great either. Yusheng felt that person was a bit too socially outgoing to handle. Who do you want to partner with? Sue-yi asked. Originally, it was planned to be with me. You're participating too. Yusheng was a bit surprised. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked. I'm participating, Sue-yi smiled. Which evenings do you not have class? Sunday and next Monday evening are still free for class arrangements, depending on your convenience. Due to the National Day holiday adjustment, Sunday would have classes. Sue-yi added, we're just helping out temporarily, participating once is enough. Oh. Yusheng thought for a moment, and then said, let's do next Monday. The student union office was still empty. When Yusheng came last time it was also empty, and she inexplicably felt a bit worried. Hopefully it wouldn't be like before, just as she was about to leave someone would push the door open and walk in. Strange. Why am I worried? Even if it happens, so what? I haven't done anything wrong. The midday sun was scorching, the heat waves oppressive. After entering, Sue-yi pushed the door shut with her elbow, put down the plastic bags, walked to the window to close it, and then picked up the air conditioner remote. The outdoor unit hummed to life, breaking the room's stillness. Yusheng silently watched all this. Sue-yi was dressed simply today, a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. Yet it still couldn't conceal the beauty emanating from her core. Despite the simplest combination, it had an indescribable clean and sharp look on her. The sunlight bathed her, casting a hazy halo around her. Thirsty? Want some water? Sue-yi asked. I'm fine, Yusheng shook her head. Then we'll have fruit later. Saying this, Sue-yi stretched her limbs straight up without regard for Yusheng's presence. As her arms stretched upward, the hem of her shirt lifted, revealing a slender waist. Yusheng had been watching Sue-yi the whole time, so she naturally didn't miss this scene. Her gaze seemed drawn by a magnet, unable to look away. Her throat felt tight, and she unconsciously swallowed, her barely visible Adam's apple bobbing. Sue-yi's waist was very slim, her skin smooth and delicate, with graceful inward curves like brushstrokes in a painting, truly captivating. That was Yusheng's assessment. She admitted that she had a bit of a waist fetish as well as a hand fetish, leg fetish, foot fetish, ankle fetish. But this was just a reflection of her pursuit of beautiful things. It was her possessing a pair of eyes adept at discovering beauty. It was not about being lustful. Unfortunately, the hem soon fell, concealing that fair skin again. Sue-yi sat down in her chair and suddenly turned to look at Yusheng. Their eyes met, and she spoke. Had your fill of looking off? Yusheng was startled. Even though Sue-yi wasn't revealing anything now, she still hurriedly averted her gaze, her ears turning visibly red. I'm sorry. Not knowing how to respond, apologizing was the easiest way out. Sue-yi snorted coldly. Look again, and it'll cost you. I'm sorry. Yusheng repeated, her voice a bit louder this time. Apologizing is a required course for every man. Even though she was now in a female body, this was ingrained in her soul. From Sue-yi's perspective, Yusheng had turned her head away, a flush spreading across her profile. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Sue-yi's mouth, and she didn't continue teasing Yusheng. Turning on the computer, she got down to business. This icebreaker event will be held entirely indoors, so external factors like weather don't need to be considered. First, familiarize yourself with the PPT. It should have the sequence of each segment and the detailed rules and notes for all the games. Go through it several times, know which page corresponds to what content, so you won't be flustered. So, I just need to read off the PPT. Yusheng asked. It seemed as easy as being a college professor. Of course not. For example, the opening greeting won't be on the PPT. They'll tell you what to say later. Oh, the slow computer finally booted up. Sue-yi found and opened a PPT, then stood up to let Yusheng take her seat. The chair still held a trace of warmth. While you're looking, note any mistakes and correct them. This PPT was left by senior students. Some content might be outdated. Sue-yi explained patiently, giving an example. For instance, in the trivia quiz segment, how many years have passed since the capital hosted the Olympics? The answer from 2 years ago will definitely differ from this year's. If options are given, remember to change it to the correct answer. Okay. Yusheng nodded, her gaze fixed on the screen. She understood Sue-yi herself hadn't even looked at it, yet using her as free labor. But it didn't matter, the compensation had already been paid in another form. Having experienced the icebreaker event herself, Yusheng quickly skimmed through it, and soon recalled the gist. The process wasn't complicated, or in fact it was quite relaxed. She just needed to follow the steps methodically. The main concern was that the freshman might not be active enough, leading to an awkward silence. Yusheng looked through it again carefully, and found that this PPT didn't have the trivia quiz minigame at all. Instead there was. Guess idioms from emojis. Yusheng muttered as dead memories attacked her. She was the worst at this. Luckily she was the host this time, not the one guessing. What's wrong? Su-yi pulled up a chair and sat beside Yusheng eating fruit. Hearing Yusheng mutter to herself, she leaned in. Is there a problem with this segment? Nothing, it's just that the seniors might have been a bit lazy. Yusheng clicked on the PPT and a set of emojis on the screen switched to another set. Click again and it switched to a new set. She spread her hands. There are no correct answers written. Maybe they kept them in their heads, Su-yi guessed. Then the two tried to decode them, also only keeping the answers in their minds, too lazy to add them. But some questions were too abstract, or rather forced. 2 parrots plus 2 flowers. What idiom was that? Completely clueless. Look it up online, Su-yi suggested. Or we could change it to something simpler. If it's too hard, and people can't guess, it'll be a problem. Yusheng typed on the keyboard to search. The parrot flower one seemed to be self-created by the seniors. No answer was found. She searched for other unsolved ones. Suddenly a piece of cold watermelon pressed against her lips. Yusheng instinctively opened her mouth and bit down gently. The sweet juice of the watermelon instantly spread in her mouth. Only then did she realize what had happened, and turned to look at Su-yi. Her chewing motion froze. Su-yi's eyes sparkled calmly, holding the plastic fork, its tip, still sticky with juice. Keep searching. Yusheng swallowed mechanically, her typing speed slowing down. She was puzzled and confused. Was Su-yi teasing her, or rewarding her? Before long, Su-yi forked another piece of watermelon and waved it in front of Yusheng. Want some more? After a mental struggle, Yusheng shamefully nodded. Blushing, she leaned closer to the fork. The feeding didn't last long, but Yusheng's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Her gaze occasionally stole a glance at Su-yi's profile, then quickly looked away. Su-yi seemed to enjoy feeding her. This almost made her have an illusion, considering that on the surface she was still operating as a male. Such feeding behavior might be common between two girls. But between a man and a woman, it was almost flirtatiously crossing the line. Yusheng continued looking at the PPT without changing her expression. The icebreaker events process was quite brief, and she quickly became familiar with it. First, a few warm-up games interspersed with self-introductions from the freshmen. If anyone wanted to showcase a talent, they could. Then group interactions, still playing games, but between groups. Finally, there was a task requiring cooperation within the group. After everyone presented their task results on stage, it was about time to wrap up. Yusheng told Su-yi she had a general idea, and Su-yi didn't ask Yusheng to give up her seat. She remained seated on the chair beside her. Reaching across Yusheng's chest, Su-yi opened the office drawer. The metal slide, emitting a faint click. She pulled out a shiny fruit knife. The cold gleam of the blade flashed before Yusheng's eyes. Yusheng was startled, her pupils contracting. Su-yi pressed her slender fingers against the back of the knife, the tip resting on the top of the apple as she turned it along the peel. Her skill was excellent. The peeled skin formed a continuous pale red ribbon, unbroken. What, want to eat? Su-yi noticed Yusheng staring blankly at her, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth, the corners of her eyes tilting upward. No. Yusheng shifted her gaze from the knife to Su-yi's face. Aren't knives prohibited in the teaching area? Fruit knives are allowed. Su-yi slowly rotated the apple in her palm. I asked a senior about it before. But they can't be taken out of the dormitory area, Yusheng said firmly. During her freshman year evening study sessions, bored out of her mind, she had flipped through the freshman handbook. The remembered rules were clear in her mind, written in black and white. Is that so? Su-yi blinked, her hands still moving, the peel now hanging down to her knee. Never mind, if the school doesn't know, it's not a violation. Yusheng opened her mouth, then hesitated. Seeing this, Su-yi added, the school also says no staying out overnight, but you secretly moved out. And no pets, no cheating on exams, no hosting the opposite sex overnight. Plenty of people break those rules. Some girls bring their boyfriends into the female dorm to spend the night, and some girls sneak into the male dorm to sleep too. Alright. Yusheng now had a new understanding of why Su-yi had readily agreed to wait for her in the dorm to pack. She thought the dorm supervisor wasn't there, right? Su-yi quickly finished peeling the apple. She cut off a large piece and skewered it directly with the fruit knife, holding it out to Yusheng. Yusheng shamelessly opened her small mouth. Su-yi cut a piece for herself. Chewing, she told Yusheng the key points for the icebreaker host's opening remarks. Don't be too serious, keep it light. Make it clear that the purpose of the activity is just for everyone to get acquainted and have fun. Then briefly introduce the process, no need to go into detail, just so everyone has a general idea. Su-yi spoke in general terms. These details would be divided later, they could be discussed further once confirmed. For example, she would deliver the opening remarks while Yu Shang would introduce the rules of the warm-up games. Just as she was speaking, the doorknob rattled. 1 minute earlier, Song Shihan sat in the joint office, scrolling repeatedly through the class group's notice about the National Day holiday. She wasn't going home, but couldn't bear to be idle pondering how to spend this long break. Travel seemed like a decent option. But which city to visit? A few names flashed through Song Zion's mind, then she rolled her eyes, tucked her phone into her pocket, and walked toward the adjacent office. As soon as she reached the doorway, she heard Su-Yi's voice inside, and perked up her ears. If any freshmen mention their talents during self-introductions, you can invite them to showcase, but make sure to choose ones that are short and require no preparation. This seemed to be a discussion about the details of the freshman icebreaker activity. Perfect chance to see who Su-Yi had chosen as a partner. With that mindset, she opened the door and saw Su-Yi and Yu Sheng sitting side by side. Yu Sheng was even seated in front of the computer. Yu Sheng felt a bit relieved that the apple was already finished, otherwise it might have sparked another misunderstanding. Song Zion's gaze swept between them, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. Was this truly the end of affection? What she didn't know was that Yu Sheng had previously turned down the chance to partner with her. That was a casual inquiry Su-Yi had made on her behalf. If she knew that seeing Yu Sheng now collaborating with Su-Yi on the event preparations would likely drive her to fury. Come in, is something up? Su-Yi looked up to see Song Shihan lingering at the door, and since the air conditioning would leak through the gap, she waved her in. It's nothing urgent really, Song Shihan said, but her feet honestly carried her into the office. She closed the door behind her, glanced at Yu Sheng, who looked meek, then turned to Su-Yi. Just wanted to ask, have you decided which day to hold this hosting event? Next Monday, Su-Yi said. Oh, then I'll schedule mine for next Monday too. Since multiple classes held icebreaker events at the same time, several pairs of hosts were needed for one evening. Song Shihan had already done her part once, so she was choosing between 2 days. But her mind wasn't really on it. She spoke casually, paused briefly, then shifted the topic. By the way, are you going back to Danshio for National Day? Yes, I am. Su-Yi blinked. Song Shihan knew she had gone home last National Day, and now she was asking again, which puzzled her. What's up? Song Shihan leaned her hands on the edge of the desk. Are there any fun places in Danshio? No. I'm planning to travel during National Day. No. Yu Sheng listened quietly to their conversation, her eyes suddenly sharpening. Su-Yi was also from Danshio. On Saturday morning, when facing the dorm supervisor, Yu Sheng had mentioned she was from Danshio. Su-Yi hadn't brought that up at all. Song Shihan still persisted, believing a local would know the place best, and pressed on. Then what's good to eat there? Feeling it might be too dismissive, Su-Yi thought for a moment, and replied. Milk, ate treasure rice. What's that? Just rice soaked in milk. Is that edible? It is, but it's a summer dish. I'd suggest you come next year. Go somewhere else for now. Alright, you two chat. Song Shihan gave up, but added before leaving. You must treat me to a meal before National Day. We agreed, don't try to stall until I forget. Fine. Song Shihan left satisfied. The office fell into silence. Yu Sheng asked softly, are you from Danshio? Yeah. Su-Yi's eyes curved into crescents. Are you going home for National Day? We could go together. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Su-Yi's words made it clear she had overheard the conversation between Yu Sheng and the dormitory manager. But she really hadn't planned to go home, though she still wasn't mentally prepared. I'm not going back. Got other plans? No. Then why? Su-Yi pressed. This year National Day coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, giving us 8 days off. Even if I go home, I'd just be cooped up inside. What's the difference between lying down there and lying down here? Yu Sheng said. With 8 consecutive days off, I'll be packed everywhere outside. To sound more convincing, she added. If I stay home too long, my mom nags me about being a shootin'. If I go out, she says I never stay home and just want to play outside. Rather than that, I'd prefer staying in my rental. I see. Su-Yi feigned innocence but lowered her voice. I thought you were worried your parents would find out you've turned into a girl. Yu Sheng's pupils dilated, her body tensing, as if she had heard the whisper of a demon. The cold air from the air conditioner hissed, yet she felt her blood boil, scalding and piercing. You? How did you? Surprised too. Su-Yi stared at Yu Sheng's face, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I've known for a while. How did you know? Yu Sheng felt the sky was falling. Had she been seen through after barely 10 days? No wonder the system had advanced a reward that could explain the gender change. Fortunately, Su-Yi's next words put Yu Sheng somewhat at ease. I saw your phone. Su-Yi grabbed Yu Sheng's phone from the desk and waved it. You kept searching what should I do if I turn into a girl, so I grew suspicious. But you don't have my lock screen password. Yu Sheng's mind was in chaos now. I tried your birthday. You filled it in on the registration form. Su-Yi unlocked Yu Sheng's phone again right in front of her. Yu Sheng understood. Using her birthday as a lock screen password was too dangerous. Su-Yi added, aren't you going to explain? This is the office, Yu Sheng hinted. So what if it's the office? Su-Yi chuckled. Do you want to explain somewhere else? No, just say it. No one will come. Chungchung went back to the dorm this afternoon. So Yusheng brought up female pseudo-hermaphroditism. Perhaps under the influence of the system's power, Su-yi didn't probe into the details too much. The explanations Yusheng had prepared were all for nothing. Su-yi simply found it consistent with her conjecture and said with a smile, "Classmate Yusheng, you wouldn't want others to know your secret of being a girl, would you?" Why did that sound? A bit like something out of a certain country's drama. Yusheng instinctively shrank back. "What do you want? Come closer." Su-yi beckoned for Yusheng to lean in. Yusheng hesitated, then tilted sideways, expecting Su-yi to whisper something. Instead, Su-yi seized the moment and reached out to pinch her cheek. This time, Su-yi intentionally restrained her strength, her fingertips kneading Yusheng's soft cheek. "Can I still pinch you, huh?" Yusheng dared not resist. "Say yes." Su-yi deliberately put on a stern face. "Yes." Yusheng's cheeks flushed, and she murmured a soft response. Su-yi kneaded her like a lump of dough, toying with her for several minutes before reluctantly letting Yusheng go. Yusheng's face flushed crimson. She collapsed limply into the chair, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling, her light brown pupils slightly unfocused, wearing an expression of utter despair. It was as if she had already foreseen her bleak, sunless college years ahead. "Why that look?" Su-yi propped her chin on her hand, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yusheng shot her a resentful glare and mimicked Su-yi's words, "Touch me again, and I'll charge you. Does anyone else know about this?" "No." "Then you're sure you want to negotiate with me?" Yusheng let out an awkward chuckle, straightening her back. "I was just kidding. Good as long as you understand." Su-yi seemed satisfied with Yusheng's obedient reaction and shifted the topic. "You're not going home for National Day, just staying in the rental place. Won't you get bored?" "Probably not." Yusheng was quite the homebody anyway, so she truly didn't see it as a problem. Besides, it wasn't like she could only stay in the rental. She could always go back to the dormitory. By then, Gokuen and the others would be gone, and she could hug Su-yi's blanket and roll around in the dark. She had to admit Su-yi's blanket was softer and more comfortable than her own. Yusheng mused that she could swap the two blankets during the National Day holiday. All right then. Su-yi didn't press further. Yusheng didn't want to go home simply because she wasn't ready to face her parents yet. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. After that, Su-yi continued explaining the details of the freshman icebreaker event. Yusheng barely listened. After closing the PPT, Su-yi asked for a copy of Yusheng's class schedule. Yusheng's heart tightened. Su-yi was probably planning to make her life difficult. Sure enough, Su-yi said, "You have a full schedule tomorrow morning. You wouldn't skip class, would you?" No. Although Yusheng slacked off in class, she still needed her participation points. "What do you want to do now, eh? For the next few days, come have lunch with me in the cafeteria?" "Why, Yusheng's left eyelid twitched, sensing nothing good. At this, Su-yi spoke unhurriedly, "Because lately people keep coming up to ask for my WeChat, and they stare at me during meals. It's annoying. Isn't that normal? Wouldn't it be strange if no one stared at you?" Yusheng couldn't help but retort. Now that she had been found out, she felt a strange sense of relief, and their conversation became less constrained. Su-yi sighed. "It's a new school year, and they're all freshmen. I want a permanent solution." "Oh, what solution? Can't you guess?" "You don't mean?" Yusheng ventured a bold guess based on Su-yi's suggestion. "Using me as a shield? Smart. Why should I agree? You wouldn't want to be disturbed either, would you? It's a win-win for both of us." Su-yi said, "Remember that guy who asked for your contact info the other day? Don't you want some peace and quiet? So you really want to pretend to be my girlfriend?" Yusheng confirmed again, feeling an inexplicable, ambiguous undertone in those words. Probably because the term "my girlfriend" carried a clear sense of belonging. But to her surprise, Su-yi said, "No, you're the one pretending to be my girlfriend. It's just that in others' eyes you'll be my boyfriend." "Huh. But people will think I'm a girl." Yusheng temporarily set aside the confusion about whether she was a boyfriend or girlfriend. Her mind was even more jumbled than when she had been caught earlier. "That's true," Su-yi said. "But now everyone who went to the welcome party is spreading the word that you're a cute trap." What a bunch of lovely, caring students." Yusheng pondered for a moment before asking, "But wouldn't this make me a target for jealousy? Besides the peace and quiet you mentioned, what's in it for me? What do you want?" Su-yi found it amusing. Most people would jump at this offer, but Yusheng was actually making demands. Her gaze swept over the fruit on the table, and she said, "How about I peel another grape for you?" So that sudden feeding session earlier was all just a setup to bribe me. Yusheng's eyes darted around, but she shook her head. "Su-yi, then you tell me." "They'll say it then." Yusheng paused. "But you can't threaten me, okay?" Su-yi, curious about what Yusheng was plotting, lifted her chin and said, "Go on, let's hear it." And so, Yusheng spoke cautiously in a soft, tentative voice, "Let me see your legs." Su-yi tilted her head, looking adorable. "Now that I'm a girl, are you still this lecherous?" "I heard online that girls are even more lecherous than guys." Yusheng seemed lacking in confidence, but still tried to defend herself. "Perhaps. Then can I look?" Yusheng persisted shamelessly. "Haven't you been looking every time you see me?" Su-yi let out a soft laugh. Now you're pretending to be well-behaved. Yu Sheng was embarrassed. You knew all along. Yu Sheng was the type with lust in her heart, but no courage in her actions. She would sneak glances usually, but when she actually had a chance for physical contact with Su-yi, she would get nervous and deliberately avoid it. You sometimes stare blankly. Su-yi began listing Yu Sheng's transgressions. For instance, last Saturday, when you moved off campus, you looked at my legs more than once. I recall you were lost in thought at least 3 times. Was it that obvious? Yu Sheng felt even more ashamed. Actually, one of those times she was looking at her ankles. It is. Want to look some more? Yes. Adopting a why not mentality, Yu Sheng answered instantly without reason, but with full confidence. Besides, Su-yi had already granted her permanent permission to touch her face. What harm was there in letting her steal a few glances? So Su-yi stood up from her chair, her fitted jeans outlining the smooth contours of her legs. She said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and look." Yu Sheng first met Su-yi's gaze, then slowly lowered her eyes. The feeling of knowing that the other person knew she was looking was entirely different from sneaking a peek. It was far more thrilling than stealing glances, as she could even hear her own heartbeat accelerating. The deep blue fabric clung tightly to Su-yi's leg lines, starting from her delicate ankles, following her evenly toned calf muscles upward, forming a perfect curve at the knee. Su-yi was tall with excellent proportions, her legs long and straight, truly a sight of great beauty. After a few seconds, Yu Sheng's eyes drifted upward. "Your pants are too long. I can't see anything. I'm used to wearing long pants. I said I wanted to see your legs, not your pants. What, you want me to take them off?" Su-yi's face was full of mockery. Yu Sheng instinctively swallowed, her barely visible Adam's apple bobbing. Whatever she was thinking, a flush of red quickly spread across her face. Then she mustered her courage and uttered what she considered the boldest words of her life. "That wouldn't be so bad. You little pervert." Su-yi spat, seeing Yu Sheng's hesitation and knowing she was up to no good. "Dream on." Yu Sheng knew it was hopeless. What a pity, what a shame. Su-yi sat back down, studying Yu Sheng. How could such a delicate and well-behaved face harbor such improper thoughts? She reached out and tugged at Yu Sheng's pants. "Why don't you take yours off?" "Hey." Yu Sheng hurriedly grabbed the folds of her pants. "Don't pull my pants off." Su-yi shot Yu Sheng a sideways glance. This was the same person who had just wanted her to strip. "I just tugged a little, not hard. It won't fall off. At most it'll get caught on your hip bone. If I really wanted to, I'd hook my finger into your waistband and pull hard." Yu Sheng wanted to say, "Then he'll tug yours too," but she didn't dare. She was very timid. Su-yi leaned in again and pinched Yu Sheng's cheek, applying just the right amount of pressure. Yu Sheng could only let Su-yi do as she pleased. Su-yi's warm breath brushed against Yu Sheng's cheek. It settled then. "If I don't see you by noon tomorrow, you wouldn't want to be." I know. The package Yu Sheng ordered last Saturday had arrived. She first put away the fruits she bought, storing those that could be refrigerated in the fridge, and leaving the rest on the coffee table within arm's reach, perfect for when she lounged on the sofa. Then she made several trips to bring the rest of the packages inside, and the room was suddenly filled with cardboard boxes of various sizes. She wondered how much money she could get for selling them as scrap. The last item she carried in was a full-length mirror. Just as Yu Sheng was about to close the door, a man walked out of Unit 1502 across the hall. He was tall, with well-defined arm muscles visible beneath his short sleeves. It wasn't the young man from the couple who lived there, but an old acquaintance, the model guy. They met again. The moment she saw him, Yu Sheng's mind conjured up all sorts of melodramatic scenarios and a flurry of questions. Why was he coming out of the apartment across from hers? What had he been doing in there? Was the girl from 1502 home? Was the guy home? Heading out. The model guy noticed Yu Sheng and spoke first. "Getting used to living here. I just got back." "It's fine." Yu Sheng answered his questions one by one. "And you?" The model guy pointed inside the apartment. "The tenants here suddenly moved out. They broke the lease, abandoned their deposit, and just took off. I hired a cleaner this morning. I came by this afternoon to check the work." "So, you own that apartment across the hall too?" "Yeah." Yu Sheng was speechless. She suspected that the young couple's decision to move out might have had a little something to do with her. No wonder she hadn't seen them around for a few days. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "When did they move out?" It wasn't a secret, so the model guy answered directly, "Just 2 days ago." Oh, that confirmed it. They chatted for a bit longer before the model guy took the elevator downstairs, and Yu Sheng returned to her apartment. Closing the door, she set up the mirror in a corner of the living room and then flopped onto the sofa. Pushing aside thoughts of the departed neighbors, her mind was once again consumed by the afternoon's events. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up. Hooking her thumbs into her waistband, she slid her pants down to her ankles and kicked them off. Her 2 fair slender legs were now fully exposed. She touched them, pinched them. Her own legs weren't bad either. Scrolling through her phone with her bare legs for a while, Yu Sheng hesitated before dialing a contact saved as Ms. Chin. The call connected quickly. "Hey Mom." "Oh, you finally remembered to call." Ms. Chin seemed to be watching TV with loud background noise. She teased, running out of money. Mom. Yusheng dragged out the word in a coquettish tone, unconsciously using the cute tricks the system had given her. Her own voice was so pleasant it startled her for a moment. All right, tell me what's up. From experience, miss. She knew that when her child who was away from home suddenly called after a long silence, there was definitely something going on. I'm not coming home for National Day, Yusheng said succinctly. Got a girlfriend? No. Oh, you need to be more proactive about talking to girls at school, you know. Don't just bury your head in studying and gaming all the time. You're this old and still don't have a partner. I'm only 19. Yusheng muttered under her breath. What's 19? Ancient emperors were 13 or 14 when. Seeing that, miss. Sheen was about to launch into a lengthy monologue. Yusheng quickly interrupted. That was then, this is now. Times have changed, Mom. Oh, well, you know what's best for yourself. Ms. Sheen steered the conversation back. So why aren't you coming back? I just don't feel like traveling. If I went home, I'd still just stay indoors. Might as well just laze around at school for a few days. What about your roommates? They're all going home. All right, you're too lazy to even come home now, Ms. Sheen chided with a laugh. Make sure you go to bed early every night, don't stay up late, eat your meals on time, don't skip breakfast. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'm watching TV. There's one more thing. What is it? Mom. Yusheng paused, then asked slowly, do you want a daughter? Upon hearing this, Miss Sheen's first thought was that her little boy had gotten some girl pregnant. But on second thought, that would be a grandchild. So she said, your mom is too old to have another one. If you want a little sister when you come back, ask your dad to bring your uncle's little cousin over. You can play with her for a while. Her uncle was still hale and hearty. He had a second child a few years ago, and the little cousin had just started elementary school. Kids were the most rambunctious. Though Yusheng had barely met her, she still said, no thanks. That evening after dinner, Miss Sheen grew more and more suspicious. Hey, she nudged Old Ye's shoulder with her elbow. Why do you think Sheng suddenly asked if I wanted a daughter? Old Ye was focused on the news. He was just asking casually. The little rascal isn't coming home for National Day either. Kids grow up, they don't want to stay home anymore. Old Ye was quite philosophical about it. I'm being serious. Ms. Sheen pinched the soft flesh on Old Ye's waist. Ouch. Old Ye straightened up, immediately turning serious. Your brother's daughter Wanxiu is planning to visit Xinjiang for National Day. If she has time, she could stop by Gan University to see him. Old Ye glanced at Ms. Sheen's expression. The two of them have been close since they were kids, and they didn't get to see each other over the summer break. This would be nice. All right. The next day, Yusheng rose early and bought breakfast at a nearby shop. When paying, the warm-hearted owner grabbed her hand, insisting on introducing her son, claiming they were well-matched in age and of reliable character. Yusheng politely declined, silently vowing never to return to that shop. She arrived at school. The day was packed with classes. The first session's instructor was strict, so she listened attentively for a while. The second session was held in a small classroom, shared by two classes from the same major. The middle seats were merged into a continuous line, while the desks and chairs along the walls and windows could only accommodate two side by side. Gushun and Zhao Hingyu sat in the second-to-last row by the window, so Yusheng and Shun Luchuan settled behind them. In the last minute before class ended, Yusheng received a message from Su Yi. Su Yi, look outside. Yusheng stared blankly out the window, seeing nothing. Then she realized and turned her head to peer through the open back door of the classroom. So fair. Oh no. So long. No, that's not right either. Actually, both were correct. In short, Su Yi wore high-waisted denim shorts, and her legs were so fair they dazzled the eyes. Yusheng's mind went blank, leaving only one thought frantically scrolling through her consciousness. This is way too unfair. She admitted that compared to Su Yi, her own legs were slightly inferior. What surprised her most, however, was that Su Yi had actually worn shorts. Su Yi had once explicitly said she preferred long pants. Soon the bell rang, and students poured out of the classroom. Shen Luchuan had already noticed Su Yi. With a meaningful glance, he led Gushun and Zhao Hengyu away first. Yusheng now found it truly difficult to explain herself. To make the act convincing, Su Yi had come directly to the classroom door to wait for her after class. The corridor was bustling with people, many cast curious glances their way. Yusheng braced herself and walked up to Su Yi, whose hand was already raised, as if to pinch her cheek. Don't. Yusheng quickly turned her head away, flustered, scanning the passing classmates. There are too many people here. Then where is acceptable? Su Yi said with a faint smile, withdrawing her hand. Anywhere without people. Then how will others believe it? Su Yi hinted meaningfully. Not talking. Su Yi curled her lips. Then I'll have to shout, Yusheng. Actually, you stop talking. Most classmates had already left, but in a panic Yusheng directly covered Su Yi's small mouth with her hand. When her palm touched the soft lips and felt Su Yi's breath, she realized what she had done. Su Yi was startled, blinking, then grabbed Yusheng's wrist and moved her hand away. Impressive, you've got the nerve to touch now. I didn't mean to. Yusheng glanced at her slightly moistened palm, which bore no trace of lipstick. What are you looking at, searching for lip prints? Su Yi teased. Yu Sheng abruptly withdrew her hand and strode quickly toward the stairwell, pretending not to hear. Su-yi just smiled and caught up. They walked side by side, people looked, but no one said anything. The cafeteria was buzzing with noise. Su-yi and Yu Sheng sat on the same side of the table. Mid-meal, Su-yi suddenly said, "Let's go to the library for a while." "Why?" "Because there are people in the library. You have class this afternoon, so wherever you stay is the same, right?" Su-yi directly echoed Yu Sheng's own words from yesterday. Her intention was simple: to let more people see, to discourage certain others. Yu Sheng had wanted to refuse. She would rather return to the dormitory, wrap herself in Su-yi's soft quilt, and rest properly. But without the table blocking her view, a sideways glance revealed a pair of fair bare legs. The words changed at her lips. Okay. It wasn't that Yu Sheng lacked resolve. Refusing would only invite Su-yi's coercion. Then she couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say you're used to wearing long pants? Changing styles occasionally isn't bad." Su-yi smiled. "But when will you wear what you're supposed to wear?" What was supposed to wear? Yu Sheng was now a girl, supposed to wear naturally referred to women's clothing. It had to be said that in a way Su-yi and Bro Chicken were quite in sync. Yu Sheng turned away and buried herself in her meal. Didn't hear a thing. After the meal, they strolled slowly through the campus paths and square, entering the library. The school library was impressively built, spacious, with a square layout, an open central atrium, and a lofty ceiling. There weren't many people in the library at the time, as the semester had just begun. Some students were quietly reading or taking notes, others wore headphones, tapping their feet while practicing problems. They went up to the third floor, far from the noise of the entrance on the first floor, where it was especially quiet. Su-yi casually chose an empty seat and sat down again on the same side as Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng glanced at the signs on the table. "No eating, please keep quiet," and then at the student flipping pages at the neighboring desk. Even without the intense pressure of exam week, she still lowered her voice and asked, "What now?" Not reading or studying, she felt a bit uneasy. "Up to you." Su-yi shrugged, pointing to a few students in the distance napping on desks. "Look at them. Aside from those truly tired from studying, some come to the library just to sleep." Really? Yu Sheng had only been to the library during the final exam week of her freshman year. She hadn't known people came specifically to sleep. "Of course," Su-yi said. "The library has air conditioning and is quiet. Even if there's noise, it's just the white noise of writing and page turning. Perfect for closing your eyes and relaxing. If you're sleepy, you can rest your head for a while. There's no need to be formal. Just relax however you want, as long as you don't disturb others." Yu Sheng pulled out her phone to read a novel. She couldn't scroll through short videos. Her account had been trained, and it kept recommending videos of dancing girls. If Su-yi saw that, it would be another mortifying scene. Su-yi put on her earphones, scrolling through videos and listening to music. They sat there quietly, each doing their own thing. Initially, Yu Sheng felt a bit awkward, but gradually she began to relax. So it turned out that not talking, not doing anything special, just sitting together like this, was also quite nice. In the distance by a window seat, Yu Xiaonan was stealthily observing Yu Sheng and Su-yi. She had been sneaking glances ever since she happened to look up and see them enter. Tisk tisk, she even deliberately wore shorts. This morning, when she left, she was still in long pants. "Caught you." Yu Xiaonan excitedly pulled out her phone, held it horizontally to frame them both, and snapped a series of photos. So adorable. Truly adorable. Sunday, a makeup school day. At noon, a late September, an unexpected autumn rain arrived. The sky was overcast, raindrops densely pattering against the ground, splashing into fine droplets. At the entrance of the teaching building and along the corridors, a dense crowd of students without umbrellas huddled together. As the rain persisted, some grew impatient, dashing into the downpour with textbooks over their heads. A few others remained composed, strolling leisurely through the rain as if it were nothing. Yet most hesitated, lingering in place with caution. The weather forecast was so unreliable, said it wouldn't rain today. Zhao Hongyu complained while hiding in the teaching building. "Who relies on weather forecasts anyway?" Yu Sheng replied. She actually enjoyed such weather, perfect for curling up in bed. But only if she were at home. The weather changes so suddenly. "It was sunny this morning," Gu Kuan muttered. "That's normal," Shin Luchuan said, turning off his weather app. "The south is near the ocean with abundant moisture and monsoon influence, leading to unstable atmospheric circulation." Stop. Don't recite that." Gu Kuan asked. "What now? Wait a bit longer, or make a run for it." "Let's wait a little longer," Zhao Hongyu said. "Are you sure?" This came from Shun Liuchuan, who glanced at Yu Sheng as he spoke. Lately, Su-yi had been inviting Yu Sheng to lunch every day, and everyone knew it. Waiting any longer might mean enduring more public displays of affection. Shin Luchuan didn't mind, but he worried about Gu Kuan and Zhao Hongyu. "Well, let's wait a bit," Gu Kuan said. Elsewhere, Yu Xiaonan held an umbrella, escorting Su-yi to the entrance of the administration building. "Go grab your umbrella, Xiao-yi. I'm heading to the library first." "You're still going to the library to save seats on a rainy day?" Su-yi asked, puzzled. "In this weather, there probably won't be many people there anyway. Going later should be fine." But Yu Xiaonan disagreed, emphasizing, "Exactly, because it's raining, fewer people will be there, so I can snag a good window seat." "All right then. Bye." Su-yi turned and went upstairs, stepping into the student council office. She swiftly grabbed an umbrella, and while descending the stairs, opened her chat with Yusheng. They had messaged just a few minutes earlier. Su-yi, did you bring an umbrella? Yusheng, little girl, no. Su-yi, wait for me a moment. Yusheng, little girl, okay. Su-yi sent another message. Su-yi'll come get you. Yusheng, little girl, sure. Time ticked by, and the heavy rain showed no sign of letting up. Amid the scattered students darting through the rain, Yusheng suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Lu Ziqing. Why was she here? Yusheng followed her with curious eyes, watching as she walked to the other end of the corridor. Then a girl about 1.6 meters tall, clutching textbooks, ducked under her umbrella. Oh, she was picking up Chen Yushu. Yusheng looked away. The four from room 404, gathered at the teaching building's entrance, were also growing impatient. Gokuin suggested, let's hurry up and go, or the rain might get worse. Before leaving, Zhao Hingyu asked again, so what's the plan, cafeteria, or takeout? I'm fine with either, Shen Luchuan said indifferently. Yusheng didn't join the discussion, as she wasn't part of their group. As Ji Gu and the others deliberated, a soft call came, Yusheng. Swish. Before Su-yi could approach, Shen Luchuan strode into the rain, beckoning Gokuin and Zhao Hingyu. Let's go, let's go. Got it. Both understood, instantly following Shen Luchuan, without a second's delay. Su-yi soon reached Yusheng, and asked, it's raining today. Should I take you straight back to your rental, or do you want to eat lunch at school? Let's go to the cafeteria, Yusheng replied. The school's food wasn't bad, so she preferred to eat on campus. Then let's go. Okay. Su-yi didn't close her umbrella, and Yusheng slipped directly under it. Their shoulders brushed slightly apart. Su-yi's umbrella wasn't large, it barely fit two people walking side by side. If they stood a bit apart, it couldn't shield them both. These days, apart from having lunch with Su-yi, Yusheng felt little change in her life. They hadn't posted photos together on social media, held hands, or acted affectionately in public, or made any fake announcements to declare their relationship. Su-yi wasn't the type to flaunt things. Being too deliberate would only invite suspicion. Yusheng simply appeared with Su-yi at the cafeteria, queued together, and found seats to eat. Their gestures weren't intimate, and their words were few, yet they drew lingering glances. As for the effect, Yusheng hadn't yet seen any bold freshman come asking for contact info. But her reputation as the Southern girl seemed to have spread a bit further. They walked at a leisurely pace, raindrops striking the umbrella with a steady patter. Yusheng stole a glance at Su-yi. In the rain, Su-yi's profile appeared exceptionally soft, her hair slightly dampened by the rain, clinging to her cheeks, accentuating her features. An autumn wind mingled with raindrops brushed their faces, bringing a chill. Yusheng squinted, catching a faint, delicate fragrance. It was a fresh, fruity floral scent, subtle but pleasant. She took a greedy breath, but before she could savor it, her breath caught. She slowly looked at Su-yi's hair. The scent seemed to come from there. No way. Just then Su-yi suddenly turned and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Yusheng froze, then lowered her head, making an excuse, just feeling a bit cold. September weather was like that, but once it rained the temperature dropped fast. Su-yi didn't respond immediately. She looked ahead again, and after a dozen seconds spoke calmly, does it smell nice? No, wait, let me explain. It's not what you think. Yusheng stammered, her words rushing out. If only she had used her usual trick of apologizing right away. Su-yi didn't care, asking with a teasing smile, do you sneakily smell me like that when we play the piano too? I never expected you to have such a hobby. Absolutely not. Liar, you can't even look me in the eyes. Su-yi narrowed her eyes. Dare say you're not guilty. Yusheng wasn't avoiding her gaze out of fear. She was too shy to meet Su-yi's eyes. She muttered in defense, really, I don't. Just kidding. Seeing Yusheng flustered, Su-yi finally burst into laughter. Not cold anymore, huh? Yusheng felt a pang of resentment. Days later, Shed been tricked again, and Shed handed the opportunity to Su-yi on a silver platter. After lunch, standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, Yusheng glanced around. The rain was still drizzling down. The sky was overcast, as if blanketed by thick gray fluff. The umbrella stand at the door was already empty. Su-yi opened her umbrella, turned her head, and glanced at Yusheng. He'll walk you back. Along the way, the wind suddenly picked up. It blew the rain almost horizontally, and the gentle drizzle quickly turned into a torrential downpour. Between heaven and earth, a swaying curtain of beads hung suspended. Even though they had already turned into the residential area, their clothes were inevitably splashed by the rain. Given such harsh weather, Su-yi couldn't very well go back. She followed Yusheng into the elevator and went upstairs. Here, opening the door and stepping into apartment 1501, Yusheng took a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet in the entrance and placed them in front of Su-yi. Su-yi hadn't expected to be the first to use the guest slippers she had reminded Yusheng to buy. She used the toe of her left foot to hook the heel of her right shoe, lifted her right foot backward and upward, and half of her heel slipped out of the shoe. Then a delicate foot clad in a pure white sports sock kicked out of the shoe. But before she could admire it for a few seconds, the owner of the delicate foot curled her toes and hid them in the slippers. The light from the chandelier in the living room was soft, and the sound of rain outside the window was unceasing. Yusheng walked to the dining table, picked up the kettle, poured herself a glass of water, and turned to ask Su, "You want me to pour you one too, or would you rather have a drink?" "Water is fine." Su-yi sat down on the sofa, raised a hand to smooth her hair. Her clothes were wet, and her hair was naturally soaked as well. The damp strands clung to her neck, causing great discomfort. "Where's the hairdryer?" she asked. "In the mirrored cabinet in the bathroom," Yusheng answered promptly. She had poured the water and was walking towards the sofa. She didn't plan on using the hairdryer, as she just pulled a few tissues from the box on the coffee table to dry off. Su-yi got up and went into the bathroom, but the mirrored cabinet was empty. She then went into the private bathroom in Yusheng's bedroom. Compared to the empty, newly renovated look from Saturday, there were now some signs of life. On the spacious vanity, Yusheng's few toiletries were scattered messily on both sides of the basin, clearly because she was too lazy to use the mirrored cabinet for convenience. But despite the mess, it wasn't dirty. The vanity was wiped clean with no water stains or grime. Su-yi dried her hair and used the hairdryer on her damp clothes as well. When she returned to the living room, Yusheng was curled up on the sofa scrolling through short videos. The volume was low, almost drowned out by the rain. Sitting back down on the sofa, Su-yi took a sip of water. Her gaze casually swept across the floor-to-ceiling mirror, and a thought struck her. She said to Yusheng, "Have you used the bathtub in the bathroom these past few days?" "No, I haven't," Yusheng said. "Do you want to use it? You can borrow it." Yusheng swore she just spoke too quickly. Whenever someone asked if she needed something, she habitually responded with such a question. Su-yi shot Yusheng a glare. "In your dreams. Yusheng felt that Su-yi had wanted to say something more, but in the end, she just moved her lips without speaking. She didn't press further. The rain continued to fall, beating against the window and tracing winding paths. After ending the conversation, Su-yi focused on catching up on her drama. It was the same suspense series she had watched before. She spent the entire afternoon curled up on the sofa in apartment 1501, hugging a cushion. Yusheng happened to glance over and noticed the drama had already concluded long ago. Su-yi's pace was too fast, she was almost at the finale. By evening, Yusheng checked the time and looked at the sky outside. "Aren't you going back?" she asked. "The rain hasn't stopped," Su-yi said, staring at the screen, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the cushion. "They'll just wait until it stops before leaving." "Then you'll miss dinner at the cafeteria," Yusheng said. She hadn't checked the weather forecast. But the rain was relentless and would probably continue for another hour or so. The cafeteria at Gon University usually closed at 7 or 7:30 at the latest. Only a few stalls stayed open until 8 or 9, but those weren't proper meals. "I was waiting for you to say that," Su-yi said. "What do you mean? Aren't you ordering takeout?" Su-yi's gaze shifted from the screen as she looked back towards the kitchen. "You haven't even touched the kitchen. I thought you were going to order." Yusheng silently opened the food delivery app. Su-yi sank into the sofa, hugging the cushion, tilting her head to watch Yusheng operate her phone. "What are you eating?" Yusheng asked her. "Beef brisket noodles," Su-yi replied directly without any pretense. "Spicy and sour." Yusheng typed in the search bar, found the shop, and ordered a bowl for herself, as well, conveniently combining the order. Before placing the order, she habitually checked the delivery fee and discounts. Just as she finished ordering, Su-yi leaned over again. "Add a fried egg for me too." Her hair, fragrant with shampoo, brushed against Yusheng's cheek, bringing a subtle tickle. "Okay." Yusheng shrank her neck slightly, operated the app, and added it to the order. "Still nervous after all these days?" Su-yi laughed. "It's because you're too beautiful," Yusheng complained inwardly. With a face like Su-yi's, leaning in so close, who wouldn't be nervous? Seeing she didn't answer, Su-yi's tone carried a hint of mischievous pride. "Don't worry, in a few more days you'll get used to it." When the delivery arrived, the rain still hadn't stopped. The TV screen was still playing the drama, the images flickering, the plot transitioning to a murder reenactment. Su-yi thoughtfully switched to a variety show suitable for all ages, and the two of them ate while watching. There was a dining table in the living room, but since they wanted to watch the variety show, the sofa was a better spot. They placed the noodles on the coffee table, occasionally lowering their heads to slurp the noodles. Yusheng looked at the two bowls of noodles side by side on the coffee table, the steam swirling and mingling under the light. Although she had eaten with Su-yi many times before, this was the first time they had nestled in front of the sofa on a rainy night, listening to the rain and watching a variety show. "What are you daydreaming about?" Su-yi waved her hand in front of Yusheng's face. "Oh." Yusheng snapped back to reality and picked up a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, bringing it to her mouth. The warm yellow light illuminated the living room, blending their shadows together. After finishing the noodles, the variety show was still not over. Su-yi showed no sign of leaving. Hugging the cushion, she sank back into the sofa, her head resting on the backrest, looking utterly languid. Yusheng then cleaned up the plastic containers on the coffee table, went to the kitchen to wash her hands, and came back. She sat down next to Su-yi, and the variety show was still bustling with activity. On the TV screen, the guests were frantically rushing forward to answer questions, only to give hilariously wrong answers, and then make forced excuses. Su-yi watched quite attentively, occasionally complaining to Yusheng, "I really admire them. How can they be so awkwardly natural? Did they plan it in advance? Is that one paying off a debt? Why else would he try so hard? He doesn't want to win, he just wants a few more seconds of screen time. Yusheng didn't respond, just smiled in agreement and listened in silence. The sky outside had darkened. The curtains weren't drawn, and the glass reflected the room's light, as well as their two silhouettes. At one point Sue-yi got up to get water, then circled around to inspect the refrigerator. The fridge only had some leftover fruit from a few days ago, and 2 bottles of drinks. Sue-yi clicked her tongue, opened each drawer to check as if rummaging through her own cabinets. This fridge is so bare it's a waste of electricity to keep it running. After saying this, she glanced at the stove and turned her head to say to Yusheng, "You could stock up on some frozen stuff. Dumplings tang you on. When you're hungry, just boil a pot. Since you bought the pot, don't let it collect dust." Sue-yi's tone wasn't harsh, more like nagging. Yusheng responded, watching Sue-yi bend down to close the fridge door, then come back and place her water glass on the corner of the coffee table. Sue-yi didn't rush to look at the TV. Instead, she looked at Yusheng's hand, then at the water glass, and said casually, "Your hands are so small. Let's compare." Hearing this, Yusheng instinctively pulled her hand back. "What's there to compare? Yours are definitely bigger. We have to compare to know for sure." As she spoke, Sue-yi had already grabbed Yusheng's wrist without asking, turned her palm over, and pressed it against her own. Palm against palm, the fit wasn't tight, but she could feel the boundary where skin met skin, a clear soft friction that gently tickled Yusheng's nerves. The sizes of their hands weren't actually that different. The knuckles looked similar, but Sue-yi's thumb web was slightly wider, though very limitedly so. Yusheng's fingers were a bit shorter, but nowhere near half a knuckle. "Actually, it's not much smaller," Sue-yi assessed seriously. Yusheng withdrew her hand, noncommittal. Sue-yi found it amusing. How could Yusheng be both so easily flustered and so interested? She then leaned close to Yusheng's ear and whispered something. Yusheng's face flushed bright red. So this was what Sue-yi had wanted to say earlier in the afternoon, but held back. Do you have to specifically talk about this kind of thing?" Sue-yi shrugged, looking completely unperturbed. "You're a girl now. You need to pay attention to these details, or it could cause problems." "Oh," Yusheng's gaze wandered. She seemed to be there physically, but her mind had already drifted off for a while. They didn't speak anymore. The show's pace was fast, and the guests had switched to a new game. Sue-yi paused to scroll through comments, chuckled, didn't leave a message, put down her phone, and continued watching. By the time the show ended, the sky was pitch black. There was no wind outside, and the sound of rain had stopped. Sue-yi casually pinched Yusheng's soft cheek, still so soft, before saying goodbye. "The rain stopped. I'm off." Yusheng nodded. "Okay." After changing her shoes and opening the door, Sue-yi suddenly turned back. "Say goodbye to me." "Goodbye. Good girl." Sue-yi smiled, then left. The sound of the door closing echoed. The apartment fell silent instantly. The glass Sue-yi had used was still resting on the coffee table, its rim seemingly still slightly damp. Yusheng sat for a while, then picked up the glass and went to the kitchen to wash it. The kitchen was also in the main living area. She turned on the tap. The water flow wasn't strong, and it splashed against the glass, making the room feel exceptionally quiet. After rinsing it clean, Yusheng didn't put the glass back immediately. Instead, she turned it upside down on the drying rack to let it drip. She returned to the bedroom. Yusheng went into the bathroom for a hot shower, then climbed onto the large bed, which was 1.8 meters wide. The bed was very wide, and she only occupied one side. She pulled the covers over herself, tugging them up until they covered half her face. Staring at the ceiling, Yusheng was lost in thought. Monday morning, low clouds hung in the sky. The rain, which had paused for the night, began to drizzle down again, the sky a hazy gray. Yusheng didn't have a class for the first period. She was curled up under the covers, breathing evenly and deeply, fast asleep. Her phone was on the nightstand, connected to a charging cable, fully charged. Yusheng had planned to sleep straight through until just before the second period, timing it to head to school. But the phone vibrated several times, so she had to reach out, grope for the phone, unplug it, and bring it over. Opening her sleepy eyes, she checked. It was all from her cousin. "Sister Wanxiu sent a poke. Sister Wanxiu, little Sheng Sheng. Sister Wanxiu not going home for National Day, any plans? Sister Wanxiu, guess who's coming to Xinjiang City for fun? Yusheng. You. Sister Wanxiu, clever. Sister Wanxiu, I bought a ticket, arriving in Xinjiang tomorrow. Sister Wanxiu, thought I'd drop by and see you. Yusheng, don't you have work tomorrow? Sister Wanxiu, I took leave. Yusheng, what excuse did you make up this time? Sister Wanxiu, don't worry about it. Sister Wanxiu, it'll be at the high-speed rail station tomorrow afternoon. Come pick up your sister. Yusheng, I don't have a car. Sister Wanxiu, your legs aren't broken. Just come yourself. Yusheng, why so sudden? I'm not prepared. Sister Wanxiu, prepare what? Sister Wanxiu, it's not like I'm a dorm inspection teacher. Yusheng. Sister Wanxiu, don't play dumb. Are you coming or not? Yusheng, don't you even ask if I have time. Yusheng, what if I have class tomorrow afternoon? Sister Wanxiu, oh right. Sister Wanxiu, so do you have class tomorrow afternoon? Yusheng, no. Sister Wanxiu slams table emoji. Sister Wanxiu, looking for a fight, huh? Sister Wanxiu, just you wait. Yusheng, so childish. Sister Wancho tisk, getting cocky are you? Yusheng yes. Sister Wancho you used to call me sister, and want me to hold you when you were little. Now that you're grown up you don't recognize me. Yusheng that was then. Sister Wancho back, then you were just in kindergarten. You'd cling to me calling sister sister, and wrap your arms around my legs. Sister Wancho your mom said you must have been my son in a past life you were closer to me than to her. Yusheng stopped making up stories. Her cousin was only 3 years older than Yusheng. After chatting idly for a while Yusheng still decided to go to the station to pick up her cousin. She had a very good relationship with her cousin. Their families lived close by and often visited each other. In fact she usually just called Chin Wancho Jia. Yusheng got up to go to the bathroom, and when she came back she checked the time. It was still early. She threw herself back onto the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep a little more. At noon, it was still lunchtime with Sui. The cafeteria was as crowded as ever, the aroma of steaming hot meals mingling with wisps of steam filling the air with fragrance. Almost every table was occupied in a scattered manner. Textbooks, pens, and the occasional reappearing umbrellas were used to reserve seats. Anything and everything, yet it was the most mundane aspect of campus life. Yusheng carried her tray behind Sui and found a table that had just been vacated. Sui stirred the braised beef with potatoes on her plate with her chopsticks, took a taste, then picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Yusheng's plate, remarking, "The beef today is quite tender, much softer than last week's." Yusheng murmured an "oh" and obediently ate the beef, then casually helped herself to a bite of the shredded potatoes from her own plate. This dish really varied with every chef. This time it was exceptionally tangy and went perfectly with rice. Yusheng buried her head and took a big mouthful of rice, her cheeks bulging. "Slow down, Sue," he said with a smile. "I'm under a lot of pressure," Yusheng muttered. Given Sui's looks, just sitting in the cafeteria drew countless covert and overt glances. In truth, these people had come to the cafeteria with a specific purpose. After all, true foodies had no time to notice who sat at which table or with whom. Yusheng admitted she might have contributed to this, but regardless the pressure was immense. Already feeling pressured, Sui's eyes glinted with mischief as she picked up a piece of potato and held it before Yusheng. Open wide. Yusheng's expression froze for a moment, then she quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, shook her head, and whispered, "There are too many people here. Then you feed me." "Don't do this." Seeing the look on Yusheng's face, Sui said lightly, "You wouldn't want." "Fine, fine." Yusheng was truly afraid. "Please stop using that Japanese drama phrase." She picked up a piece of meat, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and brought it to Sui's lips. Sui leaned forward slightly, opened her small mouth, and directly took the chopsticks, pulling the meat into her mouth. Yusheng silently withdrew her chopsticks, staring at the tips. Should she still use them? Sui shot Yusheng a sidelong glance. "What's that expression?" "Nothing." Soon a figure emerged from the other side of the crowd and approached. "Oh, what a coincidence." Song Shihan, carrying her tray, stopped at the table with a grin. "Mind if I sit here?" Without waiting for an answer, she took a seat beside Sui with easy familiarity. "I almost thought I was seeing things, but here you two are having lunch together. What's so surprising about having a meal together?" Sui pouted. Yeah. As soon as Song Shihan sat down, she took a bite of shredded chicken, speaking indistinctly to Sui. "By the way, when are you going to treat me to that meal? National Day is almost here. I'm afraid you'll drag it until New Year's." Yusheng didn't interrupt, merely glancing at this song something once before returning to her meal. "You sure have a good memory," Sui said. "Of course you only mentioned it yesterday," Song Shihan replied. Sui thought for a moment and said coolly, "Let's do it today, so you'll stop nagging me." Song Zion's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Sui nodded. "I heard a couple of days ago that a new barbecue place opened on the back street of the school. They say the food is excellent. If you're free, how about tonight?" "That's rather sudden." Song Shihan was surprised. "If I put it off any longer, you'd accuse me of welshing. I have to host the freshman icebreaker event tonight, so I need to eat early. I'll be fine. It doesn't start until 6:30. Or we could go after the event." Song Shihan mused, muttering to herself, No, the sooner I eat the better. I'll have to eat less at lunch to save room. But this cold shredded chicken is really tasty." Song Shihan ate quickly and left just as swiftly. As soon as she swallowed the last bite, she stood up, patted Sui on the shoulder, and said, "Don't forget you're treating tonight." "Got it," Sui nodded. Song Shihan picked up her tray and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The lunch rush at the cafeteria hadn't passed yet, and the noise around them continued. Yusheng asked casually, "She's in a hurry." "Her partner has a full schedule of classes this afternoon," Sui explained. She wanted to squeeze in time during lunch to go over the host's script. Then there was a moment of silence. Sui looked at Yusheng and suggested, "You should come tonight too." "What? Come where?" "The barbecue place." "Me?" Yusheng was taken aback. Sui said earnestly. "You treated me to noodles last night, so now I have a chance to return the favor." Yusheng thought a bowl of noodles was far from equal to a barbecue meal. But from Sui's perspective it was understandable. She always believed in reciprocity, and owing favors made her uncomfortable. Yusheng nodded without refusing. When they left the cafeteria, the rain had yet to stop. The afternoon drizzle was light, leaving shallow puddles on the ground that reflected the gray sky. Both of them had brought umbrellas, but instead of using their own, they shared just one. Sharing an umbrella was nothing new, especially in college. By dusk, the weather finally cleared. Song Shihan stood outside the barbecue restaurant on the back street, checking her phone. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and she wore a thin knitted cardigan. Since Soo-yi had offered to treat, she didn't rush inside, knowing Soo-yi always kept her word. As she scrolled through her WeChat moments, she suddenly heard a call from behind. When she turned around, the smile on Song Zion's lips hadn't fully bloomed before it froze on her face. She looked slightly bewildered, her gaze darting between Soo-yi and Yusheng. You came together. Soo-yi smiled. Yusheng happened to be free, so I invited her along. Oh, Song Shihan was a beat slow to react. Soo-yi's tone was too natural, and Yusheng wasn't a stranger, so she couldn't bring herself to refuse. After all, it was Soo-yi's treat, and she had practically begged for this barbecue anyway. She smoothly changed the subject. I've been to this place once. The smoke isn't too bad, but you have to order the beef tongue early. Last time I was one step late, and it was sold out. Then let's head in quickly, Soo-yi urged. I'm starving. The three of them sat down and ordered. Soon a waiter came over with a wooden tray. Sizzling beef tongue and pork belly were neatly arranged on a cool bluish-gray stone slab, accompanied by several delicate dipping sauces. Here are your signature beef tongue and pork belly combo. The waiter swiftly set down the stone slab, the charcoal beneath the iron grill, glowing red-hot. Soo-yi grilled a few slices of beef tongue, placed one in Yusheng's plate, and took one for herself. Song Shihan. After a quick taste, this beef tongue is excellent, crispy on the outside and tender inside. Soo-yi commented. I agree, Yusheng echoed. Song Shihan watched the two sitting across from each other, chatting and laughing, while she could only sit beside Soo-yi, facing the air. She couldn't help but ask, are you two dating? No, Yusheng said. Yes, Soo-yi said. Song Shihan lowered her head, stirring the cold dish in her bowl, lost in thought. After finishing the barbecue, the sky had already darkened. Yusheng and Soo-yi each went back to change clothes before arriving at the classroom for the ice-breaking activity. The classroom, near the school's west gate, was a renovated old building rumored to have been a warehouse before. Now painted white and equipped with multimedia devices, it had transformed into a multifunctional classroom. The term multifunctional meant it had no fixed purpose. Whoever claimed it first got to use it. Although tonight's event was called an ice-breaking activity, it felt more like an awkward social gathering. If the students turned out to be too reserved and the atmosphere failed to liven up, the ice wouldn't break. Instead, the participants would. Yusheng and Soo-yi were in charge of a class majoring in English. The class head teacher had arrived early. As a newly appointed young teacher, she had to attend this event. She needed this opportunity to observe the students' behavior in informal settings, to identify traits invisible in the classroom, and to prepare for subsequent teaching. Of course, these were all requirements set by the school. She didn't want to be here. These troublesome students had already caused her plenty of issues during military training. The head teacher glanced at the classroom. The bright lights illuminated the space thoroughly. With less than half an hour until the ice-breaking activity, not a single student had arrived early. Just then the half-closed classroom door pushed open. The head teacher's face lit up with hope, thinking a sensible student had finally arrived, but instead saw two unfamiliar faces. Soo-yi smiled and said, hello, teacher. We're the host for tonight. Soo-yi and Yusheng, right? The head teacher felt she had overthought it, nodded, and let her gaze linger on them. You two are quite early. But I recall the hosting arrangement should be a male and a female partner. Yes, Soo-yi replied calmly. My partner is a boy, just with delicate features. The head teacher chuckled at this. I thought I had misremembered. Yusheng, aren't you going to prepare? The head teacher vacated the podium. I won't disturb you. With that, she took her phone and walked to the corridor outside the classroom, her screen suggesting she was about to make a voice call. Once she was far enough, Soo-yi turned to Yusheng. Are you nervous? No, you're lying. Yusheng silently walked to the podium and set up the laptop Soo-yi had brought. The pre-prepared PPT had been rearranged by Soo-yi, who had avoided directly copying from senior students. From the opening to the closing, the duration was estimated to be within 40 minutes. In the past, it would have taken at least an hour. In this era where everything demands speed, even ice-breaking activities must follow the trend. After adjusting the PPT and confirming the audio system worked, Soo-yi pulled out several packs of candy she had prepared earlier. She opened a pack and casually fed one to Yusheng. Yusheng instinctively opened her mouth, the action almost reflexive. We'll give these out during the interaction segment, Soo-yi said, shaking the candy wrapper. The distribution task is yours. Then Soo-yi switched the PPT back to the first page and maximized it. In the center of the pure white background was a line of text: empty seats await new stories. Soon a few students trickled in. The classroom had no desks, only chairs arranged in a horseshoe shape facing the podium. The left and right sides gradually filled up, leaving some chairs vacant directly opposite the podium. By 6:30, the head teacher counted the students. All had arrived. She felt relieved. After removing a few empty chairs, everyone gathered closer, and the activity began. Good evening, everyone. Su-Yi's voice was clear as she introduced herself, and then Yusheng. Yusheng followed with the line she had prepared. We'll play a few simple games later, very easy ones. Her voice was soft, but the microphone's sound quality was good, holding the audience's attention. The main goal is to help you get familiar with each other's faces, so don't be too nervous. The first game was reverse roll call. The student whose name was called did nothing. Instead, the two students sitting on either side had to stand up immediately. Those who stood incorrectly missed standing or were slow to react were invited to the stage for a self-introduction. Since the activity was held late, and everyone was somewhat familiar, Su-Yi replaced names with student numbers and gave everyone a few minutes to memorize all the numbers. It was a ruthless move. By calling out multiple student numbers at once, she was sure to catch some off guard. As students were eliminated, the survivors would move to the center to fill the gaps, changing the seating arrangement and corresponding student numbers. Within a few rounds, most students would end up on stage for self-introductions. If two adjacent students' numbers were called, a supplementary rule applied. The called students didn't need to stand. Right from the start, Su-Yi called out 3 student numbers without a second's pause. 3 students were caught, all for standing incorrectly, and were immediately exposed by their neighbors. One of them had seen the student 2 seats to their left stand up and assumed they should too, resulting in a mistake. The 3 gave their self-introductions one by one. The first 2 were conventional, but the last was a real character. The room burst into laughter, and the atmosphere relaxed. Yusheng stood off stage handing out candy to the eliminated students. The final 5 or fewer survivors would receive more rewards. Su-Yi continued calling out student numbers, gradually quickening the pace. Each round caught someone, and some students got creative. One showcased a rap during their self-introduction. Unfortunately, their rhythm was off, perhaps held back by their academic background. The Visit 3 Gardens game encountered an expert, a glasses-wearing student who could name many obscure animals. Although the zoo likely didn't have such rare creatures, the game's rules were loose. The core was just to have fun, and no one took it seriously. The Guess the Emoji game was the fastest. Within 2 minutes, all 30 idioms were solved. The activity proceeded smoothly. The first group game was Keyword Landmine. Each group of 5 formed a small circle and said keywords related to college life. If someone hit a landmine word or repeated a word already used, it was a bomb trigger. To avoid potential landmines, everyone tried to guess obscure terms. By the time they reached the final cooperative task, the previous rounds had gone so well that everyone was fully engaged. The timing was also perfect. Su-Yi checked her phone, confirmed it was nearly 7:15, and walked to the podium. Tonight, we just wanted you to get familiar with each other's faces. There will be plenty of time to bond later. I hope these 40 minutes make you feel that college isn't so hard to start. As she spoke, Yusheng clicked to the last page of the PPT. The minimalist white background featured a single line of text: "May we become people worth remembering in each other's stories." Applause rang out, and a student murmured, "So poetic." After they finished, the activity ended. The class head teacher suddenly stood up and walked to the podium. "Hold on, everyone. There's actually one more thing today. A student in our class has a birthday today." As she spoke, the front door opened, and a student from another class walked in carrying a cake with 2 small number candles on the cream. The birthday girl looked stunned, then blushed deeply. "Teacher, how did you know?" "I've noted every student's birthday," the head teacher said with a smile. She added silently, "I hope you remember my kindness and go to the counselor for any future troubles." The classroom immediately erupted in cheers, and everyone sang the birthday song in unison. The atmosphere was even livelier than before. Su-Yi stood aside watching the cake being passed around in small pieces and whispered to Yusheng, "Should we add a host special treat?" "Like what?" "You publicly announced that you're actually a girl." "Just kidding." After that, it was their class own affair, so the 2 left early. There was still plenty of candy left. Su-Yi peeled one for herself, then another, and held it out to Yusheng, who opened her mouth on her own. Then Su-Yi stuffed all the remaining candy into Yusheng's arms. "All yours." "Oh, you're actually taking it. Then give it back." The night breeze swept through the corridor, cool and gentle. As she walked out of the teaching building, the sky had already fallen into complete darkness. The icebreaker activity had just ended, and a group of freshmen filed out one after another. Some were excited, others drowsy, but most wore an expression of relief, as if they had finally endured through it all, scattering like students just released from class. Yusheng and Su-Yi walked side by side along a small path. They were silent, their pace unhurried. The cold lamplight spilled along the road, casting long shadows on the ground. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Su-Yi broke the silence. "I'm thinking about whether to come to school for breakfast tomorrow morning." Yusheng replied. "Isn't there a breakfast place near the neighborhood?" Su-Yi asked, puzzled by the answer. "Why go out of your way to eat at the school cafeteria?" "Some shop owners are just too enthusiastic." Yusheng sighed inwardly. "Besides, the prices are generally higher than at school." "Oh," Su-Yi said, half understanding. "Can you even wake up in time?" "Hard to say. How about we go to the bakery now and buy some breakfast for tomorrow?" Su-Yi suggested. "I was planning to go anyway." Yusheng thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The two of them headed toward the bakery. This area near the teaching buildings gradually saw fewer people, most of whom were students heading to evening classes. Su-yi suddenly turned her head and remarked with a hint of admiration, "You did pretty well tonight. I thought you'd be nervous, but you were actually quite steady. It was okay. You were the one hosting most of it." Yusheng wasn't quite used to this relaxed atmosphere after the event. It felt like all the serious business of the day had wrapped up, leaving the remaining time loose and unstructured, where even conversation could meander on for ages without a clear purpose. "Are you tired?" Su-yi asked. "Not really," Yusheng replied. Although they had been standing throughout the icebreaker, the duration wasn't too long, still within acceptable limits. "So you're definitely not going home for National Day?" Su-yi changed the subject again. Yusheng nodded. "I've already told my family." "All right," Su-yi said with a hint of regret. "I'm taking the high-speed rail back tomorrow. I was hoping to drag you along to help me with my luggage, make it look more convincing, but my plan fell through." "What time's your train tomorrow?" 1:50 p.m. "Which station?" "East Station." "That's on my way," Yusheng said. "I have to go to the station tomorrow afternoon to pick up my cousin. We can go together." "Oh, aren't you afraid she'll find out about you?" Su-yi paused, not finishing the sentence, but Yusheng understood. "She won't find out?" Yusheng waved her hand dismissively. "She's pretty clueless." Su-yi stifled a laugh. After confirming they'd go to the high-speed rail station together, they walked a bit further. Suddenly Su-yi raised her hand, pointing at a couple walking ahead, and whispered, "Don't you think couples really seem to like holding hands?" Yusheng followed Su-yi's gaze. The couple was strolling hand in hand, all lovey-dovey, as if they had all the time in the world. If this had been a video she scrolled past on social media, she'd have swiped it away without a second thought. Yusheng averted her gaze and replied softly, "I'm a bit curious," Su-yi said, looking down at Yusheng's hand. "Have you ever held hands before? Does when I was a kid count? Not the kind your mom holds." "Then no," Yusheng shook her head. "Do you want to try? See what it's like to hold hands with a guy or a girl?" Su-yi felt the question was a bit odd, so she added, "Anyway, you used to be a guy, so you count as half." "Hold hands." Yusheng was a beat slow to react. The topic caught her off guard. She suddenly remembered the electric sensation from accidentally touching fingers while practicing piano in the past, and the feeling of their palms pressing together last night. Her throat tightened, and her heart began to race. Yusheng tried to calm herself, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to Su-yi's hand. Su-yi's hand was beautiful. Slender fingers like bamboo carved from white jade, the knuckles not prominent, with smooth lines flowing to the fingertips. Her nails were neatly trimmed and clean without any adornment, showing a healthy pink. Even the lunuli were perfectly aligned. Before she could respond, Su-yi spoke again. "We're pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, aren't we? If we act more convincing, no one will get suspicious." "This doesn't seem right." Yusheng hesitated. "Are you shy?" Su-yi tilted her head. "We're both girls. Holding hands isn't a crime." "I'm not." "Then come on." Su-yi brushed her fingers against the back of Yusheng's hand. Yusheng lowered her head, feeling as if she was secretly doing something wrong, an indescribable sense of transgression washing over her. She looked at Su-yi's fair hand, paused for a second, then reached out her own. Su-yi immediately grasped Yusheng's hand, but it fell off. When Yusheng tried to hold Su-yi's hand, it felt awkward too. So they changed their grip. They interlaced their fingers. The moment their fingers locked, Yusheng felt a strange tingling numbness spread from her palm up to her wrist. She instinctively glanced at their entwined hands. The interlock wasn't perfectly aligned, but they didn't let go. She didn't dare to squeeze too hard. She glanced at Su-yi, then immediately looked straight ahead. Yusheng wasn't sure if anyone around was watching them. Maybe yes, maybe no. "How does it feel?" Su-yi asked. "Not bad." Yusheng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. "Be more specific. What do you mean by not bad?" "Well," Yusheng focused on the sensation. The delicate skin around Su-yi's wrist was as soft and tender as freshly peeled lychee meat. "Your hand is so soft," she said. Su-yi smiled, gently rubbing her thumb across Yusheng's palm. "Yours too." Yusheng didn't respond, but she didn't let go either. They continued walking hand in hand, passing under one street lamp after another, slowly making their way toward the bakery. A few students passed by on the road. Yusheng instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Su-yi held on tighter, leaving her no room to retreat. "Don't move. People will see us." "So what if they do?" Su-yi said. "It's not like we're kissing. What are you afraid of?" That kind of made sense. Yusheng glanced at Su-yi's moist lips. Can't think about that anymore." They only let go when the bakery ahead was already in plain sight. Yusheng looked down at her palm. Her normally dry skin was now covered in a thin sheen of sweat. She didn't know if it was Su-yi's sweat, her own, or a mix of both. The bakery was small, with the typical decor of white brick walls and wooden shelves. They each picked out a bun. At the counter, the owner gave them 2 small samples to try. "These just came out of the oven. Have a taste." "Thank you." Su-yi smiled her thanks, took the 2 small cakes, and offered one to Yusheng. Yusheng took a bite, holding the remaining half in her hand. The texture was soft and dense, sweet, but not cloying. Qian Guai, stepping into the bakery right behind them, froze at the sight. Then silently, he offered a moment of condolence for Bro Hao. On the day before National Day, during the final class of the morning, sunlight poured brightly into the classroom. Su Yi sat by the window, her textbook spread open on the desk, the sleeves of her beige shirt rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender fair arms. Most of the classmates were distracted, their thoughts already drifting to train stations and airports. The teacher at the podium flipped through a few slides of the PPT, his lecturing tone as usual, yet he occasionally glanced at his phone, seemingly aware that many in the class had no afternoon classes and were all eager to return home. During this time, Su Yi received a message from Yusheng. Yusheng, the little girl, our teacher, let us out early. Yusheng, the little girl, will come over and wait for you. Su Yi, okay. Su Yi, good girl. Yusheng, the little girl. Time ticked by second until finally the teacher turned off the projector and cleared his throat. That's all for today. Happy National Day, everyone. Stay safe on the road. As soon as the words fell, a cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor filled the classroom, and nearly half the students immediately stood up. Among them were the three from room 520. Though they weren't from the same hometown, they had bought tickets for around noon and planned to head to the train station together. Su Yi, however, was unhurried. She still had to have lunch with Yusheng. Emerging from the crowd and arriving at the corridor outside the teaching building, Yusheng stood in the shade against the wall. Why are you standing here? Su Yi asked. It's not sunny here, Yusheng replied. Su Yi opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She had initially wanted to ask Yusheng why she hadn't waited by the classroom door, but on second thought it was probably just because the girl was thin-skinned. Taking half a step closer to Yusheng, Su Yi stood beside her, pinched her cheek, and said, let's go. To the cafeteria? They walked side by side, the sunlight just right, and the campus was filled with a sense of relaxation that came with the impending holiday. There seemed to be more couples holding hands than usual. Watching this, Yusheng thought of last night, when she had returned to the rental apartment, and stared at her palm for a long time. So this is what holding hands feels like. She had never felt much when shaking hands with others before, but the moment Su Yi's hand touched hers, it was as if a switch had been flipped, sending a tingling sensation from her fingertips all the way to the back of her head. Yusheng reined in her wandering thoughts as Su Yi suddenly asked, "Want to hold hands again?" Now, Yusheng was taken aback. She did crave that sensation, but glancing at the stream of students coming and going, she whispered, "There are too many people. Afraid of being seen." Not really. Yusheng's gaze drifted. It's not the right time now. Su Yi glanced at her and smiled. Let's go that way, the path through the small grove. Fewer people. She said this and turned first, heading toward the path on the west side of the campus that led to the artificial lake. The path was narrow, flanked by slightly trimmed hedges and a few tall camphor trees. Sunlight was fragmented by the gaps in the leaves and branches, dappling the stone slab path beneath their feet. Reaching the middle of the path where no one was around, Su Yi suddenly stopped. Come on, no one's here now. Yusheng stood still, watching Su Yi extend her hand. Su Yi's fingers were slightly bent, her palm slightly open, as if waiting for Yusheng to lean in. She hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand on top. Yusheng's fingertips were a bit stiff, and Su Yi closed her hand slightly, as if guiding her, gently hooking her fingers around Yusheng's. Their knuckles touched, palms pressed together, and a trace of warmth slowly spread through their skin. Then, as if by tacit agreement, they resumed walking along the path. The feeling of being hand in hand was still wondrous. Yusheng stared at their joined hands for a while, thinking Su Yi's hands were beautiful, with neat knuckles and unobtrusive bones. She lifted her hand, bringing Su Yi's hand up with it. Su Yi didn't react. Yusheng looked again and again, unable to resist rubbing her fingertip against Su Yi's knuckle. Su Yi let out a low laugh. What are you doing? Nothing. Yusheng's eyes darted away. It's fine, feel free to touch, Su Yi said with a raised eyebrow. But only the hand, nowhere else, okay? I'm not touching. Yusheng immediately withdrew her hand, her ears turning red. Su Yi didn't tease her further. They continued walking hand in hand, and when they emerged from the shaded path, Yusheng even felt she wanted to walk a few more minutes. Because they had changed their route, they didn't go to their usual central cafeteria, but instead entered the nearer second cafeteria. What do you want for lunch? Su Yi asked. Yusheng looked around and pointed to a rice noodle stall near the corner. That one. Let's have rice noodles today. You're choosing this? Su Yi was surprised. It was a Sichuan-style stall. Don't you not like spicy food much? They can make it not spicy here, Yusheng said. In the end, they ordered crossing the bridge rice noodles and found a seat at an empty table in the corner. The bowl was large, the broth milky white and piping hot, fragrant and rich. The rice noodles were thin, long, and tenderly chewy, with toppings like eggs, tofu, skin, corn kernels, pickled bamboo shoots, bean sprouts, and a few slices of tender chicken. Yusheng picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. This one you ordered is delicious, Su Yi said as she stirred the soup. And this stall isn't stingy with the toppings. I've noticed this place for a while, but it's usually too crowded. They ate in quiet, not saying much. After lunch it was still early, so they each returned to their dormitories to rest for a while. In room 404, only Brother G was left. He hadn't managed to buy a ticket for today and would have to wait until tomorrow. When Sue-E came out with her empty suitcase, Yu-sheng followed her out through the school's north gate, and they walked to the nearby subway station. Security checked tapping cards, waiting for the train. The train slowly pulled into the platform. As the doors opened, they stepped in and found a seat. Yu-sheng suddenly realized that in just these few days they had already taken a taxi, a bus, and now the subway together. Almost a full set. Sue-E's fingers restlessly poked at the back of Yu-sheng's hand. The meaning was clear without words. Yu-sheng hesitated. It would become addictive. But considering that here, unlike at school, they wouldn't run into acquaintances, their hands joined together once more. There weren't many passengers in this car, and passers-by only gave them a couple of glances. Two girls holding hands wasn't anything unusual. Besides, if people looked at them, it was more because of their looks. Yu-sheng looked down at their intertwined hands, feeling that her palm was still warm. But compared to the nervousness of last night, she now felt a sense of peace. Yu-sheng operated her phone with one hand. Her cousin sent a message. Sister Wanxiu, I'm almost at the station. Sister Wanxiu, have you arrived yet? Yu-sheng, almost there. Sister Wanxiu, typing so slowly. Sister Wanxiu, it kept showing typing, but you only sent 3 words. Yu-sheng copied and pasted. Yu-sheng, almost there. Sister Wanxiu. Yu-sheng, almost there. Sister Wanxiu. Fine. The subway passed station after station. Sue-E said, next stop is ours. Oh, Yu-sheng responded. She wanted to hold on a little longer. At the entrance of the high-speed rail station, the crowd bustled. Qin Wanxiu, dragging her suitcase, wound her way from the exit to the entrance. That ungrateful little Yu-sheng had suddenly told her last night. I can pick you up, but you have to wait for me at the entrance. Qin Wanxiu found a corner to lean against, glancing around. She wore a cream-colored hoodie paired with charcoal gray straight-leg jeans, white canvas shoes, and her hair was tied into a loose bun, exuding a clean and serene aura. Counting her internship, she had been working for over half a year, but she still carried a student-like air. Dragging her suitcase, passers-by secretly cast glances her way, probably mistaking her for a college student heading home. She was pondering whether to contact Yu-sheng when she spotted a figure near the entrance. Actually, it was 2 figures. The girl in front was of medium height, wearing a black t-shirt with a small face and delicate features, her eyes strikingly familiar. She squinted. Wait, could this be Yu-sheng? As the person drew closer, she instinctively straightened up, a sigh escaping her heart. My goodness, little Sheng was getting more and more beautiful. Delicate, yet gentle, standing out in any crowd. Qin Wanxiu stood still for 2 seconds, then looked again, and noticed the girl beside Yu-sheng was also following along. Their distance wasn't too close or too far, but it didn't seem like a mere coincidence. She studied the other girl's appearance. She was stunningly beautiful, with a commanding presence that seemed almost like a protagonist's aura. Qin Wanxiu's mind began to race. She silently watched them talk. Yu-sheng smiled, and the other girl smiled back. Indeed, it wasn't just a casual walk together. "'Tis impressive." A smirk tugged at Qin Wanxiu's lips, and she felt a sudden urge to laugh. Little Sheng had truly come into her own, finally aware of her own beauty with a girlfriend at her beck and call. As she marveled, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Yu-sheng had messaged. Yu-sheng, I'm here. Yu-sheng, where are you? Qin Wanxiu glanced at the message, then at Yu-sheng, scanning the area in the distance. Her eyes twinkled as she began to fabricate a story. Wanxiu, I'm at the north exit, just got here. The station's too big, I'm a bit lost. Yu-sheng was clearly questioning her intelligence, and a moment later a reply came. Yu-sheng, you couldn't find the entrance, but you managed to walk from the east exit to the north exit. Wanxiu, wait a bit. Wanxiu will be there soon. The two in the distance started moving again, not entering the station, but taking the escalator to the underground commercial corridor. Qin Wanxiu followed from afar. She felt an inexplicable thrill. After Yu-sheng and Sue-E left the subway station, they no longer held hands. Not because anyone was unwilling, but because their palms were sweaty and holding on any longer would feel sticky. Sue-E's train was still some time away, and Yu-sheng's cousin was still lost, so, instead of entering the waiting hall, she led Yu-sheng to the underground commercial level. They strolled slowly through the corridor, and finally chose a fast food restaurant. The place was small, decorated in an industrial style, with cement gray tones. Fortunately, the air conditioning was strong, and a blast of cool air hit them as they entered, clearing their minds. They each bought a milk tea and sat by the window. Sue-E settled her suitcase, clapped her hands, and stood up. Wait here, you'll get something. What else do you need? Haven't decided yet. Sue-E turned gracefully and went to order. Yu-sheng pulled out her phone and played for a while until Sue-E returned. In her hands were 2 grilled sausages wrapped in oil paper bags. Look what I got for you. Sue-E sat down and handed one to Yu-sheng, unable to hide the smile on her face. Grilled sausage, Yu-sheng replied, her eyes already wary. She felt that the smile on Sue-E's face as she said this. Well, if not for her top-tier looks, it could be called lecherous. Yu-sheng pulled the sausage out of the bag and instantly understood what Sue-E was grinning about. So similar, so much. She slowly looked up at Sui. Sui surely understood she wasn't some innocent little bunny. That kind of person only existed in novels or films. Of course, except for that couple of PhDs who thought sleeping together would make a baby. Doesn't it look like it? Sui asked. Don't get dirty. I'm not being dirty, Sui said with a perfectly straight face. This sausage just looks inappropriate. Come on, open up, Sui suddenly switched to a coaxing tone. Let me feed you. No, Yusheng recoiled. I'll do it myself. Hurry up, you don't want it. Don't use that kind of line. In the end, Yusheng reluctantly opened her mouth. Sui seized the moment, pinched the stick with one hand, and with a swift thrust, shoved the sausage into Yusheng's mouth. MMPH. Yusheng's eyes widened in shock. She quickly covered her throat with her left hand, bent over coughing until tears streamed down. Sui panicked, leaned in, and gently patted Yusheng's back. Are you okay? Yusheng glared at her between coughs, finally calming down with moist eyes. You hit my throat. Their back and forth even drew a second glance from a passing fast food server. In the shadows, Qin Wanqiu stared wide-eyed. Were these two playing that rough? After Yusheng recovered a bit, Sui asked cautiously, do you still want to eat? Yusheng paused for a second, took the sausage back in her hand, lowered her head, and took a bite. Her expression complicated. Actually, it tastes pretty good. Sui immediately held up her own. Want mine too? No need. They stayed in the restaurant for another 10 minutes, but Yusheng still hadn't heard from her cousin. Could she be lost? Yusheng wondered. Sui checked the time and said, I need to board. They returned to the entrance. Before entering, Sui suddenly said to Yusheng, I'll be back on the 4th. Oh, Yusheng replied instinctively. Okay. After Sui entered, Yusheng planned to ask her cousin where she had wandered off to. If worst came to worst, she'd have her cousin stay put and go find her herself. She had just pulled out her phone when she heard little Sheng. Yusheng turned and saw Qin Wanqiu dragging her suitcase from the direction of the underground commercial level. Sis, you finally found the entrance. There's more than one entrance. Qin Wanqiu made up an excuse. She had been worried earlier when Yusheng coughed so hard. But now that he could still complain, it probably wasn't serious. During the National Day holiday, the high-speed railway station was teeming with people. Sui had barely passed through security when the train bound for Danqiu began boarding. She followed the crowd onto the platform, standing behind the yellow line. Many around her cast furtive glances, but she merely looked down at her phone, indifferent. Once the train pulled in, Sui found her seat, stowed her suitcase on the rack, and sat down to listen to music with her earphones. About 2 hours later, the train arrived on time. Just as she reached the exit, her phone rang. It was her mother, Yang Xue. Hello, have you arrived yet? Just arrived. Sui spoke while pulling her suitcase closer, avoiding the bustling passengers. Should I ask your dad to send a car to pick you up? No need. They'll just take a taxi, Sui said, glancing toward the taxi stand. All right, be careful on the way. After hanging up, Sui got into a taxi. The driver looked to be in his 50s with graying hair. After giving the address, the car headed southeast through the city, entering a villa district along the ring road. The taxi stopped at the gate, and Sui got out, dragging her suitcase inside. Beyond the gate, a winding stone path led deeper, flanked by neatly trimmed lawns with little weeds. Her home was at the far end, occupying a sizable plot with a small garden in the yard. Years ago, Yang had planted a row of roses there, but now they had been replaced by several clumps of roses and a patch of liriope with a pomegranate tree in the corner. Sui carried her suitcase through the front yard, walked to the door, entered the code on the lock, and the door clicked open. She changed her shoes inside. The living room was as tidy as ever. The Livian maid who was cleaning in the kitchen heard the noise and poked her head out. You're back. Sui nodded. Where's my mom? She went out to buy groceries. Said she wanted to cook dinner herself. Grocery shopping in person? Sui muttered, dragging her suitcase toward the elevator. She said she wanted to buy organic, the maid said with a smile. Your mom rarely cooks. Today you're in for a treat. Sui sighed inwardly. Taking the private elevator to the second floor, Sui's phone automatically switched to a stronger signal node. It couldn't be helped. The house was too large and 2 or 3 mesh nodes couldn't cover every corner, so they had 5 routers set up in a network. Sui entered her bedroom and casually tossed the suitcase into a corner. Her room wasn't girly. White walls, plain-colored bedding, very minimalist. She washed her face, rested for a while, changed into a casual outfit, and headed downstairs. As a young person, she still preferred taking the stairs. She heard the front door open downstairs, followed by a familiar female voice. Upstairs. Sui called back, quickening her pace down the stairs. Yang was still holding several bags. Seeing her come down, she smiled. What time did you get home? A little after 4. Your dad said he'd come home early today for dinner, so I bought more, Yang said cheerfully. But if you're tired, we can eat later. You can take a nap first. I'm not tired. Sui watched Yang place the bags on the kitchen island. She walked over and rummaged through them. Mom, are you sure you can handle this? Don't mistake sugar for salt again. Are you going to hold that against me forever? Yang slapped Sui's hand away. You were a picky eater as a child and I took care of you. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Fair enough. Sui shrugged. Meanwhile, Qin Wanxiu led Yu Sheng into a taxi heading to the hotel she had booked. The two sat in the back and Qin Wanxiu turned to look at Yu Sheng with an expression that said, "I've been observing you for a while." "Little Sheng," she began. "What's your relationship with that girl just now, eh? You saw Yu Sheng, I saw her say something to you when you came up from the subway, and then you went into the station." Qin Wanxiu explained and pressed further, "Did you ask me to wait at the entrance because of her?" Yu Sheng took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Sis, do you know what classmate means?" "Classmate, of course," Qin Wanxiu blurted out. "What are you speaking foreign for?" Then it dawned on her. "She's your classmate. You never mentioned her before." "No," Yu Sheng shook her head. "Then what about roommate?" "Roommate." Qin Wanxiu answered instantly, giving Yu Sheng a deep look. "Are you obsessed with CET4 and CET6? Then what about schoolmate?" Yu Sheng asked again. "Classmate. Schoolmate. Wait, no." This time Qin Wanxiu hesitated, then made a connection. "Schoolmate," she tested. Yu Sheng nodded, correct. "So, Qin Wanxiu raised an eyebrow. "She and I are schoolmates." Qin Wanxiu curled her lips and pointed at Yu Sheng with a sneer. "If you keep speaking foreign, it'll tear your mouth apart." Yu Sheng turned away speechlessly, saying nothing. Qin Wanxiu didn't press further, but her sidelong glance clearly said, "You don't think I believe that, do you?" The taxi drove through the city and finally stopped in front of a hotel over a dozen stories high. "We're here," the driver announced. The two got out. Qin Wanxiu hoisted her suitcase, one hand on the handle and the other raised to shield her eyes from the sun. She went in first to check in while Yu Sheng looked at her phone. Before long she heard her cousin call, "Hurry up." They entered the elevator one after another. Upstairs in the room, Qin Wanxiu swiped the card, entered, closed the door, dropped her suitcase, and flopped onto the bed. "I'm exhausted." Yu Sheng walked to the window and looked at the sky outside, only to hear Qin Wanxiu call out again, "Come on, play around with me." Qin Wanxiu had somehow pulled out her tablet and waved it at Yu Sheng. She loved playing Honor of Kings, but insisted on using a tablet, not her phone. "Aren't you going to unpack?" Yu Sheng asked. "I can do that tonight. What's the rush?" Yu Sheng gave up and went over to sit down, taking out her phone. They played a match together. "I should have just gone home by myself." Yu Sheng grumbled as she played. Had her cousin come all this way just to stay in and play games? "Are you saying you don't want to be with me?" Qin Wanxiu raised an eyebrow. "No," Yu Sheng said. "I just think the hotel TV has nothing to watch and the internet isn't fast enough." "My fault." "No, it's the hotel you booked." Qin Wanxiu snorted, turning her attention back to the screen. Hurry, go." In the evening, Qin Wanxiu took Yu Sheng to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. She was treating. Soon the dishes were brought to the table, one after another: braised sea bass in brown sauce, dry-fried green beans, crab meat, with tofu, braised chicken, with chestnuts, stir-fried corn, with shrimp, a plate of seasonal greens, and a bowl of yam and pork rib soup. They were not extravagant delicacies, but the portions were generous. Yu Sheng looked at the array of plates on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Sis, you ordered so much. Can your wallet handle it?" Qin Wanxiu, who was ladling soup for herself, looked up and shot Yu Sheng a fierce glare. "Do you really think your sister is that pitiful?" "I'm just worried about you," Yu Sheng muttered under her breath. "After all, your salary is only—" "Stop right there." Qin Wanxiu cut her off, promptly, annoyed that the kid was touching a sore spot. "Show some respect. Are you this sharp-tongued at school too?" "No, I'm very quiet at school." "You're quiet, but you're acerbic," Qin Wanxiu said, picking up a green bean and placing it in Yu Sheng's bowl. "You've had a sharp tongue since you were little." "That's slander." The two chatted as they ate. The conversation drifted from the bizarre sayings of their high school homeroom teacher to the eccentric characters in university clubs, and then inexplicably landed on a romantic reality show. "Let me tell you," Qin Wanxiu said, picking up her phone and scrolling to show Yu Sheng. This male contestant was basically a background prop for the first half, barely any lines. Then in the last two episodes his personality did a complete 180, and he charmed that pretty girl into chasing after him. The script for this show is way too obvious. You seem to have watched it pretty closely. Of course I've analyzed all these contestants thoroughly. Yu Sheng felt that when it came to reality shows, her cousin and Sue E would probably have a lot to talk about. When she was about 70% full, Yu Sheng leaned back in her chair, took a sip of her drink, and let out a long sigh. Qin Wanxiu had finished a bottle plus a can of beer by herself. The bottled one was ordered from the restaurant, and the canned one she had brought down from the minibar in her room. Her face remained fair and clear, showing no sign of intoxication. She propped her chin on her hand, looked at Yu Sheng for a while, then suddenly said, "Little Sheng, will you come with me to Westlake tomorrow?" "I have things to do tomorrow," Yu Sheng said. She didn't really have anything to do, she just didn't want to go out during the National Day holiday, when it would be packed with people. More importantly, her cousin had the stamina of a triathlete, and Yu Sheng, a homebody, couldn't keep up. What could you possibly have to do? Qin Wanxiu tilted her head to look at Yu Sheng. "Didn't your aunt say you just wanted to lie around in the dorm?" "I have homework to do." "Huh." Qin Wanxiu laughed a laugh of exasperation. Then her expression changed. "I traveled all the way from Danqiu to here, lugged my suitcase onto the high-speed rail, almost got lost in the station, and when I got to the hotel you complained that I just wanted to stay in the room. I paid for dinner, and now you're telling me you want to go out with me tomorrow. I'm all alone in Xinjiang, a stranger in a strange place with no one to accompany me. Can you really bear to abandon your dear cousin? Such a dear cousin. Yusheng silently took a sip of her drink and didn't respond. Sometimes she felt that although her cousin's methods seemed harmless, they were surprisingly effective. If it really doesn't work, Qin Wanqiu said again, they'll pick you up from school tomorrow. Just wait for me to take you to the scenic spot. How will you pick me up? I'll rent a car. Fine, Yusheng nodded. No choice, her heart was too soft. The next day, National Day, the TV in the rental apartment was broadcasting the military parade live. On the screen, soldiers marched in perfect unison with the sounds of drums, bugles, and salutes echoing through the spacious living room. Yusheng sat on the sofa, phone in hand, utterly focused on the mini-map of a mobile game. It was against her will. On the other end, Qin Wanqiu was curled up on her hotel bed playing the same game. The team voice chat was on, and she never stopped talking. She said watching the military parade reminded her of military training, which was in the top 3 of her high school unbearable memories ranking. Yusheng asked her who are the top 2. Qin Wanqiu said, one is period cramps, the other is getting monthly exam results. Very reasonable. Her cousin had planned the day's itinerary down to the minute, as if she wanted to schedule even the times for taking photos and going to the bathroom. The only complaint was that the departure time was set for 1:30 p.m. She said something like mornings are too crowded, avoiding the peak is the mark of someone who truly knows how to live. Yusheng thought there would only be more people in the afternoon. She had originally planned to leave at 1:10 p.m. and walk from the rental apartment to the school's north gate, but just after 1:00 a message popped up on WeChat. Sister Wanqiu, I'm here at the north gate. Yusheng stared at the screen for 2 seconds. This lazy person was actually a full 20 minutes early. She changed her clothes and hurried to the school. At the north gate, her cousin was sitting in a flashy sports car, leaning out the window waving at her. Yusheng walked over, opened the passenger door, and sat down. Why are you so early? Afraid you'd stand me up? Qin Wanqiu said, looking Yusheng up and down. Why are you coming from outside the campus? Yusheng buckled her seatbelt and put on a fake smile. I went out to buy something. What did you have to go off campus to buy? Where is it? I left it with the store owner. Qin Wanqiu gave Yusheng a knowing look that said, do you think I'm stupid? And stared at her meaningfully before speaking. Is there something you're hiding from me? Fine, I'm not living in the dorms anymore, Yusheng admitted very casually. On the surface, she was giving up and dropping the act, but in reality, it was a sacrifice play. By revealing one small secret, she was protecting another bigger one. So you've been renting a place all this time? Qin Wanqiu asked, then suddenly thought of something. Are you living with that girl? What was all this about? No. Yusheng rubbed her forehead. I live alone. I'm not used to the dorms. I wanted some peace and quiet. Qin Wanqiu buckled her seatbelt and started the car. She was an experienced driver. As she drove, she asked Yusheng, do your parents know? Of course not. How did you apply for it? Did the school agree? The school doesn't check much. I just moved out secretly. I didn't know you had such guts, Qin Wanqiu said in a leisurely tone. Sneaking out to live on your own behind the school's back and your parents' back. I can't carry the school on my back, Yusheng thought to herself. Qin Wanqiu said again, where is it? Where is what? Your rental place. Take me to see it. It's not convenient. What's not convenient? Qin Wanqiu said. I'm your cousin after all. It's only natural for me to care about your living situation, isn't it? We'll talk about it tonight. Fine, Qin Wanqiu nodded. She was going to take Yusheng back tonight anyway. Yusheng added, don't tell my parents, okay? Don't worry, Qin Wanqiu said dismissively. Something this trivial isn't worth tattling to them. The car sped along the scenery outside the window, blurring past. Qin Wanqiu drove with practiced ease, one hand on the wheel, while the other elbow rested on the window frame. Soon the car pulled into a parking lot near the broken bridge. Yusheng had just unfastened her seatbelt ready to get out, when Qin Wanqiu called out to her, don't run off, put on sunscreen first. I'm not afraid of getting tan, Yusheng said helplessly. Getting tan is minor, getting sunburned is the real trouble, Qin Wanqiu nagged like an elder. Your skin is fair, and it turns red at the slightest sun. If you get burned, don't say I didn't warn you. She fished sunscreen out of her crossbody bag and handed it to Yusheng. Put some on. Yusheng had no choice but to take it, dabbing it on symbolically. Your hands too, Qin Wanqiu added, seeing her perfunctory motions. No slacking. Yusheng then put in a bit more effort, finished the task, hastily returned the sunscreen to her cousin's bag, opened the car door, and stepped out. At 1:30 p.m. Westlake was already bustling, the clamor washing over them like ocean waves. First came the creaking of cart wheels on the stone slabs beneath their feet, followed by a child's lisping voice clamoring, I want to ride a boat. Looking further, the lake's surface shimmered with pleasure boats dotting the water like clothespins. The two deliberately avoided the crowded Broken Bridge area, heading east to the lakeside pedestrian street. Standing by the railing on the lake side of the street, and gazing northwest, the full view of the Broken Bridge lay quietly across the lake, surrounded by tourists, yet strangely serene. Qin Wanqiu held up her phone, panning across the lake. Look ahead to the right is the Broken Bridge, the long causeway it connects to is by causeway, and the farthest left is Solitary Hill. What about Tiyuanfengha? Yu Sheng asked deliberately. Oh, that's further north. It's nearby anyway. Qin Wanqiu put away her phone, a bit embarrassed. At least I'm better than you, who didn't even prepare a guide. The two didn't rush to cross the broken bridge, but strolled slowly along the lakeshore. Yu Sheng wasn't interested in taking photos, as she preferred to record with her eyes rather than holding up a phone to find the perfect angle. But Qin Wanqiu was in high spirits, stopping now and then to snap pictures, always insisting Yu Sheng help her take portrait masterpieces. Come on, take a few for me, her cousin said, shoving the phone into Yu Sheng's hands. I want that atmospheric feel. Backlighting is fine too. Then she alternated between looking back at the sky, pretending to drink water, and gazing into the distance. I beg you, Yu Sheng complained while holding the phone. Sis, find a boyfriend, then someone can take pictures of you exclusively. In the end, the results Yu Sheng produced were naturally mediocre. The composition of these portraits is off, Qin Wanqiu critiqued while scrolling. The background is overexposed too, and if I don't tell you, you won't turn on beauty mode. You have a girlfriend, and your photography skills are still this bad. I don't have a girlfriend. Don't you take pictures for that girl. She doesn't like having her picture taken. You admit it. Admit what? Alright, Qin Wanqiu said nonchalantly. Just consider it practice in advance. They turned back, crossed the broken bridge, walked west along Beishan Road for about a kilometer, and entered the Tiyuanfengha area. The lotus leaves in October had passed their peak, but the view was still a dense expanse of leaves, their green tinged with blue under the sunlight. A few ducks wove through the lotus leaves, occasionally flapping their wings and stirring up ripples. Exiting the south gate of Tiyuanfengha, they crossed the street to the north entrance of Su Causeway. Her cousin refused to take the sightseeing cart, insisting on walking the entire length of Su Causeway, arguing that to enjoy the scenery, you must tread the ground. Yu Sheng didn't really want to walk, but she was too lazy to argue, so she just went along. By the time they passed the second bridge, Dongpu Bridge, her cousin had already stopped twice. Once to photograph water lilies, once to film a waterbird. Later at Yadi Bridge, she insisted Yu Sheng take a photo of her with the Su Di Chun Shao steel. She demanded a composition that was low-angle, tall, and atmospheric. Yu Sheng had no idea where her cousin got the confidence that she could take such a photo. At that moment, Su Yi was wandering near her home. She opened WeChat to check the step count leaderboard, seeing which friends were staying home. She noticed someone's step count was unusually high. Su Yi, what are you doing? Yu Sheng's phone vibrated. Yu Sheng, the little girl accompanying my cousin at West Lake. Su Yi, so you did go out after all. Yu Sheng, the little girl, felt sorry for her. Su Yi, how's the scenery at West Lake in October? Yu Sheng, the little girl, not bad. Su Yi, let me see. Yu Sheng asked her cousin for some landscape photos, picked a few with good atmosphere, and sent them to Su Yi. Su Yi, nice shots. When they were almost at the end of Su Causeway, Su Yi sent 2 more messages. Su Yi, what animal do you like? Su Yi, cat, fox, or rabbit? Yu Sheng thought for a few seconds, and replied with 4 words. Yu Sheng, the little girl, panda, cub. Su Yi, no, you have to choose from these 3. Yu Sheng, the little girl, why? Su Yi, just pick one. Yu Sheng, the little girl, then fox. Yu Sheng personally thought foxes were smarter than cats and prettier than rabbits. Su Yi, okay. Yu Sheng, the little girl, so why did you make me choose? Su Yi, you'll know when the time comes. The conversation ended abruptly. Yu Sheng stared at the chat window, feeling bewildered. Are you chatting with that girl? Qin Wanqiu leaned in to look. You two talk quite often. Yu Sheng couldn't be bothered to explain, and put her phone back in her pocket. By the time they reached Leifeng Pagoda, it was almost dusk. Sunlight slanted down from the side of the tower, dyeing its body a golden red. They didn't plan to go inside, sticking to a no-spending policy, and only took a slow stroll around the outer square. There were plenty of tourists, with someone holding up a phone to take pictures almost every 2 meters. Qin Wanqiu kept saying so many people, but her camera never stopped. At sunset, the surface of West Lake shimmered with a faint golden light, rippling in layers with the breeze. Come on, let's eat first, Qin Wanqiu said. They drove to a highly rated small restaurant nearby, and ordered a few local dishes. Dompa pork, longjing shrimp, and a dish of osman thus glazed lotus root. The plating wasn't extravagant, but the colors were appealing, and the flavors were up to par. Midway through the meal, Qin Wanqiu suddenly said to Yu Sheng, let's go check out your place later. There's nothing to see. I want to see if you're hiding a lover. After dinner, her cousin indeed followed Yu Sheng back to her rental apartment. The place was spotless, with everything neatly organized. Qin Wanqiu looked around, even tried to find clues in the fridge, but found nothing and looked slightly disappointed. She had to ask, where did you get the money to rent this place? It must be pretty expensive around here. I saved up. Not allowed to splurge. Qin Wanqiu nodded in agreement at this, then changed the subject, putting on a pitiful look. How about playing with me one more day tomorrow? Go on your own. My legs are about to fall off. It's no fun wandering alone. You're not a child. You're such an ungrateful wretch. The following day, when Yu Sheng awoke, sunlight had already streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the floor by the bedside. She did not rise immediately, but lay staring at the ceiling for a while, until a dull ache spread through her legs, prompting her to turn over languidly. After walking the entire afternoon yesterday, her soles and calves felt as heavy as lead. She sighed. It seems I really need to exercise more. Reaching for her phone on the nightstand, Yusheng lit up the screen and saw that her cousin had sent her a red packet. A smile curved her lips as she tapped to open it. A full 200 yuan. She typed a reply. Yusheng, thanks sis. Soon her cousin's message came back. Wanxiu Jia, you're only sweet-tongued at times like this. Wanxiu Jia, accompany me for another day today. Yusheng's expression shifted. Yusheng, I'll return the red packet to you right now. Wanxiu Jia, but the places we're going to today are all paid attractions. Wanxiu Jia, I'll cover the cost. You just enjoy yourself. Yusheng. I'm not going. Yusheng genuinely did not want to go. Aside from detesting all the walking and feeling exhausted, there was an even more significant reason. Yesterday at Westlake, the crowds were overwhelming and the couples were astonishingly numerous. Watching pair after pair of hand-holding shoulder-to-shoulder figures, Yusheng felt a prickling envy. And with the weather so fine today, most of the scenic spots were places where couples flocked in pairs. Wanxiu Jia, oh, you can practice your photography skills on the side, gain some extra experience. Yusheng, why would I practice that? Wanxiu Jia, you'll find it useful sooner or later. Yusheng, I don't think so. Yusheng firmly refused. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Qin Wanxiu stopped pressing and did not ask for the red packet back. After a moment, she sent another message. Wanxiu Jia, then come play some Honor of Kings. Yusheng logged and opened the team voice chat and complained, sis, you're a tourist, yet you hole up in the hotel every morning and don't go out. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Wanxiu retorted without a hint of guilt. If you don't keep me company, I won't be happy. If I'm not happy, I don't want to go out. Yusheng was left speechless. On the third day of the National Day holiday at noon, Yusheng was curled up on the sofa, her legs propped on the armrest, motionless. The soft sofa dipped under her weight, comfortable enough, but lying for too long made her drowsy. She scrolled through her phone, aimlessly swiping, without any particular purpose. Opening her moments, she saw that Qin Wanxiu had posted a bunch of photos. Some were from yesterday, others from the day before. Over a dozen pictures grouped in sets of 4 spanning several posts. One set was captioned, met a passerby today with amazing photography skills. Yusheng's mouth twitched as she suspected her cousin was implying something. Glancing at the comments, there were quite a few likes. Yusheng ignored it, exited her moments, got up to boil some water. For lunch, she had instant noodles. She had heard they taste better cooked in a pot, but Yusheng was too lazy to light the stove. At 2 in the afternoon, her phone buzzed. Su, you didn't go out to play again today. Yusheng was still lying motionless on the sofa. She picked up her phone and typed a reply. Little girl Yusheng, how did you know? Su, he hadn't chatted with Yusheng yesterday. But that word again indicated she knew Yusheng hadn't gone out yesterday either. Sui, I guessed. Little girl Yusheng, such a good guess. Sui, the WeChat step count is quite honest too. Yusheng silently switched apps to check her step count for the past 2 days. Today's steps were only a little over 20. Yesterday, at least there were 100 or so. Little girl Yusheng. The clock rewound to early morning. Sui always kept a regular schedule, rising early and retiring early, whether it was a holiday or a school day. Her roommates were much the same, never clashing over lights-out issues. Of course, whether others maintained such self-discipline at home was anyone's guess. Today was no different for Sui. She woke early but lingered in bed, reluctant to leave the lingering warmth of her covers. Scrolling through her phone, 2 messages suddenly popped up on WeChat from her father, Su Mingxian. CEO Su, are you up? CEO Su, I'm heading to the office. Want to come along? 2 more followed. CEO Su, the foreign clients aren't on holiday for National Day. They have arrangements, so I need to check in. CEO Su, if you've got nothing to do, just drop by and hang out. Sui rolled over in bed, rubbed her eyes, and typed a single character in reply. Sui, sure. By hang out, she meant simply switching locations to play on her phone. With no other plans, she agreed readily. In less than 5 minutes, she was washed, dressed, and out the door in one smooth motion. Downstairs, a sleek black business sedan was already waiting at the entrance. The driver, Uncle Chi, greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Miss Su. Morning, Uncle Chi. As soon as she opened the door, CEO Su shifted over, yielding the honored seat on the right. At the company, CEO Su went to receive the clients while Sui was settled in his office. All morning she busied herself in the spacious sunlit room. Of course, no real work fell to her. She simply took the initiative to handle some odds and ends. Changing the fish tank water, cleaning the filter, labeling the tea leaves from CEO Zu's collection, watering the potted plants on the windowsill. She didn't mind this way of spending the holiday, quiet, grounded, keeping her mind sharp and making time fly by. It wasn't until past 1 in the afternoon that Sui had some free time. She glanced at the middle-aged woman who had been waiting in the office since bringing her breakfast that morning, except for lunch, and spoke up. Sister Huang, I'm not going to mess with the files on the computer. You don't have to stand there watching me, do you? Aren't you tired? Miss Su, of course I trust you, Sister Huang said with a smile. I'm just here in case you need anything, so you don't have to call for me. The woman called Sister Huang simply refused to leave. She had heard that the CEO's daughter was pretty, but she hadn't expected her to be this stunning. Even more beautiful than TV stars. She had no particular hobby except a love for beauty, and today's visual treat was something she didn't want to miss. Besides, who knew when Miss Su would come again? Su-yi sighed in resignation, then slumped onto the desk, pretending to sleep. I'm going to take a nap, Sister Huang. Please step out first. I'm a light sleeper, and can only doze off when no one's around. Oh dear. Seeing that Miss Su had buried her face in her arms with nothing left to see, Sister Huang figured there was no point in staying. So she briskly walked out of the office. All right, Miss Su, you rest now. I won't disturb you. Hearing the door close, Su-yi lifted her head again, walked over, and locked it from the inside. If someone came later, it wouldn't matter. They'd knock first, and she could open it then. It was Sister Huang she was guarding against. Settling back into the office chair, Su-yi turned on the computer and randomly clicked on a variety show. Over the past couple of days, she had finished the suspense drama she had been following. With no new series picked out, yet she decided to kill time with some entertainment. In between, Su-yi pulled out her phone to browse her moments, then checked the WeChat step count leaderboard. Someone's steps were a pitiful few dozen, stuck at the very bottom. After a brief chat, and seeing Yu Sheng's reply of ellipses, Su-yi thought it had been 3 days since they last met. A smile curved at her lips, and she directly initiated a video call. In the rented apartment, Yu Sheng had been lounging lazily on the sofa, but at the sight of the incoming call she shot upright. She glanced down at herself, a big t-shirt, shorts, hair, disheveled face unwashed. But Su-yi's name and profile picture were still on the screen. After 3 seconds of hesitation, she answered. The first thing to appear was Su-yi's fresh, clean face. The camera swayed slightly as Su-yi sat in an office chair, behind her a display cabinet holding files and aluminum tea canisters, clearly not a home setting. Where are you? Yu Sheng asked, first her voice unconsciously softening. At the office. Su-yi raised her phone, flipped the camera, and slowly panned it around the room, so Yu Sheng could see clearly. It was a spacious office, not extravagantly decorated, but bright and spotless, extremely tasteful. The desk was tidy with folders, a pen holder, and a half-open metal tea canister obviously rummaged through. Farther on the wall hung an inkwash landscape painting signed by a renowned artist. You went to work? Yu Sheng was a bit bewildered. She had heard of classmates interning at companies during winter or summer breaks, but National Day was only a few days. Shouldn't a part-time job be something like a milk tea shop? Besides, this workstation was way too luxurious. Uffed. Su-yi chuckled. No, this is my dad's company. He had clients, so I just came along to hang out. This is your dad's office. Yu Sheng confirmed softly. Su-yi turned the camera back to herself, looking at Yu Sheng with a half-smile. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get in. Yu Sheng didn't respond, but inwardly she was quietly startled. She realized then that she didn't actually know that much about Su-yi. Su-yi never flaunted, never wore designer labels, but her clothes always seemed high quality with clean, elegant cuts. Yu Sheng had thought Su-yi was just from a decent family. But this office with its luxurious yet understated decor clearly hinted at real wealth. So the rich girl was right beside me. Su-yi didn't dwell on the display, but looked at Yu Sheng and suddenly asked, did you miss me? Yu Sheng froze, pursed her lips, and replied somewhat awkwardly. A little. Just a little. How to answer this? Online urgent. Just then someone tried to open the office door, only to be stopped by the lock. Su-yi wondered who was bold enough to try opening the CEO's door directly. Still harboring some resentment toward Sister Huang, she subconsciously assumed it was her. But the next second she heard a voice. Su-yi quickly put down her phone and went to open the door. CEO Zu's resolute, steady face appeared in the doorway. Why did you lock the door? He asked casually, not waiting for an answer before adding, there's an urgent project to handle this afternoon. He'll be back in the evening. You can have Uncle Chi drive you home then. Okay, Su-yi replied. After giving his instructions, President Su left without lingering for even a second. As for why he didn't send someone else to deliver the message. What was wrong with wanting to say a few words to his daughter? After President Su left, the office fell silent once more. Su-yi decided to head back now. She shut down the computer, casually grabbed a tissue to wipe the desk, covered the tea canister, and neatly arranged the pen holder into categories. Yu Sheng was still on the other end of the phone, the screen facing up on the desk at a slight angle, capturing only Su-yi's shoulders, the ceiling above, and her hands as they occasionally entered the frame. Yet Yu Sheng didn't rush to speak. Instead, she found herself inexplicably lost in thought. As Su-yi bent over to tidy up her shoulder blades, faintly protruded her long hair, cascading down, shimmering with a lustrous sheen under the sunlight. Her movements were unhurried and composed, and even without seeing her face, Yu Sheng could imagine her expression at that moment. Tranquil and focused. Yu Sheng surprisingly didn't feel like she was waiting. She softly called out, Su-yi. Su-yi's face reappeared on the screen, and she smiled. You're still here. I thought you'd fallen asleep. You forgot about me, didn't you? Not at all. Su-yi smiled again. I'm just tidying up before heading home. Do you want a virtual tour? Sure. Yu Sheng sat up a little straighter. She had wanted to say she was already feeling a bit bored at home, but the words caught in her throat. She had said before that she wouldn't get bored. Su-yi efficiently packed up her things, switched her phone to the rear camera, pointed it outward, and placed it in the top compartment of her bag, leaving only the lens exposed. Let's go, she said. The door opened, and Su-yi stepped out, the camera swaying slightly with her movements. Yusheng watched the scene on her phone, finding this perspective quite peculiar. At the company building's entrance, a black car soon pulled up steadily in front of Sui. Old Chi got out and opened the rear door for Sui. Miss Sui greeted. Uncle Chi, thank you for the trouble. Sui bent down to get into the car, took the phone back in her hands, and switched to the front camera. You have a chauffeur at home. Yusheng murmured softly. Not really, Sui laughed. Uncle Chi is my dad's personal driver, not a family chauffeur. President Su was essentially assigning a private task, but old Chi didn't mind anyway. Before the car started, Uncle Chi glanced in the rearview mirror and asked, who are you chatting with? A classmate, Sui said. Oh. Uncle Chi acknowledged and didn't ask further. After the car had been driving for a while, Yusheng felt she needed a mental preparation and curiously asked Sui, how big is your house? Not that big, Sui said. It's just a small villa. Does your house have a swimming pool? Yusheng asked again. Why do you ask? I heard villas usually come with pools. Unfortunately, no, Sui smiled. My family isn't big on swimming, but there's a garden. I can show you around later. Okay. The car drove through the city for about 20 minutes before entering a villa district. There was a security booth at the entrance. The guard raised his hand in a salute, and the car slowly drove in. We're here. Sui switched back to the rear camera, got out, and stood at the gate of her home. Through the lens, Yusheng saw a small courtyard paved with neat stone slabs behind a custom black iron gate. The lawn was meticulously trimmed with a few pruned shrubs dotting the edges. Come on, I'll show you around. Sui walked through the front yard and opened the door to enter. After passing the entrance hall, she pointed to a spacious area and said, this is the living and dining room. She zoomed the camera out, but the 2-story high space was too vast to capture entirely. Yusheng suddenly felt an urge to tease. Sui had been too modest when she said her rented apartment's living room was big. As Sui briefly showed Yusheng the first floor's layout and headed toward the backyard, she ran into Ms. Yang. Ms. Yang enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. After finishing her work and returning indoors, she encountered Sui back home. Just got back, Sui said, switching the camera back to the front. At this moment, she simply held the phone in her hand without adjusting the angle. The camera was aimed at her from a deadly low angle, but her stunning looks made her appear beautiful even so. Ms. Yang approached with a smile and quickly noticed the phone in Sui's hand. Who are you video chatting with? A classmate, Sui replied, pulling the phone back slightly. A male or female classmate? Female. Let me see. What's there to see? What's there not to see? Ms. Yang was brimming with curiosity, though she had never seen Sui video chat with any classmate before. She leaned toward the camera and glanced at the screen. Fortunately, the angle wasn't as awkward as before. Through the phone, a gentle-looking woman with an elegant temperament appeared in Yusheng's view. Ms. Yang paused, then broke into a smile. This young lady is very pretty. Hello, Auntie, Yusheng responded awkwardly. Oh, hello. Ms. Yang nodded. Yusheng's appearance was so endearing that she asked further, are you from the south? You look like it. I'm from Dansho too, Andy. Oh, that's wonderful. Feel free to come over and play with you sometime. Okay. Ms. Yang didn't linger and prepared to go upstairs. Sui watched her enter the elevator, then looked back at Yusheng on the screen. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of awkwardness. In the garden, Sui pointed to a cluster of vibrant flowers in various colors and said, look, these are all roses, different varieties. The garden at Sui's home was sizable, featuring not only lawns, flower beds, and a vegetable and fruit growing area, but also a stone path, a fish pond, a rockery water system, a pavilion, and a pomegranate tree. According to Sui, Ms. Yang could plant a few more trees if she wanted. After viewing the garden, Sui led Yusheng upstairs. As for the rooms, I can only show you mine. It wouldn't be appropriate to show you my family's rooms. Yusheng nodded. Sui went to her room and pushed open the door. The first thing that came into view was a desk by the window. Sunlight slanted onto the wooden desktop, where a few books lay open, accompanied by a pen holder and sticky notes. A bookshelf near the window held rows of neatly arranged books that showed signs of actual use, not mere decoration. It's a bit messy, Sui said as she gathered a few books, though her tone didn't seem particularly concerned. Afterwards, Sui went down to the basement and showed Yusheng around. That's about it. They'll hang up now then. Yusheng nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, why did you ask me what animals I like earlier? Oh, that. Sui drew out her words, building suspense. What? Anyway, I'm going back to school tomorrow, so you'll find out then. That was as good as saying nothing. Then that's settled. But, Sui said unhurriedly. Yusheng replied softly. A few seconds of silence. Why haven't you hung up yet? Sui was walking up from the basement. Didn't you just say you'd hang up? Oh. Sui thought for a moment, recalling that indeed she had said so. See you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. The next second the call ended with a beep. Yusheng leaned to the side, her body like a kite with a broken string collapsing directly into the soft sofa. Staring at the ceiling, she began to ponder what Sui was really up to. Cats, foxes, rabbits. Why exactly these three? Letting her thoughts wander, the words cat girl and bunny girl suddenly flashed through her mind. She rolled over, lying face down on the sofa, her chin resting on a throw pillow, her fair calves swaying in the air. Could it be that Sue-E, feeling guilty for teasing her too much, had a change of heart and planned to cosplay as a little fox girl to soothe her wounded soul? That thought was utterly impossible. Most likely she was brewing some new mischief. Yusheng kneaded the pillow and buried her face in it. Why did she feel a little bit of anticipation? The next day, at 2 in the afternoon, Sue-E boarded a bullet train that stopped at Xinjiang. During the National Day holiday, some were traveling, some visiting family. Due to various reasons, the high-speed rail station was swarming with people. The loudspeakers played train schedules on a loop, and the chatter of passengers rose and fell. The carriage was also packed. The overhead racks were already stuffed to the brim, leaving her suitcase to sit sideways by her leg. This originally empty suitcase had been filled with clothes, fruits, and some snacks by Mrs. Yang the day before. Sue-E was certain that if she had complained about the trouble of bringing it, Mrs. Yang would still have secretly added more. Before leaving, Mrs. Yang nagged her again. She could almost recite it by heart. On this point, mothers all over the world are probably much the same. The train slowly started, and the scenery outside began to recede. It was a 2-hour journey, and Sue-E didn't buy any food from the train's catering. The prices alone killed her appetite. At 4 o'clock, the train arrived. Sue-E grabbed her suitcase and left the station, immediately messaging Yusheng. Sue-E, are you at the rental apartment? Yusheng, little girl, Sue-E, come over later. Let the gatekeeper know in advance. Yusheng, little girl, you're back. Sue-E, Yusheng, little girl, okay. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sue-E appeared at the door of 1501. When Yusheng opened the door, her eyes fell on Sue-E, who was dressed normally. No little fox girl cosplay. On second thought, even if she were going to cosplay, she probably wouldn't wear it out. Speaking of attire, Sue-E's outfit today was a bit different from usual. She wore a loose white shirt exuding a lazy yet aloof air. This was Mrs. Yang's choice. Her daughter was so beautiful in natural clothes, horse, it would be a shame not to try more styles. Yusheng stepped aside to let her in, but Sue-E didn't hurry to enter. Only then did Yusheng notice that Sue-E's left hand had been kept behind her back, as if deliberately hiding something. What are you holding? Yusheng leaned forward to look. Nothing. Sue-E's tone was flat, but a faint, enigmatic smile curved at the corner of her lips. The next second, she suddenly reached out, and with lightning speed, placed a fluffy object on Yusheng's head. Hey, what's that? Yusheng reached up to touch it, and her fingertips met soft, smooth fur. When she took it off, it was a pair of ear headdress. She instinctively thought it was cat ears, but looking closer, the tips were long and slender. Fox ears. Realization dawned, and she said to Sue-E, so that's why you asked me to choose animals earlier? Yeah. Sue-E took the headdress, placed it back on Yusheng's head, then walked into the room. It's yours. Huh. They suit you. Sue-E smiled. Afterward, as if to prove her point, she nudged Yusheng toward the guest bathroom. The guest bathroom was small, with white tiles reflecting a cold light. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yusheng was stunned for a moment. A pair of fox ears perched smartly among her hair, their light brown fur glistening under the light, the dark tips especially lively. The sweet features in the mirror suddenly took on a hint of slyness. Why didn't you buy a panda one? Why exactly those 3? Yusheng couldn't help asking. I didn't see a panda, but there was a red panda version, Sue said. There were also giraffe, koala, zebra, and such, but the designs were ridiculous and ugly. Wolf ears and dog ears didn't seem to fit your face. That makes sense. Yusheng reached up to take off the headdress, but Sue-E grabbed her hand. Don't take it off. Keep it on. Why, you wouldn't want. You? Yusheng was left speechless, shooting Sue-E a look of exasperation. This girl was incurably mischievous. Back in the living room, Sue-E, acting as if she owned the place, went to the dining table to pour herself a glass of water. Yusheng's gaze followed Sue-E as she passed the coffee table, suddenly freezing. When she had gone to open the door for Sue-E, she had left her phone on the coffee table. Since the screen was set to always in, it was still lit, showing a video of a girl in a short skirt dancing. However, because she had paused it, the frame was frozen with her leg lifted. Yusheng glanced at Sue-E, unsure if she had noticed. Feeling guilty, she picked up her phone and directly killed the app process. Just then Sue-E turned from the dining table, glanced at Yusheng's smooth, shapely legs revealed below her shorts, and said casually, nice legs. So she had seen it after all. Sue-E returned to the sofa with a glass of water, commandeering the TV without asking. Glancing at Yusheng, who was reading a novel, Sue-E asked, not watching videos anymore? Nothing interesting to watch. Oh. Sue-E nodded, then reached out and touched the ear on top of Yusheng's head. The texture was soft, the craftsmanship good. You should wear them all the time from now on, Sue-E said, adjusting the headdress position. I still need to go out. Yusheng reminded her tactfully. Her face alone already drew enough attention. If she wore these outside, the head turn rate would be off the charts. Sue-E rolled her eyes at Yusheng. I meant wear them at home. Who said to wear them out? On the way here with the headdress, many curious passers-by had already stared at Sue-E. Even though she was used to being looked at, she found the constant scrutiny a bit much. She almost regretted not putting the headdress in a paper bag beforehand. But if you ever want to wear them out, let me know. Soo-yi sat on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the television, but her hands refused to stay still. One moment, she would pinch Yu Sheng's cheek, the next she would toy with a pair of fuzzy faux animal ears. A faint blush crept across Yu Sheng's delicate face like a thin layer of rouge gently applied. Still so easy to tease. Soo-yi withdrew her hand and spoke casually. What about adding a tail for you? Ears alone feel like something's missing. Not interested, Yu Sheng replied expressionless. A tail isn't nice. Fluffy and always ready to swish. No, Yu Sheng countered. Why don't you wear a tail? Fine, Soo-yi didn't press. Suddenly recalling something, she asked with a smile. Has your cousin discovered the truth these past few days? Soo-yi was certain that at least on National Day, Yu Sheng had been with her cousin. Among close relatives it might be easier to notice some clues. No, Yu Sheng shook her head. But she knows I stayed out overnight. So careless. How did she find out? She came to pick me up at school and saw I was coming from off campus. I simply told her directly. Has she been to your place? Hearing the affirmative, Soo-yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Did she offer any profound opinions on your kitchen and fridge? No, Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then added. She's too lazy to cook herself. If Qin Wanqiu were to voice any opinion, it would probably be to tell Yu Sheng to buy a few cans of beer to chill. Oh, so she knows where you live. What if she comes by again someday? Won't you be constantly worried about being exposed? It's the same at school, Yu Sheng said. Besides, the complex has a security gate, she can't get in. Even in the worst-case scenario, if my cousin managed to sneak in, she couldn't open my door. Soo-yi found this reasonable. It applied to both Yu Sheng's cousin and herself. Every time before visiting, Yu Sheng had to notify the guard to let them in, giving her time to prepare. So Soo-yi had a brainwave and decided to ask for the spare access card that the property staff had given Yu Sheng. That's against the rules. Yu Sheng frowned. It can't be lent to outsiders. Oh. Soo-yi glanced at Yu Sheng. You don't want me to? I understand. Soo-yi's threat was practically a catchphrase by now. How could such icy words come from those 37-degree lips? Thus the animal-eared Yu Sheng had no choice but to get up, walk into the bedroom, open the drawer, and take out the spare access card. Staring at the two documents quietly lying inside, she recalled that both Soo-yi and her cousin had entered her room before and suddenly felt it was unsafe to leave them there. She casually tucked the two documents into the wardrobe, hiding them deeper inside. Returning to the living room, Yu Sheng handed over the access card. Soo-yi took it without even glancing, slipping it directly into her pocket with a naturalness, as if it had always been hers. You won't misuse it, will you? Yu Sheng couldn't help asking. Soo-yi looked up, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Soo-yi had arrived early, and after watching some variety shows, the sky had darkened. She patted Yu Sheng's bare thigh. Yu Sheng's delicate body immediately trembled. So sensitive. Soo-yi's lips curled into a smile. Yu Sheng opened her mouth. Soo-yi had patted her inner thigh, a place no one had ever touched. She decided to change the subject. What are you doing? Ordering takeout. Oh. Yu Sheng opened the food delivery app and like last time asked Soo-yi what she wanted. After ordering, Soo-yi looked at the t-shirt Yu Sheng was wearing and suggested. You should buy some more clothes. Those loose ones have big necklines, they don't fit well. Be careful or someone might see everything. Not likely. Yu Sheng was secretly scrolling through short videos again, swiping up, when a video of a beautiful woman dancing appeared. Why not? I've already seen it, Soo-yi said lightly. Yu Sheng's hand froze. What did you say? I said. Soo-yi dragged out her words. I've already seen it all. Seen what? Yu Sheng was still in disbelief. Soo-yi glanced at Yu Sheng's small chest. The places you shouldn't be looking at. When oi. Yu Sheng was stunned. The day I taught you piano. Why else do you think I stood behind you at first? I had to lean forward when you sat down to get the right angle. Soo-yi chuckled, a playful tone in her voice. But even though they're small and you don't need a bra, you could still give it a try. You? The animal-eared Yu Sheng abruptly sat up straight, covering her chest with both hands, her cheeks flushed. How could you do something like that? Why not? Soo-yi looked as if it were only natural. Seeing was believing, she couldn't be sure without seeing for herself. You? You even say it so nonchalantly. Don't you blush? Why should I blush? You pervert. So what do you want to do? I want to see you too. Yu Sheng huffed, her lips pressed tightly together, but her eyes dared not meet Soo-yi's. She just felt too aggrieved not to talk back. Soo-yi was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. She leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head to look at Yu Sheng. 3 words escaped her lips. I don't understand. Soo-yi's feigned ignorance was oddly endearing. Yu Sheng took the hint, turned her head, and scrolled through her phone, pretending to be engrossed. Why'd you think about it? Soo-yi asked again. Think about what? Buying clothes. Soo-yi was still leaning on the sofa, completely unguarded around Yu Sheng. You don't necessarily have to buy women's clothes, but at least pick some that fit. Of course it's best to buy a few women's clothes. You'll have to wear them sooner or later. Why not start getting used to it now? No. Yu Sheng didn't think so. Except for that one time for the system task when she had no choice but to wear women's clothing, she was still very resistant. No, that's not right. She was resistant even then. It had been barely over half a month since she became a girl. A male mindset still dominated. At least most of the time. Not surprised by the answer, Sue-e gently guided her. You can just buy them and leave them for now. You have to think about the future sometime. Yusheng thought for a moment and replied, all right. But even as she said it, she had already planned in her heart. She did need to buy well-fitting clothes, especially with the holiday sales. As for women's clothes, Sue-e wouldn't know if she actually bought them or not. When Sue-e asked later, she would just brush it off with, I bought them. Fine, Sue-e said. It's late today. Tomorrow we'll take you to the mall to shop. The next day in the afternoon, the sunlight was somewhat glaring, and the air still retained the stifling heat baked by the scorching sun. Yusheng had agreed to meet Sue-e at the mall, so she obediently stayed in her rented room waiting. Originally, she wanted to meet outside the residential area or at the school gate, but Sue-e insisted she wait at home. Yusheng felt that Sue-e, having obtained the access card, was eager to put it to the test. At the agreed time, light footsteps sounded outside the door. When she opened it, Yusheng saw Sue-e standing at the doorstep with a beaming smile, carrying a canvas bag in her hand. You didn't actually buy a tail, did you? Yusheng muttered to herself. Here you go. Sue-e handed the bag to Yusheng. There are still plenty of mooncakes left from the school. I brought you some. Oh, okay. Yusheng took it. Mid-Autumn Festival was coming soon. I forgot to ask you for the door lock password yesterday, Sue-e complained as she entered. In the end, I still had to have you open the door yourself. How about this, tell me the password or just record my fingerprint? That would be more convenient. Don't push your luck. Hey, you already gave me the access card. What's a password? Sue-e blinked with feigned innocence. Yusheng sized up the smiling Sue-e and said, what if one day I'm not dressed and you suddenly open the door? Huh. Sue-e's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. So you usually run around naked at home. No wonder it took you so long to open the door yesterday. After saying this, Sue-e cast a meaningful glance at the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room. No, Yusheng said helplessly. Don't let your imagination run wild. I was just giving an example. Anyway, I want the password, Sue-e said, plopping down on the sofa. Or else record my fingerprint. Alright, I'll send it to you on WeChat later. Good girl. Let's go then. Yusheng placed the canvas bag on the coffee table ready to head out. Wait. Sue-e casually took a mooncake from the bag, tore open the wrapper, and took a small bite. The mooncakes from the school were homemade by the cafeteria with a shelf life of only 3 days. This batch was specially made today for the students staying on campus. This mung bean paste one is pretty good, Sue-e commented. You should try it too. Oh, Yusheng also unwrapped one. Sue-e glanced at Yusheng and asked, why are you wearing long pants today? You are too. I'm used to wearing long pants. Me too. After finishing the mooncakes, the two headed out, going to the same mall near the school. The inside and outside of the automatic doors felt like two different seasons. Outside it was oppressively hot. Inside, a cool breeze hit them, carrying a faint fragrance that seeped into their pores. So many people, Yusheng sighed. It's National Day, Sue-e said, glancing at the cuddling young couples nearby. She suddenly turned to Yusheng and asked, wanna hold hands? Huh. It's crowded, so we won't get separated. Sue-e said it with a straight face, but then added, just for a little while. Well, let go once our hands get sweaty. Yusheng didn't refuse, nodding gently. Sue-e smiled and naturally took Yusheng's hand. The warmth transmitted through their palms, but the delicate touch made Yusheng instinctively tense up for a moment. As they walked further in, they saw a store seemingly holding an event with a long queue of young students at the entrance. Most of the students staying on campus during the National Day holiday were probably crowded into this mall to kill time. Sue-e didn't rush straight to the clothing section. Instead, she leisurely led Yusheng around the mall. For her, strolling through a mall was no different from walking down a street. The focus was never on buying, but on the act of strolling itself. Didn't you say you were taking me to buy clothes? Yusheng asked, turning her head. Yeah, Sue-e said with utter confidence, but I also want to look around and see what else there is. The two bought milk tea in the beverage area and wandered to the rest area on the 3rd floor. The sky outside the window was pale and large swaths of daylight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Several people carrying shopping bags sat on the sofas, some looking at their phones, others chatting quietly. Yusheng looked around and saw many girls in skirts. She then glanced down at Sue-e's long pants and on a whim asked, have you ever worn a skirt? Why are you asking about that? Just curious. I wore them when I was little, Sue-e nodded. But not much after that. Nightgowns don't count. My mom said I don't look good in skirts, especially short ones. I think so too. Oh. Yusheng only responded with a sound non-committal. Sue-e's features were of the cool, aloof type, carrying a sense of keep away. But she loved to laugh, and when she did, it was like ice and snow melting, greatly diluting that sense of detachment. As for other skirts, she wasn't sure, but Yusheng felt that short skirts would indeed look incongruous on her. I say all that, and you only reply with one word. Sue-e frowned. Boring. Can't you talk to me without being so reserved, eh? Then, Yu Sheng frantically searched her mind for something that sounded casual, but not forced. Finally, she blurted out 3 words, "Let me see your legs." Su-yi gave her a speechless look. "They'll show you tomorrow. Is that the only line you've got? Then let me see them in return." Yu Sheng mumbled softly. "Little pervert," Su-yi scolded. See, if she didn't say anything she got criticized, if she did say something she got scolded. It's really hard, you know. After a while, Su-yi leaned against the sofa, turned sideways to look at Yu Sheng, and suggested, "Let's take a selfie together." "Why, oi?" Yu Sheng looked bewildered. "For future use. If we ever encounter someone pestering us at school, we can use the photo to fend them off." She paused, smiling mischievously. "It'll work for both you and me. How are you planning to take it? How about I put my arm around you?" Su-yi raised an eyebrow. "Better not," Yu Sheng flatly refused. "Then you put your arm around me." "All right." Yu Sheng swallowed her Adam's apple, barely moving. She had no experience. She raised her hand and placed it on Su-yi's shoulder, as if she were putting an arm around a good buddy. Relaxed, Su-yi couldn't help but laugh at her nervous demeanor. "If you can't do the shoulder, you can put your arm around my waist." "Oh, okay." But Yu Sheng didn't know how to do that either. Her movements were stiff and her hand was placed too high. Su-yi looked down and reached out to pat the back of her hand. "Where are you putting your hand?" "Lower." Yu Sheng's face flushed with heat. She slowly moved her hand down until it touched the soft fabric at Su-yi's waist. "Yes, right there." Su-yi seemed to be deliberately teasing her, laughter spilling from the corners of her eyes. The two stood very close, and Yu Sheng's profile was reflected on the polished floor tiles of the mall. Su-yi raised her phone, aiming it at them. The frame captured their silhouettes shoulder to shoulder along with the bustling crowd in the mall not far away. "Look at the camera," Su-yi reminded her softly. Click. The sound of the shutter rang out, forever freezing this moment within that small square frame. After taking the photo, Su-yi glanced at the finished image on the screen, and a smug curve tugged at her lips, not bad enough to ward off a few unwanted admirers. Yu Sheng reached for the phone, but Su-yi swiftly turned away. "What are you grabbing for?" "I just wanted to see how it turned out. Could the photos I take ever be bad?" Su-yi raised an eyebrow. "Come on, time for the real business." The two of them turned into a clothing store. The lighting inside was soft and bright, making every garment's color appear exceptionally vivid. Su-yi pulled Yu Sheng toward the casual wear section. Her fingers darted swiftly among the racks, and in no time, she had picked out several neutral hoodies and casual pants. Gray, off-white, khaki, they were all understated colors. Then Su-yi handed Yu Sheng a pink hoodie. "This one suits you, it matches your vibe." Yu Sheng took it, glanced down at the price tag. It was acceptable, but the color? Maybe I could pick a different color. "No need to change." Su-yi waved her hand dismissively. "Pink isn't just for one gender anyway. Besides, you'll end up wearing it sooner or later. Even if I do wear women's clothes, I wouldn't necessarily choose pink." Yu Sheng protested weakly. The nearby sales assistant glanced at them, smiled, and approached. "Is there anything I can help you two with? Help my friend switch up her style." Su-yi tilted her chin toward Yu Sheng, her eyes crinkling with a grin. "Of course." The assistant offered a professional smile as she sized up Yu Sheng. "Your features are quite delicate. These neutral styles look good, but adding some brighter colors would make you seem more vibrant." Su-yi immediately chimed in with a right, as if she had found an ally, and turned to the assistant with a smile. "Could you help figure out what bright colors would suit her?" The assistant studied Yu Sheng. "This pink one is really nice." Or the assistant said, reaching for a loose light mint green hoodie from a nearby rack. "This color is bright, but not harsh. The cut is unisex, and it would go well with dark gray pants. Want to try it?" Su-yi promptly shoved both items along with the clothes and pants she had already picked into Yu Sheng's arms. "Go try them on." While changing in the fitting room, Su-yi kept asking from outside, "How's it going?" "What do you mean?" "It's just changing clothes," Yu Sheng replied through the curtain. "I can tell you're finding it a hassle." Su-yi's laughter carried a hint of teasing. "Hurry up." When she came out, the assistant's eyes lit up. "Hey, this one looks great. The shoulder line is perfect, and the fabric gives a clean, sharp look." Su-yi pushed Yu Sheng back in to try on the other outfits. After picking out several sets, Su-yi murmured to herself, still missing something. And what was missing soon became clear. Holding a few already selected items, Su-yi changed direction and led Yu Sheng toward a particular rack. The styles here were distinctly different. It was filled with warm-toned knitwear skirts and fitted jackets, a complete contrast to the previous section. "Why are you bringing me here?" Yu Sheng stopped immediately. "To buy women's clothes," Su-yi said matter-of-factly. "You can't dress like a guy every day. Switch it up once in a while. I'm not used to it. Trying won't cost you anything." Su-yi took down an apricot-colored knit top and pressed it into Yu Sheng's hands. "This matches your skin tone. It's very clean." The assistant also chimed in with a smile. "Give it a try, miss. You'll look lovely in it." Feeling a bit awkward but caught between Su-yi and the assistant's encouragement, Yu Sheng reluctantly entered the fitting room. When she came out, she kept her eyes lowered as if afraid of being seen by passers-by. Su-yi stared for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. "See, my judgment was spot on. It feels so weird." Yusheng muttered, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Weird is what makes it fresh. Su-yi first picked up a tweed-style jacket, then pulled out a matching Aline mini-skirt, handing both to Yusheng. Try this set together. A jacket with a skirt looks proper. By the time they walked out with their bags, Yusheng was carrying 3 different styles of women's clothing. Warm-toned knits, a fitted short skirt, and a cropped jacket. The Aline skirt had been vetoed. Logically, the shopping trip should have ended there. But Su-yi paused in the mall's atrium, her gaze landing on a lingerie shop nearby. The window displayed delicate little garments and pajamas, all in soft pastel hues. Let's go, she said, turning to Yusheng. Where? To buy lingerie, Su-yi declared matter-of-factly. You've bought women's clothes, are you not going to buy lingerie? No. Didn't you say I'm too small to need it? Yusheng's voice shot up, her face instantly flushed with resistance. Just give it a try? You don't want to. Su-yi didn't finish, just stared at Yusheng with a teasing glint in her eyes. Yusheng felt her ears burn under that gaze. After hesitating for a long while, she was half-dragged, half-pulled into the shop by Su-yi. The store had a faint, pleasant fragrance mixed with the smell of fabric. The walls were lined with a dazzling array of small garments from basic black and white to pink, cream, and light blue. A shop assistant approached her, gaze shifting between the two. Yusheng's shy demeanor gave it away, helping a friend pick. Yeah. Su-yi tilted her head toward Yusheng. It's her first time buying these, so I need to supervise. Yusheng opened her mouth, but couldn't get a word out. How about this one? Su-yi picked up a child's-sized garment, the kind that didn't even need a bust measurement. But Yusheng shook her head in rejection. No. Then this one. Su-yi switched to a seamless, smooth style in a very light cream color. The assistant nodded nearby. This one won't show under light-colored clothes, it's very practical. Yusheng hesitated, then feeling there was no escape, simply nodded. Try a few more. Su-yi selected several more items and guided Yusheng toward the fitting rooms. Don't be afraid of the trouble. Oh, let's get it all done today. The mirror in the fitting room was tall, and the lighting was soft. When Yusheng changed into the first piece, she stared at her reflection in the mirror, a bit at a loss. It suited her better than she had imagined, and it wasn't as hard to accept. Su-yi's voice came from outside. How is it? Not bad. Let me see. In your dreams. Yusheng refused from behind the curtain. Su-yi chuckled twice, didn't push further, but added lightly, they'll wait for you to come out and pay. By the time everything was bought, the bags in their hands had piled up into a small mountain. Yusheng felt that the day's itinerary had been completely arranged by Su-yi, leaving her no room to refuse from start to finish. Tired, Su-yi glanced at her. Let's go back and get something cold to drink. Yusheng hummed in agreement, saying nothing more. She felt that at least half of what they had bought today was just to satisfy Su-yi's own interest. Su-yi, on the other hand, looked thoroughly content. Carrying several shopping bags for Yusheng, she walked ahead with a light, brisk step, as if she had just come out of an amusement park. As they walked out from the atrium, the shop that had been crowded earlier was now thronged with far fewer people. A large poster stood by the entrance, its vivid red background emblazoned with 4 bold characters. Double Festival Special Offer. Beneath which was written Reunion Gift Box, buy one get one free, accompanied by models of boxes tied with golden ribbons, exuding an air of festivity. Yusheng glanced at it and quickly looked away. No wonder so many people had been queuing. Buying gift boxes for the holidays was an ideal choice for giving. As they approached the mall's entrance, Su-yi suddenly stopped and pointed to one side. There are claw machines over there. Yusheng paused mid-step, following Su-yi's direction. The area was bustling with people, obscuring most of her view, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Su-yi added, let's go play. Yusheng then followed Su-yi. She was rather surprised that Su-yi would be interested in this. She had always thought Su-yi wasn't the type to voluntarily play claw machines. Perhaps it was because she had been teased so often that she forgot Su-yi also had a girlish heart. In a corner of the mall, 3 claw machines stood side by side. Their glass was clear, revealing a plethora of plush toys inside, with colorful lights swirling within. Su-yi shoved her shopping bag into Yusheng's hands, casually chose a machine, and pulled out her phone to scan a QR code. Yusheng had last played a claw machine as a child. This was her first time learning that modern machines had evolved to accept QR code payments. She glanced at the other 2 machines and noticed the toys inside differed. One was themed around cartoon animals, another with anime characters from a certain country, and the last was a motley collection of various brands. Su-yi took the chance while scanning to ask, can you grab one? No. Yusheng shook her head. Su-yi said nothing more. She manipulated the joystick, moving the claw to hover above a blue fat character leaning against the glass edge. This claw machine was themed around anime from a certain country. Under Su-yi's expectant gaze, the claw descended shakily, landing on the side of the blue fat character, precisely catching one of its round little hands. Yet as the claw tightened and lifted, the character dropped halfway, crashing back into place. Su-yi blinked undeterred and began a second attempt. Her target remained the blue fat character. This time she aimed longer, waiting for the claw to stabilize before pressing the button, accurately seizing the small bell around its neck. The claw moved toward the exit. The blue fat character dropped prematurely again. Su-yi turned back and glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng looked down at the floor tiles, remaining silent. Third try. Fourth try. Until the attempts were exhausted, the character's position barely shifted. Su-yi wasn't annoyed as she pulled out her phone to scan again, saying to Yusheng, "You give it a try." "I can't do it. Just treat it as fun. It's not like we have to catch one." So Yusheng set the shopping bag on the ground. She stepped up to the machine and operated it. The claw released. It descended. It brushed past the blue fat character. Empty claw. They exchanged glances. Su-yi couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. "Don't laugh," Yusheng said, deeply embarrassed, feeling foolish. Su-yi pursed her lips, controlling her expression. That last one seemed like the guaranteed strong grip. Yusheng nodded, having noticed too. The claw had tightened firmly, its grip entirely different from before. The machine had no continuous guarantee mechanism, and soon Yusheng exhausted her attempts, still failing to catch one. Two novices utterly clueless about claw machine techniques. This machine also had an anti-swing plate preventing them from mimicking a swinging motion. They took turns scanning the QR code one after another, the number of attempts steadily increasing. The blue fat character was jostled repeatedly, sometimes nudged to the edge, other times bouncing back. Occasionally the claw would grip tightly, but it always loosened just before reaching the exit. By Su-yi's fifth scan, Yusheng opened her mouth, wanting to say, maybe we should just give up. They had spent so much money, it was already a losing deal. She suspected the machine was broken, taking so long to trigger a guaranteed catch. But Su-yi seemed to be in good spirits, completely unbothered. Now two girls were using the machine next to theirs. Compared to Su-yi and Yusheng, they were far more excited. Su-yi's mindset was indeed excellent. The money spent on several scans hadn't even used up today's earnings from Yubao. At worst, she'd spend several times the price to snag the toy. After all, it was mainly for fun. Just then a guy in a trendy hoodie walked over, a smug smile on his face, flicking his hair with self-perceived charm. "You two don't know how to play, do you? I can teach you, there's a trick to it." He had been observing for a while, convinced these two girls were clueless, perfect for him to show off. He planned to use Hansen teaching as an excuse to touch their hands. Yusheng glanced at him sideways. The guy's looks were passable, but he was far too greasy. Who in their right mind sports a slick-back hairstyle? She instinctively stepped back and politely but firmly declined, "No need, thanks." Su-yi didn't even spare him a glance, nor did she speak, continuing to manipulate the joystick. The guy froze for 2 seconds, his smile turning awkward. Having only seen their backs from afar, he now realized up close that both girls were stunning. He stood no chance. Feeling humiliated, he turned and left. The two girls at the neighboring machine had witnessed the scene, expecting the guy to hit on them, but he walked straight past without a glance. They exchanged a look and resumed their game. Indeed, only the beautiful have a youth worth remembering. Yusheng and Su-yi continued playing. Before long, only one last attempt remained. It was Su-yi's turn to operate. The claw descended slowly, first brushing past the blue fat character's head, then shifting back, seemingly aligning with the middle of its belly. A poor position. With a faint sound of metal parts engaging, the claw tightened, this time holding steady. The moment the blue fat character was lifted, neither spoke, both staring as it swayed in the air. As it reached the exit, it dropped securely into the chute. Yusheng let out a breath, part surprise, part relief. Su-yi bent down, retrieved the blue fat character, its plush texture filling her palm. She looked at it for a second, then handed it to Yusheng. "For you." "Huh." Yusheng was taken aback. "Don't like this one." Su-yi looked puzzled, as if genuinely considering the matter. No, Yusheng accepted it, holding it in her arms. The short fur of the blue fat character was a bit cool, but very soft. The sensation against her arm, stirring an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was this right? Back in the rental apartment, Yusheng first placed the blue fat cat on the sofa. Its round body leaned against the backrest, slightly askew because she hadn't set it straight, which looked rather adorable. Then she carried a pile of shopping bags into the bedroom. She tossed several neutral tops and pants directly onto the bed. A few garments were already scattered there, as she was never overly concerned with order as long as she could find what she needed. Even if she tidied up on a whim someday, it would soon descend into chaos again. However, she carefully put away intimate items like underwear. After all, both Su-yi and her cousin had entered her bedroom, and she still had some sense of shame. As for those few pieces of women's clothing, she stuffed them into the innermost part of the wardrobe. The smaller garments were even more embarrassing. Just glancing at them made her face burn with heat. Previously, the innocent Yusheng's acceptance of such items had only existed in her imagination. Notably, among the small clothes Su-yi had chosen for Yusheng, one piece was particularly eye-catching. It was a tie-string style, a halter neck top. The thin string would tie at the back of the neck, and with a single tug, though it had support, and wouldn't slip. What if it did? She stared at it for 2 seconds, suddenly felt her face flush, and decisively slammed the wardrobe door shut, pretending she hadn't seen it. After tidying up, Yusheng returned to the living room. Su-yi was lounging on the sofa, her long legs resting on the edge of the coffee table, snapping a few photos of the blue fat cat with her phone. Yusheng thought Su-yi wasn't even pretending anymore. The first time she came to check the apartment, she at least sat up straight. She walked over and sat down, unable to resist, asking, how did that photo you took at the mall turn out? Sui glanced at Yusheng. You were in the frame, don't you know how it looks? The final shot feels different from what's in the viewfinder, right? Yusheng murmured softly, and you didn't even show it to me after taking it. Sui paused, then handed her phone to Yusheng, her voice carrying a rare hint of guilt. See for yourself. Sui's expression was calm, but Yusheng caught an unusual trace of shyness. She took the phone and scrolled through the photos. On the screen, the two of them were leaning together. The composition wasn't particularly refined, nor was the lighting deliberately handled. It seemed more like a candid moment. Yet the two figures in the picture managed to elevate the overall appeal through sheer good looks. The people looked attractive, but the photo lacked a cohesive ambience. This was understandable, even expected. After all, Sui never took selfies, and her photography skills, if shown to her cousin, would likely face disdain. Yusheng returned the phone to Sui. Suddenly she realized something was off. When Sui took the photo, she said it was to deter harassment, and both of them could use it. But now only Sui had the picture. So Yusheng said, send it to me. Alright. Sui opened WeChat, entered the chat with Yusheng, accessed the album, and deliberately selected the original quality. Just as she was about to send it, she stopped. Forget it, let's take another one with your phone. Sui tried to blame the poor quality of her photo on her phone. Sure. Yusheng pulled out her phone and handed it to Sui. Honestly, she knew nothing about photography. Her most common use of the camera was scanning QR codes, and she almost never opened it otherwise. In contrast, Sui at least took pictures of scenery and knew to long press the screen to focus. She was definitely better than Yusheng. This time let's do shoulder hugs, Sui said. Arm around the waist, and your hand might wander to places it shouldn't. I never. Yusheng's face flushed, and she wanted to defend herself, but feared it would only make things worse. She hadn't meant to, and besides, she hadn't actually touched anything. Without further ado, Sui took Yusheng's phone and prepared to snap a picture. Hurry up, Sui said. Let me get in the mood, Yusheng replied. What's there to prepare? Sui chuckled. Hold tighter, so it doesn't look like casual arm draping. I'll try. Yusheng raised her hand and placed it on Sui's shoulder. Through the fabric, she could feel the firmness beneath the soft skin. Sui's figure was slender, so her shoulder felt bony. But Yusheng's embrace was awkward, her arms stiff as a puppet's. Move your hand a bit closer, Sui adjusted Yusheng's hand position. After a few shots, Sui still found them unsatisfactory, so they changed angles and poses around the room. After all, they were in Yusheng's rental apartment with no one watching, so they could take as many as they liked. Finally, they chose one that both found pleasing and called it done. By the way, Sui stretched lazily after taking the picture, changing the subject. The school sports meet is at the end of this month. Registration starts after National Day. Are you going to participate? I haven't heard about it, Yusheng said, puzzled. Your class committee probably hasn't announced it yet. The student council is already preparing. I see. Do you plan to sign up? Sui asked again. No ID, just be cannon fodder. Yusheng was still participating in school activities as a male, so she could only enter the men's group. Competing in physical events with a female body was simply asking for trouble. You could casually sign up for a track event and have your roommate run for you, Sui suggested seriously. Isn't that risky? What if we get caught? Who would bother to report it? It's foolproof. Forget it, Yusheng waved her hand. It wasn't that she was cowardly, but she couldn't find a suitable substitute. Setting aside whether anyone would agree, among her roommates Gokuen and Zhao Hingyu were like her, preferring to stay in the dorm and lacking athletic ability. As for Shun Liuchuan, despite his long legs and a name fit for a CEO novel protagonist, among virtues, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor, at least the physique aspect wasn't his strong suit. He could easily pass physical fitness tests, but asking him to compete in the sports meet was beyond his capability. Sui only mentioned it casually and didn't press further. They continued chatting their topics, drifting to trivial matters. Sui unwrapped another mooncake and said to Yusheng, you should eat these soon. They're from the school cafeteria, made without preservatives, so they won't last long. By evening, Yusheng noticed Sui was still sitting there with no intention of leaving. She deftly pulled out her phone. What do you want to eat? Anything, Sui said. Oh dear. What was anything? Yusheng broke into a cold sweat. Sui added, you really need to buy some frozen food. I've told you many times, but you haven't. Or at least get some seasonings and cook for yourself instead of always ordering takeout. Got it. Evening. Sui wasn't watching any variety show, nor had she decided on a new drama to follow. The sofa sat empty, and the living room was unusually quiet. Can I have a taste of yours? Which one? That one of yours looks pretty big. Go ahead, help yourself. On the dining table, 2 takeout containers steamed, their aromas mingling in the air. Yusheng was eating with her head down the plastic box before her, filled with glistening spare ribs coated in thick sauce. Sui's gaze settled on one of the ribs, and she picked it up with her chopsticks. They each had their own set meal. Perched atop Yusheng's head was a pair of fluffy fox ear headpieces. The soft fur shimmered faintly under the light, looking rather adorable. Yet Yusheng's expression was anything but cute. She ate with her head lowered, a trace of helplessness flickering in her brows. This was certainly not voluntary. She was entirely under Su-Yi's tyranny. Su-Yi ate her meal, her gaze drifting to the top of Yusheng's head from time to time. How utterly infuriating, Yusheng cursed inwardly. Next time she had to put up a fight, even if just symbolically, to let Su-Yi know she wasn't without limits. Just as she was thinking this, Su-Yi put a rib into her mouth and said casually, "From now on, wear women's clothes at home. No one will see you anyway." Yusheng's chopsticks paused mid-bite, and she immediately grew wary. "Let's just forget it. What are you afraid of?" Su-Yi asked as if it were a casual question, but her eyes were observing Yusheng's reaction. "It feels weird," Yusheng murmured. "You'll get used to it," Su-Yi said with a smile, leaving no room for negotiation. "They'll give you a day to prepare mentally. I want to see it tomorrow. Haven't you already seen it?" Yusheng had tried on clothes at the mall with Su-Yi present the entire time. Su-Yi had seen the effect of every outfit, even those Yusheng didn't buy. "Can I see it again? Can I refuse, eh?" "No," Su-Yi cut her off firmly without even looking up. After the meal, Yusheng stacked the empty takeout containers and stuffed them into a trash bag. Su-Yi took the bag, saying she'd take it downstairs on her way. Then she picked up her phone to browse for new shows. The living room lights were bright, yet somehow Yusheng felt that Su-Yi's words, "I want to see it tomorrow," kept echoing in her ears, refusing to fade away. The next day, the Mid-Autumn Festival. The weather was clear, the sun blazing. Yusheng had tossed and turned in bed all night, spending the entire evening mentally preparing herself, trying to convince herself inwardly. "It's just at home, no one else will see me, what's the big deal?" She repeated thoughts like these dozens of times before finally managing to close her eyes. As it turned out, Su-Yi never came over today. Word had it that an international competition was being held locally, requiring thousands of volunteers recruited from major universities. Most of the student council's core members hadn't returned to campus yet, and with a temporary shortage of hands, Su-Yi had volunteered to help with on-campus recruitment, posting information, organizing application forms. Yusheng didn't get up until nearly noon. After washing up, she sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Seeing Su-Yi's message, she muttered under her breath, said, "I'd get to show my legs," but it was just an empty promise. All that anticipation for nothing. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, Shin Wanxiu sent another red packet. This time the cover had words on it. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Yusheng tapped to collect it. 6 yuan and 60 cents. Yusheng, sis, you're so stingy. Wanxiu, I'm broke. Wanxiu, so poor. Yusheng, serves you right. Yusheng, who told you to spend without checking your wallet first? Wanxiu, none of your business. Yusheng, oh. Wanxiu, I've sent you 2 red packets, now send me 1 back. Yusheng, do you even hear yourself? Yusheng, you're a working adult asking a student for a red packet. Wanxiu, ahem. Wanxiu, what's your campus scenery like? Yusheng, it's just average. Yusheng, why do you ask? Yusheng, just average. Yusheng, why do you ask? Wanxiu, come with me to your campus tonight. Yusheng, you're still in Xinjiang. Wanxiu, I'm heading back tomorrow. Wanxiu, what? Yusheng, nothing. Thinking about it, it made sense. She had come to Xinjiang for a 3-day trip, but was out early and back late. Her cousin, though, stayed in the hotel until noon and only went out in the afternoon, making it a half-day trip every day. By that logic, it was perfectly reasonable for her to still be in Xinjiang. Wanxiu, will you come with me? Yusheng, you can go on your own. Wanxiu, but walking the paths you take every day all alone. It feels like something's missing. Here she goes again. Yusheng hesitated. She really didn't feel like going out, so she started making things up. Yusheng, actually, I already have plans. Her cousin replied in a flash. Wanxiu, who? Wanxiu, what time? Wanxiu, where? Yusheng, that girl you saw before. Yusheng silently apologized in her heart, sorry, Su-Yi. A shield should work both ways, right? Wanxiu, I knew you two had something special. Yusheng. Wanxiu, perfect, let's all go together tonight. I'd like to meet her too. Yusheng. Wanxiu, is that inconvenient? Wanxiu, where are you meeting? Wanxiu, oh, don't tell me it's at your rental place. Yusheng, no. Yusheng, it's perfectly convenient. Wanxiu, great, let's set a specific time. Yusheng covered her face. There was no backing out now. After dealing with her cousin, she braced herself and sent a message to Su-Yi. Yusheng, you there? Su-Yi, I'm here. Yusheng, do you have time tonight? Su-Yi, yes. Su-Yi, what's up? Yusheng, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Yusheng, how about we stroll around campus and look at the moon? Su-Yi, sure. Su-Yi, are you wearing women's clothes? Yusheng, no. Su-Yi, going that wild? Su-Yi, where do you plan to take them off? Yusheng. No. Yusheng, there's someone else coming with me. Su-Yi. Yusheng, my cousin. She insists on meeting you. Su-Yi. Yusheng, she saw you that day before you entered the station. Yusheng, she probably got the wrong idea. Su-Yi, got it. Yusheng, so. Su-Yi, it's fine. Yusheng, is 7 in the evening okay? Seeing that Su-Yi had agreed, Yusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had learned her lesson from this experience. Next time she made something up, she'd have to invent someone her cousin had never heard of. By evening nearing 7 o'clock, the sky had fully darkened. Yusheng arrived at the school gate 10 minutes early, waiting under the street lamp. Before long, Shin Wanxiu appeared. She wore a beige knit sweater, her pace as leisurely as ever, a cup of milk tea in her hand. Have you been waiting long? Qin Wanxiu approached her gaze, sweeping over Yusheng from head to toe, a sly smile curling on her lips. Why are you dressed so student-like? I am a student after all, Yusheng replied, pocketing his phone and tilting his body slightly. Let's go. The two entered the school gate one after the other. With her face, Qin Wanxiu had no trouble slipping in. The night wind carried a chill lamplight, casting shadows on the campus paths as figures drifted by. Just as they reached the square in front of the library, Yusheng spotted Su-yi standing on the steps looking at her phone. She called out and waved. Here you are, Su-yi said, walking over. She glanced at Yusheng, then at Qin Wanxiu, her gaze pausing between them for half a second. And this is my cousin, Yusheng replied. She wanted to visit Gan University tonight, and we happened to run into each other. Oh hello, Su-yi nodded. Qin Wanxiu returned the nod. They exchanged brief greetings and began to wander around. Qin Wanxiu was restrained, asking no probing questions and making no inquiries about Su-yi. She was still unaware that Yusheng had already revealed her secret. She believed that in Su-yi's eyes their meeting was merely a coincidence. Gan University's campus was not large. The main teaching building's library and living quarters formed a single line, and a full circuit took little time. The three arrived at the sports field. The field was bustling with activity. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and several student clubs had set up a small open-air stage for performances with lights shining in a riot of colors. On stage some sang, others danced, and nearby, people handed out mooncakes, their fragrance mingling with the crowd's clamor and drifting through the air. A circle of spectators had formed, occasionally clapping in rhythm with the performances. Midway through, Qin Wanxiu, feeling thirsty after her milk tea, went off to buy water. She left Yusheng alone with Su-yi sitting on a bench by the command platform. Did you wear it today, Su-yi suddenly asked. Yusheng was taken aback. Wear what? Underwear, Su-yi said with a mischievous grin. If you're not going out in women's clothes, at least wear that. I did, Yusheng nodded. Oh. Su-yi seemed slightly surprised, studying Yusheng for 2 seconds before suddenly reaching for his collar. Let me see. Sensing danger, Yusheng immediately clutched his chest and cried out, don't. But he was a step too late. Su-yi had already pulled open his collar and glanced inside. She released her grip and the fabric snapped back into place. Liar, she said flatly. You're clearly not wearing any. Say something. You? Yusheng was momentarily speechless, his face flushed bright red. How could you do that? Qin Wanxiu returned with 3 bottles of water, handing one to each of them. She had originally wanted to buy beer for herself, but felt it would be inappropriate to drink in front of Su-yi. Later she discovered the campus convenience store didn't sell beer. As she sat back down despite the dim light, Qin Wanxiu noticed that Yusheng's face seemed slightly flushed. These two. So impatient. What intimate things did they do while I was buying water? But she didn't call it out, pretending to know nothing as she looked up at the night sky. The moon is so round tonight. Afterward the three circled the field a few more times as the crowd gradually dispersed and the lights dimmed. Su-yi bid farewell and returned to her dorm. Yusheng and Qin Wanxiu walked out of the school gate. Suddenly Qin Wanxiu stopped and spoke with earnest concern. I have no problem with you being in a relationship, but be careful. Don't end up with any consequences. Yusheng was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Wanxiu let out a knowing chuckle, her tone meaningful. If there's something you're too embarrassed to buy, I can get it for you. Just remember to use it sparingly. Huh. Qin Wanxiu didn't respond further, thinking to herself, just keep playing dumb. Back at the rental, Yusheng changed into slippers, scrolled through his phone for a while, then went into the bathroom to shower. About 10 minutes later his phone rang. Hello. Yusheng answered, putting it on speaker. What are you doing? Qin Wanxiu asked suspiciously. Why is there so much water noise? I'm taking a shower, Yusheng said, turning off the tap. You bring your phone into the shower? I didn't want to miss any important messages, Yusheng replied. What do you want this time? Cut the crap. Tell the security guard I'm your cousin. He doesn't believe me and won't let me in. Yusheng explained to the guard, and his cousin was allowed into the compound. The call was still connected. Yusheng asked, why are you back again? You're not going home for National Day, and you didn't bring any winter clothes. I'm here to bring you some. Why didn't you give them to me earlier? I forgot to bring them. What Qin Wanxiu meant by forgot was that she had never packed Yusheng's clothes to bring to Xinjiang in the first place. She had just made a quick trip to a clothing store to buy 2 outfits. If Yusheng found out, he would definitely retort, "Can I buy them myself?" At the door of 1501, Qin Wanxiu messaged Yusheng for the password before successfully entering. Stepping into Yusheng's bedroom, she heard from the bathroom, where the water was roaring, a voice call out, "Don't come in." As if I want to see you, Qin Wanxiu muttered, rolling her eyes at the air. She opened the wardrobe and hung up the clothes when she suddenly noticed a corner of fabric peeking out from deep inside, something that didn't match Yusheng's usual style. She pulled it out, and it was a piece of women's clothing. Qin Wanxiu's eyes widened. Little Sheng has a hobby like this. But on second thought it made sense. Su-yi must have asked him to wear it. She had already learned Su-yi's name from Yusheng. Little Sheng is so pretty, it's no wonder some girl might have thought of dressing him in women's clothes. Tisk, the young couple certainly knows how to have fun. With that thought, Shin Wancho stuffed the clothes back, but then noticed something suspicious. Beneath the clothes there seemed to be a file folder. She pulled it out. The lamplight fell on the paper, glaringly harsh. Silence. A long silence. Then Shin Wancho took out her phone and photographed her discovery. At that moment the sound of water from the bathroom suddenly diminished. Shin Wancho quickly put everything back in its place, took out the 2 outfits, tossed them onto Yusheng's bed, and closed the wardrobe door. She feigned that nothing had happened. By the time Yusheng emerged from the bathroom in his pajamas, his cousin was no longer in the bedroom. Sis, Yusheng called out. Are you still here? The living room. The lights were bright, yet they couldn't dispel the chill creeping down Shin Wancho's spine. She sat on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the few photos she had just taken, zooming in and out repeatedly, without blinking, afraid she might have misseen. No matter how she looked, the words seemed etched onto the screen crystal clear. Shin Wancho pursed her lips, saved the photos to a private album, returned to the home screen, and opened the browser. She typed keywords into the search bar, checking each one. Search results flooded in, each like a heavy blow, making her breath unconsciously quicken. Just then Yusheng's voice came from the bedroom. Sis, are you still here? In the living room. Shin Wancho locked the screen and placed the phone face down on her lap, trying to keep her tone calm. Yusheng walked into the living room and, seeing her cousin neither on her phone nor watching TV, asked, "What are you doing?" Shin Wancho's mind was a mess, unsure what to say. Suddenly feeling parched, she said, "I'm so thirsty. Is there any water?" "Oh, there is." Yusheng turned to get water, slightly puzzled. Hadn't her cousin just finished a bottle of water? How could she be thirsty again so quickly? On the dining table were 2 cups. One Yusheng had used, and the other Sue-yi had used. Every time Sue-yi visited, she always used that same cup, or it had practically become her exclusive one. Yusheng fetched a new cup, poured water for her cousin. Shin Wancho took several big gulps before finally recovering a bit. Setting down the cup, she stared at Yusheng's face without expression, as if trying to see through her. Though her gaze was very gentle, Yusheng still felt uneasy. "Why are you staring at me?" Without saying anything. "I'm going back to Dansho tomorrow." Shin Wancho forced a smile, trying to sound natural. "Can I look at you a bit longer? I didn't even see you during the summer break." "Fine. Your mom specifically asked me to check what you're up to, not coming home for National Day." Hearing this, Yusheng's heart tightened. "You didn't tell my mom about my renting a place, did you?" "Don't worry, I said I wouldn't." After a moment of silence, Shin Wancho suggested, "Little Sheng, let's take a selfie together." "Why, oi? Don't wanna." "It's not that." "Then go change your clothes." "Are you going to show it to someone?" "No." "Then I'll just wear my pajamas." "Fine." Shin Wancho's selfie skills were clearly better than Yusheng's and Sue-yi's. She took only one shot, and it achieved the effect she wanted. After that, Shin Wancho didn't stay long. She finished her water and took her leave. Exiting the residential complex, she initially planned to save money by taking the bus, but after standing by the roadside for a few minutes, she eventually hailed a taxi. Back at the hotel, she threw herself onto the bed, tossing and turning, unable to stop the chaotic thoughts racing through her mind. Glancing at the time, it was still early, so she made a call. The phone connected quickly. "Hello, Auntie." "Chiyojo. It's me. What's the matter? Calling so late?" For Ms. Shin, anything past 9 was considered late, and that standard could only be stretched to 9:30 at most. "Auntie." Shin Wancho hesitated for a few seconds before speaking softly. "Have you received any unexpected news lately?" "What news?" "That pork prices have gone up at the market." "Not that." "Is there a problem at work?" "No, it's about Yusheng." "Oh, then go ahead." Shin Wancho paused. "It's hard to explain in a few words. After we hang up, I'll send you some pictures on WeChat and you'll understand." The photos were still in the private album. Shed, pull them out and send them later. "What is it?" Ms. Shin asked curiously. "You sound so troubled." "Something big." Shin Wancho had promised Yusheng she wouldn't report small matters to her aunt, but today, this clearly fell outside the scope of small matters. "Alright, tell me on WeChat then." "Okay." Beep. The call ended. Old Yu, scratching his back with a back scratcher, glanced at Ms. Shin and asked curiously, "What's Chiyojo up to calling so late? Is Sheng in trouble at school and too afraid to come home?" "I don't know." Ms. Shin frowned. "Chiyojo is being all mysterious and I can't make sense of it." A minute later, new messages kept popping up on the phone. The old couple squeezed together on the sofa, staring at the screen. "Move over." Ms. Shin pushed Old Yu, annoyed that he was blocking her. "It's so hot." "Then forward the pictures to me." Old Yu pushed back without backing down. "These have Sheng's name on them." Ms. Shin's tone carried a hint of gravity. "Is this real?" Old Yu grew serious too upon seeing the images. "He'll call to ask again." Ms. Shin opened her contacts. Shin Wancho answered immediately and replied very earnestly, "It's real, I photographed the originals. And I'm pretty sure this isn't some prank by Yusheng. When I found them, they were hidden deep in the wardrobe. If she were playing a trick to let me find them, she'd have put them somewhere more obvious." Another few seconds of silence. Ms. Shin finally believed it and asked, Then how can Sheng Sheng still live in the dorm with this situation? She thought Qin Wanqiu had visited Yu Sheng's dorm and was referring to the dormitory wardrobe. She's renting an apartment off campus, Qin Wanqiu said. This shouldn't count as breaking my promise, right? Auntie asked. Qin Wanqiu thought to herself. They chatted a bit more. Alright, I'll hang up now, Qiuqiu. Let me digest this. Okay. The call ended. The living room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, old Yu broke it. I just checked the medical terms and codes and these are real. Ms. Qin pursed her lips. How could Sheng Sheng not tell us about something this big? Think about it. Sheng Sheng didn't even come home for National Day. She was afraid of being caught if she met us. Old Yu looked at her. I think Sheng Sheng just doesn't want us to know for now. But this? Ms. Qin paused, frowning deeply. She'll have to face it eventually. I know. Old Yu sighed. But I'm afraid she's not mentally ready yet. Pushing too hard will only backfire. They exchanged a glance as if reaching a silent consensus. So we pretend not to know. Yeah. Old Yu nodded as if reassuring both Ms. Qin and himself. Sheng Sheng can handle it herself. Ms. Qin silently picked up the remote and turned off the TV, plunging the entire living room into an eerie stillness. The rental apartment. After seeing her cousin off, Yu Sheng suddenly realized something. She hurried back to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Turning around, she spotted two new unfamiliar thick coats thrown on the bedhead and let out a sigh of relief. Good. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Sue-yi found no drama that piqued her interest, so she simply didn't come to the rental apartment. Yu Sheng's pace of life quieted down considerably as a result. Eating, sleeping, scrolling through her phone. Time slipped by in a flash. Ms. Qin, however, had transferred 2 months' worth of living expenses to her in one go and sent messages every few days checking in on her with tender care. Probably she had stumbled upon another tear-jerking short video about the gray-haired mourning the black-haired. Yu Sheng accepted everything Ms. Qin offered without question. Whatever her mother gave she took. Blissful. On the last day of the holiday, at noon, a messages suddenly popped up in the dormitory group chat. Gokuin black question mark emoji. Gokuin am back at school. Gokuin, why haven't any of you returned yet? Zhao you on the way. Zhao you almost there. Shun Liuchuan 1 Gokuin, Yu Sheng. Gokuin, what about you? Yu Sheng, I never went back. Yu Sheng, are you forgetful, or what? Gokuin, oh. Yu Sheng opened the chat interface with Sue-yi again. Yu Sheng coming over today. Sue-yi, no. Sue-yi miss me that much. Sue-yi, or are you just dying to wear women's clothes again? Yu Sheng, you promised to show me your legs. Yu Sheng, when will you make good on that? After waiting a while, Sue-yi didn't reply. Yu Sheng scratched her head, wondering if she had pushed too far. The next second, Sue-yi image slurp. Yu Sheng clicked on it, zoomed and savored the sight, and saved it. All in one smooth motion. In the afternoon, Yu Sheng carried the leftover mooncakes back to dormitory 404. Sue-yi had brought too many that day, and she couldn't finish them alone. The printed shelf life on the packaging was 3 to 5 days, but in reality, they could last a bit longer. Still, Yu Sheng thought it best to get rid of them sooner rather than later, so she decided to share them with her roommates. When she arrived at the dorm, Zhao Hengyu and Shun Luchuan still hadn't shown up. When they sent their messages, they hadn't even left home yet. As fellow townsmen from the neighboring city, it took them less than half an hour to reach Qianjiang by high-speed rail. Gokuin was squatting by his chair, organizing his luggage. When he saw Yu Sheng, he immediately raised a hand to greet her. Yo, what did you bring back? Some leftover mooncakes to share with you guys. Yu Sheng placed the canvas bag on Gokun's desk. Hearing this, Gokuin pulled a box of mooncakes from his suitcase and said while opening it, I don't know what my mom was thinking this year. She bought 5 boxes of mooncakes. We ate them until yesterday and still had 3 left, so I brought them all back. Then you'll have even more trouble finishing them now. Yu Sheng climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in Sue-yi's soft blanket. Yu Sheng, Gokuin called out, looking up at her. What? Yu Sheng asked. After a few days apart, I feel like you're looking more and more like a girl. Gokuin stroked his chin as if pondering something. Honestly, the moment you walked in just now, I thought some girl had wandered into the wrong dorm building. What are you trying to say? I'm thinking. Gokuin paused. Is there a chance you're actually a girl, but for some reason you had no choice but to disguise yourself as a guy to attend university? Diagnosis: too many TV dramas. But what if? Yeah, you're right. I actually went to Thailand for gender reassignment surgery, and now I'm a girl. Puffed. Which girl who's had surgery would still be as flat as a board? Why aren't you saying anything? Just curse me or something. Not long after, the dorm door swung open, and Zhao Hengyu and Shun Luchuan walked in one after the other. I'm back. Zhao Hengyu greeted them in a fairly good mood. He set down his suitcase, then immediately changed the subject. Too bad, I still couldn't escape my mom's arrangement to visit relatives. Didn't you go to Guizhou province for National Day? Gokuin asked. From the posts on Zhao Hengyi's moments, Gokuin had learned that he went traveling. Yeah, I just got back the day before yesterday, and my mom had me visiting relatives. Zhao Hengyu shrugged helplessly. Even my grandma's cat didn't recognize me. Shun Luchuan also chuckled. I was fine. I stayed home and occasionally ran errands for the family. Yu Sheng asked casually, didn't go anywhere to have fun. Zhao Hongyu then noticed Yusheng lying on the bed. Hey, why are you back in the dorm today? I brought you guys mooncakes. After answering Zhao Hongyu, Yusheng repeated the question to Shen Luchuan. Shen Luchuan shrugged. Too many people, tickets too expensive, couldn't be bothered. Gokuin chimed in. I thought you'd go traveling with your girlfriend. She's homebodied. She's not coming back to school until tomorrow, Shen Luchuan said. What about Yusheng? Did you go anywhere? Gokuin asked again. Yusheng burrowed into the blanket and replied, went for a stroll around Westlake for half a day. The four of them chatted about various trivial matters of the National Day holiday while organizing their luggage. As they talked, Gokuin suddenly proposed, want to go out for a meal this afternoon. Consider it a wrap-up for the holiday. Zhao Hongyu immediately raised his hand, seconded. Shen Luchuan also nodded. Then let's pick a place. Yusheng initially wanted to refuse, thinking she had no desire to go out, but when three pairs of eyes looked at her in unison, she changed her mind. Fine. The four of them set a time and went to the commercial street near the school in the afternoon. It was bustling with people, as if all the returning students had coincidentally decided to come out for a stroll. They chose a trendy Japanese restaurant which was clean, had seating, and offered spacious tables. After sitting down, Gokuin clicked his tongue while flipping through the menu. With these prices, they're treating us like tourists. But the forum says that although it's expensive here, the sake and yuzu liquor are quite authentic. Zhao Hongyu leaned over to take a look. We'll have to take it easy then. How about we order a bit less and grab some skewers at the end of the alley to fill up? After ordering, the four of them chatted while waiting. The conversation ranged from the agony of early morning classes to course schedules, and then to the school's recent recruitment of volunteers for an international competition to be held in Xinjiang. When the waiter brought over hand towels and appetizer plates, Gokuin waved him over. Let's start with 2 flasks of hot sake and a bottle of chilled acai. Zhao Hongyu chimed in, and some yuzu liquor. I've heard your yuzu liquor is quite refreshing. Shen Luchuan smiled and said, mixing drinks no problem. Yusheng wasn't interested in alcohol and looked down at the drink menu. Matcha milk cap frappe, she said, then added, don't make the milk cap too salty. Gokuin looked up at her, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled, ordering that at a Japanese place, you might as well be here for tea break. Still better than drinking. Why don't you drink? Alcohol harms the body. In Dancho City, a top-tier hospital, an autumn wind rushed through the glass revolving doors at the entrance of the outpatient building, carrying a chill. The weather was actually quite warm today, but the hospital seemed to exude a cold aura of its own. Ms. Qin and Old Yu stood at the entrance of the endocrinology department, clutching a registration slip. The registration was under Ms. Qin's name. They had made the appointment under the pretext of disease education. The DSDMDT Disorders of Sex Development Multidisciplinary Team Clinic could not be booked directly. Of course, there was no such clinic in all of Dancho. The DSDMDT clinic was open only infrequently, and generally only in big cities such as Xinjiang. Do you think we should both go in? Ms. Qin asked in a low voice. Of course, let's ask together clearly. Old Yu gripped his phone tightly. Do you remember what to ask? I remember. Ms. Qin nodded, her gaze drifting to the number display screen not far away. Soon the electronic screen jumped to number 39, and they pushed open the door together and entered the consultation room. Inside, the female director wore rimless glasses, her tone steady. What seems to be the problem? We're here for a consultation, doctor. After some communication, Ms. Qin asked the question she cared about most. Will there be any after effects? It depends on the specific situation. The doctor's tone remained calm. If it's the cause you mentioned just now, the main impact is on the morphological development of the external genitalia. The long-term effects on bodily functions and health are actually very minor, and generally there won't be serious after effects. The doctor paused and added, as for fertility, there may be a slight impact, but if there is no need for reproduction, special treatment is usually not required. After walking out of the endocrinology department, both Ms. Qin and Old Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't affect normal life, Old Yu said. Sheng Sheng has a good attitude. Chiu said. Sheng Sheng even has the mood to banter with her. Thursday, after the holiday ended. After lunch, Yusheng and Su Yi walked together toward the student union office. They had no particular purpose, they just wanted to find a quiet place to take a nap. Besides the library and the dormitory, this was the third decent option. Yusheng had ruled out empty classrooms. Turning on the air conditioner in a classroom alone always gave one a strange sense of guilt. One needed an accomplice. The office was quiet and empty. Today the student union would have its transition, and a small handover meeting was scheduled for noon. Lu Xiqing naturally had to attend. According to tradition, the student union of Gan University followed a progressive handover. The current president would transfer work to the vice president, and the vice president would then hand over to the newly joined freshman. At that time, the dirty and tiring work would be given to the newcomers, and Lu Xiqing could slack off. And she could euphemistically call it training newcomers, ruthlessly squeezing them. Entering the office, Yusheng skillfully pulled a chair to sit down, rubbed her arms, and prepared to relax. Did you wear it today, Su Yi suddenly asked. Having learned from the last experience, Yusheng was honest this time, and answered truthfully no. Not wearing it again. Su-yi raised an eyebrow, leaned in, and said, let me see. Hey. Yusheng quickly covered her collar. I already said I'm not wearing it. How do I know if you're telling the truth? What if I really didn't wear it? If you didn't, then you didn't. It's not like I haven't seen it before. If you don't want me to see it, wear it next time. Yusheng didn't bother arguing with Su-yi. Su-yi was just teasing Yusheng and didn't say anything more. She then continued working on recruiting volunteers, organizing the list. Yusheng scrolled through her phone and rested her head on the desk when tired. After about half an hour, a strange girl entered the office. The girl was carrying a bag of small cakes. Seeing Su-yi and Yusheng, she suddenly shouted, "Senior sisters, hello." Having said that, without waiting for a response, she took out small cakes and handed one to each of them. Yusheng was bewildered. What an enthusiastic girl. Seeing this, Su-yi explained to Yusheng, "This is Cheng's successor, the newly appointed vice president." "Hello," the girl greeted again. "Oh, hello." Yusheng felt something was off. The girl had already distributed small cakes in the next room. After placing one on Liu Siqing's desk, she directly sat in the former president's seat. Although Liu Siqing was already the president, she still used her original desk. The small cake was vanilla flavored. Just as Yusheng was about to take a bite, Su-yi took it away. "Let me feed you," she said. "This? There are other people here." Yusheng glanced at the girl and whispered, "What's there to be shy about?" Su-yi smiled. "She doesn't see you as a boy." Yusheng finally realized what was wrong. Didn't this freshman attend the welcome party? "Hurry up, open your mouth," Su-yi urged. Yusheng shrank her neck, looked at Su-yi, still haunted by the last incident, and muttered softly, "You can't shove it in my mouth." "It's just a piece of cake," Su-yi said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "How could I shove it?" Yusheng pursed her lips, still suspiciously glanced at the girl opposite Liu Siqing's desk. The girl was intently staring at her computer screen, not looking this way at all. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yusheng opened her mouth. The next second, MMPH. Su-yi directly pushed the entire small cake into Yusheng's mouth. Yusheng's cheeks instantly bulged, her breath filled with the sweet taste. She chewed several times before barely being able to speak. Her eyes were resentful, and she lowered her voice. "It's too big, don't stuff it all in at once." "Too big. Next time I won't let you feed me," Yusheng said indignantly. "I can eat by myself." With that, she pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. The tissue was stained with a faint milky white cream residue. A smile curled at the corner of Su-yi's mouth. She was quiet for a moment, then asked Yusheng, "Did you sign up for the school sports meet?" "No," Yusheng said. The 4 members of room 404 unanimously decided not to sign up. It was enough to just watch the excitement of the school sports meet. "Coward," Su-yi said. She meant that Yusheng didn't dare to find someone to run for her. "Did you sign up?" Yusheng asked back. "I signed up for long-distance running," Su-yi nodded. "Is that so?" Yusheng felt a bit of admiration for Su-yi. Weighted running was already difficult, yet she chose long distance. A few minutes later, the girl left the office. Before leaving, she glanced at Su-yi and Yusheng. "Could she have seen us?" Yusheng murmured. "She was sitting in that corner, we were diagonally opposite." "How could she see?" Su-yi said. A minute later, the girl came back again. She looked them over once more, and when she found Yusheng also looking at her, the girl immediately averted her gaze guiltily. So she had indeed been seen. "Why are you back again?" Su-yi asked. "I went to the restroom to wash my hands," the girl explained calmly. On Friday morning, right after the last class ended, the sports monitor called everyone to a halt. There was no help for it. Far too few had signed up for the school sports meet. Early Thursday, he had posted all the details in the class group chat calling for volunteers. But the message sank like a stone in the group. Aside from a couple of students who were always keen on sports, everyone else pretended not to see it. Now a day had passed, and the number of new names on the list could be counted on one hand. If this was the first day, the following days would be even worse. The sports monitor felt helpless. These days, trying to guilt-trip university students with collective honor was nothing but asking for trouble. No one would buy it, and had only get dirty looks. So he had an epiphany. Begging and pleading was inevitable. Rather than dragging it out until the last day, he might as well hit his quota now. Phone in hand, the sports monitor read out the list like a salesman. Come on, the men's 4x100 relay needs one more, women's long jump needs another, women's high jump has no takers, men's shot put has only one person. The moment he finished, the classroom erupted in a chorus of refusals. "I can't, my knees are bad. I'm afraid of getting tan. I used up all my athletic ability in elementary school." The 4 from room 404 tried to slip away unnoticed, but just as they reached the door, the sports monitor called out, "Bro G, don't go. How about shot put? Just one throw easy." "I've never thrown a shot put before," Gokuen said, waving his hands frantically. Go on, Zhao Yu chimed in. "Bro G, you've got the strength. This event was made for you." The sports monitor joined in the persuasion. Bro G had no choice but to say, "Fine, I'll give it a try." Upon hearing this, the monitor immediately jotted down Gokun's name, and even slipped him a piece of candy. "May the good be with you." Then his gaze locked onto Shun Liuchuan. "Shun, how about a sprint? The 100 meters, just a start and a dash over in seconds." My shoes aren't right for running. Shin Luchuan frowned. No problem, the monitor said, we can borrow a pair then. And so young Master Shun was honorably arrested. Zhao Hongyu and Yu Sheng escaped unscathed. Saturday. Sunlight slanted through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. Another day of makeup classes. Whoever invented this schedule swap was truly detestable. Yu Sheng lay in bed feeling a dull ache in her abdomen. As her consciousness cleared, she frowned and reached for her phone on the nightstand. The screen lit up. It was 8:30. Class had already been in session for half an hour. Damn, she had forgotten to set the alarm. Ugh. Just as she stretched to get up, a sharp cramp seized her abdomen. She curled up in pain. The sensation was strange, as if someone were wringing a towel inside her, a persistent dull ache paired with an indescribable heaviness. Yu Sheng slipped her hand under the covers. When her fingertips met the dampness on her underwear, she jolted, fully awake. Throwing back the blanket, her eyes met a shocking patch of crimson. Not just her underwear. A large stain had spread across the bedsheet. Her mind went blank with a buzz. Yu Sheng froze for a full 2 seconds before it dawned on her. Holy crap. Another cramp twisted her abdomen, forcing her to grip the desk to steady herself. She finally understood what was happening. Her period had arrived. In her nearly 20 years of life, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Obviously, ever since she became a girl, she had never considered this problem. Yu Sheng stood frozen for several seconds, her mind a whirl of chaotic thoughts: sheets, underwear, washing machine. It hurt so much. And she had nothing on hand to deal with this. Another cramp struck and her face paled. She hurried into the bathroom. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat with Su-e. There was no other choice. That seemed she could only turn to Su-e for help. Asking her cousin or Miss Sheen was out of the question. They'd only invite suspicion. Young Master Shin might know something too, since he was the only one in room 404 who had ever dated. But after much deliberation, asking Su-e was the best option. Yu Sheng sat on the toilet and typed quickly, "Little Yu Sheng, you there?" As someone with good habits, Su-e naturally wouldn't have overslept. Su-e spit it out. "Su-e, stop asking you there. Little Yu Sheng, Little Yu Sheng, I think it started." "Su-e, Little Yu Sheng, you know that thing." Su-e paused for a second before it clicked. She glanced at the teacher at the podium and typed back, "Su-e, can you handle it yourself?" "Little Yu Sheng, probably not." "Little Yu Sheng, and my stomach hurts a bit." "Su-e, is the pain really bad?" "Little Yu Sheng, it's okay." "Little Yu Sheng, I can bear it." "Su-e, did you eat anything cold these past couple of days?" "Little Yu Sheng, I had milk tea 2 days ago." "Su-e, wait for me to come over." "Little Yu Sheng, okay." Yu Sheng rested a little longer, then decided to clean up the mess in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Su-e frowned deeply, watching the teacher at the podium droning on through the slides. She had a full morning of classes, and it was still over 10 minutes until the end of the first period. After a moment's thought, she simply stood up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher saw her leave, but said nothing. Walking out so calmly, she must be going to the restroom. In college, no one asked for permission for such things. But the others in room 520 thought differently. Su-e never left class suddenly without reason, and she always told them if she needed the restroom. Chen Yushu, who was auditing the class, sent a message in the group chat. "Chen Yushu, Bao, where are you going? You xiao on ya." Lu Xiqing 1, Su-e replied as she walked. "Su-e, something came up. Su-e, take my textbooks back for me." Su-e and asked for leave for the next class. The three in room 520 exchanged bewildered looks. "Who just messaged Su-e?" Lu Xiqing whispered. "Don't know. Didn't notice." While the three were guessing where Su-e had gone, she was already outside the campus. It was usually a 10-minute walk to Pearl Manor, and she always went on foot. This time she scanned a shared bike. There were no shared scooters near the school, and compared to the bus or a taxi, this seemed the most convenient option. After arriving near the residential area, Su-e pondered for a moment, then ducked into a convenience store to buy a pack of sanitary pads before heading to the gate. Fortunately, she always kept the access card in her pocket, so she didn't have to trouble Yu Sheng and walked in smoothly. Yu Sheng stuffed the bedsheet and pajama pants into the washing machine, pressed the button, and watched the machine begin to churn. Her heart was in turmoil. She pulled a light gray blanket from her wardrobe, spread it over the bed. It would have to do as a makeshift sheet. Lying on her side in bed, Yu Sheng instinctively placed her hand over her lower abdomen. A wave of pain caused fine beads of sweat to form on her forehead. It was only then that she truly understood why her cousin always curled into a ball and clutched a hot water bottle during her period. It was indeed this agonizing. As she was lost in such thoughts, a noise suddenly came from outside the room, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. The next second, the bedroom door swung open, and a familiar figure walked in carrying a shopping bag. "Su-e," Yu Sheng murmured, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "How did you get here so fast?" Fortunately, she had managed to put on her pants while tidying up. Su-e didn't respond. She looked at Yu Sheng's somewhat pale face and asked, "Can you hold on?" "I guess so." "Good." Su-e walked over to the desk and handed Yu Sheng something from the shopping bag. "Use this first." Yu Sheng stared at the packaging, her cheeks flushing crimson. She hesitated for a long moment, unable to reach out. Seeing her reluctance, Su-yi raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want me to open it for you? No, I'll do it myself. Yusheng scrambled to her feet, clutching the item as if it were a hot potato, and hurried to the bathroom door. Just as she pushed it open, Su-yi noticed another oversight and asked, "Do you know how to use it?" Yusheng stopped in her tracks, slowly turning back, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. No. Who would have studied that? So Su-yi explained how to use it. Though it was just a few simple sentences, Yusheng's face burned, her ears tinged with red. As she closed the door, Su-yi added a reminder, "Don't put it on backward. I'm not stupid. Want me to help you put it on?" Click. The sound of the lock engaging. Su-yi let out a silent chuckle, then turned and walked to the kitchen. She filled the kettle with water, plugged it in, and pulled out her phone. Her fingers tapped the screen a few times as she searched for how to relieve menstrual cramps. Su-yi herself had never experienced such troubles. Those few days each month were no different from any other for her. She ate, drank, ran, and jumped as usual, occasionally even forgetting about it. The lower back pain and abdominal discomfort her friends often complained about were foreign to her. Those so-called special period precautions were entirely unfamiliar. Apart from avoiding cold drinks, she had almost no extra restrictions. Now, as she read the search results, drink plenty of warm water, avoid strenuous exercise, keep warm, Su-yi frowned slightly. She continued scrolling and saw suggestions about using a hot water bottle on the belly or massaging it with hands. Su-yi recalled that Chung would rub Shush's belly. After the water boiled, she added a spoonful of brown sugar to a cup, stirred it, and carried it back to Yusheng's bedroom. Yusheng had already come out of the bathroom and was sitting on the bed wrapped in the blanket. Her small hands gripped the edge of the blanket as she watched Su-yi enter. All set? Su-yi asked. Did you put it on straight? Yes. It better be, or you'll regret it. Su-yi handed her the cup. Drink it while it's hot. Yusheng took it, looked down, and asked curiously, "Doesn't it need to simmer for over 10 minutes? How is it ready so fast?" She had also searched online and learned that brown sugar water needed to be simmered for about 10 minutes. "This is instant." Su-yi rolled her eyes. "Take it or leave it." Yusheng touched it with her lips and complained softly, "It's too hot." "It's supposed to be hot," Su-yi said, pulling a chair over and sitting down by the bed. "How else would it warm your stomach?" Yusheng pursed her lips, but said nothing. She blew on it a few times before taking a small sip. The sweet, cloying taste of the brown sugar water spread across her tongue, slowly seeping into her stomach. But the hot water didn't take effect immediately. Yusheng's face remained slightly pale. Suddenly a thought struck her. "Don't you have class this morning?" "I do, but I took leave." Su-yi leaned forward, her gaze seeming to pierce through the blanket and rest on Yusheng's lower abdomen. After a moment's deliberation, she asked, "Do you have a hot water bottle in your room? Electric, or the kind you fill with water?" "No," Yusheng replied. "Oh." A smile tugged at the corner of Su-yi's lips, and she suddenly slipped her hand under Yusheng's blanket. Hey. Yusheng stared dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" "Since there's no hot water bottle, I'll have to massage it for you." "Huh. Your belly," Su-yi said calmly. "Rubbing it will help." Oh. Yusheng felt strange and awkward. The next second, Su-yi's hand pressed against her lower abdomen. The warmth of her palm seeped through the fabric of her clothes, causing Yusheng's entire body to stiffen. Before she could recover, Su-yi's fingers lifted the hem of her shirt and slipped inside. Yusheng flinched as if burned, her breath catching. Don't put your hand in there." Su-yi paused, looking up at her with a calm expression. "The warmth won't penetrate through clothes. Rubbing would be pointless." "But..." Yusheng's cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg, and her words came out in fragments. "This is too what?" Su-yi raised an eyebrow, her fingertips already resting on Yusheng's icy-cold lower abdomen. "Do you want to keep hurting?" That single question silenced Yusheng. Indeed, the sharp, twisting pain had nearly curled her into a shrimp shape moments ago. Now, under the pressure of that warm touch, the piercing ache truly seemed to ease. Yusheng bit her lip and turned her face away, unable to meet Su-yi's eyes, her earlobes reddening as if about to bleed. Su-yi said nothing more. Her fingers began to move in gentle circles. The pressure was steady, slowly kneading in a clockwise direction, occasionally pressing a little harder on a tender spot, before quickly releasing. "Relax," Su-yi's voice lowered. "You're as tense as a rock. How can this work?" Yusheng let out a muffled loosening her clenched fists and trying to relax the muscles in her abdomen. But being touched like this made her heart race as if it might leap out of her chest. Her eyes darted around, unable to settle on Su-yi's face. Su-yi seemed oblivious to her embarrassment, continuing to massage with focused attention, occasionally asking, "Does it hurt a lot here?" And like this." She adjusted the pressure slightly. Yusheng inhaled sharply. The dull ache in her lower abdomen seemed to have lessened significantly, and her voice regained some vitality. "It's better." After a moment, Yusheng suddenly felt Su-yi's hand moving upward inch by inch, as if heading somewhere else. She quickly grabbed Su-yi's hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Su-yi feigned ignorance, her tone indifferent. She was merely teasing Yusheng. If she truly intended to catch her off guard, she wouldn't have moved so slowly. You're so perverted. Yusheng pulled Su-Yi's hand out from under the blanket, refusing to let her continue. Seeing this, Su-Yi didn't insist. Noticing that Yusheng's expression had softened considerably compared to before, she withdrew her hand, leaned back in her chair, and smiled. Did you wear it today, eh? No, Yusheng replied with a resentful glance at Su-Yi. You already touched me, so don't you know whether I wore it or not? I only touched your upper abdomen. Oh, I couldn't reach your underwear. How would I know if you wore it? Is that so? Of course. Su-Yi sat up straight, her chest heaving slightly. Don't believe me. Check for yourself. You? Yusheng felt her face flush again, her voice involuntarily softening. What check? That doesn't seem appropriate. At first, Su-Yi was puzzled by Yusheng's inexplicable shyness, but then she realized and spat out a retort. What are you thinking? I meant you should touch your own upper abdomen. Oh, your mind is full of nothing but filth, isn't it? I don't. Then what were you thinking just now, eh? In a flash, Yusheng buried her head in the blanket. Please, no more. Su-Yi's lips curled upward. She didn't dwell on the matter, and instead changed the subject. Your physical condition is too poor. You should exercise more. I never have any pain, for instance. I don't believe you. Yusheng poked her head out again, pouting. Why not? Not even once. Some people are just born that way. Then it's just because I drank iced milk tea 2 days ago that it got this bad. Yusheng retorted defiantly. Su-Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her smile. Will you dare to drink it again, next time? Who would have thought it would come so suddenly? Yusheng muttered weakly, casting her eyes down guiltily. Su-Yi didn't press further, only reminding her gently. You've recovered now, but you still need to be careful afterward. Yusheng pursed her lips in silence. A moment later, Su-Yi poured her another glass of brown sugar water. Since there was no thermos to keep it hot, it wasn't as scalding as when it was freshly boiled. She said, I'll go to the kitchen and boil some more for you to ward off the chill. No need, Yusheng said. I'm almost fully recovered. Who was it that wanted to drink stewed brown sugar water just now? Su-Yi asked with a wry smile. I just asked casually. I didn't insist on having it stewed. Yusheng murmured softly. Besides, there's no ginger at home. The stewed brown sugar water I saw online always requires ginger. Got it, I need to buy ginger. I really didn't mean that. Yusheng shot Su-Yi a suspicious glance. Was this some kind of corporate-level understanding? In the end, Su-Yi insisted on going to buy ginger along with some dates, and returned with a steaming bowl of brown sugar, ginger, and date soup. A small spoon was carefully placed on the rim of the bowl. Drink it, it won't be effective once it's cold. She handed the bowl to Yusheng. Steam rose, carrying a sweet and spicy aroma. Yusheng looked at the soup, a mix of emotions swirling in her heart. Eventually she took it, blew on it cautiously, and scooped a small spoonful. The spiciness of ginger first hit her tongue, and she nearly couldn't help but frown. But soon a warm stream slid down into her stomach, gradually spreading. The warmth from within soothed the discomfort in her slightly aching belly. Why are you so good to me? Yusheng couldn't help but ask. Now you know how good I am. Then why don't you put on the women's clothes and show me as repayment? Next time for sure. By noon, Yusheng had basically recovered from her discomfort. Whether it was the brown sugar ginger date soup or Su-Yi's stomach massage that did the trick, she felt alive again. The washing machine had long stopped. Yusheng hung up the laundry. For lunch, they still ordered takeout. However, at Su-Yi's request, the dishes were much lighter than usual: porridge, steamed egg, and greens. A simple and unremarkable meal. They sat across from each other at the table. Yusheng held a bowl of porridge, sipping it slowly. A pair of fox ears had been placed on her head again. She glanced at the culprit across from her. The moment she was fine, this person showed her true colors. Meanwhile, Su-Yi ate while glancing back at the refrigerator. Seeing its empty interior, she couldn't help but say, when are you going to put some real food in the fridge? Yusheng buried her head in her bowl of vegetable porridge, looking up and mumbling, there's milk and bread in the fridge. I can manage in the morning when I'm in a hurry. What's not real about that? Su-Yi raised an eyebrow, scooped a spoonful of steamed egg into her rice, and spoke rapidly. How many meals can milk and bread cover? I told you to buy some frozen food, but you never do. What if the delivery can't make it? Are you going to live on fruit? I just forgot, Yusheng muttered guiltily. Next time when I go to the supermarket, I'll definitely buy some. You'd better. Su-Yi gave Yusheng a glance. Next time I go to the supermarket, the first thing you'll buy is. That's more like it. As they ate, Su-Yi checked her phone, typed a few messages to someone, and suddenly said, the student council has a dinner gathering coming up. You should come too. When Yusheng asked instinctively, then added, I don't really do any work, so it might not be appropriate for me to go. The exact time hasn't been set yet, Su-Yi said. This dinner is being hosted by the former president and the current vice president together. The statement was a bit convoluted. Yusheng took a moment to process it before realization dawned. Why are they throwing a party together? They're reportedly relatives, Su-Yi said casually. The newly appointed girl wants to build good relationships and has money to spare, so she decided to treat the core members to a meal. She paused and added, As for the former president, since she didn't participate in the welcome party at all, and left everything to others while playing the role of a hands-off manager, she decided to treat the members who were involved in the welcome party as compensation. As a performer in the show, you're certainly eligible to go. There's nothing wrong with it. Yu Sheng bowed her head and thought her resolve wavering. But wouldn't it be awkward? I don't know many people there. Su-yi glanced at her calmly. With me around, what are you afraid of? Yu Sheng opened her mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. She only mumbled in response. He'll think about it. After lunch, Yu Sheng collapsed onto the sofa. She had no intention of going to school in the afternoon. Having already skipped half a day's classes, she might as well go all out and skip the rest. Yu Sheng collapsed onto the living room sofa, sprawling out completely. The weather outside still carried a hint of muggy heat, but inside, with the curtains half drawn, the air held a lazy stillness. Her head rested against the armrest, one leg dangling over the edge of the sofa, the other bent with her knee pressed against the backrest. The hand holding her phone was too limp to exert any strength, her wrist hanging weakly. If Ms. Chin saw this posture, she would surely frown and say her spine would end up in trouble. But in Yu Sheng's eyes, every second of comfort counted, and the future could take care of itself. Su-yi walked over holding a thermos cup filled with brown sugar ginger and jujube soup. This was leftover from the morning. When she had gone to buy the ginger and jujubes, she had also picked up a thermos, and even after a whole morning it still steamed with heat. It was just a pity the fridge was still empty, otherwise she might as well have bought some frozen tang dumplings, meat, and seafood. Seeing Yu Sheng's languid demeanor, Su-yi reached out and patted her arm, signaling her to make room. Yu Sheng was staring intently at her phone, completely unaware of anyone approaching, let alone understanding the meaning of the pat. She just felt an itch on her bottom and casually scratched it twice. Slap. A crisp sound exploded in the quiet living room. It didn't hurt, but Yu Sheng still jerked upright with a start. Why did you hit me? Su-yi's expression remained calm as she placed the thermos on the coffee table, as if nothing had happened. I was telling you to move, but you didn't budge. After a pause, she said slowly and deliberately, drink the rest too. Yu Sheng took the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and peered inside. Holy moly! It was full to the brim. Her face immediately turned bitter. This stuff really didn't taste good, and the spiciness of the ginger was particularly harsh. She shouldn't have opened her mouth to mention that stuff online. Staring at the steaming liquid, Yu Sheng said, I'm fine, now no need to drink this, right? Su-yi's tone was light, but her voice carried an unwavering resolve. Brown sugar warms the womb, ginger dispels cold. If you slack off and start hurting tonight, I won't have time to fuss over you. Tonight. Yu Sheng tried to change the subject. Don't you have class this afternoon? I don't have class for the first session, Su-yi said. But you taking it easy. Aren't you going to class this afternoon? I have no class all afternoon. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not mistaken. I have your schedule. Oh. Yu Sheng then remembered that Su-yi had asked for her schedule. Awkward. She defended herself with a lack of confidence. Skipping just one day of class isn't a big deal, right? Besides, today was Saturday, anyway, a day for rest. Su-yi nodded unexpectedly, then circled back. Drink it first. Yu Sheng hugged the thermos and took small sips. Though the ginger was strong, drinking it in small doses was barely tolerable. Seeing her obediently comply, Su-yi leaned back on the sofa and said nothing more. A few minutes later, the cup was finally empty. Su-yi clapped her hands and said, all right, it's about time to change it. Change what? Yu Sheng blinked. So Su-yi launched into another round of explanations, changing every 3 to 4 hours to prevent bacteria and the difference between daytime and nighttime pads, leaving Yu Sheng's head spinning. Yet another day of missing little Yu Sheng. When Yu Sheng came out after changing, the living room was quiet. She looked up and saw Su-yi sitting on the sofa munching on a bag of chips with a satisfying crunch. Hey, Yu Sheng asked in confusion, where did this come from? The drawer under the coffee table, there's a ton of snacks inside, Su-yi said without looking up. Why don't you keep them on the table? Afraid they'll take up space. How could you do this? Yu Sheng immediately grew anxious. Not because she begrudged Su-yi eating her snacks, she wasn't that petty. What bothered her was how this person could just rummage through someone else's drawers. She wondered if her cousin had this bad habit, but luckily she had been foresighted enough to move both documents into the wardrobe. Su-yi paused her movements, glanced at Yu Sheng, and said matter-of-factly, you're in a special time, right now you can't eat these things. I'm helping you get rid of them. Robber logic. So why exactly are you hiding the snacks? Su-yi asked curiously. What's wrong with putting them in the drawer? It keeps them dry and pest-free. Yu Sheng sat down speechlessly as Su-yi picked up a chip and pressed it to her lips. When Yu Sheng didn't open her mouth, Su-yi nudged the chip against her lips again. Didn't you say I couldn't eat it? Yu Sheng asked. A little bit is fine. Oh. Yu Sheng ate the chip in one bite. Su-yi fed her another. Yu Sheng ate it again. Su-yi fed her yet another. Why aren't you eating? I'll do it myself. Yu Sheng took a chip from the bag. Eating chips without licking your fingers was soulless. Su-yi turned on the TV. There were no hit dramas lately, so she just put on a documentary. Just then her cousin sent a message. These past 2 days, besides Ms. Qin's frequent caring messages her cousin had also been in touch with Yuxing often. Yuxing simply thought her cousin missed her too much. Wanqiu Jie little Shengsheng. Wanqiu Jie what are you up to? Yuxing nothing much. Wanqiu Jie then get on the game. Yuxing aren't you at work? Yusheng you didn't take leave again did you? Wanqiu Jie aren't you in school? Wanqiu Jie you didn't skip class again did you? Yusheng. It's lunch break now. Yuxing felt a bit guilty. Could this be a lucky guess? Wanqiu Jie I'm on lunch break too. We working stiffs have lunch breaks. Did you think I was a robot that could work 247 plugged in? Even if the king of heaven came this lunch break is mine. Yuxing wow first time I've seen you type such a long message. Wanqiu Jie let's talk you get it. Yuxing fine. Wanqiu Jie get on the game. Yusheng don't want to play. Wanqiu Jie why? Yuxing no reason. Wanqiu Jie think I'm too bad. Yusheng wasn't a hardcore gamer as she usually just played a few rounds with Gushun and Zhao Hingyu. Her skill level was average. Not top tier, but not a burden either. But compared to her cousin Yusheng's skills seemed pretty good. She typed a reply. Yusheng it's not about that. Wanqiu Jie, so you mean you really do think I'm bad? Yusheng. Yusheng I'm not feeling well. During the National Day holiday her cousin had been asking Yusheng to play Honor of Kings every day. Now that she finally had a breather, who would want to keep suffering? Wanqiu Jie are you really not feeling well, or faking it? Yusheng faking it. Wanqiu Jie, so direct. Yusheng see you later. Sui glanced over at Yusheng, and asked who are you chatting with? My cousin Yusheng said. She wants me to play a game, but I don't want to. Oh. As Sui finished speaking her WeChat messages arrived. A string of familiar names popped up. Chen Yushu Ibao. Chen Yushu where did you go? Chen Yushu are you coming back for afternoon classes? Lu Xiqing 1 Yu Xiaonan should I ask for leave for you this afternoon too? Sui no need. Sui you'll be back for afternoon classes. Chen Yushu why didn't you answer my first question? Yu Xiaonan melaneating emoji Yu Xiaonan Xiao Yu is so persistent. Xiao Yu is Chen Yushu as Yu Xiaonan called her. Chen Yushu so mysterious. Chen Yushu something's definitely up. Lu Xiqing 1. Sui directly exited WeChat. At 1 in the afternoon. Seeing that Yusheng's complexion was normal, and she no longer had cold sweat on her forehead indicating she had truly recovered Sui prepared to go back to school. Yusheng recalled the comfort of nestling in Sui's blanket a couple of days ago, and immediately decided to return with Sui. Thus she almost instinctively blurted out, I'll go back to school with you. Didn't you say you weren't going this afternoon? Sui raised an eyebrow somewhat surprised. He'll go anyway. Gotta secure those participation points in class. Yusheng gave a high-sounding reason. Sui found it odd, but didn't ask. With time still plentiful they didn't ride shared bikes, but chose to walk. The early autumn wind blew unhurriedly rustling the leaves and sunlight filtered through the branches of the plane trees shattering into a mosaic of light and shadow. Yusheng walked beside Sui, unable to resist stealing glances at her profile. Sui's profile flickered in and out of the light and shadow her eyelashes casting faint shadows her nose straight her lips delicately shaped. Her expression was cool, yet it brought an unconscious sense of peace. Yusheng slowly edged closer to Sui, reaching out her hand, first hooking her fingers. What are you doing? Sui turned her head to look at her. Was this girl being so forward now? Isn't that what you said? Yusheng's eyes darted away as she murmured you can touch my hand all you want just not anywhere else. You have a good memory. Sui chuckled softly but didn't pull her hand away. Seeing that Sui didn't object Yusheng grew bolder. After all Sui had already taken plenty of liberties with her, what was a little hand-holding? It was nothing excessive. She silently bolstered her courage. Thus Yusheng's actions gradually became more audacious. She turned Sui's palm over tracing the lines with her fingertip gently caressing each curve. Then she compared their hands now clasping now spreading them apart like a child with a new toy. Finally Yusheng even poked at Sui's fingertip unable to suppress a laugh so soft. Sui was both amused and exasperated by her antics, but didn't stop her merely gazing ahead the corners of her mouth barely curving upward. Yusheng who had been so shy before now seemed rather pleased with herself. As they neared the school gate Yusheng still refused to let go. She bent Sui's index finger clicking it back and forth like a trigger. Can you behave yourself? Sui finally spoke. I am behaving myself. Yusheng said with a straight face you said it yourself I can touch your hand. Sui was left speechless. Once inside the campus Yusheng immediately became docile and let go of her hand. Sui gave a faint smile. Still timid. She didn't plan to go back to the dormitory, but headed straight for the administration building. Having taken over as the official president Lu Xiqing had also become a slacker delegating all the work to the new girl. She was surely lounging in the dorm now. When Sui returned except for Nan who was likely in the library, she would at least face a barrage of questions from Cheng Cheng and Shu Shu. The thought of those two pairs of sparkling eyes eagerly pressing her for details gave Sui a headache. Rather than enduring a double interrogation, it was better to go directly to the student council office. As for textbooks, she could just ask them to bring them along. Yusheng followed Sui to the office. The office door swung open revealing only the vice president inside. The young woman was hunched over the computer staring at a spreadsheet, and inputting data. Lu Ziqing had pawned off the task of organizing the volunteer list onto her. Hearing the noise, the young woman looked up and immediately saw the two of them entering side by side. Of course they weren't holding hands. Yet the young woman seemed thoughtful, quickly stood up and walked over briskly, a mischievous smile on her face. "How come you two are here together again?" Her tone rose, clearly carrying a gossipy edge. Su-Yi's expression was indifferent, as if she hadn't noticed a thing, and she brushed it off casually. "We were on the same way." "Same way?" The young woman dragged out the word, her gaze flickering between them all the way to the office door. "She's also in the student council, so of course it's on the way," Su-Yi said, jerking her chin toward Yusheng. "Oh, I see." The young woman blinked. Even if they were on the same way, this senior should have gone to the office next door. Clearly their relationship was special. Su-Yi noticed Yusheng's flustered demeanor, smiled inwardly, but said nothing more. The vice president, being tactful, didn't press further and returned to her seat. The atmosphere gradually quieted, leaving only the sound of keyboard clacking and the faint rustle of a pen on paper. Yusheng, however, grew restless. Her palms were still slightly sweaty, not because of the young woman, but from playing with hands. She glanced at Su-Yi, who met her gaze with a calm look, not averting her eyes. Yusheng had a class in the first session of the afternoon. So after sitting for a while, Yusheng went to class. She first strolled around the campus, then stealthily returned to the dormitory. It was empty. Gushun and the others were in class. The feeling of sneaking back was oddly thrilling. Yusheng kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and wrapped herself in Su-Yi's blanket. Su-Yi's blanket was incredibly comfortable to sleep in, and Yusheng decided she absolutely had to swap their blankets. Just as she was thinking this, a WeChat message popped up. "Gushun, Yusheng, man, Gushun, you have class today. You didn't forget, did you?" Gushun skipped morning, skipping afternoon too. Yusheng didn't forget. Gushun, then what's this? Yusheng, starting the weekend early. Gushun, damn. Zhaoheng Yu 1 Shin Liuchuan 1. After a moment, Gushun sent another message. Gushun, the teacher took attendance. Gushun, Yusheng, man, Yusheng, just say here for me. A minute later, in the classroom, the teacher glanced at the attendance sheet and called out Yusheng. Here. Gushun squeaked in response. The teacher stared silently at the dark figure in the front row. In the end, he didn't call her out. It was Sunday. Yusheng didn't wake up particularly late, but she lingered in bed for a few minutes after coming to. She rubbed her eyes, threw off the covers, and shuffled into the bathroom in her slippers. Su-Yi had invited her for a morning jog today. However, Yusheng knew full well that she would at most manage a symbolic 2 steps to keep her company, and when she couldn't run anymore, shed, just walk. After washing up and getting ready, Yusheng changed into a loose set of casual clothes, a light-colored top and sweatpants. As she looked down to adjust the hem, she noticed her phone screen was lit up with several unread messages. They must have come in while she was in the bathroom. She opened them. "Su-Yi, are you up yet?" "Su-Yi, I'm coming in." "Su-Yi, if you're not dressed, get dressed quick. If I see something not suitable for children, I'll take a picture as a souvenir." Yusheng was taken aback. The first 2 messages were easy to understand, but what was that last one supposed to mean? She couldn't help but frown. How perverted. Even as she grumbled, she replied. "Little Yusheng, him up." Just as her fingers were about to type the second sentence, "You can come in," her steps halted in the living room. The living room light was on, and someone was sitting on the sofa. Su-Yi was right there. Her posture was relaxed, one hand resting on the back of the sofa, the other scrolling through her phone. Her demeanor was as if she weren't in someone else's home, but sitting in her own living room. "Morning, Su-Yi said coolly. Yusheng was stunned. "When did you come in?" "I didn't even hear the door. I came in when I sent the message." "Then why did you ask if I was up? Since you just walked right in anyway." "I didn't go into your room." Yusheng pursed her lips and muttered, "That's called trespassing." Su-Yi didn't respond. Her gaze swept over Yusheng, and she suddenly asked, "Did you wear it today?" "What?" Yusheng didn't catch on at first. "What else could it be?" Su-Yi said with a hint of a smile. Yusheng instinctively turned her face away and said in a low voice, "No. Put it on." "Why?" Yusheng was a bit unhappy. "You've had it for days and haven't worn it once. What was the point of buying it? Planning to let it collect dust?" Su-Yi raised an eyebrow. "I didn't exactly ask to buy it." Yusheng mumbled. Before she could finish, Su-Yi had already stood up, walked over to her, and pushed her toward the bedroom. At the bedroom door, Su-Yi urged, "Go put it on quickly. Don't blame me when it really hurts later. Crying won't help either. And let me see if you even know how to wear it properly." "Hurt from what?" Yusheng asked, puzzled. Su-Yi glanced at Yusheng, then raised a hand and patted her chest twice, producing a thumping sound. "What do you think?" Yusheng froze, her cheeks flushing instantly. Of course she knew what Su-Yi meant, but she wasn't going to be running much anyway. Still, to end the conversation quickly, she said, "Then get out first." Su-Yi said nothing more, turned, and walked out, pulling the bedroom door shut behind her. Yusheng took a deep breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. She quickly rummaged through the closet, obediently put on the unfamiliar item, and then pulled her casual clothes back on. From the outside, there was almost no change. When she opened the door and walked out, Su-Yi was waiting right there. "Did you put it on?" "Yes." Su-Yi reached out and unceremoniously pulled open the collar of Yusheng's shirt to take a look. Yusheng's heart tightened, and she tried to stop her, but it was too late. Su-yi withdrew her hand and patted her shoulder. Remember to wear it from now on. When the two of them came out of the residential complex, it was still early. The morning light was faint as if veiled in gossamer sprinkling down on the plain leaves by the roadside, twinkling finely. The air was cool, carrying a fresh scent of grass and earth. Let's eat breakfast first. It's not good to run on an empty stomach, Su-yi said. Yusheng nodded. Su-yi led the way along the street, soon spotting a breakfast shop and preparing to turn in. Yusheng saw the familiar sign and hesitated before saying, maybe we should go somewhere else. What's wrong with this place? Su-yi stopped and turned around to ask. Yusheng found it hard to say. The experience was too embarrassing to bring up. Her eyes flickered and she changed her tune. Anyway, I suggest you don't go in or you'll regret it. Is the hygiene bad here? It's not a hygiene issue. Then why? Yusheng's words only made Su-yi more curious. She had to see for herself. And so a few minutes later, the shop owner's wife grabbed Su-yi's hand and wouldn't let go, saying enthusiastically, young lady, you're from Gon University, right? My son is also from Gon University. He just graduated this year and now works at a state-owned company. Would you be interested in adding him on WeChat and getting to know each other? No need, auntie. Oh, come on, young people can be friends, the shop owner's wife said with a smile. He likes playing basketball in his free time, and he used to go to the library to read when he was in school. He's a very steady kid. Su-yi politely declined several times before finally managing to escape. She glared at Yusheng. Why didn't you say so earlier? I did warn you. Yusheng suppressed a laugh. The tables had turned, and it was satisfying to see Su-yi get a taste of her own medicine. After walking for about 10 minutes to digest, they planned to start the morning jog for real. How long has it been since you last exercised? Su-yi asked. The last time was at the end of last semester when I had to do the physical fitness test. I ran for a few days beforehand to get used to it, Yusheng answered honestly. Then if you can't keep up later, just wait for me here or take a walk. Su-yi didn't run very frequently, about 3 or 4 days a week. But after signing up for the school sports meet, she started jogging every morning. Her stamina was definitely far superior to Yusheng's, who rarely exercised. Yusheng rolled her eyes inwardly. She was already planning to walk anyway. Did she need a reminder? But she didn't say anything back. Instead, she obediently followed Su-yi's pace forward. The main road outside the residential area was wide, and there were quite a few people out for their morning run. There were students with earphones in, as well as groups of middle-aged and elderly people. Occasionally, a cyclist would whiz by the crisp ring of the bell, standing out sharply in the quiet atmosphere. Su-yi ran at a moderate pace, her form very proper. Yusheng stayed by her side, but after just 100 or 200 meters, she started to feel short of breath. She immediately and righteously slowed down, shifting to a little shuffle, and finally, just ambled along at a leisurely walk. Weren't we supposed to be jogging? Su-yi stopped to wait for her, a hint of an eyebrow raised. Don't tell me you're already out of breath. Your physical fitness is really too poor. I am on my period. I can't run. Yusheng panted successfully, using the excuse her female classmates used to get out of PE class. All right. Su-yi nodded. She had almost overlooked that. Why aren't you running? Yusheng asked, puzzled, seeing Su-yi keep walking slowly beside her. I want to hear you pant a little more. Su-yi had been running for over an hour, a full 10 kilometers. She started from outside the residential area, ran to the nearby park, and then back. That alone was 5 kilometers. She completed the loop twice, following the same route, without any slackening of pace. Yusheng took a brief rest by the roadside, but did not simply wait in place. Instead, she wandered around, taking in the surroundings. Before long, Su-yi appeared on the path back. Her figure was upright, her rhythm unchanged. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, damp with sweat. Her skin, flushed from the exercise, glowed faintly in the sunlight. Yusheng's gaze involuntarily lingered on a certain part of Su-yi's body. Su-yi slowed to a stop and looked at Yusheng. I know where you're looking. Yusheng tilted her head to gaze at the sky. She couldn't understand. After the run, Su-yi did not return to school, but followed Yusheng back to room 1501. After taking a sip of water, Su-yi gathered her damp hair and walked straight to the bathroom. She went to the guest bathroom. Seeing this, Yusheng seized the opportunity to slip into her own bedroom and lock the door. She quickly took off her top and hung it on the back of a chair. Then she began to remove her undergarment. The thing still felt awkward to wear. The way it clung to her skin was strange. In the dim room, just as Yusheng was about to quickly change out of it, Su-yi's voice pierced through the door. Yusheng. Where did you go? In the bedroom, Yusheng replied. She sped up her movements, taking off the undergarment and pulling on a top. Why are you back in the bedroom? Didn't you get enough sleep? Su-yi's voice drew closer. No. Yusheng grabbed a phone charger as she walked to the door, unlocked it, opened it, and explained, I was getting the charger. Su-yi had just come out of the guest bathroom, her face still damp. Why lock the door just to get something? Are you up to no good? No. Yusheng forced a smile. Su-yi didn't believe her. Her gaze swept past Yusheng and spotted a suspicious piece of clothing at the foot of the bed. She raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips. I have a feeling it's not just about getting a charger. She tilted her chin toward the bedroom. Took it off that quickly. It was uncomfortable to wear. Caught red-handed, Yu Sheng decided to stop pretending and came clean. Could Su-yi really force her to put it back on? You'll get used to it after wearing it a few times. Su-yi leaned against the doorframe. Going commando all day, aren't you embarrassed? Who's going commando? Yu Sheng retorted. I'm still wearing underwear, aren't I? Suit yourself. You don't have to wear it, Su-yi said indifferently. Yu Sheng almost misunderstood her meaning. But Su-yi shifted the topic. The dress you promised to wear earlier. You've been putting it off. You came yesterday, but I didn't bring it up because you weren't feeling well. Yu Sheng's face stiffened. She shrank back, half hiding behind the door. You still remember that? You even remember the hand-holding from before National Day. It's only been a few days for me. Come on, put on the skirt first. No. Yu Sheng started to act stubborn. Su-yi frowned. You were willing to wear a formal dress just to move out earlier. Now it's only a simple skirt, and you're this resistant. I don't want to wear it now. Yu Sheng sat down on the bed. What can you do to me? Su-yi sighed. She began to wonder if she had been saying something too little these past 2 days. You wouldn't want people to find out. Speak up. You promised. So change now. Fine. Good. Su-yi was satisfied with Yu Sheng's response and stepped back out. Hurry up and put it on. You've had plenty of days to prepare yourself mentally, haven't you? The bedroom door clicked shut. Yu Sheng took a deep breath, silently opened the wardrobe, and took out the skirt. Since buying it, she hadn't even touched these clothes. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly took off her pants and put on the skirt. It barely reached her thighs, feeling strangely airy. Compared to the knee-length formal dress she had worn before, this skirt exposed far too much. Yu Sheng took a long time to adjust before finally opening the door. Her cheeks were flushed to the point of bleeding, the navy blue hem resting at her thighs. See, this looks good, doesn't it? Su-yi was right at the door, her eyes lighting up. She reached out to pull Yu Sheng out, then took 2 steps back to look her up and down. Your skin looks even fairer. It's just that your expression is too stiff. Come on, smile. Yu Sheng ignored her, turning her face away, her hands gripping the hem tightly. Are you done looking? We're just getting started. Su-yi pointed at the wardrobe. There are 2 more pieces. Put on the jacket and the cardigan too. Yu Sheng, as if all her strength had been drained, resigned herself to turn back into the bedroom. In a moment, the door opened again. Yu Sheng was now wearing the apricot-colored cardigan over the same navy skirt, the hem swaying gently with her movements. Turn a bit this way. Su-yi smiled. The cardigan matches the skirt really well. Look at the line of your shoulders. So nice. Finally, after she had also put on the jacket, Su-yi led Yu Sheng to the living room and pressed her down onto the sofa. Are you done? Yu Sheng asked gloomily. Done. Su-yi stepped back, appraising her, then pulled out her phone. Come on, let's take a photo as a keepsake. No. I thought. Yu Sheng raised her hand to block her face. Just one, Su-yi said, shaking her phone, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Strike a pose, Su-yi instructed. I don't know how. Act cute. Yu Sheng fell silent. She might not know how to act coy, but when it came to acting cute, oh, that wretched system. So they moved to the dining table. Yu Sheng, using the knowledge she had gained from the system, propped her elbows on the table and cupped her face in her hands. Oh, you're quite good at this. Su-yi's amusement was almost spilling out of her eyes. Click. The shy-faced Yu Sheng was captured in the photo. Come take a look. Su-yi beckoned. Yu Sheng shuffled over reluctantly. The moment her eyes touched the screen, she wanted to look away. In the photo, the collar of her cardigan was askew, revealing a hint of her flushed collarbone. Her face was filled with undisguised embarrassment, yet the sunlight falling on the tips of her hair gilded them with a soft gold, making her look gentler than usual. You made me look so silly. Yu Sheng muttered, reaching for the phone, but Su-yi pressed her hand down. Where's it silly? Su-yi zoomed in on the photo. Look at that expression, both fierce and shy, like a kid caught stealing candy. Her fingertip tapped the screen at Yu Sheng's flushed little face. And this detail so real. Yu Sheng's face grew hot again. Su-yi noticed her pursed lips and deliberately teased her. How about setting it as your wallpaper? No. Yu Sheng grumbled discontentedly and flopped onto the sofa. Su-yi smiled at her back and saved the photo into a private album. It was noon. The weather was noticeably cooler than the previous days. Standing on the balcony of the 15th floor, she pushed open the window, and the view outside unfolded before her eyes. The sky was a pale blue with a few white clouds drifting slowly, their edges gilded by sunlight. In the distance, towering buildings stood tall, their gray-white facades interspersed with patches of green shade, while the trees in the park swayed gently in the breeze. There were few cars on the street. Occasionally a taxi drove by, leaving a brief honk in its wake. Yu Sheng stood by the window, her hands resting on the sill, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The high-altitude wind blew against her face, carrying a hint of chill. It was entirely different from being on the ground. Here she could overlook nearly half the city, the expansive view bringing a sense of relief to both body and mind. Glancing down at the hem of her skirt, Yu Sheng asked Su-yi softly, Can I change back now? Having worn women's clothing all morning, she had only wanted to find something to do. Go to the balcony to fetch a bedsheet. But that wicked woman had pinned her here to admire the scenery. It felt like some strange play. Wear it a little longer, Sue-yi said with a smile. Or you could put on the small clothes. Yu Sheng twitched the corner of her mouth. But she decided not to struggle further and turned to walk toward the bedroom. After changing, she returned to the living room. Yu Sheng was hungry. She curled up on the sofa scrolling through a food delivery app and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Ordering takeout again. Sue-yi frowned when she saw Yu Sheng on her phone. "Didn't you go to the supermarket yesterday?" "No. Let's go buy some groceries and cook. Eating takeout all the time isn't healthy." Sue-yi began to doubt Yu Sheng's cooking skills. Back then Yu Sheng had claimed she could cook, but it had been so long. She hadn't even bought a single bag of frozen dumplings or wontons. Every time she opened the fridge there were only fruits and drinks inside. What made Sue-yi most suspicious was that Yu Sheng had stocked up on a box of instant noodles. "Too much trouble. I haven't bought many things yet," Yu Sheng made an excuse. "The supermarket isn't far. What's the trouble? I'm too lazy to cook." "It's fine, I'll cook." "Huh? What, you doubt me?" "No, not really." Yu Sheng wasn't surprised that Sue-yi could cook. After all, Sue-yi had lived in a rented place for 3 years during high school and must have picked up at least some survival skills. What surprised her was the very fact that Sue-yi was going to cook. It was hard to imagine what a woman with such an aloof demeanor, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, would look like in the kitchen. "Let's go then." Sue-yi turned off the TV, which had been playing a documentary. Okay. It was the same mall, the same supermarket. Sue-yi pushed the shopping cart while Yu Sheng walked beside her, occasionally picking up an item to check its ingredients before putting it back. She wasn't in charge of buying, she was just browsing. After all, for her, going to the supermarket was no different from shopping. If she didn't find something to distract herself, the pain of shopping would creep back in. Nearby, a promoter was handing out free samples of beef jerky. Yu Sheng went over to grab a piece, found it tasty, and took another for Sue-yi. Sue-yi was pushing the cart and couldn't free her hands. It was another instance of reverse feeding, but Yu Sheng didn't dare poke her this time. Passing by the fruit section, an elderly woman was slowly picking apples, inspecting each one carefully before placing it into her bag. Not far behind her, a little boy was on tiptoes reaching for a chocolate bar in the cart, only to be gently stopped by his mother. "You can have it after lunch, not now." As she looked around, when Yu Sheng turned her gaze back to the cart, it was already filled with jars and bottles along with a small bag of rice. "What do you want to eat?" Sue-yi asked. "I don't know," Yu Sheng replied. Indecisive. Yu Sheng felt helpless. What to eat was truly an eternal dilemma. When they reached the seafood section, the fishy smell of aquatic products invaded their nostrils. "So fishy," Yu Sheng said. "That's normal," Sue-yi replied calmly. The smell wasn't pungent. If it were too strong, that would be a concern. Sue-yi had a clear goal and headed straight for the seafood counter, scanning the glass tanks. Just then a hearty voice rang out. "Pretty lady looking at fish." A middle-aged man in a thick rubber apron grinned, holding a long, narrow fish knife. Come take a look at this sea bass. Just arrived, perfect for steaming. It's the freshest and sweetest. Best for young ladies like you, nutritious, and won't make you fat." The man was addressing Yu Sheng, perhaps thinking she looked easier to deal with. But the decision-maker wasn't Yu Sheng. Sue-yi stepped forward to take a look and picked one that was thrashing its tail the most energetically. First it was weighed. Then it was killed and cleaned on the spot. Next, Sue-yi went to pick out shrimp. Yu Sheng couldn't help but ask, "You know how to pick these too?" Sue-yi replied, composed. "I used to cook for myself when I was renting." She nudged Yu Sheng with her elbow. "How about these shrimp? We can blanch them and serve with a spicy and sour dipping sauce." "Just don't make it too spicy," Yu Sheng said indifferently. Not far away, Chu-ju, who happened to be passing by, spotted Sue-yi and Yu Sheng with sharp eyes. "Hey, isn't that your roommate?" Chu-ju shook Shen Luchuan's arm. Shen Luchuan looked up and nodded. "Yes. What's he buying seafood for? And who's that girl next to him?" "His girlfriend." "Are aloof goddesses into this type now?" Chu-ju fired off questions like a curious child. "He's staying out now? Probably buying groceries to cook," Shen Luchuan replied. "Why did he move out?" After that incident last month, he felt deeply sorry for the trouble it caused you, so to avoid any more misunderstandings, he moved out. Shen Luchuan said it with a straight face. Huh. Chu-ju was shocked, actually believing him. "That's not necessary. I'm not that unreasonable." "I was joking," Shen Luchuan laughed. "You actually believe that?" Chu-ju stomped her foot in embarrassment. This guy was really annoying. She pressed on. "You still haven't answered my other question." "Well," Shen Luchuan paused for 2 seconds, then lied without a blush. "They're living together." Chu-ju's eyes darted around as she fell into thought. In the end, Shen Luchuan didn't go over to greet them, and Yu Sheng and Sue-yi didn't notice them either. After buying everything, they checked out. Sue-yi carried the heavier items, rice, oil, and the jars and bottles, in her own hands. Yu Sheng was left to carry the vegetables. Looking at the tightly packed, obviously heavy shopping bags in Sue-yi's hands, Yu Sheng suggested, "Want me to take one?" Sue-yi glanced at her and said flatly, "No need." In the distance, Shen Luchuan shoved a large bag of snacks into Chu-ju's hands. "Here, take a lesson from them. Back in room 1501, Yu Sheng collapsed onto the sofa. She hadn't realized until she checked her phone that they had spent over an hour wandering around the supermarket. Her feet ached, and her mind felt blank. Su-yi, however, acted as if nothing had happened, neatly arranging the bottles and jars, and placing the groceries on the kitchen island. Yu Sheng was envious. Why had she remained utterly unchanged in this aspect after becoming a girl? Su-yi rolled up her sleeves, tied on an apron with deft movements, and called out crisply, "Come wash the vegetables." "Oh." Yu Sheng responded, slowly dragging herself off the sofa and obediently standing by the sink. Turning on the tap, she rinsed the broccoli under the running water while stealing glances at Su-yi. Su-yi stood beside her, head bowed, meticulously inspecting the ingredients. Her sleeves were rolled high, revealing slender forearms. Watching her, Yu Sheng couldn't resist poking Su-yi's arm with her finger. It was soft. How could she carry things so effortlessly without any visible muscle? Su-yi glanced at Yu Sheng and suddenly remembered that during that special time one should avoid cold water. She said, "Chop the vegetables." "What a hassle. I'm not that finicky," Su-yi muttered to herself. "Why, oi?" Yu Sheng asked. "Avoid cold water," Su-yi replied succinctly. "Fine." Yu Sheng agreed, forgetting that the kitchen had hot water. Hesitantly picking up the knife, she realized she hadn't cooked in years and had rarely even helped out. She wondered how much of her skill remained. She gestured at the carrot a couple of times, gathered herself, and made the first cut. The slices were crooked and uneven in thickness. After just 5 cuts, Su-yi stopped her. "Enough. Just stand aside." Su-yi's tone carried a hint of resignation. "I've just been out of practice for too long," Yu Sheng hurriedly explained, feeling guilty yet defiant. "At your level you can't even call it rusty," Su-yi said dismissively. Knife skills aren't everything about cooking, Yu Sheng thought, but dared not say aloud. She stood aside, disheartened, watching Su-yi work. Su-yi picked up the knife, and the blade fell rhythmically against the cutting board with a steady thump, thump, thump. The carrot slices she cut were perfectly uniform, as if machine-made. Yu Sheng felt a twinge of inadequacy. Su-yi's skill didn't look like something done occasionally, it seemed like years of practice. Even Mrs. Yang didn't know that Su-yi had honed this skill during her 3 years of high school. Su-yi never had a chance to show it at home, nor did she intend to. After washing and chopping all the vegetables, Su-yi casually pulled a black hair tie from her pocket and in a few swift motions twisted her long hair into a neat bun at the nape of her neck. Every strand was gathered, revealing her smooth neck and jawline, making her whole demeanor appear fresher and more agile. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned before realizing she had been staring at Su-yi. She quickly averted her gaze. "Why did you suddenly tie up your hair?" "Cooking, of course. Otherwise hair might fall into the pot," Su-yi replied matter-of-factly. "Makes sense." Su-yi studied Yu Sheng for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Grow your hair longer. This length isn't flattering." "Me?" Yu Sheng pointed at herself. With the system task, she was already planning to let it grow. Su-yi leaned against the island. "Your hair is straight. A ponytail would look nice when it's longer. Wouldn't that make me look even more like a girl? You already are one." "Oh." Hot oil sizzled in the wok, filling the air with smoke and the aroma of cooking. Su-yi's bustling figure seemed remarkably composed amidst the kitchen's hustle and bustle. Her movements in stir-frying and seasoning were clean and decisive without any hesitation. Yu Sheng only meant to glance, but ended up watching for a long time. Whether she was wielding the spatula or placing shrimp one by one into the water, Su-yi remained calm and graceful. Even the occasional gesture of brushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead exuded an indescribable elegance. After several dozen minutes, 3 dishes were set on the table: steamed sea-based boiled shrimp and stir-fried carrots with broccoli. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, perfectly portioned. Simple, yet full of homey warmth. Unlike some people who order a mountain of food piling the table high only to leave leftovers purely for show. Su-yi untied her apron, washed her hands, and sat down at the table. She glanced at Yu Sheng, then seemed to remember something, raising an eyebrow. "You changed your clothes. Did you put on a bra?" "I did." Instantly, Yu Sheng covered her chest. Seeing her reaction, Su-yi smirked wickedly, leaned forward, and hooked a finger into Yu Sheng's collar. "Let me see. You pervert." Yu Sheng held on tightly. "I've already seen it." Su-yi found it amusing. "What's there to hide?" True enough. In the end, Yu Sheng pulled open her own collar and let Su-yi take a look. She was indeed wearing one. Such was her integrity. "Let's eat first," Su-yi said, withdrawing her gaze as if nothing had happened. Yu Sheng shot Su-yi a dissatisfied look, but her chopsticks obediently reached out and picked up a piece of the sea base. The fish meat was tender and white, steamed to perfection with not a trace of fishiness but a hint of sweetness. After chewing a couple of times, Yu Sheng couldn't help but nod. "Delicious." She looked up at Su-yi and stubbornly added, "But it doesn't look great." Su-yi chuckled softly. "Can you do better yourself?" Yu Sheng didn't take the bait. Next, she tried the stir-fried carrots and broccoli, crisp and tender, and finally the boiled shrimp, which were firm and bouncy, sweet on the palate with a tangy and spicy dipping sauce that whetted the appetite. "How is it?" Su-yi asked. Delicious. After the meal, the plates on the table glistened with oil. Su-yi leaned back in her chair, squinting at Yusheng across from her, and spoke unhurriedly. You wash the dishes. Yusheng had been about to flop onto the sofa, but she froze at the words, looking up in protest. Why, oi? Su-yi raised an eyebrow. You ate without lifting a finger. You should share the work. Yusheng pouted. Su-yi's reasoning was sound, and she had no retort. She slowly got up, walked to the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to turn on the tap, when Su-yi called out to her again. Su-yi came over and patted Yusheng on the shoulder. All right, go rest. He'll do it. Really, I don't need to. Before Yusheng could finish, Su-yi interrupted. If you really want to help, just stand here and keep me company. Otherwise, it's too quiet. So Yusheng stood by the sink, watching her wash the dishes. Su-yi plunged her hands into the warm running water, working up a lather as the dishes clinked and spun in her hands, their crisp sounds echoing in the kitchen. Her hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, her silhouette upright and focused. Yusheng watched mesmerized. The kitchen, once the coldest corner of the rented room, now saw its stove scrubbed clean, its cabinets devoid of even basic pots and pans. But after that lunch, everything changed. Su-yi would arrive every few days with fresh ingredients, tying her hair up neatly and donning an apron the moment she stepped in, like a seasoned homemaker. Cooking those seemingly troublesome grew on them with practice. Busy hands and the slowly materializing dishes warmed the heart, and soon it became an addiction. Yusheng, watching Su-yi chop vegetables, felt a deep admiration and couldn't help but exclaim, you must have practiced a lot. Or it's just natural talent. 3 years of high school practice, Su-yi said nonchalantly, her knife moving with practiced ease. In contrast, Yusheng's first attempt at cooking was a disaster. Scallions cut unevenly, oil temperature poorly controlled, nearly burning the dish. Yet the final result was surprisingly decent. The dishes looked unexpectedly good on the table. Su-yi hadn't expected much, seeing Yusheng's flustered demeanor. She only hoped Yusheng wouldn't produce a table of culinary disasters. After a small taste, Su-yi said slowly, not bad. Seems you're not just a foodie. Yusheng immediately lifted her chin, eyes curving into crescents. Told you I can cook. And so a routine settled in the kitchen. Su-yi took the lead as the chef, with Yusheng joining in for fun. Occasionally Yusheng would take over while Su-yi washed with folded arms. After meals, cleanup was due. As agreed, Yusheng washed the dishes. That noon, Su-yi discovered the kitchen had a hot water pipe. Yusheng's days of waiting for meals and lounging on the sofa right after were over. And so days passed until Saturday. The student council dinner had been set for tonight. Given everyone's different schedules, this was the best time they could coordinate. At Su-yi's request, Yusheng arrived at school in the afternoon and entered the student council office. Only Su-yi was inside. Yusheng pulled up a chair and asked, what unreasonable request today? Where did you pick up that tone? Su-yi chuckled, pinching Yusheng's cheek. So bratty. Can't you speak nicely? Who's always threatening me? Yusheng leaned back. I was fine at home. Why call me here? Su-yi unhurriedly pulled up a seating chart on her phone and handed it to Yusheng. I told you this dinner is organized by the former president and vice president. The former president said we didn't contribute enough to the welcome party, so he wanted to treat those who did. You've met the vice president. Very warm, wanting to get the department heads together to build connections. So they combined efforts and invited everyone. It'll be a big group, 2 tables, mainly those who helped with the welcome party. Su-yi continued, pinching Yusheng's cheek. The venue is Old Place Restaurant, a bit far from school. We've booked a private room. Take a look at the seating chart. Seating arrangements? Yusheng took the phone. Isn't that too formal? It's not a meeting. The former president arranged it, mixing new and old members to encourage conversation. It's his event, so let him have his way. Su-yi pointed at the chart, her name next to Yusheng's. Don't worry, I told him you'll sit beside me. Yusheng nodded, scanning the chart, filled with unfamiliar names. Only when she saw Song Shihan did she recall the full name. And at the sight of Chen Yushu, a big question mark appeared over her head. What contribution did she make? Isn't she not even in the student council? Do we invite just anyone? Noticing Yusheng's confusion, Su-yi explained. Shushu said she helped film our practice, which counts as a contribution. Plus, she later helped Chengqing check the cosmetics. Chen Yushu also claimed she helped hang the dress Yusheng wore back on the rack. Su-yi found that too absurd to mention. That works. Yusheng turned to Su-yi. Wouldn't we have to invite a ton of people? Anyway, after Shushu brought it up, both presidents agreed. Opportunities are there for those who seize them. All right. Yusheng handed the phone back, refraining from complaining that a text would have sufficed, instead of being called to school. Instead, she asked, who's sitting on my other side? Chiao Tang. A stranger beside her would make Yusheng by nature feel a bit restrained. Su-yi smiled, glancing at the vice president's desk. The young woman wasn't in the office. That's the vice president's name. Oh, it's her. Yusheng nodded, also glancing over, recalling the young woman's recent behavior, and asked, did she misunderstand something? I feel her gaze on us is strange. That means your acting is good. Su-yi was unfazed. Keep it up. But she thinks I'm a girl. Why would she? Guess. Could she be? Sui cut in before Yusheng finished giving a positive answer. How do you know? Yusheng was astonished. Had the young woman Xiaotang new to the student council confessed to Sui? That image was hard to imagine. Shengsheng told me, Sui said. And how did President Lu know? Yusheng's small head was full of curiosity. She said. Sui paused. It was intuition. So it was all guesswork. Yusheng didn't press further, scrolling through her phone to pass time. As dusk fell, tree shadows stretched long under streetlights, and dinner time approached. Song Shihan walked into the office carrying a jacket, her eyes landing on Sui. Are the presidents going with you? Shushu and Chengcheng were out playing this afternoon. They're probably there by now. Sui shook her head. I see, Song Shihan replied. Well, I'm done here. If you're not meeting anyone, shall we go together? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Sui glanced at Yusheng, then back at Song Shihan. Together. Swiftly, Song Shihan turned and left. Sorry, goodbye. The first gathering of this semester's student union was held at a small, flavorful eatery. The shop was not large, but it was warmly decorated with old movie posters adorning the walls. The dim yellow light cast upon them evoking a nostalgic charm. Under the sign at the entrance, a line of small characters read home-style dishes, giving it the look of an old establishment, yet the prices were not unreasonable. Who chose this place? A boy clapped his hands. It's got quite an atmosphere. It was me. A girl raised her hand, then pointed to several others around her, smiling. And them, we chose it together. The portions are generous and the flavors are authentic. The former president and current vice president were generous with their money, simply footing the bill and letting everyone pick the venue, even specifically asking not to choose somewhere too cheap. In the end, a few girls from the student union settled on a well-reviewed restaurant with moderate prices. Yay! A junior girl immediately cheered. Yusheng and Sui pushed open the door. Inside the private room were two round tables. Hey, over here. Young Xiaotang had already taken a seat early and waved at them. Sui pulled out a chair, and Yusheng sat down beside her. She glanced around, seeing there were still empty seats. She felt a slight relief that she wasn't the last to arrive. People trickled in one after another, and the round tables gradually filled up. Several small dishes were already on the table. Peanuts, smashed cucumber, and cold lotus root slices. A perfect, appetizing combination. Are we all here? The former president sitting next to Xiaotang stood up with a smile, raising her teacup, and teasingly said, once the dishes are served well, open the drinks. This is our first gathering, but let's keep it casual and not be too formal. It was only then that Yusheng learned the former president's appearance and gender. So the former president was also a girl. The student union was indeed thriving with female members. The president speaks the truth. The head of the external relations department, who was seated diagonally opposite, stood up, as well, still holding a peanut in his hand. In the student union we work hard, but when we eat together we should let loose and chat freely. Otherwise, how can we do justice to these dishes? With that, he tossed the peanut into his mouth and crunched it loudly, making a few freshmen chuckle. The former president beside Xiaotang smiled and waved for him to sit down, her gaze sweeping over the attendees before settling on the slightly nervous newcomers. Especially our new classmates. Don't think of me as a former leader. Just treat me as a senior chatting with you all. 2 years ago, when I first joined the student union, I was even more nervous than you. At my first gathering, I held my chopsticks so tightly that my hands sweated. Hearing this, a few junior girls who had been looking down lifted their heads. One of them with a high ponytail whispered, Senior, we just don't know what to say. What's so hard about that? The sophomore girl sitting next to her immediately chimed in. Once the dishes come, just say this dish is delicious and that dish is delicious too. As she spoke, the door to the private room opened and a waiter entered carrying a tray. Braised spare ribs, garlic, baby cabbage, sweet and sour mandarin fish. One by one the hot dishes were placed on the table and their aroma instantly filled the air. Seeing everyone staring at the food, the former president smiled and waved. Don't wait, eat while it's hot. It loses its flavor when it cools down. Without further ado, they began to eat. Sui picked up her chopsticks and first placed a piece of braised spare rib into Yusheng's bowl. Yusheng's eyes widened instantly. She glanced around, then tugged at Sui's sleeve and whispered, someone might see us. Let them see, Sui smiled. Isn't that the point? To let others see and put an end to their little ideas? Yusheng was a bit stunned. After hesitating for half a second, she carefully picked up the rib and took a bite. The meat juices slid down between her teeth and the fragrance spread in her mouth. How is it? Good. Sui leaned in the corners of her eyes, smiling. It's pretty good, Yusheng nodded. Dish after dish arrived on the table. Fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour tenderloin. The aroma was mouth-watering. The former president smiled, picked up a bottle of beer, opened it with a bottle opener, and poured herself a glass. Come, let's toast. Sui handed a juice to Yusheng. Well, drink this. Yusheng poured herself a glass of juice. They were all young, and few would be foolish enough to bring the rigid drinking culture here. Many girls and some boys also chose non-alcoholic drinks. So no one said anything. Cheers. Yu Sheng and Su Yi's voices were not loud, but the freshmen were mostly enthusiastic. Especially Chiu Tang sitting next to Yu Sheng. The little girl was so excited she shouted extremely loudly, making Yu Sheng feel she needed earplugs. As more hot dishes were served, the atmosphere in the private room grew livelier. Some started grabbing crawfish, moving swiftly, while Yu Sheng quietly watched from the side. Seeing this, Su Yi casually picked up a crawfish, peeled it, and placed it in Yu Sheng's bowl. Eat slowly. Yu Sheng just didn't feel like joining the scramble. Someone shouted for another toast and glasses and bottles clinked together on the table. A few boys' voices grew louder, and the room became increasingly noisy. Yu Sheng sipped her juice, while Su Yi occasionally placed food in her bowl. Yu Sheng's expression was blank. Once or twice people might not have noticed. But so many times, surely they had been seen. This dish is good, Su Yi commented softly. Yu Sheng picked up some garlic baby cabbage and ate it, nodding in agreement. Young Chiu Tang seemed focused on eating, but she was actually sneaking glances at Yu Sheng. She felt she was getting close to the truth. Some newly joined male students who had been interested also looked disheartened. The gathering started at 6 in the evening and lasted until past 8. After paying the bill, the former president clapped her hands and smiled. It's about time. Everyone head back early and take care on the way. People responded in small groups, saying goodbye to each other. Some walked arm in arm toward the subway station, some took a taxi back to school, and a few close friends planned to wander around the area a bit more. Yu Sheng was about to head home when Chun Yushu and Lu Xiqing came over. Yibao, going back now? Want to hang out some more? Yeah, Lu Xiqing added. It's Sunday tomorrow, anyway, no classes. A second round, the former president interjected. Not taking me along. Little Chiu Tang chimed in, I want to go too. Where are you planning for the second round? Su Yi asked. That needed to be clear up front. KTV. Sure, Su Yi turned to look at Yu Sheng. What about you? Coming. I can't sing, Yu Sheng said. No problem, Chiu Tang suddenly spoke up. None of us are professionals. We just sing for fun. If you really can't, you can just sit and listen. All right. Yu Sheng nodded. She had nothing to do back home anyway, so it would be like digesting the meal. Upon leaving the restaurant, night had fallen and the streetlights along the road were already glowing. Let's go, let's go. That KTV up ahead is pretty good and the student price is quite cheap. Chun Yushu eagerly led the way. There was a KTV near the restaurant, which explained why she and Lu Xiqing had suggested going to sing karaoke. A group of over a dozen people walked together on the not-so-wide sidewalk, occasionally having to sidestep to avoid passersby. Originally a small gathering of 6, after other classmates caught wind of it, a few more girls and boys voluntarily tagged along, making the group larger than anticipated. Song Shihan was naturally among them, sporting an expression that said, wherever there's excitement, there I am. It was prime time on a weekend, so the KTV entrance was thronged with people. The front desk lights were dazzlingly bright, and faint strains of singing and laughter could be heard drifting from the private rooms. Yu Sheng was entering such a place for the first time. Among the group, a few who were familiar with the place walked up to the front desk, stated the number of people, and quickly booked a large room. The room was not small, while a large coffee table sat in the center, surrounded by a circle of plush sofas. Colored lights on the ceiling flickered, and a massive screen was playing an MV with lyrics scrolling continuously. The dozen or so people plopped down all at once, instantly occupying most of the sofas. Order some snacks and drinks. Chiu Tang shouted first. One had to admit the vice president was truly passionate. Before the food even arrived, she had already selected a song, pressed play, and eagerly grabbed the microphone. As the music accompaniment started, she began to sing at the top of her lungs. There was no technique and no emotion. It was all just noise. Go Vice President, someone cheered and clapped. Yu Sheng wasn't quite used to this environment. The music wasn't harsh, but it was deafening, constantly lingering in her ears. The lighting was a warm yellow, which should have been soft, but was rendered flickering and dim by the dancing colors on the screen. She sat in a corner of the sofa, scanning the classmates seated around her. Those girls and boys she didn't recognize all seemed to be freshmen. She had heard that some people had actually joined the student union because of Su Yi and wondered if any of them were among this group. After the platter was served, Su Yi noticed Yu Sheng sitting still and not eating, so she asked, "Did you eat enough for dinner? Have a bit more." "What?" Yu Sheng turned her head. The noise in the room was too loud for her to hear clearly. Su Yi didn't repeat herself immediately. She put her arm around Yu Sheng's shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered in Yu Sheng's ear, "I said, do you want something to eat?" Her warm breath brushed against Yu Sheng's ear, carrying a hint of ticklishness. Yu Sheng's body stiffened. She tilted her head and said softly, "Oh, okay. This candy is quite sweet, want to try it?" Su Yi picked a fruit candy from the snack bag, peeled off the wrapper, and held it out to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng reached out to take it, but Su Yi suddenly withdrew her hand. "Open your mouth. There are so many people here." Yu Sheng also leaned close to Su Yi's ear and whispered, "They're either chatting or playing on their phones. No one is paying attention to us over here." Su Yi chuckled. "Besides, so what if someone sees? Why is that always your line?" "All right." Yu Sheng relented. She carefully went to take the candy, trying her best to avoid touching Su-Yi's fingers. But Su-Yi didn't mind as she casually pushed the candy right into Yusheng's mouth, her fingers brushing against Yusheng's lips. In the room, Chiu Tang was still singing, reaching a climax that made one's ears ring. Su-Yi leaned even closer to Yusheng. This candy is pretty common. It used to cost a penny each when we were kids. The warm air brushed against her ear, and Yusheng instinctively shrank her neck, speaking softly with the candy in her mouth. Do you want to sing a song? Su-Yi pointed at the large screen. The vice president is almost done with her last one. No. Yusheng's tone was firm. Are you sure? Positive? You don't want to? Yusheng's eyes widened as she looked at Su-Yi. How can you be like this? Su-Yi laughed. Just kidding. Sing if you want, don't sing if you don't. At that moment, Song Shihan, sitting on another sofa, watched the two of them whispering together and couldn't help but pat the boy next to her. The boy looked completely baffled, staring at Song Shihan, not understanding what she wanted. Song Shihan pointed at the two of them and said, "See that? You don't stand a chance." The boy was even more confused. He had indeed gone to the welcome party and heard the rumor that Yusheng was a boy, so he knew what Song Shihan meant. But he had tagged along tonight because the female freshman host had also come, or it had nothing to do with that. After Chiu Tang finished singing, Chun Yushu reached for a beer can on the table and said to her, "Cheers." Chun Yushu's ability to join the fun tonight was thanks to Chiu Tang and the former president. Chiu Tang also smiled and picked up a can of beer. "Cheers. Can you handle it?" Lu Xiqing asked Chun Yushu half-jokingly. "If you get drunk later, we'll have to find someone to carry you again. I know my limits." Chun Yushu pouted and snorted. "Mainly I want to thank Chiu Tang. Otherwise how could I be here freeloading?" It was only then that Yusheng noticed Chun Yushu had already sat down on Lu Xiqing's lap, casually leaning against her. She was stunned for a moment, then averted her gaze from them. Su-Yi followed her glance towards Lu Xiqing and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing much." People in the room took turns singing, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. After Chiu Tang, Chun Yushu and Lu Xiqing both requested songs. A few freshmen also bravely grabbed the microphone, singing off-key, without a care, which instead drew waves of laughter and applause. Chiu Tang was the best at livening things up, one moment clamoring for a duet, the next dragging people into a dice game. Yusheng remained motionless the entire time. She sat quietly in the corner, holding a bottle of drink, occasionally nibbling on a piece of fruit. Su-Yi didn't sing either. Neither of their talent trees had included the skill of singing. She leaned back on the sofa, occasionally exchanging a few low words with Yusheng, smiling as she handed over some snacks. The clamor around them seemed unrelated. They formed their own small, quiet corner. Chun Yushu was completely drunk, waving her arms and dancing to the rhythm. Lu Xiqing looked both helpless and amused, reaching out to hold her down and make her sit still. As time ticked by, when a waiter came to remind them that their room time was almost up, someone shouted with lingering reluctance, "Let's sing one more song." Finally, the whole group sang one last song together, noisy and boisterous, bringing the evening to a close. Everyone filed out of the room in twos and threes. As Yusheng stood up, she felt her head still buzzing slightly. Su-Yi patted her on the shoulder. "Let's go, mm." The two walked side by side at the very back. Exiting the KTV, the night wind hit them, carrying a hint of coolness. The noise was shut behind the door, and the streetlights were bright. Only then did Yusheng feel that her ears had finally quieted down. Su-Yi turned to look at her and smiled. "You didn't sing. How did you feel about tonight?" "It was okay," Yusheng said softly. If Su-Yi hadn't been sitting beside her, she would have either left early or stepped outside for some peace and quiet. The night was already deep. Yet the crowd on the street hadn't dispersed. The lively nightlife was just beginning. The student council members instinctively stopped at the KTV entrance, not quite ready to leave yet. Inside the room earlier, everyone had been swept up by the music and excitement, no one paying attention to the time. Now stepping outside and confirming the time, someone gasped softly, realizing with a hint of belated shock, "The dormitory is almost closing. We sang for 2 hours. We cut it way too close." At these words, the freshmen looked at each other in dismay. They had been so immersed moments before, and now they were just as dazed, an awkward silence hanging in the air. They could still make it back in time, but what they were really thinking was, what if they didn't? Seeing their anxious expressions, Lu Xiqing waved her hand with a smile, indicating that it was fine if they didn't go back, as the school didn't check dorms on weekends anyway. However, these freshmen were quite well behaved and had no intention of staying out, all expressing their desire to return to school. This meant they had to hurry. Although they could occasionally ask the dorm supervisor for leniency, doing it too often would still count against them. Everyone called several cars and split themselves into groups. Among the freshmen, there were exactly 4 boys and 4 girls, so they formed their own groups respectively. Lu Xiqing took the tipsy Chun Yushu and hailed a separate taxi. Song Shihan stood among the crowd watching as everyone had formed their groups, and then turned her gaze towards the 2 presidents who had treated them, as well as Yusheng and Su-Yi. "President Run." Song Shihan started awkwardly. It was only then that Yusheng learned the former president's surname was Run. President Rin immediately understood what Song Shihan meant. She held up her phone and said with a smile, "President Xiao and I aren't in a hurry to go back." Then she turned to look at Su Yi and Yu Sheng. "You two can go with her." Given Yu Sheng and Su Yi's behavior during the dinner, and in the room President Rin assumed they were together. Yu Sheng said nothing, instinctively glancing at Su Yi beside her. Su Yi's expression remained unchanged and she simply replied briefly, "All right." Song Shihan was silent for a second, ultimately raising no objection. The words died on her lips, turning into a silent complaint in her heart. What a disaster. Then, as if to avoid an awkward silence, she found a topic to ask. "President Ren, if you're not going back, what are you planning to do?" A third round. She booked a hotel. President Ren patted the young girl Chiu Tang on the shoulder. "I'm taking her there." "Oh, I see." Song Shihan looked towards the hotel building not far away and nodded. The main organizer of the dinner was President Ren, so it was indeed necessary to ensure everyone's safety. After saying goodbye to the three, President Ren and President Xiao walked unhurriedly together towards the hotel. President Ren raised her hand, tucking Chiu Tang's loose strands of hair behind her ear, and then straightened her collar. "It's cold at night. Don't catch a chill." "I know." Chiu Tang snuggled closer to President Ren, suddenly pulling the shoulder of her clothes down a bit. "The places you touch become much warmer." President Ren calmly pulled Chiu Tang's clothes back up. "In such a hurry. Take it off when we get to the hotel." The young girl Chiu Tang leaned close to President Ren's ear, her breath fragrant like orchid. "At the hotel, who knows who will be in a hurry?" "You're impossible," President Ren commented. The hotel they went to was not large, with a pot of evergreen placed at the front desk. "How many guests?" the receptionist asked. "Two," President Ren replied. "And the room type?" "A double room will do." As they entered the elevator, Chiu Tang let out a small yawn, her shoulder leaning slightly towards President Ren. President Ren didn't say anything, only gently stroked the back of her neck. "Tired? Take a shower first. You'll find your energy later." Chiu Tang obediently responded, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Ding. The elevator doors opened. They walked out side by side. The corridor was carpeted with soft flooring, their footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. Reaching the room door, a swipe of the key card, and a green light flashed on. The door closed, and the corridor fell silent once more. On the other side, the taxi Su Yi had called arrived quickly. It wasn't hard to get a cab at this hour of the night. Song Shihan pulled open the passenger door, glanced back at Su Yi and Yu Sheng, and said 3 people sitting in the back row would be too cramped. "You don't need to explain," Su Yi said. "I'm just afraid you might misunderstand. Under normal circumstances, 3 people default to 1 in the front passenger seat and 2 in the back. Doesn't that just prove 3 people are indeed cramped? It proves your explanation is unnecessary." "I said I wasn't explaining." "You're right. You're so annoying. You're the annoying one." Su Yi let Yu Sheng get into the car first, then squeezed and last herself. The taxi started speeding out onto the road. The streetlights receded one by one into the night, convenience stores and barbecue stalls left behind. Inside the car, a radio host's voice played over a slow lyrical background song, a stark contrast to the earlier noise. Yu Sheng leaned against the window, the cool night air filling her lungs with each breath. She hadn't had a drink, but she felt as if she had her mind empty, echoes from the KTV occasionally ringing in her ears. Su Yi, however, was very relaxed, one hand resting on her knee, the other propping up her chin as she gazed out the window. As for Song Shihan, she sat with her arms crossed, not speaking until the taxi turned a corner. It was quite lively today. It was indeed lively. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Yu Sheng agreed. Song Shihan turned her head, her gaze lingering on the two for a moment. "Did you two not sing a single song the whole time?" "We enjoyed watching others sing from our corner." Su Yi smiled. Song Shihan was momentarily speechless. She felt she shouldn't have asked that question, but she just couldn't help herself. She remained silent for the rest of the journey. The taxi stopped at the school gate just in time, a moment before the dormitory curfew. "We're here," the driver said. The 3 got out. "I'm off first." Swiftly, Song Shihan walked quickly towards the school gate without looking back. Yu Sheng watched her retreating figure and was about to say goodbye to Su Yi when she heard Su Yi say, "Let's go." "Huh?" Yu Sheng was taken aback. Go. Go where?" "To your place. They'll walk you back." Su Yi looked at the stunned expression on Yu Sheng's face and said calmly, "You're so frail. What if you run into some bad guys on the way?" "But..." Yu Sheng hesitated. "The dormitory is about to close." "It's fine." Su Yi looked completely unconcerned. "I can just explain to the dorm auntie when I get back." "Oh." Yu Sheng nodded subconsciously. The wind in her ears was as soft as a sigh. This night was not over yet. Upon entering the residential complex, they took the elevator upstairs together. Yu Sheng unlocked the door and watched as Su Yi walked in with practiced familiarity to change shoes, unable to help asking, "I'm home now. Where could there be any bad guys? Aren't you going back?" Su Yi bent down, arranged the shoes neatly, and looked up to retort, "What's the matter? I went out of my way to escort you home, and you don't intend to invite me in for a sit?" Yusheng didn't respond. It wasn't that she was unwilling to let Sui in, but it was already quite late. Her original plan was merely to wash up, get into bed, turn off the light, scroll through a couple of videos, and then fall asleep peacefully. But now with Sui sitting there, it felt like everything had become a distant hope. What made her even more uneasy was that she had once been a male. At least from Sui's perspective, she had always lived as a man. Coming in alone so late at night, wasn't there any caution at all? Sui leaned back on the sofa hugging a throw pillow and watched Yusheng walk in. What's with that look? Afraid I'll impose on you here? No. Your eyes are darting around. You're not plotting how to kick me out, are you? Really no. Yusheng walked to the dining table and poured a glass of water. Just as she brought the cup to her lips, she heard Sui call out, "Pour one for me too." Yusheng had no choice but to pour another glass, walked to the sofa, and placed it on the coffee table. Did you eat enough tonight? Sui asked. It felt like you barely picked at the dishes. It was okay. Yusheng had indeed barely touched her chopsticks. She relied entirely on Sui, occasionally placing a spare rib or adding some fish to her bowl. Her bowl was never empty before new food was added, so she had no choice but to bury her head and eat, leaving no time to serve herself. Being taken care of like this, she even had an unreal illusion, as if she wasn't attending a student council dinner, but had been forced into being someone's child. Oh, Sui nodded, casually picking up the glass beside her. Wait! Yusheng suddenly shouted. But it was too late. Sui had already taken a small sip from the rim. She looked at Yusheng, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What's wrong? I already drank from this cup. Yusheng was a bit dazed. Sui raised an eyebrow, looked at the cup, then at Yusheng, without a trace of panic on her face. Instead, she shrugged and said nonchalantly, I thought it was something serious. I figured you'd put something undrinkable in the cup. Yusheng was momentarily speechless. She silently picked up the other glass, intending to take a sip, but paused midway through the action. Because she remembered that this was the cup Sui had been using all along. For a moment, she felt caught in a dilemma. The situation before her suddenly seemed like a bizarre multiple-choice question. Before her were two glasses of water. One was the glass Sui had just drunk from, and the other was the one Sui had been drinking from earlier. In other words, no matter which she chose, it was essentially the same. Yusheng lowered her head, suddenly understanding the famous quote by Lu Xun that people often teased as nonsense literature. In my backyard, I can see two trees beyond the wall. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. What's up with you again? Sui frowned. Did you really put something in this cup? No. Then take a sip. The two cups were identical. Yusheng herself relied on memory of the position to know which one Sui had been drinking from, so Sui naturally had no idea. In the end, Yusheng decided not to drink. She walked to the refrigerator and casually grabbed a bottle of beverage. Sui watched her back with a puzzled expression, then casually picked up the glass Yusheng had just put down and took a sip. She smacked her lips and raised an eyebrow slightly. There was no particular taste, and her body felt no different. It was just water, wasn't it? When Yusheng returned and sat down, she finally spoke. Drink less of that, be careful, or your stomach will hurt again. Yusheng looked down at the droplets of water continuously trickling down the bottle and responded with a distracted mum. Sui looked at her absent-minded demeanor, raised an eyebrow, and added, Last time you drank something cold and got menstrual cramps, you curled up in bed for half a day and couldn't get up. Have you forgotten? I'm all better now. Yusheng twisted off the bottle cap and took a small sip. Just take care of yourself then. Sui said. Got it. Yusheng replied. Sui didn't press further. Suddenly, without warning, she reached out and pulled open Yusheng's collar, peeking inside. This scene was so routine that Yusheng's expression didn't even change. Sui performed this routine check almost every day to make sure her undergarments were properly worn. At first she would instinctively flinch, but now she was long numb to it. After all, there was a layer of fabric in between. Even if she looked, she couldn't see anything. Why aren't you wearing that halter neck one? Sui asked again. The straps on that one are too obvious, Yusheng explained. People can tell from behind that I'm wearing it. She already felt a bit embarrassed just wearing the undergarments. If someone found out, it would be social suicide. True. Sui seemed thoughtful, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. I was even thinking of trying to undo it. She really dared to say anything. Sui propped her chin up, thought for a moment, then suddenly suggested, since it's the weekend tomorrow, and you're such a homebody who doesn't go out, why not change into it? No. Yusheng blurted out. Why? It's washed. Sui stood up, went to the balcony to check. On the clothesline hung a t-shirt and pants, but not a trace of any intimate apparel. She returned to the sofa and sat down. Anything else you want to say, Oi? You might as well just tell me to take it off, Yusheng muttered. Since she had already made it clear she wanted to undo her undergarments, if she wore that one, wouldn't that be practically handing herself over? Oh. Sui's eyes sparkled. Those are your words. Yusheng was startled, looking at Sui warily. Even if you threaten me, I won't take it off. Threaten? Sui's tone carried laughter. Why did you bring that up? Could it be you like being threatened and you're afraid I won't do it, so you deliberately remind me? I didn't mean that. You look at me every day, but you won't let me look back. That's not fair. Wanting to look back, you're dreaming. I was just saying. I know. Sue-yi paused, then patted her own thigh. But sitting on my lap is allowed. Wah. What? Yusheng wondered if she had misheard, but Sue-yi's expression was clearly serious. Didn't hear clearly. Sue-yi's face was full of mockery. Want me to repeat it? You think I wouldn't dare? Yusheng bit her lip. Sue-yi brought her legs together. You think it's not fair, so I'm compensating you. Yusheng's heart felt like someone had thrown a pebble into it, stirring up ripples. On one side, reason was warning her. No, it's too absurd. Who actually sits on someone's lap? On the other side, she was subtly seduced by Sue-yi's tone, giving birth to a restless curiosity. She stood frozen, as if in a fierce internal struggle. After hesitating for a long time, Yusheng finally stood up and slowly shuffled over. Just as she turned around to sit down, her waist suddenly tightened. Sue-yi's hand had somehow reached out and gently squeezed her bottom. Yusheng's entire body instantly stiffened, as if electrocuted, her face flushing bright red. She abruptly turned her head, glaring at Sue-yi, her voice rising half a pitch. You. But Sue-yi wore an expression of utter nonchalance, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, squinting as she smiled like a triumphant fox, such a soft bottom, clearly lacking exercise. Yusheng didn't know what to do for a moment, too angry to storm off, too embarrassed to run, unsure even where to put her hands. She could only stiffly change direction, intending to sit facing forward. But when she faced Sue-yi directly and her eyes inadvertently met hers, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward. Those eyes were bright, focused, as if staring at prey. Go on, sit down. Sue-yi teased. Yusheng felt that look was exactly the same as the blue fat cat on the sofa, a crotch-watching cat. So she tensed her shoulders, turned back around, and muttered softly. Don't touch me randomly. Sue-yi agreed very readily. Gritting her teeth, Yusheng braced herself and sat down. As soon as she was settled, Sue-yi's arm came around from her side, encircling her waist, and pulled her lightly into an embrace. Sue-yi was very measured, knowing Yusheng was extremely shy. She didn't press against Yusheng's back, leaving a bit of space. Holding the soft flesh at Yusheng's waist, she asked, "How does it feel?" Yusheng opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She felt all the blood in her body rush to her head, her ears burning so hot they felt ready to ignite, even her toes curled in shame. Sue-yi chuckled softly and bounced her leg. If I were a guy, I'd be hard right now. Yusheng shuddered violently, as if scalded, trying to move forward, but Sue-yi's arm around her waist held her in place. She bit her lip and turned her head to glare, her eyes full of shame and annoyance, but her voice was soft and weak. You. What nonsense are you talking about? She wanted to find an excuse to get up, but couldn't think of a good reason. Sue-yi pretended not to see her embarrassment, instead deliberately tightening the arm around her waist and pressing her closer. Sit still, don't move. Yusheng instantly became even more afraid to move. She lowered her head like a caged little animal, wanting to break free, but not daring to act rashly. This wasn't compensation, it was a trap. But not long after, her stomach made a very untimely growl. Gurgle. Yusheng's expression changed instantly. She hadn't eaten much staple food at dinner, so she was getting hungry quickly. Hungry? Sue-yi asked. Yusheng tried to stand up again. This time Sue-yi let her go. Only when Yusheng turned her head did Sue-yi notice that her face was as red as a ripe tomato, as if it might bleed. Are you that shy? Sue-yi laughed. Earlier at the KTV, Shu also sat on Cheng's lap. We're all girls, it's nothing. Yusheng wished she could find a hole to crawl into. What do you want to eat? Sue-yi looked at Yusheng's withdrawn state and was quite straightforward. There are frozen dumplings in the fridge. If you want some, I'll cook them. Yusheng initially wanted to say I'll do it myself, but thinking that with Sue-yi present she'd probably be clumsy in the kitchen and get teased for ages, she only said sullenly, whatever, dumplings it is. The sound of rushing water came from the kitchen. Sue-yi moved efficiently and soon had a pot of dumplings boiling. Before long, the aroma of dumplings wafted from the kitchen. Sue-yi brought over a plate of dumplings and a small bowl, placing them on the coffee table. Careful, they're hot. Blow on them first. Yusheng picked up her chopsticks, took one dumpling, put it in the bowl to cool, and blew on it. The moment she took a bite, she almost burned herself, gasping sharply as the corners of her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Sue-yi suppressed a smile. What's the rush? No one's going to snatch them from you. Yusheng pursed her lips and remained silent. After finishing the plate of dumplings, she finally felt a bit more grounded. Want some more? Sue-yi asked. Enough. Yusheng shook her head. She picked up the plate and drank the last of the soup, letting out a satisfied sigh. She stood up to clean up, but Sue-yi took the plate from her. Let me. Aren't you going back? Yusheng suddenly remembered something. At this remark, Sue-yi was also taken aback. She had been so absorbed in teasing Yusheng that she had lost track of time. She took out her phone and saw it was almost midnight. She knew that the school dormitory gates were locked at 10:30. Occasionally someone who came back late would be let in with a blind eye from the matron. But now it was almost 12, the dorm matron was probably already asleep and wouldn't possibly get up to open the door. Yu Sheng also checked the time and was equally stunned. I probably can't go back, Sui said. The matron wouldn't have the patience to open the door for someone in the middle of the night. Then what should we do? Looks like you'll have to go to a hotel, Sui shrugged. Or crash here for the night. You wouldn't do anything to me while I'm asleep, would you? Of course not, but the second bedroom here isn't sleepable. Yu Sheng scratched her head. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Besides her own bedroom, the other room was usually cluttered with odds and ends with a suitcase on the mattress, making it impossible to sleep in directly. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, how about you sleep in my room? I'll tidy up the second bedroom. I can manage for one night. No need for all that trouble. Sui stretched leisurely. He'll sleep on the sofa. It's not hot today. The sofa isn't comfortable to sleep on. Yu Sheng always felt it wasn't right to make someone sleep on the sofa. It's fine. Sui waved her hand. It's just for one night anyway. Yu Sheng was still a bit hesitant, but Sui seemed to have already made up her mind. So she stopped dwelling on it and went back to her room to get a blanket for Sui. When Sui took it, she asked cautiously, do you want to take a shower? No, Sui said. You go take a shower. I'll wash the dishes. Yu Sheng had no choice but to pick up her change of clothes and head into the bathroom. The moment the hot water came down, steam rose and the tension that had gripped her nerves all evening gradually relaxed. After washing for about 20 minutes, Yu Sheng dried herself with a towel and changed into her pajamas before walking out. When she opened the bedroom door, the light in the living room was still on. Sui had already washed the dishes and was half reclining on the sofa scrolling through her phone. Seeing Yu Sheng come out in her pajamas, Sui asked, what's up? Nothing, just letting you know I'm going to sleep. Go ahead. Chen Yushu bow. Chen Yushu, are you coming back tonight? Yu Xiaonan, where did you go? Lu Xiqing 1. Sui, you're all still awake. Sui looked at the screen feeling a bit puzzled. Normally their dormitory had a very regular routine, so why was everyone still awake tonight? Yu Xiaonan, Xiao Ci, and Xiao, you made a bet on whether you'd come back tonight. Yu Xiaonan, looks like you're not coming back, Xiaoyi. Sui, it's too late. The dormitory auntie is already asleep. Chen Yushu, Sui Bao, where exactly did you go? Sui, weren't you drunk? Chen Yushu, I'm sober now. Sui, fine. Lu Xiqing, let me guess. Lu Xiqing, are you at Yu Sheng's place right now? Lu Xiqing, everyone else took a taxi back to school, but you took a taxi to Yu Sheng's place, right? Sui, don't talk nonsense. Sui, I have a witness. Lu Xiqing, then why are you still out so late? Sui, I saw Yu Sheng home, and she invited me to sit at her place for a while. Then it got late. Sui lied without a hint of hesitation. Lu Xiqing, which Zua? Lu Xiqing, did you type the wrong character? Chen Yushu 1. Yu Xiaonan 1. Sui, you guys be serious. Chen Yushu, then he bow, since you're not coming back, why didn't you tell us? Sui, do I have to report everything to you? Chen Yushu, where are you now? Sui, at a hotel. Chen Yushu, with whom? Sui, just myself. Chen Yushu, I don't believe it. Yu Xiaonan, take a photo and show us. Lu Xiqing 1. Chen Yushu 1. Sui sighed. Sui, what's there to take a photo of? Yu Xiaonan, taking a photo isn't that troublesome. Sui, I can't be bothered. Yu Xiaonan, something's up with you. Sui, I'm done talking. Sui, going to sleep. Lu Xiqing, see, she's guilty. Chen Yushu, see, she's guilty. Yu Xiaonan, see, she's guilty. Sui directly put away her phone. At the same time, Yu Sheng tossed and turned in her bed, flipping over, tugging at the blanket, but unable to fall asleep. Her eyes stared at the ceiling, and Sui's figure kept appearing in her mind. A stunningly beautiful woman was sleeping right in the living room. How could she possibly fall asleep? Just sleeping in someone else's home like that, so trusting of me. Thinking of the soft touch of Sui's thigh, Yu Sheng couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Only when she was too tired to stay awake did she finally fall asleep. The next day, Yu Sheng woke up naturally. She didn't rush to wash up, instead she immediately walked out of her room and came to the living room. Sui was already awake, standing on the balcony with her back to Yu Sheng, quietly gazing at the view outside. The sunlight fell on her figure, making it appear exceptionally warm and serene. Hearing the sound, Sui turned around, her eyes scanning Yu Sheng's pajamas, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Next time I'll buy you a set of pajamas. I don't want it. Yu Sheng instinctively felt something was off. Whether you want it or not, you'll have to take it. Sui smiled meaningfully. Yu Sheng was speechless. This person so early in the morning, already threatening her. I'm going for a run. Are you coming? Sui walked toward the door. I'm not going. Fine. Sui didn't rush off for a morning run after heading downstairs. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the street. The morning air still carried a hint of chill, and with few pedestrians around, he casually surveyed the shops lining the street, searching for a breakfast spot that caught his fancy. Turning a street corner, the aroma of fried dough sticks mingled with the fragrant scent of hot soy milk wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw a few people already queued in front of the shop, which seemed to be doing brisk business. Sui quickened his pace, ordered a fried dough stick and a cup of hot soy milk. The owner busily packed the order with deft hands. Suddenly Sui thought of Yu Sheng, who was surely too lazy to have breakfast, so he added, make it 2 portions, both to go. Back at the rented apartment, the place was utterly quiet. Yu Shang was curled up on the sofa clutching a cushion, her hair a tousled mess, her eyes half open. Couldn't fall asleep last night, woke up early today, still drowsy, she thought. Hearing the door open, she slowly lifted her head and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "Brought you breakfast," Su-yi replied, walking over and placing the bag in front of her. Yu Shang glanced down, saw it was breakfast, and let out a faint "oh." Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Su-yi bent down, his eyes fixed on her, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Don't feel like moving. Want me to feed you then?" No, I'll do it myself." Yu Shang pushed herself up from the sofa. "Eat up quickly, it'll get cold if you wait any longer." Pretending not to hear, Su-yi took a fried dough stick from the bag and held it right up to Yu Shang's lips. Yu Shang stared at the proffered stick, frowned, and said with some reluctance, "It's too long, it won't fit." Hearing this, Su-yi didn't pull back, but pushed it half a measure forward, the stick nearly touching her lips. "Won't fit? Then just take it in slowly." Yu Shang shot him a glance, seeing the barely concealed mischief in his eyes, and muttered, "You're doing this on purpose." Still despite her words, she tilted her head up and leaned in for a small bite. "Lift your head a bit more, tuck your chin slightly," Su-yi directed. "You sure have a lot of demands. Just finding the right angle to make it easier for you to bite. Can you hurry up? What's the rush? Don't just shove it in all of a sudden. Move forward just a little, yes, like that. Take it slow, don't choke. Yu Shang felt her mouth go dry, so she picked up the soy milk and took a few sips, the room falling silent except for the sound of swallowing. Seeing her obediently swallow it all down, Su-yi nodded with satisfaction. After feeding Yu Shang half the stick, he finally took a bite of his own. Watching him, a thought crossed Yu Shang's mind. She fixed her gaze on the hand holding his fried dough stick, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" Su-yi asked. "You fed me just now, now it's my turn," Yu Shang said, her voice a bit lower than usual. "Fine," Su-yi considered, looking at her, "but let's set ground rules first. You can't tease me, and no shoving it in suddenly." "How hypocritical," Yu Shang said, nothing, simply took the fried dough stick and held it up to Su-yi's mouth. Su-yi looked at the golden crispy stick, then at Yu Shang's smiling eyes. She leaned forward, slowly parting her lips as if to take a bite. Yu Shang's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. Just as Su-yi was about to bite down, she pulled her hand back, snatching the stick away. Su-yi bit into nothing. What a thrill, this little mischief. After breakfast, Yu Shang walked into the bathroom to wash her hair. She had planned to do it the night before, but her mind was in such a turmoil that she completely forgot, leaving her feeling uncomfortable all morning. After much deliberation, she decided she had to freshen up. Between the sink and the shower, Yu Shang opted for the shower. No sooner had she turned on the shower head than she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Su-yi walking in as well. "What are you doing in here?" Yu Shang asked, puzzled. "Washing my face," Su-yi replied matter-of-factly. "I can't brush my teeth, but I still need to wash my face, don't I, No one would notice if you didn't wash your face, would they, didn't you wash it after waking up?" "Forgot." "Oh." Looking at Su-yi's clothes, then at her own pajamas, Yu Shang had a sudden thought. "Did you take off your clothes when you slept last night?" "No." "Why not?" "Oh." Yu Shang paused, then reminded her, "I don't have an extra towel here." "They'll just use water," Su-yi said, bending down to turn on the faucet and cup water with her hands. Through the mirror cabinet above the sink, Yu Shang, standing in the shower area behind Su-yi, could see her face clearly. Her skin was fair and clean, even without washing, more radiant and smooth than many people's after meticulous care. "Why didn't you use the guest bathroom?" Yu Shang suddenly noticed an oversight. "You asked too many questions," Su-yi said, turning to look at her. Yu Shang said nothing more, focusing on wetting her hair, applying shampoo, and working it into a fine lather. After a simple face wash, Su-yi walked to the bathtub, pulled open the curtain, and said, "The bathtub needs cleaning after long disuse, or it can harbor bacteria and grime." "I'm talking to you." "What?" Yu Shang turned her closed eyes toward the source of the voice, turning down the water flow. She was so focused on washing her hair, the sound of rushing water drowning out everything, that she hadn't noticed Su-yi speaking to her. Su-yi sighed helplessly and turned around, only to find that Yu Shang had already turned toward her. Because she was rinsing the foam from her hair, she was slightly bent over, causing the collar of her pajamas to hang loosely. Su-yi could see a large expanse of bare skin, and guessed Yu Shang wasn't wearing anything underneath. As she approached, her voice clear in Yu Shang's ears, she said, "I asked, are you wearing it today? There's no need to wear it at home, right?" Yu Shang murmured. With her eyes closed, her vision was dark, but her other senses grew sharper. She could feel Su-yi drawing closer and closer. It felt like warm tidewater slowly washing over her skin, silent, yet carrying an undeniable pressure that made her hold her breath involuntarily. "Suit yourself." Su-yi reached over Yu Shang's shoulder, grabbed the back collar of her pajamas, and pulled it taut, tightening the neckline. Yu Shang felt as if the fate of her throat was suddenly seized for a moment. With her hands covered in foam, she couldn't stop her, so she asked, "What are you doing?" Su-yi looked at Yu Shang, who couldn't see anything, and looked nervous and suppressed a smile. "The halter top I mentioned last night," No need to wear it. It's all water under the bridge. What do you mean water under the bridge? Yusheng took a second to process, then said, you saw again. Who wants to look at you? Sui scoffed. That sounded familiar. Then came the sound of footsteps fading away, followed by Sui's distant reminder. Remember to clean the bathtub if it's not used for a long time. Don't be lazy. A few minutes later, Yusheng rinsed her hair, shook off the water drops, dried it hastily with a towel, and walked out of the room. In the living room, Sui was still lounging on the sofa, her thumb scrolling slowly across her phone screen, her expression as if she were browsing something, pausing occasionally before swiping quickly. Why aren't you going for a run? Yusheng asked. Can't exercise right after eating, need to digest first, Sui said slowly. Yusheng didn't argue and sat down on the sofa. Sui immediately leaned sideways, pulling her phone closer to herself. The movement was subtle but noticeable. What are you looking at? Yusheng asked suspiciously. She hadn't intended to peek, but Sui's secretive gesture was practically an invitation to suspect something was up. Sui didn't answer. Instead, she smiled and picked up the fox ear headpiece from the coffee table, placing it on Yusheng's head. Yusheng instinctively flinched, but Sui said firmly, don't move. Yusheng had no choice but to put it on obediently. Sui reached out and fiddled with it, causing the furry ears to twitch twice. Can you tell me now? Yusheng asked through gritted teeth. I said I'd buy you pajamas, with just browsing online for styles, Sui said, finally turning the phone screen toward her. No need, Yusheng said after glancing at the screen, which indeed showed pajamas. I brought 2 sets there, enough for rotation. Don't worry about it, you don't have to pay, Sui said casually. Yusheng was speechless. Sui, however, stared at her damp hair and asked, why didn't you dry it properly? I did. This is what you call drying. Sui raised an eyebrow. So careless. If you don't blow dry it, you'll definitely have a headache tomorrow. It can't be that serious. Stop making excuses. Sui put down her phone and stood up. Let me help you dry it. Huh? Yusheng was stunned. What are you waiting for? Go get a chair. Oh, okay. Yusheng had to get up and move a dining chair over while Sui went to the bathroom to get the hairdryer. She naturally removed the fox ear headpiece, and Yusheng sat down with her back to Sui. Plugging it in, the hairdryer hummed to life, blowing out waves of hot air. Sui's technique was unexpectedly meticulous. First, she squeezed the dripping ends of the hair, then parted the strands into small sections, guiding each one along with the airflow. Her fingertips occasionally brushed against Yusheng's scalp, gently untangling knots with a light hook and pull. The warm air caressed her neck, tickling, and Yusheng instinctively shrank back. Don't move, Sui warned. I'm not moving, it's a reflex. Then control your reflex. How can I control that? Yusheng muttered. She tried to scroll through her phone, but the hairdryer interfered with the sound, so she had to turn up the volume. Sui patiently parted Yusheng's hair, her fingertips occasionally gliding over the damp scalp, sending faint electric tingles, both numbing and pleasurable. Gradually, Yusheng stopped watching the video, her fingers simply swiping aimlessly across the screen. Do you always cut corners like this? Sui asked while blow-drying. And your hair isn't even frizzy with all that neglect. Sui remarked, unsure if it was a compliment or a criticism. You need to be more careful from now on, or you'll end up with a mess. I know, Yusheng replied, casually changing the subject. Do you go for a run every morning? Getting ready for the school sports meet. And at home? I run too. What if it rains, hey? There's a treadmill at home.